All right. Let's see. So we're gonna give people a little second here. Um, yes, this is one of my. So we're gonna start doing chalk talks again. That's what we. That's what they usually call it when you're drawing and talking to people. Let's see. We got Sir Obadiah up in here. Bam. That's Old Faithful. 313. I never seen you before, fam. But okay. Bam. I'm listening. Bam. We got Juan G's. Bam. AB Media. Bam. J Bones. Bam. We got AL. Bam. And we have Lemon Wild Cherry. Bam. Yes. Anyhow, so we have a special guest here. He's known as the Radical Latino. So as you guys know, we sometimes we have global conversation, and but half the time, more than half the time, we have global conversation without the people that are in the global society. So we gotta, we gotta start having some of these conversations with people in the mix, so that some of your facts are accurate and some of the things are at least well represented based on what you're saying about things from the outside perspective, so to speak, quote unquote. Um, I think later on after the questions, we have a lot of questions, so it might be like we might just have like parts of them based on the, depending on the time. Um, I heard this brother from different streams and things like that, and I was pretty interested because basically he speaks the language of most of the people that I have came ran into in the '80s. So I was like, wait a minute, and he's pretty young. So when you guys get to hear him, you're like, what? So that's something to listen to. Let's see. Let me see what kind of we'll throw this one in there. But yeah, that's very interesting. I think these kind of things have to be said. I think later on, depending on how the timing is, if he has enough time, he'll probably entertain a few people to come up. But definitely, I'm not putting the link in the chat. You know, because one flew over the cuckoo's nest does not only apply in the movies, it applies in this space too. So we got to eliminate some of that. No offense to the crazy people, but I just don't have time for you during a serious conversation. And we have cheat we hear, bam, right? That is old reliable. So without any further ado, we have the one and only Radical Latino.
Yo, what's going on? What's going on? What's up? What's up? What's up? Thank you for having me. I really much appreciate it, bro.
Well, thank you, thank you. Seems pretty low now, but usually people start like coming in like slow. So, but it's fine.
Nah, it's all good though. Don't worry about it. Once we get to building, that's all that matters, you know.
Yeah. So I take it that you saw the questions in advance.
Yeah.
Okay. Um. Anyhow, so before we get started, I guess we have background. So tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm half Dominican, half Ecuadorian. Um, Pretty much a typical Latino, and I go by the name Radical Latino. The reason why I decided to go by set name is because I used to be on Facebook a lot and debating some of these white supremacists on the certain aspects of what they saw black people as, and I completely disagreed with their point of view. And one of the white folks told me I'm a radical, so I just took that and decided to branch into a brand and with my name Radical Latino. Um, and my message and platform is pretty much combating white supremacy, waking up the Latin community from the brainwashedness that we have endured, and promoting Black and Latin unity.
Okay. All right. As far as generation, what generation do you consider yourself as?
Uh, w- I grew up in I was born late 80s, grew up in the 90s, so I don't know what you think that.
I think that's a millennial for the most part.
Yeah, I guess so. So yeah, the millennial, I guess.
Okay, so every now and then we're gonna do a little compare and contrast because
Okay,
different cultures are have different dilemmas in their generation. So that's another
gotcha, gotcha. And
thing.
for people who might not know or get like a little hint of my accent, I'm from New York. Born and raised in the Bronx, so that's where I mostly always reside.
That's gonna be a good one. That's probably matter of fact, that's probably gonna be another one to as far as West Coast Latino, East Coast Latino. We might have
Yeah,
another conversation on that.
yeah. We might dabble in that type of conversation.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah.
okay. Okay, yeah, because that's huge.
Oh,
That's,
oh, yeah. I know.
especially the people from New York. I always hearing people from New York saying, "Hey, y'all people are a little different." So, um, so what is your relationship with? I guess we could just say Black America. What is your relationship?
Well, my relationship isn't negative. My relationship isn't a strained. I would say my personal relationship is very strong. I admire the Black community, especially the Black American community, because they have united and they have shown what strength in numbers looks like, because Black Americans have been giving the shit end of the stick. My fault if I'm cursing, my
Oh, go
bad.
ahead. Go ahead. Do you think?
But Black Americans have been giving the shitty part of the stick. They've been destituted, kicked down, and they still rise up. So that's a very powerful, 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 beautiful thing within that culture. And my experience with that, and also my connection with Black Americans, is pretty much a connection of something that we've always gotten along. There's never been something negative when it came to Black Americans. I've always gotten along. Obviously, there's going to be some Black Americans that came at me, for whatever reason, on some rah rah stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But outside of that, everything's been cool.
Okay. So, do you notice the difference between, they call them adult. I know what the adults thing
Yeah,
is, right?
yeah. FBA, ADOS, and all that. Yeah.
So, have you noticed the difference between how the adults treat you versus the non-adults?
I have. I'm gonna keep it real. My experience with FBA or ADOS, however people want to identify. Uh, I feel like they're more accepting, to especially to me, but to other Latin folks, they're more accepting than non FBA people, like Africans. Africans pretty much shut out anybody else that's not African. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And it's kind of weird because I seen this as a kid, how Africans kind of dislike Black Americans, which never really made any sense to me. you know um and I've seen some of the animosities that they've portrayed to Black Americans, but Caribbean Black folks, I feel the same sense of open armness, the same sense of unity, the same sense of like, oh yeah, come here, it's fine, you family now, and all that other stuff. So I've seen the difference, but I've seen that Africans are more likely to, you know get you away from their immediate vicinity, because you're not African. You know what I'm saying?
That's going to be another conversation too, because you guys have more African presence than people in America. So that's going to
Yeah.
be definitely another. Okay. So the other question would be, and for those people that are here, could you please, first of all, subscribe to Latino, Radical Latino, and if you want to put the Cash App in chat too, Radical Latino, then so be so, or whatever you want to put in. Um, but yeah, subscribe to Radical Latino. Hit the like buttons if you can. This is very important information. We don't get this kind of conversation structured in this space, so hopefully uh, people get a lot out of it. So now, let me ask you this: um, what is Black and Brown unity? Um, can you compare it to then and now?
Yeah. Black and brown unity now is pretty much non-existent. And it's the fault of Latin people. And I'm gonna just keep it real. Um, we've been we've been we've been to the point where we think the majority of Latin people think that racism is just a Black problem, which is not. I think Trump pretty much proved that. The Black and brown unity back in the day, I'm gonna say around the late 50s, early 60s, and early 70s, was pretty much intact with the young lords. You have certain Latin people like Carlos Cooks, who coined the term "by black." He was part of the Garvey movement. Also, you had this dude from Cuba, Fidel Castro, who actually came to New York and talked to Malcolm X, and was with the Young Lords, and donated money into Harlem. You had Arturo Schomburg, which is a Black Puerto Rican, who brought in all this African studies and all this African information that was kept out of schools. So I see that the Black and Latin unity was strong at that time. And because and this is my theory, the reason why I believe it was strong at that time is because white supremacy was up in your face. White supremacy was not letting you go. White supremacy was, raw. You know what I'm saying? They were letting you know exactly who you are, and they did not let you forget who you are. And now it's been so covert that you got Latin folks walking around out here talking about they're white when they're black as hell.
Hmm.
So this is the reason why I say Black and Latin unity is non-existent now. It's not because of Black folks; it's because of Latin people. The majority of Latin people are coons, and we need to understand that. And that's something that we need to actually fix within our community.
Okay. Um, this is not part of the questions, but I'm curious. Like, how do you deal with your Latino coons, like your Ted Cruz's and your Marco Rubio? How do you guys deal with them?
Well, the first of all, the word coon in the Latin community is non-existent, but that's something that we need to actually bring into our community because there's a lot of turncoats in our communities. The way we deal with it, and I'm gonna be completely honest, we think that the more we forget about it, the more we ignore it, it'll go away, which is not true. You know what I'm saying? Which is not true. So the way Latin people deal with coons is by ignoring it. And I say no. We definitely need to be pulling some coats out here and calling them out and calling their hypocrisies out by the hundredfolds, because black folks, y'all very quick to do that. We don't do that. You know what I'm saying? There's a there's a certain I'm gonna say there's a certain embarrassment when it comes to like thinking that if we call that person out, that we're gonna all be seeing something. We're already seen negatively. We gotta stop that. You know what I'm
So
saying?
do you think that we should make up a coon name for Latin America today, huh? But
Yeah,
do you see those type of Latinos either holding back the advancement of Latin America or
yeah, I do, because I'm gonna keep it real with you. First of all, Latin people, we're not a monolith. You know what I'm saying? We are not a monolith. We think very differently, and we're very, very, very territorial into like tribalism type of thing. For example, let me just give you an example. Mexicans don't like other, Venezuelans or whatever the case is, right? Puerto Ricans beef with Cubans and all that other stuff. But under America, we're all one people. But in reality, there's a lot of tribalism that goes within our community that makes us fight within each other to the point where we can't even get along. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
what ends up happening is coons become the representative of our community. For example, the Marco Rubios, the organization known as LOLAC, which was started by a Mexican and two Russians. Apparently, they're supposed to be the voice for our community, but in reality, I never voted for no LOLAC. You know what I'm saying? So they become the representative for our communities, and those coons end up messing it up for everybody else.
Okay. Um, Hope you guys. So people that are coming in, you know how to do it. Just hit that like button, and please subscribe to a Radical Latino. He has his own channel. Got some good information. So now the question is, I guess that was part of that question. I just did it a different way. Um, so let me see. Okay, so we have something, in this space, we have certain situations where, guys feel that they need to look elsewhere if they're not getting things the way they want it in their own space, so to speak. So in this instance, I'm not sure. Maybe before I can ask a question, probably the preference. Um, the, as far as the Latino tradition is, do you see that like completely gone, or you think that do you see that some of that stuff is still in place in different parts of Latin America?
Well, the Latino tradition in Latin America is pretty strong. You do see certain Americanized ideologies, which is, I'm gonna say, it's a positive thing.
Okay.
Sweeping into Latin America, which is a good thing. you know. And I'm starting to see certain conversations in Latin America change. Like, excuse me for a second, I just got a cough. Give me a minute.
Go ahead. So while you guys are out there waiting, please hit the like button, subscribe, or subscribe to Radical Latinos channel, and also feel free to share. You know, this is, thank you, Sir Obadiah, for sharing as well. But feel free to share. Okay, we're gonna really get deep in this stuff, you guys.
Yeah. So my bad. No, like I was saying, yeah, in Latin America, you see some of the Americanized ideology, for example, feminism, which is actually a good thing over there because there's a lot of femicide that's actually happening in Latin America. There's a lot of a bunch of Latin simps out there beating up their baby moms or girlfriends because they don't want to leave them or whatever the case is. So those are the type of things that's going on over there. And now the conversation of Africanness, the conversation of embracing your blackness and Afro-Latinos, now that's started to become a conversation starter. That's starting to become something positive and something new in Latin America.
Okay, so I'm glad you cleared that up. So now I can get to this question. Does so and since I probably have to ask. No, this is probably across the board. Does the Latino men have you observed Latino men feeling frustrated with their let me see, frustrated with their women saying stuff like looking elsewhere, or looking for another culture to marry or to even get with because they're frustrated with their own?
You don't hear that. You hear that somewhat out there, but not as loud as you hear it here in America. And when I'm talking about loud, I mean loud within our vicinity. There's Latin women that say that we gotta divest from Latin men because we're too machista, basically. Machista, for anybody that doesn't know, it's a Spanish way of saying very masculine, but like toxic masculine or whatever the case is. But anyway, you hear certain Latin women talking about those type of things, but they don't do it online. They do it within our vicinity, like within like family gatherings or on social media when it comes to just like closed circles. You know what I'm saying? They're not as large or as big. The closest we've gotten was when Sin Santana, went on this whole thing. I don't know if you remember it, but Sin Santana even said that the reason why she dates black men is because they know how to treat her, and black and Latin men are too, machista and stuff. That's what she doesn't like. So that's the closest anybody has ever gotten to Latin women being open about that type of conversation, or open about that type of thing. So when it comes to that aspect, yes, you hear it more here, but it's still like in closed doors. It's not as open as the divestment Black American women movement the way it is. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so just to follow up. So okay, if a woman does come into the Latin American or Latino men's culture, is there any wiggle room? Or
What you mean? Like break it down. Break it down.
like does he give up some of his culture to please her, or he has to keep his culture intact for her to go ahead and respect it and fall in line with it?
Um, and I've seen this happen. Like I said, I've seen it happen here. I've seen it happen with Latin men to white women. That's what I've seen it happen. We gotta keep it real. In the Latin community, I literally seen uh dudes get with white women who literally are worth nothing. No college degree. Like ex meth heads and all that, and the family thinks they just hit the lotto. You know what I'm saying? So they can't do nothing wrong. You feel me? So when it comes to that, yes, when it comes to whiteness, for some reason, Latin men, and especially Latinas, they throw their culture away and they want to assimilate more to to whiteness, or they want to assimilate more towards, the Brads and the Chads and all this other stuff. And a way they show that, and it's really weird. It's really weird. The way they show that by imitating white supremacists.
Oh
It's
shit.
really weird
Go into
because
that.
because when the way they feel subconsciously is the more these white people will accept me if I'm racist towards black folks,
Mm,
which is really weird because last time I checked, you're dark as hell, they see you the same, you know what I'm saying?
mm.
But that's the only place I've seen it at. I've only seen Latin people change up, throw their culture away, or whatever the case is, when it comes to whiteness. You know
So
what I'm saying?
that's usually on the woman's side, correct?
The majority of the time is on the woman's side. The
Okay.
majority of the time, and I could get into that. The woman follows the woman follows the man's lead, or all that other stuff. You see that with men, but not as much as you see that with women.
Now the
But when
men's version is Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz,
you
right?
pretty, yeah, pretty,
Okay, I'm with you.
yeah, pretty much. But the thing is that, um, like when Latin men or women date black people or black Americans, none of that happens.
Mm.
None of that happens. None of that happens. The vitriolness does not come out. None of that happens. They actually become like understanding into the situation of what white supremacy is. They're like, wait, I didn't know this. Oh, for real? You know what I'm saying? The
Hmm.
the complete opposite happens.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And Phil, yeah, I hope you prepare for some. You might have some haters in the chat, so I
Nah,
don't
it's
even know
it's 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 fine. Don't worry. You're expected. When you speak the truth, you're expected to have some pushback.
yeah, so don't get all upset because some people just
Nah, it's all good. It's all good.
I guess they want to hear something, and if not, then they'll just attack you. But
Yeah, yeah.
for those people out here, just please hit the like button and subscribe to the Radical Latino if you look for his name. If anybody sees this channel, put it in the chat because I'm doing all kinds of stuff here. Now we're gonna go a little bit. Oh man, should we do this one now? Yeah, I guess so. Now the question is, and I know you hard on this. I think I heard you talk about this before. How can Latinos use the N word as a term of endearment and insults at the same time? Loosely
mm,
here today.
I really like this question. I did a whole episode on this, and I came to the conclusion, and I even said to myself, that I'm gonna stop saying it, and no Latin person should say it. I even invited some black folks onto that discussion, and they even said that black people shouldn't even say it. But that's what they think. That's not my thinking, or whatever the case is. I grew up in the Bronx. I grew up saying it. Now that I got into the larger way of consciousness, and the more I'm growing up and the more I'm understanding, I'm like, all right, I don't think it's something that you know uh I better say or be cool with saying. You know what I'm saying? Does it come out of nowhere? Yeah, it does. I'm not gonna lie about that. But I don't think Latinos should be saying it, even though they're doing it as a way of endearment, because that's all they grew. If you're growing up in like the hood, I believe this is what you're not saying it vitriolically. You know what I'm saying? But should they say it? No, they shouldn't.
Okay, so the thing is that everyone has their own deprecated word, right? You got chapin, you got what are the Mexicans? They call it's chunti or chunts. That's another one.
Or
Puerto
like for
Rican,
for Mexicans, that's a what?
chunt is very very offensive.
Oh, it
Chunt,
is. I didn't even know.
yes. Very. The other one, I think for the what was it? The Puerto Ricans, I believe, is spick, right? So
I
I'm just
think I think for all Latin people, spick is wrong.
really.
I
I didn't
think
know that.
so. Yeah, I think that's a that's a universal type of thing. I didn't know the whole Mexican one, the chum. I never heard that one.
Yeah.
But
So my question.
I know like Mexicans have a derogatory term for black folks, you know.
Yeah, start with an M, right?
Yeah, it starts with an M.
Yeah.
That's just Mexicans. Like they nobody else uses that, you know. I think it was in Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico. It starts with a C. Um, I don't know if you know it, but if
That part I didn't know.
yeah, it starts with a C. It's called, do you want me to say it?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's called a cocolo. That's basically
Coco.
what. Yeah, yeah, cocolo. That's basically it derives in Dominican and Puerto Rico. You know, that's the only two people that say it. And yeah, they have their own terminology of what it is. I don't know where it derived from. I believe it derived from the Spanish or something. I have no idea. To be completely honest, I have no idea. But
And
but yeah, I know that certain people have like certain terms of the N word. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, because what I'm out. Okay, I'm out here in the West Coast.
Yeah.
And for those that are coming in, we got Art Beats in the building. Yes, sir. It is chalk talk. It's a term from the '70s. But go ahead. But the thing was is that I'm hearing the N word a lot from a lot of Mexicans, but they still say mayate in the same breath. And one guy in my class, I'm a teacher, everybody that's listening still. Um, they were him and some other students were talking, and he was like telling stories about this mayate or whatever. He's known to be saying the N word too. And I told him, I said, "Sir, you know I speak a little Spanish, right?" And they were like, "Oh." So I'm like, "How?"
Yeah. Yeah. He was trying to be slick. He was trying to be slick. He know what he was doing. Again, those are let me I know again, I'm not Mexican, so I don't know too much about this, but I know a little bit more about it. East Coast Latinos are not on that BS when it comes to hating black folks. Are you gonna find some? Yes, you are. I'm not gonna lie. You are gonna find them, but for the most part, in the East Coast, Latinos are not on that tip. You know what I'm saying? On
Mhm.
the West Coast, that I have no. I think there's a coon spirit. I have no idea, but on the West Coast, you see, especially Mexicans, and I've said this before. The two biggest coons in the Latin community are Mexicans and Dominicans, right?
Mm.
So when it comes to the West Coast, you see a lot of vitriolic racism coming from Mexicans talking about my thing, all this other BS. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you see, and especially in the West Coast, but in California, we gotta keep it real. It's mostly gang culture over there,
That's what I
right?
was gonna say.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
mostly gang culture over there. So check this out. There's the southern Mexicans called the sureños, right?
right.
And the northern Mexicans called the norteños. Now check this out. The southern Mexicans hate black folks so much that they align with white supremacist gang groups in jail and outside of jail in order just to fight, black folks, right? And they're beefing. Yeah, believe it or not. And the Sureños, and that's the Sureños, right? The Southern Mexicans, they're beefing with the Northern Mexicans. For whatever reason, I have no idea. That's like a long history that I've never gotten into. But this is the difference. The Northern Mexicans in California are real cool and clicked up with black folks
I heard about
in
that.
in jail and outside of jail, and they beef with white supremacist group, and they even beef with the Sureños and all that. I don't know where it started, but all I do know is that like it started in jail, like some dude said something before he died or whatever, and then it started a whole war. I don't know, but that's what the whole thing is. And there's a huge difference when it comes to the Latin folks from the West Coast to the East Coast. Like I said before, we're not a monolith.
Mm.
There's a lot of tribalism in the Latin community that we got to be real about. And it's very unfair to point to one Latin person and say that he represents the whole Latin community. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Uh-huh.
The same way how it's very unfair when the news or whoever points out a certain group of black folks saying that's all black people. You know what I'm saying? That's messed up.
Mm. See, I hope you guys get this information. Please hit the like button. I keep saying buttons like it's two like buttons. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
shout out to Sound Mind, and I see that I'm not lying. He said, "True, on the East Coast we get along. At least the blacks and Puerto Rican. Puerto Ricans are the biggest riders when it comes to like empowerment and black folks. I'm telling you right now, Puerto Ricans hold it down. I'm gonna keep it real. Puerto
okay.
Ricans hold it down, man, for real.
Yeah, shout out to Big Pun and rest in peace. Who's the other one?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bad Joe.
Um, and hell, shout out to Adam Clayton Powell. Shit,
Hmm.
that's your biggest case right there. Um, Now the other thing too is let me see. I'm glad you mentioned that. Now imagine being a teacher of children that have parents that are Serenos,
Mm,
and you wonder where the disrespect comes from,
of course, of course.
right? So that's the thing that me and the students we talk about, right?
Of
We deal.
course. Yeah, and the thing is, what we gotta understand, what all Latin people, what we gotta understand is that if it wasn't for Black Americans, we wouldn't even be here. Let's keep it real. If it wasn't for Black Americans, we would not even be here. You know, and it's a double-edged sword too, because the reason why we're here, the reason why we're here is because we're used as puppets to go against Black Americans. We have to keep it real.
Hmm.
We're used to economically disenfranchise Black Americans.
So the buffer class, right? So
Exactly, exactly. So at one hand, you know, it's because black folks got us, in the 1965 immigration bill and all that. You know what I'm saying? So at one hand, shout out to them. But then white supremacy, you know what they do? They do a curveball. They throw a curveball at us. And
hmm
then they go and say, okay, now the millions of Latin people that are coming up in here, now they're going to be the working class,
hmm
and they're going to do the labor work and all that other stuff. You know, it's a double-edged sword, and it's really messed up.
I'm glad you segue into that because we're going to get into somewhat of the politics. Um, what are your what are the Latino political aspirations, and why are the Latinos the face of immigration when it comes to politics?
Well, the majority of Latinos do vote Democrat, but during this recent election, the Republican part of the Latino community kind of went up just a tidbit. But I think was it 69 or 70% of the Latinos vote Democrat and stuff, which I completely disagree. I don't think Latinos should be voting Democrat or Republican. It shouldn't even be whichever one. You know what I'm saying? But the reason why we are the face for immigration is because we are used as a way to, that there was a professor, I forgot her name. She wrote this book, and she basically broke down what black crime is. And she basically said, if you rewrite the image of black people who are captive type of people, right? Who are controlled and subjugated. If you rewrite the image, then you are able to justify whatever punishment or judgment you do upon these type of people. And I translate that to Latin people. We are subjugated, we are controlled, and we are mistreated to the point where Latino shouldn't be a label that we should be, using. Hispanic shouldn't be a label that we should be using. Latinx shouldn't be one either. This is something that they gave us. This is something that they gave that to us, right? So when it comes to that type of mentality, right? Then you're gonna have a group. Then you're gonna have white supremacy labeling us, the majority of us, as immigrants. Why? Because now you want to justify your mistreatment. This is the reason why we're putting them in cages and separating their families. Why? Oh no, because they're immigrants. Why are you you doing this? Why are you doing forced hysterectomies? Oh, because they're immigrants. Why are you guys having them fight with inside these little immigration centers and betting on the winner? Oh, because they're immigrants, they're less than. So you're gonna have to really image, reorganize the image of a certain people to justify your mistreatment. This is what happened during slavery. Oh, the reason why we can work them from sun up to sundown is because they're capable to, because of melanin. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
they always have done this. Now, if you guys really look, if anybody really looks at the numbers of the immigrants that come into this country, Latin people are not the majority. If anybody has ever looked at the real numbers, Latin people are not the majority of immigrants. The majority of immigrants are Asian people. They come in here in the boatloads. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? They come in here in the boatloads. The second largest illegal and legal immigrant community that comes in here are Europeans. Look it up. This is not something that I'm making up. You know what I'm saying? So we're targeted because they do see us as a lower class. You know, they don't got no respect for us. So the fact that they want to label us as white and all that other stuff, that's a whole trick bag.
Mm-hmm. So what is the advantage of labeling Latinos as white? Because there are some Latinos that don't even know that they're being labeled as white in some areas, like my job. When I take roll, when I take attendance, a lot of the almost every Latino in my class are labeled white, and I think some parents don't even know that. So what's the advantage?
The advantage is to pump up the white numbers. White supremacy knows that the white numbers have been dwindling for years, and to artificially pump it up, they're going to relabel non-white people as white. You know, that's one. Now let me get into the history of it. After the Mexican War and after Mexico lost to America, right? Mexico and America came to the table and said, okay, now you won this part that you're about to call America, right? We want the Mexicans over there that are now going to become Americans. We want them protected. So how can we do this? And America said, oh, very easy. We have this thing called a census. And if they put down, there's only two choices, black and white. If they put down white, they'll get benefits and they'll be protected. Oh, really? Okay, cool. So that's what ended up happening. So since the 1930s, all the way till now, well, actually not now until like pretty much recently, but Latin people were forced to put down white in order to get benefits, but that paperwork never translated into real world benefits. It got into the point, right, when in the 60s, when the whole census congress came together and said, what should we label Latin folks? That's when the whole world Hispanic came in. Oh, they're Hispanic, so that's what we should name them. Then we should name them Hispanic. You know what I'm saying? Again, we did not have a vote for that. So they came in and just gave us a arbitrary label that has nothing to do with us and say, okay, this is what y'all is. You know what I'm saying? So now we have it. Now look at the trick bag. Look at the trick bag. You're Hispanic, but that's an ethnicity. Racially, what are you? You know what I'm saying? So this is the reason why it's been an open secret in hospitals, in police precincts, in jails, in prisons, even in schools, that when you see a Hispanic person, no matter how dark they are, you put down white regardless of skin color. You put down white. That's the reason why the majority of Latinos who get locked up or whatever the case is, last time I checked, when I got locked up, I never got my little, information that I had to fill in. They put down white regardless. And
Mm-hmm.
there was a recent study, actually a recent a news article that came out a couple of years ago, that a cop in Texas that kept on stopping Latinos kept on putting them under as white, 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 white. And the news article, went to check up on the people that were stopped, and they say, hey, did you know that they put you down as white? And they were like, what the hell? Why would they put me down as white? I'm not white. You know what I mean? So Latin people are waking up from that trick bag. We're waking up from that whole, yo, I'm not white, you know what I'm saying, type of thing, because it's been countless times that we've been told, oh yeah, you got to put down white, but that never translated into real world benefits.
Mm, okay. So you guys out there, please hit the like button. Subscribe to the Radical Latinos channel if you can. If anybody out there that can find this channel, please put it in the chat. And the other part, yeah, if you have a cash app, feel free to put that in the chat too. If you want people to donate to your cause. Um, so now we're going to get into the other part about, the face of Afro-Latinos. Are Afro-Latinos only considered with dark skin, broad nose features, or curly hair? Is that the only thing to consider?
Well, in Afro Latino is not really a term used in Latin America.
Okay.
It's now becoming one. You know what I'm saying? Now it's becoming one, and in Latin America, pretty much the stereotypical features of a black person. That's what a Afro Latino would be, right? Here in America, it's pretty much open to like how much melanin you have. You know what I'm saying? And also because I've seen some my Morris Science Temple people call a lily white Latina, Afro Latina. You know what I'm saying? Because Shorty's Puerto Rican, she got a fatty. You know what I'm saying? um, personally, I'm like, I see where the African comes in, but I don't know about all that. But it's here in America, it's pretty much like open. You know what I'm saying? But in Latin America, it's a new thing that people are starting to actually start to understand, because in the most recent census in Puerto Rico, for example, the jump of Africanized ancestry jumped up from, I think, was it 10% to 30 something percent. A lot more people are starting to understand identifying with black now. It's something positive.
In America,
No, up in there in
Latin
yeah, in Puerto Rico.
or Puerto Rico.
Yeah. But here in America, like I said, it's pretty much like open. I've seen it. I've seen to the point where it's like, how much melanin do you really have that will be considered you like Afro Latino.
Wow. Yeah, because I'm just remembering what's the lady's name? Amera de Negra.
Yeah,
She has these gripes about being treated a certain way because of her skin.
yeah.
But you have also certain people. I mean, I don't have any famous people that I can think of, but you have certain people that are. I think it might. Was it Tito Puentes? I
Tito
think
Puente. What about him?
isn't he? Isn't he? He's Puerto Rican, right? Or is he
Yeah.
Cuban?
No, he's Puerto Rican.
Okay. He embraces his African roots,
Yeah, he
right?
does. He does.
Uh, but he would be considered to some people mestizo, correct?
Yeah, well, he would be considered mestizo. I would say that. Yeah.
So that's what I was trying to establish is that you got people that are considered mestizo, mulatto, Africano. Hell, you got castiza, hernado. I was like,
Yeah,
damn,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
all these,
yeah.
and I'm like, are these things kind of designed to try to say, hey,
Oh yeah,
these are
wait, my bad. Tito Puente was Puerto Rican. My fault. I completely, yeah, he Puerto Rican. But continue, continue.
they always because they always come together like the Fania All Stars.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah. No,
I'm
I
like,
feel you.
which one is which?
Yeah, yeah, no, I
Uh,
feel you.
but I mean, do you think that some of this stuff is designed, that's not really written, but designed to say, hey, I'm this, but I don't have black in me?
Wait, so repeat that. Repeat that one more time. My
We
fault.
have like all these different caste systems, but I guess this is another way of doing caste system. Because it's funny how the name Castiza, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's caste. So you have all these caste systems coming up. Do you think that is some kind of a way to find ways not to have any kind of black ancestry?
Well, yeah. Okay, so we got to go all the way back when the Spanish came in, right? So this is something we have to understand. The first, yeah, the first form of white supremacy happened in Latin America. There's something we got to understand. It was because of the Spanish, and there's going to be a couple of people that might disagree with me, but history doesn't lie. It tells the truth and the ugly truth, right? The caste system is based upon how much color you have. Let's keep it real. That's basically what it is. How much color you have, and it puts you into a system that will get you benefits or will take away benefits from you, right? So the larger you are in the caste system, the more benefits you have. Now the mestizo class, which I completely disagree with the label, but it is what it is. I could get into that some other time. The mestizo class became the majority working class, and the official definition of mestizo is basically a Spaniard mixing with an indigenous woman, right, or indigenous man or whatever. Basically, half Spaniard, a Spaniard, and half indigenous. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what it means, right? Now, the thing is that with that labeling, now when you go into the Spaniard mixing with a black person or African person, there's no definition for that. You know, there's no definition for that whatsoever. They see blackness as something vitriolic. They see it as something disgusting to the point where part of the caste system, the definitions and the labels are coming from animals. So the word mulatto means mule. If anybody knew that, you know, when an indigenous and black person got together, the offspring became a label as a lobo, meaning wolf. So and also when I believe when a mulatto and a lobo, right, got together and they had an offspring, it will be called, I believe the last time I checked was Chino or Chino, whatever the case is, which is a short variation of cochino, which is a longer variation of the word nasty or pig.
I didn't know that.
Wow. So this is what the Spanish did. And this is what we have today. When we have labeling in Latin America, we're not labeled by race. We're labeled by how much melanin and mixture we have, to the point where we have to figure out, okay, am I a mulatto? Am I a mule? Or, you know what I'm saying? These are derogatory terms that we still practice. It's part of white supremacy. And this is something that we got to get away from. So that whole, labeling in the caste system, that's something we got to get away from. That's something that we got to break chains in our minds to get away from that.
Okay, man, I'm glad. Man, you guys got this valuable information. Please hit the like buttons. Please share if you can, because this stuff is. And how much time more time you have? You good?
I got plenty of time. Don't worry about it. You good?
Okay, so I'm going to show a map here. Matter of fact, let me see. Come on, where is it? I open these up here, and these maps. This is more like an aha type thing, like aha. Anyhow, now we have different variations of Latin American maps, right? I'm quite sure you've seen some of them. And let me see. I got so many dang windows open. Where are you? Okay, here we go. All right, so let me go with this one here first. Now, if you notice, this is just a little observation for you. Do you notice that Haiti is not listed in this map?
The Caribbean isn't even listed in the map.
It just has like that, but it had the different Caribbean.
Yeah, it doesn't. And also, is it Belize there? Oh yeah, Belize is there.
Belize is there. I was shocked.
Yeah, me too.
When they connected to Honduras, right?
Yeah, usually, they'll have Belize out because according to some people, it's too black.
Oh. So go in here though.
My bad. Go ahead.
It's okay. Go in here. Notice This is another Latin American map. You have Dominican Republic.
Wait, why is Haiti so separated? It's
You see
together.
that?
It's
You
one
see that?
island. It's one island.
You see that empty space right there?
Yeah, and where's Belize at?
And yeah, you don't see that either, right?
It's
You
supposed to
see,
be. Isn't it next supposed to be next to Ghana or something like that?
yeah, around in
Yeah,
this
yeah,
area.
yeah, 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 yeah. That's weird. Okay.
So, and then these here, these are the, I believe it's some of the Caribbean islands, I
Yeah,
believe.
the Bahamas. Yeah, yeah. The Bahamas. That's Puerto Rico. The damn. Why they gotta do Haiti like that? It's one island. It's not separated.
I'm like looking at this, so you would think that, okay, all right, they kind of admitting that Haiti's part of Latin America, but
Yeah,
here, this is probably your most closest that you're going to get, right?
yeah, 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 yeah. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, actually, they got Jamaica there. Okay.
Yeah, they got them linked up.
They got that. And
They got
then
Trinidad is linked to Venezuela, but that's considered Caribbean instead of Latin America.
that is considered Caribbean. Yeah, you're
So,
right.
so you see what I'm saying? It's like all
Yeah,
these things are connected, but it seemed like if it's black, is not part of the Latino
yeah, yeah,
region.
yeah.
Where and then because there is a big discrepancy because people keep trying to push away the fact that Haiti is not a part of Latin America, even though hell, Haiti and Dominican Republic were the same, and it's right in between Cuba and Puerto Rico. So this is the thing that I want to get your take on. Like, why are people saying these things?
Well, it goes back to white supremacy. It goes back to um, taking away blackness from Latin America as much as possible. I best believe if Spain was anywhere near close outside of Europe to this map, it'll be all over the place. You know what I'm saying? It'll be literally all over the place. But it's to take away and ignore that piece of blackness. To me, the way first of all, a lot of Latin people don't even consider Brazilians Latinos.
Yeah, I heard about
You
that.
know, which is completely ignorant and stupid. I consider Brazilians Latinos. I even consider Haitians Latinos. There's a lot of cultural mixing that goes on. There's a lot of culturals, sharing that goes on into that place to the point where I see us pretty much damn near the same. Real quick history lesson in the Latin Kings. I know I just went back and I just threw a loop of Latin Kings, right?
From
But
Chicago.
really quick, yeah, in Chicago, really quick. In Latin Kings, a lot of people don't know that Jamaica and Haiti and Trinidad are part of the Latin Kings because part of their thing that in New York, King Blood did. Part of his creed or his declarations of King Independence or something, right? Anyway, part of his thing was the 5-point crown represents the 5 Caribbean islands.
Mm,
So Jamaica and Trinidad are part of that. So that's why you have certain Latin King members who are Jamaican and Trinidadian and Haitian. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that. But again, this is a map just to taking away parts of blackness. It's just to basically erase it, and it's part of white supremacy. I'm not surprised or shocked in any way, shape, or form because of it. You know.
okay, because I'm glad that I had to have you on the panel because if I tell it, I'm wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. So, but I appreciate you.
No, I feel you. I feel you.
Appreciate you breaking that down. For those people that are here, please hit the like button, subscribe. I mean, more people should be here listening. Now, I wanted to go over this map for another reason too. Now, because you got a lot of brothers that travel, that like to go and either date or discover things, do business, whatever it is, in these different places here. Are you able to break down some of the places where guys, like adults, guys, can go or shouldn't go?
Well, to me, that's a weird question because I would say anywhere you could go.
All through Latin America, even
All
Mexico.
all through that, yeah, even Mexico. I don't see why not. There's been plenty of guys from the Manosphere movement who've gotten to Mexico and fell in love with it. There's a lot of people that from the Manosphere that goes to Dominican Republic and falls in love with it. Brazil and Puerto Rico and all these other places. So it's not. There's no place in Latin America where you can't, go. You know what I'm saying? No, it's pretty much open to be. Even in Dominican Republic, there's a small community of Black Americans that actually live there. They settled there and they live there. A lot of people don't know that.
Okay. So you guys hear that, all right? So, because I'm just trying to make sure that everybody hear from other people, not just us.
Yo, yo, yeah, yeah. No, I feel you. I feel you.
Okay. So, I'm pretty, let me see. Oh man. So we gotta get. We ain't even get to the deep questions yet, huh? Okay.
Nah, it's all good because listen, I understand that there's certain groups of people and there's certain people that says black people shouldn't be going to our shut up. It is what it is. At the end of the day, people are exploring, so it is what it is. Who cares? Leave it alone. You know what I'm saying, and
Okay.
and most of these people who say that live at home. They're a bunch of losers that haven't gotten any choach in God knows how long. You know what I'm saying? Please.
So I'm not sure if you can answer this question, but because it's kind of deep. Now, back in the day, like you mentioned before, with the Fidel Castro and Malcolm and all that. So you had Latinos identifying with Malcolm X and Martin to some extent. You got into the culture like Motown and so on. So although today we have somewhat like example the Farrakhan's and the Obama images, right, etc. Why is there so often a connection with your Easy E's and Tupac's and Lil Wayne's for the most part compared to these other guys I mentioned with
You got to
Latin?
break. You got to break that down. What you mean by that?
So, for example, like back then, like you mentioned, like we were talking about Fidel Castro and all of them being connected with Malcolm, and matter of fact, even doing things for New York, stuff like that, uh, or just mainly just the connection part, the emulating type thing. You had Motown, like because I know for sure, it looks like Latin Americans are way more infatuated with Motown than we are, hands down. Okay, um, and we talking about the older ones, but today and probably for the last 20 years maybe. I mean, we have image, like we have those same type of images like Malcolm and Martin today, but for some reason, a lot of the young Latinos are really connected to, I guess, quote unquote, hip hop culture more than the actual people that are actually doing, quote unquote, doing things on I guess, a radical Latino level. So I would just want to ask you, were you able to expand on that? Why that is? Like, they idolize your Tupacs, your Easy E's, your Lil
Oh
Wayne's.
yeah. First of all, we gotta be real that Black American culture is very influential. Um, Black American culture is influential not only with the music but with the fashion choices, with the vernacular,
Hmm.
with everything that happens within the world. Black Americans have influenced a lot. Taking Black Americans out, you're being disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? Taking Black Americans out of anything, you're capping. You're pretty much capping. You know what I'm saying? So it's not hard to see why young Latinos, you know, gravitate towards Black American culture or Black American rap because that's the it thing. If Latin people had the same influence and the same cultural impact that Black Americans have, everybody be dancing to Tito Puente and stuff or 6ix9ine. You know what I mean? But that's not it. So we have to be real. But this is the double-edged sword when it comes to that. You have certain Latin folks who imitate Black American culture, who imitate Black vernacular, but in the same breath practice white supremacist rhetoric.
Mm.
You
Man,
know what I'm saying?
that's gonna be a deeper conversation
Oh
too.
yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But this is something that we gotta understand. You know, Latin folks, for the most part, we're always late when it comes to any cultural impact or anything that is it at the moment. You know, I would say Black Americans, when it comes to cultural impact and cultural, movement of the needle forward, Black Americans are number one. You know, I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna take a leap here, and I'm gonna say white folks are second in line to copying Black Americans,
Mm,
and Latin people, we're pretty much fourth or fifth in line to copying Black Americans because we're very late to the party with everything,
mm.
extremely late to the party with everything. So it's not hard to figure out why certain Latin young Latin kids gravitate to the Tupacs or see them as bigger than thou, or idolize them. It's not hard to tell.
Now it's not only Latinos, it's Asians, Arab.
Of course, Asians and white folks. You got them those wannabe gangster white folks with thug life tatted in their stomach and all that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, of
Yo-yo
course.
guy. Yeah, we call them the yo-yo guys.
Yeah, yeah, of course. But best believe they ain't gonna go to jail when they commit a crime. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean?
I hear you. Um, Now the question also is, let me see. Let's see what. Let me see. I might have skipped that question. So what often complaints? Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is a good question. So what are the often complaints you hear uh, from adults, Black people, and the complaints you hear from Latino people about uh, the different cultures? What are the complaints?
Well, from Ados, I hear that why they're coming here. Go back to your country. You're not. You're stealing our jobs. And again, it's not these people's fault. It's white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it real. If you're a group of people that came here for a better lifestyle, and the system of white supremacy is allowing you to be here, don't get mad at Latin folks. Get mad at the system of white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what it is. But that's what I see Ados basically talk about, that we need to get back give jobs back to Black Americans, which is 100% true. You know. Um and again, I think I explained this in the beginning, that Latin people are used as a buffer to economically disenfranchise Black Americans here, and that's done deliberate because of white supremacy. This is something we got to understand. But that's the complaints that I see from ADOS, right? From Latin folks, right? I'm gonna separate this from Latin folks who are not racially aware, and then I'm gonna include the ones who are racially aware, right? So the ones who are not racially aware, they could care less. They just want to do their job and go home. They really do not care whatsoever about Black people, about anybody. They just want to go home, send money back home to their country, which I disagree with, but whatever. Send money back home to their country, and that's it. Just wake up the next day. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? That's all they could care about. That's all they do, right? Now, the racially aware ones, and when I say racially aware, these are the racist Latin folks. These are the ones, what they want a separation between Black folks and them. They
okay.
want a community that it's not so integrated. They're separatists, basically, pretty much. They're separatists from for the most part.
Hmm. Okay. All right. So hope you guys get this information. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe
Brother,
to.
give me 1 minute, bro. Give me 1 minute, all right? Give me 1 minute. My fault. Give me 1 minute.
Not a problem. So please hit the like buttons. Please subscribe to Radical Latinos channel. I have a feeling that we're going to be having more conversation because, man, this stuff is getting deeper. Um, I try to have these conversations because these are the honest conversations that we don't get enough of. People are trying to hold front and all this. No. But I appreciate people coming through, and later on, I'm going to be sending links to those people that want to come up and join the conversation, ask questions based on what you heard. Uh, Again, the one flew over the cuckoo's nest crew. You're not coming up.
Yeah, sorry about that, bro. My wifey just came back home. You know, I had to say what's up, what's up. You know,
Oh, you didn't ask
um,
where's my grits or nothing? I'm
yeah,
joking.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah. So,
Yeah, but let's continue. Yeah, let's go on.
okay. So now, um, the other question is how much history of the African presence in Latin America or in the Americas often are discussed in Latin American circles.
None.
Wow.
I'm gonna be 1,000% with you. None. Within our communities, within ourselves, none of it is discussed either because we don't know it. We don't even know it exists. When it comes to native history, some of it gets talked about, but that's basically it.
Wow, that's deep.
So some of it gets talked about, some of it, gets swept under the rug, when it comes to native culture. When it comes to black, nothing. The only thing that is talked about is when they say, "Well, you have black in you." They were like, "Oh yeah, 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 yeah," because we're mixed with three races: the Spanish, Native, and the blacks. That's what we mix. And they got little symbolic monuments with all three races, like that means something. You know what I mean? But in reality, none of it is discussed until you actually go out and actually find out for yourself. It's not discussed in schools and it's not discussed at home.
Wow. Now, I remember, let me see, in Arizona, I believe it was Tucson, they definitely took out cultural studies statewide. I think the lady name was Jane something, the one that put her finger in Obama's face. I forgot her name, but um, the superintendent of the time, his reasoning that the reason why they took cultural studies out of school because it was mainly for the reason of having Latino Americans study cultural history, but they were very hungry with that history. The superintendent he stated that he took it out because it's going to make Latinos hate white people based on the history and
Yeah,
stuff.
and this is something that we have to understand. And please don't take this the wrong way, but black people here in this country have been constantly reminded they were slaves, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, don't take this the wrong way. I'm just saying it for what it is.
Don't kill the
You know,
messenger. Mm-hmm.
um, yeah, yeah, yeah. We're constantly reminded that black folks were slaves, and constantly reminded what position in society black folks are in. With us, we weren't given that speech. With us, when it comes to history, they're like, "Oh yeah, yeah, well you guys were enslaved." But anyway, listen. So this is the Spanish and the Spanish. You know what I'm saying? You
Mm-hmm.
literally have Latin people up in Latin America walking around dark as hell, calling themselves Spanish and not knowing what that even means. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? Spaniards even say this in everybody's faces that we are not the same, to the point where they got a derogatory term towards us called sangre sucia, meaning dirty blood. Why
Wow.
do we have dirty blood according to them? And what is the clean blood according to them? Let me guess. The black and native blood means that it's dirty. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
this is what they say about us. And in our parents' home country, all they talk about is how the Spanish did all these amazing things. And they talked about slavery. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Literally, they'll talk about slavery in one sentence, but that's about it. Yep.
So
You know what I'm saying?
so this goes into. So I'm gonna skip a question. because it goes right into my whole thing about why so many Latinos don't talk about slavery in parts of Latin America when it was all over the place, where there was proof. There's they got stuff in their legislature, they got things in their what do you
Yeah,
call it,
no,
museum.
listen, you're right. A lot of black folks helped us out fight the Spanish. Haitians helped Ecuador get their independence from the Spanish. You know what I'm saying? But this is the reason why a lot of Latin people aren't aware of this because they're not taught. Black folks here are constantly reminded, hey yo, don't get too brave because you're black. You're still in a position of subjugation. With us, no, they don't do none of that. They confuse us to the point where we're thinking that, oh, I am blanquito, you know what I'm saying? And when we come here thinking that we can mix it up with white folks, we get a rude awakening.
Hmm.
And it always happens. It always happens. I've seen Mexicans in restaurants with a confused look, wondering why a white person just called them a spigger, meaning a spick and a nigger,
Mm-hmm.
with a confused look in their face, thinking that I thought I was them. No, Jorge, you weren't.
Mm. I knew this gonna come out. I knew it was gonna turn out like this, man. Appreciate you coming through.
Yeah, no problem,
Uh,
bro. I just gotta speak the facts.
yeah, because that's the people I run with out here. So what is the difference between Latinos and Latinx? Because they keep throwing that out there.
Okay. Latinx is an LGBT tactic.
Oh, okay.
Um, there's no such thing as Latinx. If you're non-binary, that's on you. That's cool. Then you're Latinx. That's all good. You know what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
Latinx, no. It's an LGBT tactic, and politicians use it as a way to get in close with the Latin community, but the Latin community rejects that type of notion. There's no such thing as Latin X. You know, if that was the such a thing, that then it is what we would be calling each other Latin X. But this goes to show how conquered Latin people are, because when you're a conquered people and we don't have a race classification, that's when outside entities could come in and start relabeling us whatever they want. And this proves it. Hispanic, Latino, and now Latinx. Look how they're trying to force that Latinx term on us. You know what I'm saying? Which I completely disagree. The whole Latinx means you don't identify with a gender, which is completely dumb, but it is what it is. I really could care less. I don't even want to get in a conversation about that. But if you want to identify with that, that's cool. But that's not the whole community. You know what I'm saying? So those LGBT people are the ones that's trying to force that Latinx thing on us when we're not Latinx.
Mm.
The
Okay.
same way how they're putting gay stuff in cartoons and gay stuff in movies and all. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, I don't got an issue with that, but don't force it down my throat. Pause. Pause. But don't force. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. Like, that's what. Like, nah.
Okay. So, and for those people that I'm going to invite, if they want to come up and join in the conversation, look in your email. Again, we trying to make this one flew over the cuckoo's nest free. Um, now, based on your observation of events and what do you think Latinos want from Black people as a whole?
What? Repeat that. I didn't hear you. What's up?
Based on your observation of events that happened over the years and then now, what do you think Latinos want from Black people as a whole?
Collectively, Latin people still believe that nothing. They don't want nothing from black folks whatsoever. Which is completely stupid. They think that for the most part, they think racism is just a black issue, which is not. Um, and that's due to lack of education, and that's due to a lot of colonization within that mind. You know, um, for the most part, when something happens to black folks, regardless of ADOS or non-ADOS lineage, black folks come together. That's facts. You know what I'm saying? Black folks come together regardless of anything, and that's what unity is. Latin people don't. Adam Toledo, which is a 9-year-old kid, got shot by police, and they used every tactic in their arsenal that they used when Ahmaud Arbery got shot, when Trayvon Martin got shot, Tamir Rice. They did all of that. Well, he was a delinquent. What was he doing outside and all this other stuff? Latin people went out and protested. Guess how many showed up? 20.
Damn.
20 showed up. That never happens in the black community. Never. Eric Garner gets choked out. Didn't even get shot. Gets choked out. 500,000 black folks are outside. That's unity. We don't have that because one, we're politically ignorant, and two, we're on that tribalism stuff, and three, we're not aware of what white supremacy is. We are not aware of what white supremacy is, and we think that white supremacy is just a black thing. No, it's not just a black thing. It affects us too, and there's been plenty of examples that it does.
Now, you mentioned Trayvon Martin, and we had these conversations about Zimmerman, and pretty much a lot of your white supremacists really were pushing and supporting Zimmerman. I think some people in his chat as well. Wink, wink. People in the chat.
Yeah, yeah.
But at the same time, he used the Latino card.
Yeah, I'm gonna break that down.
Okay.
Remember in the beginning how I said Latinos, we're not a monolith?
Mm-hmm.
And this is where the trick bag that we go into. And this is I'm gonna really go deep into this, and I don't want no one to get offended. All right. The only thing the majority of Latinos should be identifying with is native or black. That's it. Even light-skinned Latinos like J-Lo or Ugly Betty, if you know how she looks like, those are light-skinned Latinos who should identify within black or native, anyone in between, right? Light-skinned Latinos. This is a difference why I'm differentiating it. Light-skinned Latinos. Now, there's a term called Anglo Latinos. And who are the Anglo Latinos? The Cameron Diaz of the world, the Canelos of the world. The Canelo, the boxer, Canelo,
right?
He's an Anglo Latino. Now, the Louis C.K. People didn't even know Louis C.K. was half Mexican. He's an Anglo Latino, and this is why I'm differentiating it. Anglo Latino should not be part of our conversation. Should not represent the Latin community. Why? Because those are the Anglo Latinos that will side with white folks and will be like, well, I'm Latino, so according to that, I'm a minority, and I say that this doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Then becomes a whole talking representative to us when it's completely BS. No. Those are the Anglo Latinos, and just because they're Latino, shit, now they're supposed to be part of our group. No. I say no. The only people that should be talking about anything are the light-skinned to dark Latinos. That's it. Those are our people. And that's who we should be talking about what Latin issues are. Because for the most part, those Anglo Latinos always side with whiteness. They always side with whiteness. Let me give you an example. When's the last time you seen Cameron Diaz argue about she's always getting white roles and not a Latina role?
Oh, I haven't heard it.
Exactly. My point is proven. So when you have these Anglo Latinos with the whole, I'm a minority, I'm this, I'm that, that's all BS. That's all BS. They shouldn't be a part of our thing. And this is the reason why it's a trick bag. We need our own racial classification. Why? Because politically, now we'll have a way to move. You feel me? The
Mm,
whole Latino thing, that means anybody could come in and infiltrate. We're not that.
mm.
We're not that. So now let me just move on a little bit. Now, with that being said, and your question was, what was it again?
It was just mainly Zimmerman.
Okay, Zimmerman. Now, with that being said, Zimmerman, he himself said he's not Hispanic. Let's keep it 1,000. His mother is Honduran, and his dad is German, a white dude. You know what I'm saying? He came out light brown. Okay, cool. In many interviews, he himself has said that he is not Hispanic. So what is he? He's a white man. He said it himself. He is a white man. So when people use the Hispanic label on him, you're mislabeling him because he is a white man, according to him.
Okay.
So when it comes to Zimmerman don't represent the whole Latin community. You know what I'm saying? He's a white boy. You know what I'm saying? He's a
The
Chad.
chat is going crazy, especially this lady called
Catalina, yeah,
I
yeah.
never seen her before, but I guess
Well, listen. I bring out the trolls. It's all good. It's all good. But like I said, we gotta differentiate. We gotta differentiate. Just because you Latino, you ain't my family. You know what I'm saying? All skin folk and king folk. You heard? So
hmm
when I'm talking about, Anglo Latinos, those are the ones running our country back home, our parents' home country. Those are the ones. And when people say, well, you guys, y'all hate the black folks in your community. Yeah, you're talking about the Anglo Latinos who are not us. Those are the white supremacists in our group, in our home country. Because when they come here, they side with white folks to the point where the white folks don't even know they're Latino until you find out their last name. Oh, Cameron Diaz, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? Come on.
I saw her in person at Whole Foods. I'm like, oh hell no.
Exactly. Come on, bro. Come on,
Dude,
bro.
you know how you talk to celebrities? Not I'm like, I'm not even talking to her. She
Yeah,
was
come
just
on, bro. Come on,
hell.
bro. There's nothing Latina about her, bro. Come on, bro. And plus, those last names, those Hispanic last names, they come from Spain, bro. Come on. Come on. You know what I'm
Now, this
saying?
so people are not really coming through what I send links to. So, do you want to entertain a conversation with this Catalina Castillo person?
I know for a fact she's a troll, and
Okay,
it's really up to her if she wants to come up.
yeah, okay. Well, and anyone else, do not hit this link because I'm not bringing you up.
How about this? How about this? Let this Catalina girl
hmm
hit me up on Instagram, radical underscore Latino
Okay,
underscore. I'll send you the link.
okay.
All right, Catalina, listen, hit me up on Instagram, radical underscore Latino underscore. Hit me up on Instagram. I'll send you the link. How about that?
Yeah, because
How
I'm kind
about
of
that?
curious because she's probably trying to set the tone back to how people.
Oh, look at that. No IG. Then you ain't coming up, ma. It's all good.
You
You
gotta
could,
respect.
you could, you could, you could, you could, you could cry with your little flat booty over there. Anyway, so she probably a meth head. But anyway, so the thing is that we shouldn't be allowing other folks to come into this conversation. When it comes to Latin folks, there's a differentiator of Anglo Latinos, and that's something that I'm talking about. You feel me?
Right.
And once I mind you, look at this. Once I said that, once I differentiated it, look at how the chat just started wilding out. You feel me? So it says something.
Yeah, so people that are listening out there, I have to respect the host's wishes. If he wants her to come through Instagram, then you gotta respect the host. On that note, man, I can't believe we went through all the questions, man. I thought that
Nah, it's all good, bro. If anybody wants to say, ask me anything in the joint in the
Yeah,
chat.
yeah. If anybody have any questions in the chat, feel free
Not
to.
no retarded questions. Like, come on, keep it real.
And shout out to Anastasis for the Cash App. Yeah, that's my little.
Look at that. I'm not doxing myself. What's part of doxing yourself? You're just gonna hit me up on IG. I'm gonna send you the link. What's part of that is doxing? You see what I'm talking about? You see
Hmm,
what I'm talking about? Come on, please. Get out of here with that.
yeah, they coming at. Oof, pretty interesting.
I
Yeah,
don't
so
care. I don't care. Listen, that person is probably a 35-year-old fat fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, please.
yeah, so I'm definitely setting the setting the tone. When I have guests up here, I gotta because a few times I let people come up that I thought I could trust and whatever,
And then
and they
what? They show with penis pictures and all that.
no, just like attacking my guest or whatever, and I'm like,
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Nah,
I'm
listen,
just
I don't mind. I
very
don't mind. I don't mind the attack. I don't mind the attack, but at least come up with something credible. No, I'm not Puerto Rican. I don't know where you got that from. I mean,
you bring the anger out of people, huh?
I guess so. Shout out to Max. Really appreciate you being here, brother Radical. Shout out to Max, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, man. Listen, thank you to Art for having me.
Oh, you got my brother over there. That's we talk Portuguese. He says, "Como vai, irmão?" But yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
it's okay.
somebody says, why are Latino dudes spewing some racist shit on videos of black men and Asian women? I don't know nothing about the Asian women, but just to answer that question, we gotta understand when you go deep into the subject matter and the mentality of white supremacy, you gotta understand is that when that happens, you're gonna have to associate with a group of people. These Latin folks are associating with whiteness and they see blackness. Let's be honest, they see blackness as a challenge, and they see blackness as this black person right here is going to breed me out. So they're scared. So they believe the same thing that some of these white supremacists believe. They believe that I'm gonna ethnically get cleansed out, but these Latin folks who do that are retarded because that's what white supremacists say about you. Let's be completely honest. When
And
a when a Latino gets with a white woman, that the product is gonna be a Latino kid. Let's be honest. It's gonna be brown as hell. True or not true? It's gonna be brown as hell.
so
That's
again,
you know what I'm saying?
Catalina, Catalina, if you have an Instagram, he said just shoot him a Instagram message and he'll give you a link. So we ain't running. We just respecting the guest. And
Yeah,
AM,
because then everybody else is gonna come in and all that other stuff. Listen, Catalina, I know for a fact you got mad troll accounts. Hit me up and I'll send you the link. That's it.
and AM1 asked again. We asked about the Latinx. He was asking what is. He said, "Can you ask him what he thinks about the term Latinx? What do you think about
It's completely ridiculous. It's not something that we should be embracing. Politicians and news organizations use it to pander to us. So it is what it is. We shouldn't be using it. If a certain small percent, less than 1% of Latin folks identify with Latinx, that's cool. I'll call you Latinx. You know what I'm saying? But that's not the whole community. Don't call us Latinx. That's LGBT type of a way to force us to using something that we don't identify with.
it?" And we have a good brother named Prophet of Thought Series. I have a feeling he might want to interview you as well.
Oh, really? Oh,
He has
okay,
a,
cool.
he has a very good channel. Um,
Why that sound that name sounds so familiar, bro?
he's been around. I'm only been around since April of 2019. So
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, his that channel sounds real familiar. Okay, cool, bro.
And the question is, for no guarantees, I came in late, Radical to what area, country can adults, men be woke? Oh, we already asked that, but
Yeah. I'll repeat it again. Anywhere. There's no sundown town in Latin America. You know what I'm saying? Anywhere. ADOS is pretty much, open for anyone. Latin America is open for anybody. Don't I said this before. Dominican Republic, right, has a Black American community there. It's called the Samanas of America. You know what I'm saying? So Black Americans are pretty much, it's pretty much open for everybody. There's no gatekeeper that says, wait a minute, what kind of black are you? You know what I'm saying? Don't believe some of these people. Don't believe some of these Latin people that say you can't come in there. That's all BS.
okay. And then we have my brother here that's been traveling the world. If you hear him, just imagine him with like a scarf and some gargles, with some gloves,
Oh
some
yeah, oh yeah. Okay.
hanky. This is brother Nagon 11 here. Welcome, brother.
Arton, tudo bem, amigo?
Estou bem, você?
Tá bom, tá bom. Fala comigo sobre o que está acontecendo agora, né?
Yeah, total coisas americano, Latino.
Coisa e tudo, né? Who's this radical Latino?
Yes. What's going on, bro? How you doing?
Como está, amigo? Tá aí?
Aquí nomás, tú sabes.
Tá aí,
Sobreviviendo aquí, tú sabes.
tá aí. Habla comigo, né? Habla comigo.
Ok, vamos a
Dígame.
hablar. ¿Qué pasó?
Nada. Me gustaría saber por qué muchísimo latino en América do
Uh-oh.
Sul.
We asked that up already too. But go ahead.
Okay. América do Sul. No, 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 no les gusta, no les gusta negros americanos. Habla, habla cosas muy malas y feas también. Me gustaría saberlo. Esta es su opinión. Dígame, me gustaría saberlo.
Ok, la opinión mía de unos latinos no gustando a afroamericanos. ¿Eso es lo que es?
¿Mm? ¿Verdad?
Oh, okay. So is that what you're asking me?
Sí.
Okay.
Me gustaría saber.
Well. Like I said it before. Again, it's a combination of a lot of things. It goes from being part of Latin America and being in America themselves, right? So in Latin America, we got to understand that white supremacy is a global thing. So in Latin America, the negative images of blackness is always going to be shown out, in Latin America. So you're definitely going to have those negative attributes that certain Latin people are going to see as of black people, because in the news they always see in America black person is getting arrested, black person is being shown shooting up a place, and all this other stuff, right? So you're going to see the negative aspects of America. So they're going to automatically have a confirmation bias based on that. So that's the reason why the negativity comes in. So when they come into this country, automatically they're already brainwashed and thinking, oh man, these are the black folks that they told me about. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is.
Yeah. You definitely see some hatreds coming from some folks. A lot who are there are okay, but when they come here, their whole idea changes. It's a very interesting dynamic.
Fam, I thought you only spoke Spanish. Goddamn.
No. Si habla español más.
I say, goddamn. I was like, yo, I gotta translate that. Goddamn.
No,
This man travels.
Yeah. Oh, shout out to him, bro. Shout out to him.
No. Prefiero de hablar inglés porque la mayoría de gente aquí no habla nada, ¿entiendes?
Oh, no, yo entiendo. La cosa es tú tienes que entender como una vez tú hablas español, inglés, tú sabes, para confundirlo.
Yeah, verdad.
Yeah. My fault. But go ahead.
Tú sabes.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's just something kind of interesting. I see that that happens. I've traveled South America. I've been
Okay, and Judge out there, sorry, brother, you got to have an email.
I just had a call coming in. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I've traveled and I've been to Spain and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
I so I see a lot. I see that there's some cultures that are very accepting of that have the element in it very heavily. Like
Yeah.
the Panamanian culture, the Venezuelans seem to be very
Yes.
comfortable.
Yes.
The others,
A lot of
Colombia.
Panamanians get confused by Jamaicans. So yeah.
Yeah. They do. They do. So so they have it. So we see it, but I find the dynamic to be interesting. You're here just on the show. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just kind of asked that question a little bit just to kind of
No,
see.
no, it's all good. Hopefully I answered that question right. Hopefully I answered that question
Yeah,
right and satisfactory, but
yeah,
like I said, it really depends, on a lot of things. Some people be coming with that racist mentality, some people don't, you know what I'm saying? Especially when we're talking about Latin folks here in America, in the East Coast, a lot of times Latin people are wild cool with black folks for the most part. I'm not saying all. I'm just saying for the most part.
y'all from the same
In
neck of the woods, Radical.
what happened?
Y'all from the same neck of the woods.
Oh, word? Oh, you're from the
Yeah,
You're from the Bronx, bro?
from New York.
Well, I'm just above it. I'm in the Westchester County area.
Oh,
Part
okay. Okay. So wait. Westchester County. Hold on. Wait, Westchester. You in Yonkers or
I'm right next to it. Right next to the
Oh, okay. That's all you gotta say. I think I know. Okay. Shout out to you, bro. So yeah, he's close to the Bronx, so he knows what I'm talking about. A lot of people in Westchester County say that the Bronx ends in Yonkers, and a lot of people in the Bronx say no, it don't. No, it don't. Like, but like I said, like in the East Coast, the Latinos are wild cool with black for the most part. Not all. I'm not trying to cherry pick here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to lie either. For the most part, Latinos are wild cool with black folks, because for some reason, I don't know what it is, but we're aware of the dynamic of what white supremacy is. In the West Coast, there's, like I said, there's a coon spirit. I don't know what it is, but there's a lot of cooning going on in the West Coast. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
they have that animosity when it comes to blackness, and I think it has a lot to do with the gang culture. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think that's what it has a lot to do with.
Yeah, I would say so. I also think just when you look on the West Coast, I think it's really a numbers game. I think it comes down to what ethnicities tend to have numbers, push more economically, politically, and so forth. And I think that drives a lot of. I think that drives a lot of the a lot of negative issues. That's just what I see. So I think it's a drive for social space in so many respects. But it would be good if folks did work together. But I certainly do understand the problems that exist. Like I said, I've learned Spanish. I've learned a lot of the Latino community. I've picked up a lot. I've learned a lot. But I see where there are a lot of problems between both of the communities that exist, and a lot of it is racism. There's a lot of
Anti-blackness. There's a lot of anti-blackness, and
there's a lot of that.
we get that from the Spanish. Well, again, we're been indoctrinated. Latin people have been indoctrinated because of the Spanish. Spanish started white supremacy. Spanish started the slavery. Spanish started all of this. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to that, obviously you're gonna have some messed up people thinking black folks are negative. They're gonna see blackness as negative. They want to mejorar la raza, bettering the race for a lot of people who don't know. So that concept came from the Spanish. So this is not something, don't blame, for example, don't blame the broken glass. How did that glass get broken in the first place? You feel me? So we as Latin folks, we've been conquered to the point that we see, like I keep on saying, blackness as negative. Why? Because of the Spanish. They indoctrinated us.
Would that be a case of Stockholm syndrome a little bit?
Pretty much. If you really wanted to break it down, it is, because scientifically we've proven that trauma gets passed down genetically. So that does get passed down. Now the thing is, we got to understand, Spanish is not our original language. Christianity is
Right.
not our original religion. You feel
That's
me?
right.
So
Yeah.
this is something that we got to understand, that it was forced upon us. And because it was forced upon us, what other negative attributes were forced upon us that we ended up getting? Oh, whiteness is good. You know what I'm saying? So we got to understand, the stuff that we're in. We got to understand that, because if we don't, then we're just going to be like, oh, well, you know, Latin people are just this and that and a bunch of coons. You know what I'm saying? But which is not the case.
Yeah.
For the chat, I mean, no disrespect, Trey. But when you call in people stuff that never claim anything, I can't bring you up. Or this other lady too. I'm hesitant to bring this other lady up. Nobody said that they're repping Russian ideologies and being communists and
Oh,
y'all.
are they talking about me saying that I'm a communist or whatever the case is?
Yeah,
Because I
that's
never
their
said that.
rhetoric. I'm like, if y'all were straightforward, then I'll try to be more, try to be more convincing to Radical Latino. But I have to respect his wishes. You guys look like y'all on some stuff. Y'all gonna ruin my live stream.
No, they're gonna just come and troll. You gotta understand, when white supremacists want to just troll, they're gonna waste your time. It is what it is. I don't got time to go into race relations one-on-one and try to disprove somebody. I'm good.
Ain't nobody afraid. I just don't feel like spending my Sunday with some people yelling and all that kind of stuff. I don't have
Yeah,
no.
facts.
Sorry. I don't have anything in this house that's Russian. Even if I'm late for work, I'm not Russian. Okay.
That's a bar. That was hard. That was a bar.
See, I don't know anything. They don't like us anyway over there. I don't care about no damn Russians. As an AM1 says, it's kind of like I'm in some way Latinos. Was it in some way Latinos are more dominated by white supremacy than so-called black adults people? What do you think about that statement?
I would say yeah, because again, we for the most part, a lot of Latin folks look up to whiteness as the end all be all. You know, look up to whiteness as something to achieve. So when you got white folks, you know, opening their arms, saying, "Come here," "Come here," is totally fine, and then indoctrinating you with that type of ideology. Yeah, you're gonna have a bunch of brown people walking around with the Nazi flag, talking about kill all black folks and all that other stuff. When in reality, this is what they think about you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
You're pretty right about that. A lot of people do see that, but
whoa,
Oh, they
damn,
got them.
Katharina got him. Oh man, she,
That's privacy.
uh-oh. No, but I interviewed a former white supremacist. He was pretty much down with the whole white supremacy until later on. And it's an old interview on my channel. Go check it out. And he pretty much said it like, yo, we allowed certain Latin folks around us. We just did it to allow them to have our talking points, but we didn't allow them in. They weren't going to marry our women. And I'm like, I'm glad you said that.
So what I'll probably do, since Catalina, the first time here, wink, wink, that in the chat. I would, if you want, Miss Catalina, you can do a one-on-one or something or whatever, and then address some of the things you heard. But I'm not going to have you guys come up here and disrespect my guests, because I've been there already. I'm not going back to the whole guest disrespecting type stuff. That's not my. I don't want my channel to be known for that.
Nah. Hold up, let me but what up, bro? What you were saying
oh
you was gonna say
yeah.
something.
I'm sorry, this might screen screwed up for a second. Yeah, I was just saying, there's a historical perspective here in this country where, let's say, many Mexicans, others came here into this country, large immigration, especially when we're talking at the turn of at the end of the 19th century, moving into the 20th. They were actively trying to petition to become whites, and whites were resistant to that. For them to be, kind of like how the Italians came here to the United States and then were considered, very much a white people, even though when they first came in here, this country in the mid 19th century through Louisiana, the ports of Louisiana and so forth, Sicilians primarily, they were pretty much considered a hardier, what they considered the white landowners, a hardier race of black people. Okay, but yet they then were considered white. So Latinos, in many respects, were trying to get that kind of declination as well, and didn't really get it. And I think they kind of fought against that, fought for that, and didn't get that. And I think that plays somewhat of a big role in racial consciousness or identity here in this country, as well as many want to be considered white, but yet are not considered that. And that seems to be somewhat problem, and it's been a big part of the history here in this country. Go ahead.
Yeah. The thing I'm gonna say about that is what was it? The fact that, how can I say this? Certain so in the 1930s or something like that, right? Our race classification was going to get changed to actually have a race classification, which we needed, right?
Right.
LOLAC, which is supposed to be a representation of the Latin community, which I say it's not. Pretty much, LOLAC is basically like a black Congressional Congress now. You know what I mean? Or the NAACP. You know what I'm saying? Who don't speak for the whole black community, but for some reason does a bunch of stuff for it. But whatever. LOLAC ended up saying, yo, we're suing y'all because we want to be white. We want that racial classification to stay white. At that time, they thought it was a good thing. But the stupid thing about it is that let's look who LOLAC represented. They're supposed to represent Latin folks, right? LOLAC was made up by 2 Russians and 1 Mexican. The majority of the heads of LOLAC are Mexican, who don't speak for the whole community because we have two different experiences, right? Bunch of tribalism. It is what it is. I'm not going to get into that right now. But they said that no, we shouldn't be consider anything else but white, and they fought for that and they won, messing it up for everybody else. So because of that, now you have a bunch of Latin folks who's dark as hell talking about I Spanish, I white, I know black papi. You know what I'm saying? So when you have those type of people, now the ideology and the mindset is changing a little bit. Now you have institutions who are basically trained to put down white when you see a Latin last name, just to put down white, regardless. You see this in hospitals, schools, prisons, in the judicial system, everywhere. You automatically put down white regardless. And it's to me, I'm saying it's a big issue. I disagree with that.
Okay, you guys are getting this in the chat. Feel free to hit the like button. Subscribe to the Radical Latino. We're having a conversation. If you guys missed some of the questions, you might want to listen to the playback. We went over a lot of questions, huh?
Yeah, we did.
Jeez. We even went through the map. You know, I think a lot of people didn't even know that Haiti is part of Latin America. Now, as far as did you break down the difference between Latino and Hispanic?
Yeah. Wait, hold on real quick. Wait. All right, I'm telling my people to come by and see my interview and all that. All right. So the difference between so Hispanic is a made-up term here in America. Latino is a made-up term, but at least we had some say into it, because some South Americans got into the mix and said, "Hey, yo, we should be called Latinos," right? That's the reason why it's called Latin America. But anyway, but still, at the end of the day, it's not our term. Now, Hispanic is supposed to mean Spanish speaking with connection to Spain, which I completely disagree with. Latino means Latin born in Latin America and all that other stuff, but has no connection to Spain, which I agree with, but still it's a made up term and a made up definition. My thing is that we shouldn't be using none of these terms, especially having definitions connecting to Spain whatsoever. I completely disagree with that because, again, we shouldn't be having no connections to our oppressors, nor should we be okay with having any connection or any camaraderie with our oppressors. That's like Black Americans calling themselves Black Americans and then having British people connected to that definition. That doesn't make sense. So when it comes to those definitions, that's what it is. But I completely disagree with both of them.
Now, Catalina, I hope you're getting all this down because you got to, listen to all this stuff, write down all the stuff you disagree with, and if you want to be able to do like a one-on-one, like in the beginning of one of my main live streams, then you're more than welcome. But as far as having an exchange that the guests do not want, we're just not having it. And shout out to Mike V for the Cash App.
Yeah, I'm Rick James.
Yeah, so all the people that's coming in here trolling and stuff like that, y'all should be paying the brother,
Yeah.
out or anything. So yeah, because what I do here, man, is even though we hear all some of the coon talk or what have you, we still got to hear some of it, and then even try to reference it a certain way to where we be able to, make some sense. Every now and then, sometimes when they say enough, they start telling on themselves. But go ahead, brother Nagon.
Yeah, well, I want to address something real quick. Somebody says our oppressors ? Bro, you're Spanish. No, I'm not, because if I was Spanish, Spaniards will be calling me Spanish and will be having me up in the mix. Spaniards say that Latin Americans, we have dirty blood. So no, we're not Spanish. But let's continue.
Brother Nagon, go ahead.
I think some of the questions are kind of interesting. I just wanted to get an idea as to how he saw kind of the Black, kind of Latino thing. I've traveled, like I said, throughout South America. I've gotten a lot of love. I cannot say that I haven't, but I find some are operate one way when they're there, and they're here. You kind of see a slightly different attitude, and and I do understand why that is. But that's pretty much it. Just looking at the dynamics, and that's it. Radical Latino. Muchas gracias, amigo. All right.
De nada. Muchas gracias.
Verdad. And I just just wanted to drop that a little bit, and see some people ask some good questions, and that's about it. My man Art sent me the link, so I just decided I would stop on over. And Art, eu falarei com você depois, tá bom? Okay.
Sim, tá bom.
Okay, falamos.
All right.
All right.
Wow. So again, if anybody have any questions down in the chat, please feel free to put it in there. But as far as some other stuff about you wanting to go ahead and fight or whatever, don't have to.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it 3 more minutes or 2 more minutes. But then I'm gonna break out. But yeah, we should definitely do a part 2 if you want to, bro.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, because I want to probably do these on Sundays, and
yeah,
or because it seemed like that's probably the most chilled day.
Yeah.
Quote unquote.
Yeah.
Or what I may do, or what I can do, like if you leave, I'll probably bring them up while you leave, and then have them say something, and then you can just listen and whatever.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I got other things. I got other things to take care of. But before I leave, I will say, Art, thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for opening the platform. By the way, anything you disagree with what I said, or anything that you don't think is that you were cool with, or whatever.
What I try to do is not go into the whole convince Olympics. That's the thing, and the thing is that it's very important that whatever view comes, put it this way: whatever I say it's not supposed to be designed to make you change your frame of
Of
reference.
course, of course, of course.
So I have no. I'm just in gratitude of getting your information. And yeah, I mean, low key. I mean, I've known this for years.
Yeah.
All the stuff you're saying. I just want someone else to say it that that's that's not me. Put it that
Got it.
because
Gotcha, gotcha,
that's the
gotcha.
part that I want people to understand that this has been going on for years, and
Yeah.
this has come out of a millennial.
Yeah, yeah. Again, we don't have to agree to everything, you know. At the end of the day, I'm just a person that's against racism. You know, I'm not here to. I'm not cool with or will stand by people just spewing anti black whatever rhetoric, you know what I mean? So I will definitely call it out, you know. And I totally understand what the whole you know racial talk or whatever the case is. Like, certain people are cool with it, some people, like, you know, it's a very touchy subject, you know what I mean? And I totally understand that, but there's certain things that I feel like we do have to discuss, and it's very important to discuss and have common ground and have you know, conversation starters, you know.
Okay, well, I really appreciate you coming through, brother.
Yeah,
And,
thank you, thank you. Let me just say real quick. Remember, guys, if you guys want to hit me up on Instagram or Twitter, radical_Latino_. I got a YouTube channel, Radical Latino. You know, I put a podcast episode every Wednesday. I go live every Saturday. Also, I'm working on a documentary. I'm working on a documentary that is completely free. That's going to be completely free on YouTube. It's going to be a 4-part documentary series that's going to tackle about the relationship between Dominican Republic and Haitians.
oh,
And yeah, and I'm going to go deep from the beginning of the Taínos and the island, what happened to Christopher Columbus and the Spanish that they came, and everything till now, to modern days. You know, I'm even going to talk about Papa Doc. I'm even going to talk about Trujillo and all these other people. But anyway, again, my brother, thank you very much for having me. Much respect and shout out to you. And I'm gonna catch you everybody later.
all right. Appreciate you coming through, fam. So
All
we'll
right,
be in touch.
all right, peace.
Peace. Okay. So as you guys can see, um, hell, I might bring some people from China that I know, Japan. We need to have these conversations globally because, like he said, they're not a monolith. I don't think anybody's a monolith. So we have to have these conversations, get different points of view. Oh, we got a fighter. What is that flag? So we can get people's points of view and be respectful at that, and don't be disingenuous. You can't lie to a Leo. Okay, so give it to me straight. All right, so we got somebody coming up here. What's his name? Is Fighter Complex.
Yeah.
All righty.
What's going on? I got blocked in the chat.
You have black in the chat.
blocked.
Oh, blocked. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Maybe because I wasn't reading everything, but
Oh, no, probably because I was disagreeing, and they didn't like that. Whoever blocked me.
okay. So what do you want to share with us?
Man, I mean, I don't even know when to start, man. This dude, he was false. He said a lot of false things.
So give me some examples.
All right. Now let me ask you this question before I go. I go on with that. Do you think he said anything incorrectly?
It's not for me to say right now. So I want you to be able to give
Okay.
me
All right.
a point.
He compared. No, that's number one. He compared Cameron Diaz to Canelo. You can't compare Cameron Diaz to Canelo. Canelo is no Spanish. He grew up in Mexico, poor, and just because of his appearance, you're saying that he's not Latino. That he can't be with the issues. He can't be down with Latinos, or he can't sit at the table. That's ridiculous. Because back home in Dominican Republic, my grandmother, she adopted my mother as an infant, and she has blue eyes, like she had like a slight tan, but she's very European, predominantly European. So I'm gonna look and you're gonna tell me that that's not my grandmother, or she's not Latina? That's That's completely disrespectful. And he's, and let me tell you, right, like, he's not Latino. He never lived in none of these countries, Latin countries. Barely knows Spanish. And he said that the term Hispanic was coined. That's an American term. That's false. What do you think the island of that we know present today as Dominican Republic and Haiti? What was it called years back? Española.
Hmm.
This is
Now,
before.
what is your generation? Are you a millennial or a
I
Z?
was born in '92.
So you would be, what is that? Are you in your 20s?
Yeah, well, late. Yeah, 29. Just turned 29.
Okay, so you're millennial. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So Española, that was the name of the island before the United States even existed. So
Hmm.
th- those are false rhetorics. He doesn't like Latino. He doesn't like the word Latino, but that's his name.
Now, who came up with Latino?
No, because Latino has to do with the language, right? Because speaking the Latin language,
You
and I
saying that?
and
Wait a
then I
minute.
and I
You,
never heard and I never heard a Hispanic say that Brazilians are not Latino. I never heard that before.
so again, where did the name Latino come from?
Or I'm not sure, that might be more an American term, but not Hispanic.
Now, what did the term Hispanic come from?
Well, it means Spain. Well, I mean, it means speaking Spanish speaking. So even like a cultural Guinea, which is a country in Africa, they're considered Hispanic because they're Spanish speaking.
Hmm.
Yeah, look it up. They speak with the Z's, like straight like a Spaniard or like an Argentinian.
Now, do you consider Haiti part of Latin America?
Technically, they are Latino, but the difference is the same way you wouldn't consider a Jamaican Hispanic, right? Why wouldn't you consider a Jamaican Hispanic?
So let me show you the same thing I showed him about this
Yeah,
map.
yeah. So I saw the map.
Now, did you see the discrepancy between the three maps?
Because I think they were trying to reference to Hispanic countries. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because even Haitians don't consider themselves Latin.
So let's go with this map here. I'm kind of curious. I want to get your take on this here. All right. So this one here. Now, you said Spanish speaking. I believe that Brazil speaks Portuguese, correct?
Yes, they speak sports. Yeah, but they consider themselves Latin.
Okay. Well, we talk, so basically, why would this be different from this one? I'm curious. What's your take?
Wait, what are you talking about?
All right. So in this one here, this is a Latin American map, correct?
Okay, Latin America. Okay,
And it has pretty much things of how it is on, where you have Haiti there, connected Dominican Republic, so on. Even
right.
got
They got Jamaica there, and Jamaica's not even
right. I'm gonna
you
ask
know,
you. I'm gonna ask you
right.
about that later. I'm gonna ask you about that
Okay.
later. But over here, have not. There's no Haiti there or at all, but
There's not even Dominican Republic.
or Dominican Republic either. So,
Puerto Rico's not there. Cuba's not there.
question is, why so? That's what. What do you? Why you think that is?
Because maybe that the person that made the map is probably not the best map maker. No.
Okay. And then the other question too, we'll bring Catalina on here. The question also is, if you got Puerto Rico and Haiti and all that here, and you got
Right.
Jamaica over here,
Right.
but it's in the same vicinity as Latin America. Why is that? Why is that not included? I'm curious because
Well, the reason why it's not included is because, like I said, it's just culturally different.
how so? Because Haiti is considered Latin America.
No, well, Haiti's considered Latin America because of French, the French dialect, right?
So you're saying if Jamaica speaks English, they're not considered Latin America, like Belize, because Belize.
Belize, a lot of people, you know what's funny? A lot Belize has many Mexicans and Hondurans there. And a lot of
Oh,
people that speak Spanish.
okay. All right.
A lot.
So we have Catalina. I'm glad you came up. So what did you want to share with us?
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me on.
Okay.
I, gosh, hi, Fighter Complex.
What's going on, Catalina?
Todo bien, gracias.
No, okay, tranquilo, tranquilo.
Tranquilo. I don't know where to begin with this young
Oh,
guy.
right.
Um, well, here's the thing. I am anti this whole color thing. Agree or disagree with me, but I firmly believe that some not I mean, we should all be held accountable for our own actions, and we should all be, you know, trusted or mistrusted or whatever the case may be based on our actions, not based on our color. And when you do that, when you put color first, you're doing yourself and everyone around you a disservice because it's not about color. Yes, I know racism is out there. Uh, yes, I know that, there has been so many negative things that have happened in the past, but leave the past in the past and learn from it. Examine it, do whatever you got to do to learn from it and move forward. Move yourself away from all that. So for this guy to continue to like say talk about white supremacy and how we're oppressed, and well, first of all, we're not a monolith, you know. I
Miss Catalina, can you go in specifically on what he was saying? Because I sound like you're broad stroking a lot of his stuff, but can you go specifically on some of the things you want to challenge?
Well, this whole thing about dirty blood and how Spaniards are, saying that we have dirty blood. I have never heard that. Now, mind you, it could be because I was raised in America. However, I have so many um family, friends, everyone who is still in the Dominican Republic and who travel there often, the ones that live in the US, and I still have never heard that. Um, to me,
Catalina,
these
can I say
are
one thing to you?
yes, yes, please go ahead.
Remember the one of he's part of the Trinity, the founding fathers of Dominican Republic, Juan Pablo Duarte, right? He said, and which he even convinced when Haiti invaded DR, and then they fought for independence from Haiti, right? He even convinced Haitian regimes to side with Dominicans, right? What we now know as Dominicans. And his slogan was, "The Dominican flag shelters people of all races." That was his
Hmm.
motto.
Hmm.
So where are they at now with that?
You
It's still
know,
the same because
I'm
I don't.
sorry.
We're you can say that we are the blackest Hispanic country. You could say.
So you're saying that the Dominican Republic embraces their blackness?
Oh, I mean, why not?
Well, I'm just asking you because I
Yeah,
can't answer.
no, I know that's the consensus, but of course we do. You have no choice. You look in the mirror and you know what you are.
Okay.
That's like asking a Jamaican if they embrace their blackness.
I
Eh,
think honestly, if I may, Fighter Complex,
All right,
I
go ahead. My
really
bad. I just wanted to say that piece.
no,
Sorry.
that's okay. Thank you, sweetheart. It's nice to hear you. I listen to your channel every now and then.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Um, at the end of the day, it's more of a nationalist thing, right? You are usually identifying with where you were born, where you come from, or what nation you embrace. So versus you know, saying, does Dominican Republic embrace being majority black? I mean, if you ask a black Dominican, and Fighter Complex, correct me if I'm wrong. If you ask a black Dominican and you ask a white Dominican, what are you? They're both going to say the same thing. I'm Dominican. They're not going to say, well, I'm
Right,
a black Dominican. Well, I'm a white Dominican. Well, I'm a brown Dominican.
right,
Because I'll tell you that in my family, they come from as dark as you can get to as light as you can get. And we still love and embrace each other because we are all Dominican and we're a family.
right,
We're not a monolith, we're all individuals.
right,
So, but we are all very hardworking people for the most part. I don't know about the very new generation. A lot of people are chilling a lot. But for the most part, we're just real hardworking people, and we do embrace. I mean, all every culture. There are so many people from so many different places in the Dominican Republic that both do business there and live there. And I'm talking from Germans to, Japanese to whatever. And I mean, I don't know if I can ever recall the last, news article or news, reel that said, oh, uh, because of the racism against Asians, the Japanese in the island of Dominican Republic. No, none of that exists. We are all Dominican.
So you're from you're both your parents from Dominican Republic.
Yes.
yes, yeah. And I lived there, and I went to school there for a while. I'm American, born American. I'm Dominican American, but I did live there a couple times.
Now, Fighter Complex, are you East Coast based?
Yes,
And Catalina, you don't sound like you're from the East Coast. Are you are you East Coast?
Why do people say that? I was raised in Washington Heights, in New
o
York
que lo,
City.
ya tú sabes, Dykeman, ¿qué es lo que?
Dykeman,
Okay,
eh? La
yeah, you
193.
don't sound like from East Coast.
I, I
Um,
I tend not to have much of an accent of any kind, Art. I agree with you on that. But no, now I am in Texas, so
maybe that rubbed
it
off on you.
it's a it's a little different. I haven't been here long enough to actually acquire the Texas twang yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
So now the other thing that he addressed um, is the about when people put white as their race when they come here. What is your take on that? Have you seen that, or what's your whole overall on it? What's going on with that one?
Did you want me to answer first or Fighter Complex?
Whoever wants to come first.
Okay. I'll let Fighter Complex go first.
I was gonna say, I remember when he said that, like, when you go to, any establishment, like, they'll put down your race. If you're Hispanic, they'll put down white. That's very untrue. He said, despite with your color. I mean, if you look at me, man, I'm I'm brown skin, so, and I get confused for African American or Jamaican all the time. And when I got locked up, they put me down as black. So that was a lie. What he said. Why would they put me down as white? Even if I because I have my last name is Spanish.
Interesting. Okay, Catalina.
Yes, thank you. Okay, well, all I can say is I am very proud to be Dominican, and I am even more proud to be an American. When my dad, brought us here through his service to our country, it instilled something in me that I would love to pass on and will pass on to generations to come, is to be proud to be an American, because we have things here that that you don't have in other countries, and we have to take full advantage of them and move forward and make things wonderful, not live so much in the past, and we learn from it, yeah, but we need to live in the present and future. What he's saying in regards to, what you check off in a box. I like to think outside the box, first of all. But more importantly, like, okay, my dad is dark skinned. My mom is light skin. Um, I'm kind of on the very lighter spectrum of both of them, but I have very coarse hair, right? So some people want to paint me into the I'm black box because of my hair. Some people want to paint me into the I'm white box because of how I look in the winter when I don't tan. And honestly, when you come to this country, they kind of make you pick based on your color. Um, Not based on where you're from, but based on your color. So, since I was very light skinned, they put white on most of my things, and I that's something that I totally disagree with. I, as an adult, have checked other for as long as I can remember because it always seemed very weird to me. Why would they want to put a color on there? It's something that I never understood until, of course, growing up and seeing politics for what it is. But no, I check other. I am not white and I am not black. I'm Dominican.
So what is the difference? Do you guys know the difference between nationality and race?
Of course,
Yes.
yeah.
Would you guys break that down for me?
Nationality, that's like the nation you're from. So it's similar to America. You could be you could be American, but you could be of any race. Just like in Dominican Republic. In Dominican Republic, you go to Santo Domingo, the capital. There's an area. There's like little China, basically, like the little Chinatown, and those people they look like Jackie Chan with a tan, and if they've been there for generations, and they speak more Spanish than me, with a Dominican dialect, and there's no way I could tell that man he's not Dominican.
So would you be able to decipher if there's so? I'm asking, are you able to decipher race within your country?
I'm
I don't
yes,
think
but
that's something that comes up. I mean,
yeah,
I
but it's
really think
it's
that's the
weird.
confusion.
Yeah, it's awkward. Like that's weird.
It is awkward because
Bringing that
that's
up.
something that when you fill out paperwork in the Dominican Republic, and don't ask me, I haven't done it in a very long time, but it is not a thing to check race. Um, and no, being Dominican is not a race, but it's our nationality. It's where we were born, those who were born there, and you don't pick a color either unless they've included that in the new wokety woke paperwork that I'm not aware of. But no, I mean, that's why when you have people of other nations where that's not a thing either, that was brought along for programs and to be able to allocate funds based on these labels, um, to certain programs so that they can do their government thing. But that is not the case in a lot of other countries, and therefore that's what causes the issue with why pick a race. You're American, right? Isn't
So
that
you
enough?
so you don't have a black Dominican and a white Dominican conversation in Dominican Republic?
That no, that's why we're all the
There,
same
let me
people.
tell you, there is always a conversation when you have someone who's dark skinned that comes into the house. You know how the conversation goes. It's hola morenito or hola morenita, and it is a term of endearment. And it's, when someone who's lighter than you and you want to poke fun at, you know, s- that situation, if you wanted to. I rarely hear it. It's more of, we call each other by terms of endearment. It's not a thing about color.
So morito is not a racial reference, even if it's a term of endearment.
It isn't a racial reference.
Interesting.
No.
Or like example, if you're like that's how they speak over there. So, example, if you're tall, or you're alto, flaco, like right, if you're very skinny,
Right,
if you're fat,
exactly. Thank you. That's
gordo,
my point.
if you're blonde, oh yeah,
Oh, Rubio.
rubia.
Y'all give me a lot of sound bites. Shout out to BFT for the super chat.
Yeah, I'm Rick James.
He says, "What are so what are their thoughts of Haitian born in Dominican Republic being forced out and sent to Haiti, even now starting during partially re-cleansing 1937?"
I could answer that one first.
Okay.
The first thing is people have to understand that America is one of the few countries that allows people to be an anchor baby. People have to realize that. Most countries, you have to have at least one parent that is from there by blood, right? Not
True.
just being born there, right? So America is one of the few countries that allows you to be an anchor baby. And now when if we're speaking on and many Haitians go there illegally. I understand why, for economic reasons. I understand. Um Now the partially massacre, that was a dictator, right? Trujillo. And last time I checked, the dictator isn't necessarily a friendly guy, right? And the relationship, the dynamic between Haitians and Dominicans hasn't been buddy buddy. Um, in the late 18, well, like I say, in the 18 mid 1800s, they were invading Dominican Republic constantly, and they committed massacres too to Dominicans. And it's not like
I
a tit for tat thing, right? But
okay.
I'm just saying that it hasn't been a a friendly dynamic.
And I'm gonna say this, Fighter Complex. You hit a lot of great points. There hasn't always been the friendliest of dynamics, but that's for the same reason why the whole colorism stuff is happening in the US, because people like to divide people, right? So the French did a great job of that. The Trujillos of the world did a great job of that, because these were people, and if you know the history of the Dominican Republic um, has gone through quite a few dictators, not necessarily good people. So a
Right.
lot of stuff has happened. Yes, there are people who are Haitian that are mistreated in the Dominican Republic. There are a lot of Dominicans who are mistreated in Haiti. So it goes both ways. None of it is a good situation. So how about, instead of talking about the crappy stuff that's happening, let's try to find solutions. Because
So
no, it's not great, it's not perfect, just like every other country. Not everyone gets along. There has been, some colorism and stuff like that, especially in the past, and it's making a comeback. And guess why? It's making a comeback because of all the westernized people that are going to the Dominican Republic, bringing all that nonsense over there, trying to divide people by color, trying to divide people. The most of the division that has ever occurred in the Dominican Republic and other countries as such is because of class.
okay, so we have another super chat. Snuggles, I haven't heard from her in a while.
Yeah, I'm Rick James.
Let's see. It says, "Are you all Negroid, Caucasoid, or Mongoloid when it comes to the question of race? You all seem get dumbfounded, which is very interesting."
Uh, Let me answer that first.
Hmm.
Um, I don't understand what's the problem with people getting along. It seems like, oh well, in America we don't get along. We call each other by race. Oh, you're white, you're black. So why don't you guys operate like that?
Mm.
Because we're different. We don't. You go to Jamaica, isn't there motto in Jamaica, of many people one, something like that. You go to it's all right. My manager, right, a previous job I had like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. He was from Guyana, of Indian lineage. There's no way you could tell that man he's not Guyanese. He has the accent. He grew up there. The food, the music, and there's no way you could tell that man that he's not Guyanese. He's not gonna go about, oh, I'm Indian. I'm Indian. I'm Caucasoid.
And
That's
the
it. That's
issue
very
with that,
divisive. That's very
I'm sorry.
divisive.
It is divisive. You're absolutely right. That was my point. And the issue with that is that the more you focus on, how about not just focus on being American? We are all American.
Now, let me take a
Even,
shot in the dark. All right, or do you have like conservative or Republican leanings?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I didn't hear you, broke up.
I'm sorry. Do you have conservative or Republican leanings, political wise?
I'm traditional.
What does that mean?
I'm a traditional woman. That means that I know my place. I respect and try to see things for how they are, not for how my feelings would kind of make me want to make them see. So, what does my politics have to do with whether or not I am a good American or a good human being or even a light skinned Dominican?
Hmm. That's called deflection. Brother Fighter Complex, what are your political leanings?
I would say, I guess conservative. I don't know.
Okay. You guys don't be afraid to answer the question.
No, no, I'm not afraid. I never vote. I never voted.
No, exactly. I'm not afraid. I mean,
I'm
if
not.
you want to
I'm
call me
not,
more of
bro.
a conservative woman, then yeah, you can
Bro,
call me
I
conservative.
came up here and disagreeing. Like,
Okay.
so I'm not
Yeah.
scared.
I mean,
Yeah,
if you're
where I mean, that's
conservative,
why I'm like, where does politics have
yeah, if you're
anything to
conservative or
do with that?
Republican, y'all need to own it. And
Oh no,
because,
I mean, I could see myself if I had to choose.
uh
I
huh.
would say if I could,
Hmm.
um, I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, I got you. Because sometimes the reason why these questions are asked are not to try to put you in a bad category or make you a
Yeah,
bad person.
right,
No,
We're trying to find out if you're aligned with a certain type of ideology.
but and that's the
right.
problem though, is that you are trying to say, well, if
Box
you're
you
a
in, yeah.
Republican, yes, then
It,
oh, you automatically have this ideology, so we
Right.
are not going to listen to you,
Right.
no,
or
that's not the
your
case.
points
No,
are
that's not the case.
invalid.
And I don't think that's
But that
fair.
has been the
Right.
case in a lot of
Well,
situations,
you're
sir.
Right.
here now, so we're
Right.
we're just trying to make sure we're trying to find out some because it sounds like what we're hearing is an alignment. So that's what it
Okay.
sounds like.
And that's a great thing.
So
All
if
right.
it's a
Can I?
great thing, then why would you be hesitant to answer the question?
Oh no, I mean, no,
The
I
only
was gonna.
reason why I hesitated, and I think he's asking me fighter complex,
Oh,
I
my bad, my bad,
hesitated
my bad.
because of that stigma. Because I'm like, okay, what does my political alignment have to do with my views right now, this very second on this panel? It has nothing to do with that. How I vote has nothing to do with who I am as a person and how I treat you and what my thoughts are on certain things. Politically, different, totally different. But as far as, me being the person who's talking to you right now on the point of whether or not I think I'm black or white, whether, Dominican Republic is really this place that people are talking about, it has nothing to do with politics. Politics
Okay.
plays a big part in some people's lives, but more than anything, it plays a big part in those people who are using it for race, to use the race wars and to cause conflict and to cause, dysfunction. And I'm against dysfunction.
Okay.
And I see your super chat here talking about the Indian. Let me make one quick point
Can
on
you
that.
read it for me? And then I have to give him some love on it. Can you read it for me?
I would love to. From Snuggles668, thank
Yeah,
you for the
yeah.
$5.
I'm Rick James.
Okay,
It
go ahead.
says, when you said Indian, you pointed out the person would be considered Mongoloid. You know the answer to my question, you just don't want to say it.
Mm.
I think that was too fighter complex. But
I mean,
to
I said
that,
caucus.
before
I
you,
said Caucasoid.
oh, Caucasoid, before you answer
Yeah.
that though, I have people in my family that are from Guyana through marriage, and therefore when I, my cousins then are considered Guyanese Dominican, but at the end of the day they're American. So, but when you go to, let's say, my uncle's house, um or my aunt's house, or my cousin's house, they decide what they want to be in their household, whether they want to have a more Indian perspective, or theme, or whether they want to consider themselves Dominican and have a more Dominican theme as far as how they view things. And that should be perfectly okay. And a lot of people don't want it to be okay because they want to focus on what color you are. And that makes no sense to me.
Moon Chaser asked a question: why do women in Dominican Republic sell their bodies? For the same reason that the Puerto Rican women in the Bronx prostitute. For the same reason you have Puerto Rican women who go to Las Vegas and are prostitutes. The same reason. This is
But it
not
should be the same reason any woman would prostitute
right,
herself. It
right.
doesn't matter what color or where she's from. It's a
Right.
sad state, but it is a choice. And I don't judge anyone for their choices. So, I mean, are we making it a thing? I mean,
So we have brother Bello Gino join the panel as well. Based on what you heard, Bello, what are your thoughts?
Hey, good evening, folks. I think they were quite accurate in many of their explanations or whatnot, but I do think there is a bit of a water down in the dynamics of race and Dominicans accepting or uh, uh, um, identifying themselves with with Africanness. I think partly due to the obvious, right? Haiti's right next door. I'm Haitian, right? Haiti's right next door. It's be honest, right? It's kind of a bit of shitholish, right? It's the same thing for it's the same thing for African Americans sometimes who come on YouTube and they telling you these things about Africa and whatnot and how they're shitting on Africa. I remember there was a sister on here. I don't follow her channel anymore. I think her name is Diane. She always have Judge Joe Brown on, light skinned sister, yellow
That's
bone. Yeah,
Dana,
yeah,
real Dana.
real Dana, real Dana. And I made a super chat in her thing, right? I said, if Africa was a superpower, the shit y'all saying, y'all wouldn't be saying. She was like, duh. See, it's exactly is that. It's about the whole dynamics of power and things of that nature, right? If Haiti was a little United States of America, right? Because we got our independence like in 1804, way before all these countries. You got countries that are doing really really great right now. They got their independence like 50 years ago. We got our independence in 1804. We inspired slaves here in the United States, right? We went around the South America and fought for many of these countries. You'll find statutes of Haitian war fighters from back in those days that went to South America and helped these people fight for in their independence, right? We're respected. The thing is, I'm very harsh on Haitian myself, as far as, self accountability. That's because we don't take care of our responsibilities. If Haiti was a little United States, all of y'all, I mean, and I don't want to make it personal, right? A
Okay.
lot of y'all will swear to God, y'all be no, no, no. I'm no indigenous. I am an African. Y'all will be saying that. If you look at the dynamics of Brazilians, right? The average Brazilian who's probably light skin or yellow caramel skin is more willing to identify as black than the average Dominican. Like and I don't want to attack you guys or whatnot, but I think you guys sort of water downing this whole thing, the Africanness and people Dominicans running or not willing or do not like to identify as black. You guys kind of water down it a bit.
I don't
It's a bit more
understand what you're
complex than that.
saying. I don't understand what. Can you explain that to me? Because
Yeah,
where
maybe yeah.
where is the watering down of just wanting to and acknowledging who you are, where you're from, and knowing that you can be a better human being than a lot of this stuff that's going on out here? Where is the watering down? And honestly, the only issue, if I may, sir, the only issue that's really been going down in the Dominican Republic between Haiti and the Dominican Republic and in Haiti is because of nationalism. It's not because of your color. Color is definitely been played up in the recent years because of all this westernization. But for the most part, it's because of nationalism. And that is absolutely what it should be. But I
I
don't
kind of agree
understand
with
where
that.
and where
So
and
you
I'm
mean to tell
sorry.
me you mean to tell me the Brazilian who are more in Brazil there's like tons of blacks whatnot, right?
But
And
what
the
does
average
color have to
Brazilian you
do
more
with
likely
it,
to run
sir?
into, excuse me.
But what does color have to do with it?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
Where
it
does
has a lot to do
color?
with it in the dynamics of capitalism and colonization, right? There's a reason you speak Spanish. I mean, come on. See this
Bello
conversation
Gino, you know
in
what
once
the
you
issue
take the
is?
context.
Bello Gino, you know what it is? I don't look at my blackness as weakness. That's the issue.
So that's the
Wow.
only way. Hold on, let me ask you this, fighter complex. The only way to acknowledge your blackness is to look at it as weakness.
Did you just hear what I said?
I'm trying to get.
I don't look at as my blackness as weakness. I love myself, right? So I don't I don't have to say, oh, I'm black, I'm black. Like that's weird. In the Dominican Republic, we don't use the one drop rule. We understand that we understand that we're mixed people, or we understand that some of
We
us might be.
definitely understand we're mixed. Yes, we have Taino blood
And
in
I
us. We
understand
have
that
African
dynamics
blood
of
in us.
being
We
mixed,
have
but
Spaniard
I
blood
don't
in
think you
us.
guys
But we're
are on the
Dominican.
as far as the deeper understanding of colonization because you guys seem to. That's the
But
thing,
how
though, and
deep do you
you
need
got to
to
see that
go to be
dynamic.
a decent human being? I'm sorry. Like, how deep do you need to go?
But
You know, and I'm
Colonization
gonna.
is real.
I
There's
know,
a
but
reason you speak Spanish.
I mean, come on, man, we
The
know that,
only
man.
reason why I speak Spanish, honestly, Belogino, is because my mother made sure that I spoke Spanish because my father spoke English. So that's the only reason why I speak Spanish. Is because my mother made sure of that. I was raised in the United States and my mother made sure that I spoke Spanish. Why? Because she stated, and she does till this day, when you know multiple languages, as many other countries do, they make sure that their children learn multiple languages. You are financially more inclined to be, excuse me, you are more inclined to be more successful financially because your resources and your doors open up to other possibilities of other employments of other countries, of traveling, of being cultured. It has nothing to do with colonization. Okay, but art and fighter complex and Bellogino, it's been wonderful. My man said enough is enough, so I
I,
need to get off of here.
So go ahead.
A real Dominican. There's nothing wrong with machismo.
So just
No.
go in and.
Hey, what is that? Wait a second. Hold
Uh
on,
oh.
fighter complex. What is that?
Uh oh.
Look,
What
he
is
told
Maybe
you
maybe
that?
it's
I
like, all
listen
right,
to
here we
my
go.
man. I listen to my man.
Can I
exactly,
ask
It's
you a
that's
the
good.
question?
thing.
That's beautiful.
Is your man
Patriarchy.
white, Dominican, black?
My man is the most amazing man. He is very melanated, but he is the most amazing man. And that is all that matters to me. And in this household, when he speaks, that's it. But thank you
That's what's
so
up.
much. Yes,
Okay.
I love being on here and I look forward to talking to you guys again
Uh,
soon.
Okay.
Back at
So
the
get your traditional on. Go ahead. Get your traditional on. It's all good.
Yes, thank you. And Fighter Complex, me encantaría hablar contigo.
oh,
Eres
no,
chulísimo, me
gra-
encantas.
no, gracias. Ve a mi canal. No sé cómo nos podemos contactar, no sé cómo, pero yeah.
I will put my email in the back and
Okay,
before I leave, okay? Thank you so
okay.
much, Art. Again, you have a great platform. Thanks.
Thank you for coming up. Wow. So if anybody else want to come up and discuss this whole thing, it's not again, it's not about the Convince Olympics. It's you putting your thoughts, opinions out there.
Yeah,
Um,
here's the thing. You'll find because I've seen videos where you have Dominicans, right? They will, throughout the whole Black Lives Matter movement, right? That's been happening. So a lot of people were more awakening, and I saw this one brother. He and his father had that talk, that blackness talk, right? Where there are those nuances when the black person come in the house, to how they talk. I mean, this is frustrating for me because when people start denying actual factual history, colonization is a real thing. Closeness, proximity to whiteness is a real thing. When people do not want to acknowledge, it's like the whole conversation. It's like it's useless.
hmm. Yeah. Kind of interesting because I guess me outsider looking in as far as the whole Latino region. my whole thing was me and our special guest Radical Latino, we talked about the discrepancies in these different maps, what considered Latino and what's not Latino, and they often try to move away the predominantly black Latino things, but they can't get away from Brazil because it's too big. But you see a lot of maps, Latin American maps, that definitely eliminates Haiti quite a bit, and they're supposed to be neighboring the DR. So that's kind of interesting to me.
But Dominicans are very black.
Say it again, sir.
But Dominicans are very black.
Right, but for some reason, Haiti. I have. I mean, I think I have a map somewhere where DR was mentioned and Haiti wasn't.
But like I
It, it,
said, I think it's the Spanish component. To be honest with you, the
But
yeah,
culture.
I'm not sure about the whole.
Brazil was included though. Brazil was always included in every Latin American map.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they include Brazil, but you also have to remember too, um, Spain and Portugal right next to each other. Iberian
It's
Peninsula.
all considered Europe.
Sorry.
It's all considered European. There's
Yeah,
no discrepancy between those two.
right. So that maybe that's why the Portuguese, I mean the Brazilians accept the Latin title, and the fact that it's so large that it takes up so much area.
It's not about the Brazilians accepting it. Like I think you mentioned it before. It's pretty much to whoever created that map. They're eliminating names. That's my point.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just never.
Yeah, I don't
I
know
don't even.
the
I don't think.
technicality. And and
Yeah, I don't
and
think
Friday
Haitians want to
Complex
be
said it
called.
earlier. Maybe
But
because
you're
they were
Haitian.
good map makers or whatnot. I'm not really sure the technicality about the map because I'm not gonna say nothing that I don't really know. But there could be
Oh,
some politics behind it that may involve something deeper as far as discrimination. But I don't know. I'm not going to say it because I don't know.
okay. Let's show y'all again because I mean Stevie Wonder ain't around. It's proof he got eyes. All right, y'all see this map
Okay, where's Cuba, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, right here?
now? Aren't those like predominantly? I mean, it has a strong presence of African descent in those countries that you mentioned as missing.
Yeah, but look, like I said, this is probably not a great map maker because if you go to Panama has has a lot of black people there.
So you got
Yeah,
Belize. Belize is majority English speaking, correct? And you got Brazil. That's pretty much Portuguese. Now
Correct.
you go down here. This is pretty much what it's supposed to be,
Right.
which is considered Latin America. And these are not the only. I just picked some ones that are like real clear. Some of the other ones are blurry because I'm not buying that stuff. I had to download the stuff for free, but you get that a lot because when you have conversations, people fight tooth and nail on this narrative right here. Whatever you don't see, these are only people, quote unquote, that's supposed to be Latino. But these other people, they don't even mention them. And if you do mention them, and usually like we talk about Cuba, right? And we hear conversations where Cuba, Dominican Republic, and Puerto
PR.
Rico are Latin America, but they skip over this yellow part right here.
It just, man, you know what it is? It's just the culture,
yeah. I don't
man.
know. I don't know. I
You
don't know
know,
the context
you,
behind the map.
you know, culturally we're different, right? Haitians and Dominicans, even
I
though
mean,
we live.
the whole diaspora here is different culturally, right? But we're just talking about how
I mean, of course. I mean,
I mean, let me ask you this real quick: who you think has more in common, a Venezuelan and Dominican, or a Haitian and Dominican?
I couldn't say, sir, because everybody's eyes and measuring rods are a little different.
Culturally,
I will say Haitian and Dominican.
I
you would
mean,
say
but
Haitian and
don't you say
Dominican.
that they used to be weren't they one at one time
Um,
before? I mean, they had it. They have a
like,
story
at
split.
what point? At
Y'all
what
both
point do you
here.
mean?
I
At
mean,
what point?
well, let me ask you guys this: since y'all both here, because I
Right.
want to find out. Okay, do you guys know the history of the split?
Yes. Yeah. Spain.
Um,
Yeah. Spain was there
the
first. and then the French, they snuck in through Turtle Island, and then they took the western side of the island. The Spaniards kind of allowed it. So yeah, I know the history.
Bello, what's your take on the split?
I mean, it sounds like what he said is pretty accurate because the name of the island was Hispaniola, and then the split happened. Then you have the different names, whatnot. Um, Santo Domingo and Haiti. Um, yeah,
Um, this is interesting. No Cupcake Zone says Dominican and Haitian, some culture. Was it same culture, different languages? Stop the cap.
I mean,
What's the take on that? What's you guys?
I'm all right. So I say this, like we eat the. I mean, we're Caribbean, so we eat a lot of similar foods. We got rivers. We both, we're both Caribbean people, so we have a lot of in common, right? But um, I would say that the
it's
Dominican,
similar culture, not same.
right? Yeah, not the same, but we're similar because we're Caribbean. We're literally next. We're touching, right? So, but I would say a Dominican has more in common with a coastal Venezuelan, right? Because just because of the culture, just we speaking Spanish, we listen to the same music. People have to remember we can't pretend like language isn't a huge bridge or it could be a barrier.
Okay.
Mhm.
I mean,
So
it's
the
the
coastal Venezuelan, if you don't mind
it's the,
educating me, are coastal
Belgino,
Venezuelan?
Belgino, let me tell you this real quick. Belgino, why you think there's so many Haitians in Quebec?
French.
Quebec, yeah. I mean, partly. I mean, yeah. But partly there's something to do with as far as on the times and things of that nature, as far as political turmoil. But the languages probably has something. I think there's something. Yeah. Montreal and Quebec. There's a huge. I think it's Montreal. I think it's Montreal. Literally, because Canada literally has had a governor that was Haitian. Like Haitian is deep in Montreal. There's something deeper than that. I don't think it's just the language, but there's
Right.
not something deeper than that brought Haitians are out there.
Yeah, I mean, and just for not because I'm scared, I want to be politically correct, but I don't hate Haitians, and um, I guess
No,
that's
I
what.
never said that. I
Yeah,
never get
yeah,
that from you, but
Let me
it's just
guess. Let me guess. Spider Complex. You say some of your best friends are Haitian.
I
I'm
mean,
joking with you, man. Go ahead.
no, you're the guy. Yeah, I know, I already know. Yeah, I mean, but, I always use this one. My ex girlfriend was Haitian, so you know,
Oh, oh.
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
But here's the thing though. In the conversation, and I hate that the sister left, and I know I talk a bit probably a bit loud and abrupt and seems to be aggressive. And I know her boyfriend being a husband or boyfriend, I don't know, being there probably hearing that deep bass in my voice and that big scary black Haitian that probably got like, oh, get off the phone away from him. But I kind of hate when we're having this discussion. This is a great discussion, and I love to hear what BMT has to say about this too. But I hate that how we gloss over the obvious, right? This is being talked about, right? The obvious, honest Dominicans, obvious Puerto Rican talk about this all the time. The race thingy. Like if you're a black guy, African American, you've dated some of these probably Dominican or Puerto Rican, and you probably have been victim of that exact same thing. And I hate when somebody come and they just water down the whole thing. Oh no, we just kumbaya. I only see people as people, but the dynamics of colonization, the dynamics of racism in America is real.
And we got BMT and Trey in the building. Trey, behave, brother. We trying to keep this good, fam. Okay, I guess they're
Whatever.
ready.
Yeah, now Haitian, not Haitian, not Hitler, Dominican Hitler. Through his grandmother was a white Haitian. She's a white Haitian woman, lady.
Okay. So we got a couple of other people coming in here. So I guess
What's
we're
going on, Art?
discussing what's going on, Mr. Trey. We're discussing some of the talking are the answers and the things that we talked about with the radical Latino, our special guest. So, what
Yeah.
do you guys take on his information?
Well, I checked out his page, man. There's no need to behave. Come on, Art. You know the deal, man. It's the thing is that, guys over here only say behave when they don't want to hear, somebody saying opposing views to their talking points. And we were saying that he's Marxist in the chat because his
That's
ideologies
the
are
part, yeah,
Marxist.
man. That's the thing. That's
Yeah.
the behavior part. When you
Yeah.
calling people like something that they don't claim,
Well, here's
that's
the
not
deal,
behavior.
Art. If everything they say is Marxist, like to the T, hey, we call it out. Okay, dude, prove you're not Marxist. I went on his freaking Instagram. He's put it up there. Everything on his Instagram is Marxism. Straight up, like Marxism 101.
So
So
can
it's
you
up to
give me an
him.
example? Can you give me an example?
Okay, like let me see, Marxism, the Waukesha freaking massacre, the dude that drove through. Oh, making jokes about that was one of the people he ran over, a pedophile, things like that nature. False claims
So,
about Haitians getting whipped down here in Texas. There was complete BS
so
made up, bro. It's
where is the hammer
oh,
and the sickle
okay, Art. What
logo
that
and all
does is that is
that?
identity politics, bro. It's basically trying to use to get black folks all riled up to get them in their feelings because they see some similarity with Haitians. That's Marxism, bro. That's identity politics. And then he also said, hey, guess what? Us Latinos didn't fall for it with Adam Toledo up in Detroit or Chicago, wherever that kid was at. Bro, he was putting it in your face, Art. Man, bro, I got like how many streams on Marxism over there on my channel? If you want to come over there and talk about it, we can do it. But it's not behaving to oppose somebody's views, bro.
No, I'm talking
Trey,
about.
Misbehaving, excuse me.
Go ahead,
Trey, let
BMT.
me say this. Or Trey, what about when he said, "Oh, America's bringing a lot of good things to South America, like feminism." Really? That's good.
Oh, hell no, man. You
No,
got countries down there that aren't with that. You want to destroy them too?
he didn't
Dudes are
brush
leaving the United
feminism.
States.
That's what I'm trying. I'm just trying to get you guys. When I say behave, y'all got to be a little bit more accurate on what you guys
Oh,
are addressing. Okay,
it
that's
is
what I'm
accurate, Art. You want us to be
It's
PC.
not a
You want us
fair
to be
answer.
PC?
Yeah, Trey, I didn't hear the entire interview, but I've heard Radical Latino, if that's his name or whatnot. I hope I'm not mixing him up with somebody else. Maybe there's another person out character that's just like him. But I think some of us in the traveling community we've had to deal with him. He's really anti black men traveling and just enjoying themselves in other countries, whether we go to Colombia, DR, whatnot. He always sort of mission, just sort of campaign against black men traveling and just
Oh,
enjoying the
that's
fucking
not him.
world.
It's not him.
That's not
That's
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 not
not
him.
him. That would
Nah,
that would go
I
against
think you're
his
talking to Kim 123.
that would go against his rhetoric.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Well, I apologize. Yeah, I think I'm talking about Kim 123.
Cam 123. Yeah, he's always
So
talking about. I don't even want to say. But yo, Art, you're talented, man. I just want to say that with the drawing, man.
Oh,
so
thank you.
okay.
Thank you.
So hey, what's going on, Art?
Oh, what's
Um,
going on, BMT?
yeah. This is it's a pretty good conversation. Um, I listened very thoroughly. You know what I'm saying? I have Portuguese people in my family, and actually, and like I said, my nephew he's Jamaican. I'm around a lot of Caribbean, especially up north in the Northeast, in Boston and different other areas. Um, we're not going to pretend colorism is not a thing. That's a lie. I don't know why anybody I don't know why anybody would try to jump over that or say that's not a thing. But colorism plays a huge part, especially with Caribbeans or in the Latin community. Uh,
What
and
island are
that's
you from, BMT?
what island am I from? Well, I'm Geechee
Yeah, what
Go.
island your people's from?
I'm Geechee Go. I'm Geechee Go.
No, no,
Uh,
Okay, bro. Okay, I'm half Jamaican, bro. My mom is Jamaican.
okay.
So yeah, no, bro. I've never experienced that. Neither is my mom, bro. So
Okay.
there you go.
Okay. That's it.
Belo is Haitian though, and he said
Okay.
he's there. It's
Well,
racist.
guess what?
Well,
It's a
no.
mentality if you allow it to.
Am I cut? Did I cut you off, Trey? I listened.
No, I'm just
Listen.
saying you speaking on people like me. So hey, ask somebody, bro.
Well, I don't have to ask you if I got my nephew, and literally, I got people in my family, and we literally have the colorism talk. Like we do have the colorism talk. We do.
Oh, okay,
So,
got it. Yeah, you got it. You know better than me. Okay, you got it.
you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. So we're not going to pretend colorism is not a thing. Um, we do have it where they call alpha Latinos. I don't know why you would have to call them Afro-Latino if they're literally part of your people. That's literally making a clear distinction about them because you're literally pulling out, well, okay, that one has Afro-Latino, as Afro or African features. I mean, they point them out. Well, look at the nose or the hair or the contents of, some of them how they, have they kind of complexions. That's a thing that definitely happens down there, and definitely a lot of different portions. Hell, you can see it when they have it on Telemundo. They'll show they'll show the upper white Latin people, and usually the blacker ones are the maids, or in some type of silly type of vibrant thing. It's not something that we can say is not a thing,
Okay,
but everybody
what's
has.
that got to do with
Well,
Jamaicans, bro?
before you guys go on, let me give y'all a special treat.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the master teacher, BGS.
All right.
Now, like I said,
Oh man, BGS.
now the thing about it is, and listen, I'm not playing. Listen, I'm not even using emotions. I'm using straight facts of my experience of dealing with
But you not
Portuguese people.
Caribbean, bro. You not, bro. It ain't your experience. It's
So how
secondhand
do you
knowledge.
wait, 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 wait.
BMT, can I back up BMT real quick? I think what BMT is saying, and I know you're saying he's not Caribbean, but we cannot use just the fact he's not Caribbean to debunk his statement. And I, as a Haitian, I can tell you, colorism,
It's
colorism is real in
rampant,
Haiti.
rampant,
Trust me.
rampant.
Like
Hey, the only
We're
people my
literally
family had issues
so
ever
how
with
you want to
was
tell
black
me?
folks,
assassination of
black
Jovenel
Americans.
Moise, the president we just had,
How you want to
entirely
tell
has
me
something to do
about
with
my
that. The people
experience?
who finance it, the higher class of people who have the wealth of Haiti in their hand,
Yep.
these are Syrian Lebanese
Hey,
that we
Mello, I
welcomed
lived in Haiti, bro.
back
I
in
lived in
the
Haiti
early
for a while, bro.
But
1900s
Go
how
for it.
when they
you
were
want to tell
running
me?
away from terrorism over there. We welcome them in Haiti, and as you can see, and let me say this real quick. I don't mean to be long-winded. If you live in African American communities, when you go to corner stores and things of that nature, who do you see that on that corner store? Pay attention to that, right?
The entrepreneurs,
These
bro. The entrepreneurs that open the business.
these Muslim Arabs, they love doing business, and I have nothing against them. That's great. You can see that in them. In Haiti, when we welcomed them with open arms, they started doing small dealings, small merchants, whatnot, and then they happened to grow their business, whatnot. All of the most of Haiti's wealth is in these people's hands, right? Like,
It's a
so
big fact.
don't tell me. And guess what? They marry amongst themselves. They're very
So what,
racist
bro?
and
What's that got to
discriminatory.
do with
And you
you?
cannot say that
Bro, the Haitians
Jamaicans
up
don't
on the hill are
have
black, bro.
that kind of.
Most
Not
of the
it may not
Haitians up
be.
on the hill are
I don't know
black,
if it's
bro.
of the same dynamics
I'm not, but see,
of
I'm not.
Haiti and other places, but it's there. We're literally, that's why they call some of these people with
Bro,
curly
I
hair,
lived
whatever,
in
or
Delmont
Indians, or not
33,
coolies
bro.
or whatever. It's there. Like, I mean, I don't know what it is today, but you
I'm,
cannot say there's not that in over there
yeah,
too.
yeah. Listen,
It's not, bro.
I'm not talking off of this. Listen, there's no emotion in this. I'm only telling you what I know, what we've had conversations at the table, how we know that they can disown you for who you choose of certain mating choices. Like, hold up, bro, you brought a whole Negro to my house. You know your family can literally disown you because you brought a Negro baby to the goddamn house, and they're like, hold up, bro, you
Okay,
just
that
Yes.
sounds
so,
like black people having an issue with Caribbean people, which is the only
wait,
thing
wait, wait,
my
wait. Who said
family
black?
ever
Who said?
No,
experienced,
Wait, wait,
bro.
no. You
how do you say black people? Who said
understand
black
what?
people? When you
Hey,
said black,
American
I'm
black
telling
folks
you,
is the only ones that
I'm
ever
He's
gave me
telling
the
you,
wilding. He's
benefit,
wild.
bro.
He coming. He's wilding, man.
wait,
He's
wait.
Oh,
wilding.
I'm
I'm
wildin',
literally
You
being
BGS.
wild?
You
Yeah,
can
you
call me.
wilding,
You
man. You
got it.
wilding,
Real quick,
man.
real quick.
You
Let
got
me
to
tell
being
you
calm me on the
something. Let
honest.
me
You
tell
panel.
you
You can't
wilding,
calm
man.
me.
You
Wait,
wilding,
bro.
man.
Let me tell
I'm
you a
being honest.
story.
Okay, listen.
Yeah,
I'm
BGS.
being
Let me
honest.
tell
This
this
is not
story.
even. I
Trey,
got one.
listen to this story.
Go ahead, go ahead,
Oh,
Listen to
okay,
this
keep on. Go
story.
ahead. Tell me a victimhood
There, there,
story, bro.
there,
Cry
there,
harder.
there, there was this
Let me
mixed
get my
mixed
tampon. Let me get my
mulatto.
tissue out.
Somebody put a victim.
Can y'all
I'm
talk at
still with
one
my lady.
time?
Go ahead, my bad.
No, go
I
ahead. Go
should
ahead,
get cut
BMT.
off. Well, I'm not. This is not a victim. I'm telling you my experience of me, my old lady, and her family. I'm telling you what her mother dealt with. Listen, I'm not banging at nobody. I'm telling you what's the diaspora of living in the Northeast. You'll know when you get to a Dominican street. You'll know
Bro,
because
I'm
the
married
men
to a
go
Dominican, bro. I live with my mother-in-law, bro. So what are you talking about?
Hey, stop
Trey.
wilding. Stop wilding for
Come
a second now.
on.
Let me
Stop
finish.
Come on,
wilding for a
BMT.
second.
You trying to tell
Stop.
me
Stop.
my own
Trey.
experience,
Trey.
my
Trey.
wife's own
Trey.
experience.
Trey.
Calm
Stop
down, bro.
wilding.
Trey, nobody's coming at. Nobody's
Excuse me,
coming at.
BGS. Shut the fuck up, you common.
You shut
Go
the
ahead,
fuck up,
BMT.
man. You
You
shut
got
the
it,
Yo,
fuck
BMT.
man,
up.
My bad,
come on,
bro.
guys, keep it friendly.
Like, we're trying. Listen, brother.
We're all
I got.
black here, right?
Listen,
Hey,
listen, young brother. If you feel like I'm attacking you, I want you to know I'm not attacking nobody. I just want you to know I'm only telling you my experience of Northeast of stuff I dealt with. Yes, we do. Yes, black people do live amongst the Latin community. We do have children with Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Haitians. We do have a history with the Caribbeans. But we're not going to also not be disingenuous and not say there's not a colorism or caste system amongst their own people. They
Okay,
even know
BMT, can
about
I
it.
respond to you real quick, bro?
Before
Look
you
here,
do,
man.
do
Hold on.
Trey.
Let me. Oh, my bad. My
Before
bad,
you
Art.
do, Trey. Before you do, Trey. Let me get this cash app out of here.
This is not even victim.
Shout out to
Can you leave
No.
that cash app pin, bro?
Hold on. Everything in Dominican culture, you can find the Haitian equivalent. Stop the cap. Dominicans have caste system that box out Haitians, Latin
Nope.
America.
Nope.
All right. You good now, Art?
Go ahead,
Turn
finish.
Okay,
it
you want to
Okay,
respond to me. Bro.
so BMT, bro. Look, man. I'm not discounting whatever you heard, bro. But check it out, man. I'm married to a Dominican. I live with my mother-in-law, 191st of St. Nick. You know what I'm saying? Washington Heights Central, bro. Fight to know exactly what I'm talking about, man. They're about down the street from George Washington High School. Like damn near Dominican on one side, Jewish on one side, and then now the fellas are starting to move in up there, bro. It's no issue with it, man. My mother-in-law didn't experience it from anybody but black folks since she got there in the 70s, man. Talk to myself. My
Oh my
mom,
God.
Jamaican, right up the road in Yonkers, only experienced it from black folks. And commies on the panel want to sit up here and tell you what's going on in LA, don't know what the fuck is going on in New York. It's
Who are the
different.
commies?
who's the commie?
BGS, you the commie, bro.
How am I
Now,
a commie?
What?
Name.
bro,
How am I a
get the fuck
commie?
out of here. I'm not even addressing you,
No,
BGS.
you just
But
called me
here's
a
the deal.
motherfucking commie. You
Hey, here's
redneck.
the deal,
You motherfucking
BMT.
redneck.
Here's the deal, BMT.
Redneck.
Look, man, everybody else's experience is going to be
Redneck.
different. Some people see victimhood, others don't, man. My
Redneck.
family, my wife's family, we don't see that victimhood card, bro.
But you're a redneck.
All right, you want to cry harder? You know what I'm saying, old man? You
Yeah,
wanna cry harder,
motherfucker.
old
Yeah,
man?
old
Go
man.
cry
You
harder, old man.
46,
Start
Nick.
stuttering.
Old man.
Start stuttering, you old freaking
Trey,
clown.
You old redneck.
Come on, bro. Why you killing the conversation,
Trey,
bro?
Because
Trey,
that's
just
what he
address me,
does.
bro. Just address me, Trey. It's okay. Just talk to me, bro. Come on, I'm here listening. I'm just,
No,
no,
BMT, what I'm saying though,
I'm
man, it's just we all have our own experiences, man. Some embrace victimhood. That's all it is, bro.
okay. That's fair enough.
Bro,
Okay,
it's not victimhood. And just because you've had a certain experience, it doesn't mean that's all of the whole experience like of everybody else. Maybe you need to do
right.
some more research, talk to some
Give me an
more
example
people.
that ain't victimhood, Mello.
Listen, I grew up in Fort Lauderdale, BMT, and I'm currently in Boston. So I believe you. I believe you. I've been in Boston about 3.5 years. I believe you what you're saying about the Northeast, how it is, whatnot. I've heard stories. Let me tell you, man. As far as colorism in the Caribbean community, like everybody knows that, bro. Like if you have a light skinned mulatto meaning mixed. That's I guess that's the term they kind of use as far as like when you're like a mixed breed. Um, if you take on a black girl or black girl boyfriend or whatever, like there was a story where like this guy he took on a black girl and his family, his mother. You know what his mother took a glass of milk, put a fly in it. He's like, this is what you've done to our family.
Bro,
Oh,
that's victimhood talk, bro. That's tears.
what?
Shit, if your family act like that, walk. Disown your family and walk. Do you? It's a
Yo,
simple
bro,
Bro,
so
question, bro.
you
see,
went for a
I
lot
You
can't
want
have
to
this
cry? Like I said,
discussion
let
when
me get some more.
when
Let me get
people
some
bring
more
it down to
tissue out.
low intelligence and low frequencies like that. I can't do it.
Yeah,
Yo, Zo,
let me
Zo, hold on, Zo, hold on, Zo, hold
ask
on,
this
Zo.
one
Let me say something to Zo real quick. Hold on. Yo,
question.
Zo, so you say you live in Fort well, you be in Fort Lauderdale.
I grew up in
Isn't it
Fort Lauderdale. I was
isn't
born in
it is
Haiti.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Isn't it ironic how in Miami, Little Santo Domingo is right next to Little Haiti. Isn't
Little
that
Haiti. Yup, it is. It is.
that's
It is
ironic?
very ironic. Yup,
Yeah,
and I've been.
and in
And
Miami,
why
you
were the
can
zones
clearly see
created?
the whole colorism
Bello.
thingy. Go
Hey,
ahead.
Bello, why did they create the zones, bro? Why did they form?
What?
To
What
protect,
does that have to do
Why
with
did the
this
zone? Why
to
did
conversation?
the
protect
zones
themselves.
form, bro? Why did they
To
form the
protect.
street gang, bro?
Bro, it's just like every other communities. Like you have,
Why?
I guess the Dominicans, they have the Latin kings. Every communities will
Who
have
were they
kids,
defending
will have their
themselves
little
against?
cliques. What are you talking
Who
about?
who were they defending themselves against? Why'd they have to form up?
Bro, it's every communities. Like
Nah,
BGS
bro,
can tell
because
you
they were
in
getting attacked
LA.
by
Can
black
I
dudes,
talk real
bro.
quick, bro?
They were
Can I
getting
answer your question?
attacked by
How
the
in
black community,
LA
bro.
kids were
That's why
getting
the zones
bullied and they
formed up.
create. Oh my God.
Now hold on. Now
Hey,
let me
hey,
ask.
is it Cap? Fighter, tell
Let
him,
me
bro.
ask.
Is it Cap?
Let me ask the brother, the younger brother up here. Now, you brought up, but I used to live in Florida also. I lived in Port St. Lucie, Melbourne. I know a lot, I lived all over Florida.
My parents live in Port St. Lucie.
Now, is that not like death, right? And I'm speaking with my Caribbean brothers up here. Is that
Very
not like death?
redneckish area.
Is it not like death for your family to disown you or to walk away from your familia? Is that not worse than death?
Yeah.
I mean, it could be depending on the family. Yeah, depending on the family.
Because the reason why I say that, because some people rather die than be excluded from their family or excommunicated from their family, because that's their backbone of their strength. To be
Right.
excommunicated out of there, I'm telling
Yeah.
you, that's a very serious thing. I get some of y'all say y'all can walk out of there. Other groups take being excommunicated out of the family. That's serious. To
Yo,
say like you have no access to your last name, dude,
right.
that's a serious thing.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
a
but
lot of
Oh,
my
come
family
on,
wouldn't do that.
BMT. Don't try to
I,
family shame
I,
attack this
My
brother.
I'm
family
telling
would.
you,
If somebody
culture.
want to get
That
away
is
from
culture,
dysfunction, they
bro.
want to
That's
get. If
culture.
somebody got a BMT, my Jamaican
Go ahead.
family is dysfunctional as fuck, bro. I want nothing to do with them. There you go.
Oh my
It's
God.
that easy.
I'm
That
Trey,
easy.
Trey,
That easy.
Trey,
It's that easy to walk away. My
just
mom
saying.
kept me away for a reason,
Okay.
bro, and she was right.
If
And shout
that's
out to real quick, shout out to J3.
Yeah, I'm Rick James.
He says salute to the BGS Ibmore, aka the Master Teacher Salute, and he's
but
gone.
Trey, to be fair, you grew up in an American system versus other people who grew up in a cultural system that
Bro, what
literally
the
took
heck is
it.
you talking about?
Well, actually, I'm just
Around 90. I grew up around black people, bro. 99% black neighborhood, bro. That's where I grew up around, man. Numb
now
niggas,
okay.
man.
Okay. So what I'm saying is this: how other blacks they bang hard for their culture. Well, I'm Jamaican, I'm Haitian, I'm a Trinidad. Like they bang hard
And
for
that's what I
their
said,
nation.
BMT. The
Okay.
Zoes formed up because they were getting attacked by black Americans, bro.
Yeah,
That's why the Zoes
hold
formed
on, hold
up.
on. Yeah. Yo, wait,
Yeah. I mean,
Trey from New York. So in Queens, you remember the Jamaican shower posse?
Shoot. Hell yeah, bro.
Okay, but see, so when you think, so the thing about it is, I'm not, I'm telling you, some people take it serious to be excluded from their culture. Like they have a cultural pride and rocking their mini flags in their car or talking about their culture or their food or how their people get down. That's a pride. Now,
It's a
different from how
personal choice, BMT.
okay, but you're talking of your personal choice versus
It's
I'm talking
anybody's
about.
personal choice, bro. Bro, it's anybody's personal choice.
Okay. All right. So the thing about it, I'm saying is, just like I'm asking the guy, right, the young brother, how they take it about their familia, how certain groups take it about being. Hey, if you made that choice, that was your personal choice versus the masses of people who take it very serious of when they're kicked out of their family because of their sexual choices or how they act or
yeah,
go about in their community.
BMT. Can I say something on that real
Go
quick?
ahead, go ahead. I'm just saying
I
that
think you're right on that, but I do think that as far as Caribbean, and I may even include Dominicans in it, but I think what I was speaking for as far as more like Dominicans or whatnot, it was more so the racial colorist, meaning the anti-Africanist sentiments. But I'll say all of the Caribbean, as far as like you being with another person of a different culture, I don't think we go as hard. Well, maybe because I'm 37, so I'm kind of I've seen some things, but maybe the real older generations. But I don't think we go as hard with it as like Pakistanis, right? Where they will literally kill their daughter because that daughter marries somebody from of a different caste system or whatnot. Um, I don't think, Jamaicans, Haitians, or even Dominicans, if, unless perhaps maybe it could be like I said, the Dominicans could be more of a race thing. But even with Dominicans, as long your pocket right, they're willing to accept you or whatnot. And I don't want to turn to this thing into saying, as far as they're, money hungry or anything of that nature. And that's everybody, right? Just like an Asian will rather you bring up on a white boy instead of a black boy. It's kind of the same dynamics. But I don't think the Caribbeans, they don't go that hard. But I think it's more on the racial component, as you were speaking of, that is more of a thing.
Let me put you on, Bello, too. Same maybe you didn't know. In DR, right? They had the first slave rebellion even before Haiti, right? But you guys were successful. But we had the first slave rebellion, and they have a statue in DR. His name is Lemba. He was a maroon leader, right? Lemba. And then
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
they got statue of Mama Tingo. Mama Tingo was she was maybe of Kokolo descent. Kokolo, means like um she has lineage of other Caribbean, because where I'm from, a lot of people have Kokolo lineage, right? So that, and there we
Mm-hmm.
practice music. If you listen to, we call it Gaga, right? It's very like an African type music, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
Haitians call it, y'all call it
Follow.
rara. Y'all call it rara, right? Yeah, we call it palo or
Yeah,
gaga, right?
follow.
Oh, gaga, gaga. It's like, roots, a lot of drums
Right,
and
right, right.
scratches, great scratches and bamboos and stuff. I know what you're talking about. Gaga, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, like we have that in our culture, but then it gets political.
And thank you for saying that. And that's it, yeah. And I know, I have brothers that travel to Dominican. I haven't been, but I know they talk about the Zona La Colonia or whatever in all of these places. But you guys have all these great, I guess, kind of black, sort of, I'll say black or slave history or whatnot. You have to be honest with me. Is that really promoted up front? And that's why we're the conversation to go. And that's why we're the conversation to go. When I brought up the colonization part, and the sister was like, we're just all human beings, yada 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 yada. But it's not. I mean, yeah, she's right, but it's deeper than that, though.
I mean, I mean, I could keep it real with you. The reason why, and I'm not trying to like measure magnitudes of slavery because I don't want to be a slave, right? But to be honest with you, Haitians, slavery that they endured was more harsh. They used to call Haiti hell. That's why they sent the Jamaican guy Bookman. That's why they sent him over there.
Yeah, Bookman.
Yeah, right. And he was one of the leaders of the slave rebellion.
But here's the deal. That has to do with people that died a couple hundred years ago. Some French folks and Spanish folks that couldn't get along from a couple hundred years ago. It ain't got nothing to do with now. All that shit's
Right,
dead. The
right, right,
beef
right.
now is between two sides of
It
the island.
does. That's like saying slavery. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. Okay,
It
let
don't,
me
man. It
do
don't, man. That's
do
more
not
victimhood
derail
talk,
this.
Bello.
No,
It's more
listen, bro.
victimhood
Please do
talk,
not
Bello.
derail this. Please do not derail.
Oh, here we go,
Please
Bello.
do
Let me
not
get my
derail
tears. Let
this.
me get my
It's like
tissue. Okay,
saying,
cool.
see, when you do that, it's kind of you all being gimmicky and trollish or whatnot. But it's like saying what African American slavery, the slavery African went through over here, doesn't have nothing to do with today's times or whatnot. There are
Bro, we weren't all
laws that
slaves,
there
bro.
was a
We weren't all
constitution.
slaves, man. No, everybody fam. Some were
Oh my
slaves, some were
God!
slave
Hold on.
owners,
Let me explain
some were
this. Let me
free,
explain
bro. Come
this.
on now.
Let me. But
Yeah.
but but okay, okay, okay.
Let him
Was there a
finish.
constitution? And did the constitution? Did they have to amend the constitution?
Nothing in the Constitution mentions color. None of the amendments mention color, bro.
Oh my God! I can't do
Come on,
this.
man. I'm a
I see
constitutionalist,
why
man.
BGS just drop
I'm a
off.
constitutionalist, bro.
It just drop off. Like
So really,
it's
bro,
come on,
pull it up,
bro.
Bello. Pull it
There
up.
were
Come on,
laws. There
man.
were specific.
No, bro.
So
No, it
you
wasn't.
mean
It never mentioned color. It never mentioned color, bro. If it is, I'll cash up you 100 right now. Show me in the amendments where it mentions color.
I didn't say nothing about it mentioning colors? You're just trying to play semantics to kind of derail the whole conversation. But you honestly do not have an honest, intellectual conversation. I don't even know
That
why I'm
was not
trying.
honesty because I'm bringing up facts, bro. It's not honest. Come on, man. Don't run from it. Don't run from the truth, bro. If it's in the Constitution and I'm wrong, show me. But I'm a constitutionalist and I stand by what I say. Show me where
I
it says
never
color.
said color was in the Constitution. That's not what I said.
Okay,
I
so
said
what are
the
you talking
law.
about?
Now,
I
you
said
sure
there were laws. There was a Constitution. It literally.
you sure you gonna give up $100?
Yeah. It ain't nothing to me, bro. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
The 3/5 compromise?
Oh my God, that was what? That was in the Constitution amendments. 3/5 compromise. He said amendments to the Constitution. So 3/5 compromise were for slaves in slave owning states, bro.
That's what I said. That's what he said. What
is that? What you said? That ain't what you said, bro. You said laws.
Oh my
okay?
God. Okay.
Which law do you want, man? Pick your poison.
God. The 3/5
Pick
compromise
your poison,
was
Bello.
Oh my God.
Okay, how did that affect you, Bello? How did that affect you, Haitian cat? How did that affect you? It didn't, bro. How did it affect daggone freaking William freaking Ellison, a slave on? You know what it did? Where? I said where in the Constitution? Where in the amendments, BMT?
Bro, that's literally like saying how did the first cars Ford built, affect the cars now? It created the models of how to do cars.
It only says slaves, bro. It doesn't mention color. It says slaves.
Who are the slaves? Invisible people or black people?
Okay, there were only black slaves. There were only black slaves. You want to double? Yeah, you want to go double or nothing? You put your money where your mouth is, Bello. Look at my avatar.
God, I'm done,
put your money
bro.
out
Happy
there.
Sunday, man.
Put your money out there, homie.
I'm
put
out,
your money
man.
out there.
This is not.
Niggas don't want to put their money
this
up.
Is not,
they scared. Put your money out there, bro. Prove me wrong, bro. 200 on it.
The hell is this?
200, bro. We'll take it to 500, bro. Put your money out there.
Weren't the slaves people of color? Was like the slave black people?
Nah,
what the hell
bro,
is this guy talking
slaves,
about?
Bro. It was white slaves, bro. There was Hispanic slaves.
I see why. I see.
Don't
see, BGS must really know this guy.
Yeah, man. No, put your money out there, bro.
I know
put
you because I'm
there,
somewhat unfamiliar. And they say you're a red. BGS say you're a redneck. I kind of remember because I remember I was in the gym. I got off work. I was in the gym working out, and BGS was trying. You used to live in Texas, right? You used to live in Texas, or you live in Texas?
Bro, I live in Texas now, man. Come on, man. Put your money out there, homie.
Oh, that was you. BGS
want to
was
stand
talking
on
to
it,
you
bro. Put your money out there.
He was like, I see now. Remember? And he was like, no, they're not gonna treat us like that. They're not treating.
I've never been on BGS channel.
Pause, bro. Like I'm done.
Yeah, I know you're done, man, because you can't put your money where your mouth is, homie. This is why I respect
you're either
BMT.
trolling or you're.
Hey, this is why I respect BMT. Me and BMT go at it, but I know he stand on his.
Wow. So let me see. So you still have white slaves, like white slaves in 1868?
Technically, slavery went away in 65.
No,
but the Native Americans didn't free all their slaves until like 1870. So I didn't live back then, so I don't know who was still a slave.
I'm just asking. Oh wow.
I don't know, man. I want to live back then. Was you?
I'm just asking. If I was alive, I wouldn't be asking you, right?
Hey, I won't either, man. So it's not for us. Either one of us are.
So,
I know the Native
the conversation
Americans
is not really rather.
It's
not even really exactly. In art. See, the question is not. The conversation is not really rather. Slaves of any other shades, white slaves or whatnot exist or whatnot. It's a matter of. Okay, see, saying, even making the point that white slaves existed sort of prove the point even further, because that will prove that those people, they got out of slavery and they were able to shake it off. But us, we cannot pass for
ain't
white
no us,
and
bro.
just be
I
like,
ain't no Haitian. I ain't no Haitian, bro. You
okay,
Haitian.
bro.
Ain't no us. You ain't American, bro. Get the hell out of here.
Let him talk about himself and don't include yourself. How's that?
I
okay,
bet.
go ahead, Brother Bello.
I'm not doing this. He's trollish, man. He's trolling, man. Like this is so stupid, man. This is so
Bro,
stupid. Black,
when somebody
black. You
tells you the
don't
truth,
think
it's
you don't.
victimhood. You go into victimhood, bro. No, state your facts, homie. If you don't want to be a victim, say it. If you do, say it, bro. But come on, you're not American, bro. You were born in Haiti. It does not include you. Whatever happened, it does not apply to you. What's going to
Okay.
beef between the Dominicans and Haitians? Yes, that's part of your people, but this American stuff ain't yours, bro. Stop trying to claim some victimhood that you don't even understand. This whole made up to begin with.
So if you believe what you believe, brother Trey, why try to sell it?
I'm not selling anything, man. I just speak facts. And I told him, hey, man, put your money up. You know what I'm saying? Because, bro, I can come with the real evidence if you want. It might hurt people's feelings up here, but hey, we can get. Like I said, I put my money out there.
For example, when Fighter Complex came up here, he had a difference of opinions. He had different opinions or whatever, and he spoke it. He didn't have to sit there and try to yell over people, cut people off, get all out of touch. You're sitting here like getting all out of sorts and trying to give people names. I'm like, dude, why
I
are
didn't
you
call him a name, bro. I just told him put his money where his mouth is. I called him a Haitian, bro. He is Haitian.
calling people Marxists and commented? Those are names.
Yes, bro. I know I said what he was saying is Marxist ideology.
You didn't say ideology. You said he's Marxist.
Bro, I said Marxist. Okay, Marxist ideology. Art. Do you know anything about Marxism, Art?
I don't deal with that because I don't deal
Okay.
with.
CRT is Marxist, Art. CRT is Marxist, homie. I know you're a believer in
Here
CRT,
we
so you're a
go.
believer in Marxism.
Here we go. We finally get to it. This is where we were trying to get.
Really,
Thank you.
Okay, so you saying that I'm a believer in CRT? What am I believing in, sir? Speak for me.
Hey, tell me. I've heard you before speak on CRT.
You
You
made
tell me. Okay,
said,
do you believe in it or not, Art? I've heard you on your panel speak about CRT.
You said that you're a believer in CRT. What am I believing in, sir?
Bro, tell me. Do you or do you not believe in CRT? I ask you a question.
No, see, you made.
If you want to, you can come. If you want to, Art, we'll come discuss it on my channel, bro. If you don't want to have it up here, cool. It's fine with me.
Because you made something up and you can't.
I didn't make anything up, bro. What the old boy radical liberal was saying was Marxist, bro. It is, man. It's Marxist ideology. Identity politics, man, comes from the Frankfurt School. Come on, man. It's cake work, Art.
But the
See, this is, and you know what, bro? Like, I'm honestly say this from the bottom of my heart. It hurts me that you're doing just like when people are having good, healthy intellectual conversation, and people are really, and you come with this complete troll because it was troll because you came on, you were like, oh, these commies, and we're like, who are the commies? You BGS, you the commies, you the
straight up,
just
fuck
like
BGS. I can't stand BGS, man. He's a fucking commie liar, and
because he's wrecked your ass.
Bro.
That's why you don't like him.
Man, I've never spoke with BGS. I don't listen to him. I don't deal with him. I would never even debate him.
You've never talked to him before? I could have sworn it was you because that's why actually if you live in Texas, bro. Listen,
I've never gone on his channel, bro. Look, listen, me and BGS have only spoken on other people's channels.
Let me give a shout out again about another lie. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm Rick James.
All right, it says, with all due respect, Art, you defend CRT on Brother X's panel. I don't know how. I mean, I'm trying to keep from insulting people, but the thing is, when you are lying about something and you explaining it, is that defending it?
Okay, all right. Where's the lie, bro? If you did you do it on Brother X's panel? I mean, if you did, somebody will run the clip. I'm just saying. Do you remember doing it?
Oh yeah. My whole thing is like I said, if you can like be very specific on what I'm saying, then that means you were listening. Right now, you guys are making.
Oh wait, look at that! Tomorrow, that's that guy at the Capitol. Yeah, that's that guy, man. I'm with, man. That's him.
MOT.
Yeah,
said,
that's you. I remember.
MOT says,
snitching.
Oh man,
at the Capitol riots, a year for people wanting to overthrow the government last year.
Okay, here we go. And this is what
that was him. I remember that. I remember that minute tomorrow. I remember that. Yeah, that's that.
We
don't
deal with snitches. We don't deal with big fat snitches over on my side.
Was that victimhood?
Yeah, no, it was not victimhood.
Man of tomorrow. I appreciate you for refreshing my memory. That's this nut. This is this nut.
Oh my God! Can you explain that?
Oh, I remember now.
Trey, is that because
Yeah.
that was anti-American? Is that Marxist?
Really? Anti-American? No, bro. You talking about people who just want equal voting rights, who don't want their country to be stolen? Fuck out of here, man. The opposite of what's taking place right now is CRT. And black people are dumb
Wow.
enough to believe it. You got dumb niggas still listening to MOT. Hey, fuck MOT, man. MOT knows what happens if you ever run into me.
Well, first you don't like
I don't
BS,
make
now you don't like
nah,
MOT too?
nah, hey, MOT, he took it there. So MOT know what the fuck
Oh,
happens if you
is
ever
this
see me.
nut? Is this nut? I remember MOT covering
Oh
it.
my
I
god.
remember he had his channel
You
and
dirty
shit.
foot
Like
Haitian.
I was just
All right,
laughing.
you
Is this
dirty foot
nut?
Haitian. You really want me to let you have it, you dirty foot
Is
non-talking
this
Haitian?
nut?
You really want me to let you
This
have it?
is the nut that was at the
You
White House.
non-speaking. You not a White House, really? See, that's
I
how
mean, that
dumb
was at
y'all
the
Haitians
Capitol.
are. This is what. No, I lived in Haiti. Guess what? All y'all are dirty,
At the
stinking,
Capitol,
nasty.
genius.
Y'all act like freaking animals in Haiti, bro. You really want me to go in on Haitians like that?
Yes,
The
please,
Haitians I lived
man
around,
of
y'all act
tomorrow.
like
Air it
animals,
again.
bro.
Is this nut?
And so MOT says, I'll just air the video again.
Go for it. I can do it on my channel.
Oh man, is this nut?
Now,
So that's how they get you, right, Trey? Is they use January 6th on you?
What about it, bro? What about it, Art?
And you got Charles here too. He wanted to respond to some things.
Man, here we go. What's going on, Meter Maid? What's going on?
y'all stop, man. Like, hey, chill, y'all. Come on, chill.
I'm gonna say this, right?
What's up, Charles? What's up, man?
Because you could call me a meter maid, but you wouldn't dare say it in my face.
Oh my God, here we go. I ain't got no beef with you, man. It's all freaking jokes
Nobody
online.
nobody has beef with you.
If you
Nobody
can't
has.
take jokes, man, I got beef with MLT. That's
As
it.
a matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you what, you little pissant.
Oh, here we go.
This
Go
is
ahead.
the problem.
Here we go.
Hold on. See, this is the problem with people like you. All you give a fuck about is dysfunction and spreading a bunch of fucking half-baked, tinfoil wearing shit. That's all you about. That's all you
okay.
about.
Show me. What dysfunction
Matter
am
of
I
fact,
about, Meter Maid?
matter of fact, what the hell do you do for a living?
What dysfunction am I about, Meter Maid?
What do you do? What do you do?
I'm not a
basement
meter
dweller?
maid. I'm not a meter maid, bro.
Well, you're a basement dweller. That's why.
Go to my
You
channel,
couldn't
bro.
make it.
Go to my channel. Go to my channel.
Why would I want to go to your piss stain of a channel?
Okay then, bro. There you
Why
go,
would I
bro.
want
You want to know what I do? Go to my channel.
Why would I want to fucking kill my brain cells worrying about a piss
Hey,
stain
look
like you?
here, man. Hey, last time I got you triggered, bro. When you, hey,
You
how'd I
didn't
get
get
you
me
triggered last time? Cause you get no hoes,
No.
bro. You got no hoes. That's why you got triggered last time talking to me.
If I don't
Go
have
flex
any
some more in the
hoes,
mirror,
if I
man.
don't have any
Go
hoes,
flex
why
some.
don't I have
See,
your
I got
mother
you
and your
triggered.
sister?
Oh,
I
come
do
on,
have
bro.
your
Go
mother and your
flex some
sister.
more in
That's
the
all the
mirror,
hoes
bro.
I need.
Go flex some more in the mirror, bro.
So I'm gonna give y'all about 3 more minutes, and then go ahead.
I don't
Hey,
need
Art,
3
I'm out,
more
bro.
minutes. That's
I got work to
what
do,
the
man. I ain't got
fuck do you
time for the
need?
meter maid.
Yeah, he
It's
needs
been
to go
fun,
beg
Art.
for some money. He need to go beg for some money. He need to go sell ass on the street. That's what he need to
Oh
do.
my God, I forgot about January 6th.
Yeah, we'll talk about it over on my channel,
You know,
Art. But
yeah, he
hey, I
was
got you
over
on the
there.
wrench, Art, when you come back over, bro. Yes, I was there. Yes, I streamed it. And yes, it was a bunch of Americans, not a bunch of Negroes over there crying like this. Hey, peace out, Art.
Yeah,
It's
of
been
course
fun.
you were. Because, you know, guess what? The reason why he's gone because he's scared that somebody might arrest his dumb ass. That's why.
Oh my God.
Once again, wait a
MOT.
minute. I gotta say this again. Once again, I show up on a goddamn panel and I get rid of another troll. Man, you gotta start calling me the troll buster.
MOT, appreciate you refreshing my memory. I remember him clear as day. Now I get it. I remember him. It was this nuts.
Clue Channel, because I'm gonna dress up with Clue Channel. It says Trey owns a fleet of companies. Officer Fart.
I'm Rick James.
And that makes no never mind to me.
Real quickly, because they were talking about CRT. Let's keep this 100. When people, as far as CRT, a lot of people that are on a political persuasion are saying a lot of things that has nothing to do with what CRT means. So I'm gonna say this once again. Clue. I'm gonna say it nice and slow. Clue. It is not a course. It is not a cultural history type thing in school. How long I've been teaching y'all? Y'all remember?
Longer than some of your fucking subscribers been alive.
So we don't have cultural. We don't have CRT vocabulary. We don't have CRT classes. None of that stuff. It has a lot to do with policy and laws you would try to justify doing things in the school. That's what I said. You guys are most horrible listeners. I hope that's not a bad name. But you guys are most horrible listeners in this space. I don't know what it is.
But
I think
art,
when I was saying this, people were saying la la la, defend, defend, la la la. I'm like, no. If you're going to, I would say this, and then I'll let you guys have it. If you're going to say all these things about CRT, I don't care if it's wrong or I mean bad or good. Just make sure you're saying the correct stuff, because people get all these things all mixed up. It's come on, man. But go ahead, y'all.
I think one of the things about it,
but
like I
but
said,
yeah, art. He was trolling because the whole CRT comment, it was straight out of left field. It had nothing and everything else. A lot of the things he interject, I knew he was gonna derail because I kind of smelled that. I knew he was gonna derail the whole thing. Had was straight out of left field. Had nothing to do with the context of the entire conversation. Like in the whole CRT kind of thing, in a campaign that people been having, and even some of the people that made the people that are against it,
So
like
I
it's
rest
it's
my
just
case.
propaganda. CRT is just a name.
I
It's
rest,
just a moniker. They
I
have a
rest my
name.
case.
It's
Let's
just
check
they're
it out,
putting a
Polo.
name of something that they can identify to be against Black history. It's literally just that.
Is that? Check this out. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm
At
rich.
least they
This is
donating.
Exhibit A. Exhibit A. Let me read this. It doesn't have to be a course to be active in schools. The drug dealing, a course, but drug dealing is effective in schools. It's not. Oh
You
boy.
understand that, Art? Do you understand that? Anybody
stop,
understand this?
stop it,
Oh
stop
god.
it, stop it.
You know what is so funny to me, and I'm gonna say this is hilarious.
Oh
And
my god.
shout out to Leon in the chat. Shout out to BMT and everybody else on the panel. You know, me and my boy Leon had a conversation, and a very similar conversation was had on the phone with myself and BMT. See, I'm gonna do a live stream probably later tonight or tomorrow that says what problem does the manosphere have with Officer Falcon? Because lately I've been to John Rambo with this bitch. I've noticed this one simple fact about the internet. The internet makes a lot of cowards into brave men. I'm a meter maid, I'm this, I'm that, but as soon as you see me in your face, you ain't got a damn thing to say. Which is amazing.
So we're gonna
Everybody
bring it.
becomes mute.
So we're gonna bring it back to the topic because I don't want to really take it completely away from our special guest and the whole thing about the questions about Latin America and
BMT, your camera's on. I guess you meant for it to be on.
yeah, he's my meme as well. Um, and he's
And,
on his flag.
and I'm sorry for saying that, Art, but it's what's crazy is that it's funny how you don't even have an art like a you're not adversarial by nature. It would take a person a lot to get you on that term. And for some reason, these little trolls and these little naysayers and conspiracy theorists think it's Switzerland over here to come at you or your guests like this. And I think that's so disrespectful on their behalf. And this is the shit that kills me about this space. You got these carcinogenic motherfuckers, these cancerous cells coming up here trying to kill some intellectual thought, regardless if you agree with the person or do not. That shows the lack of maturity what a lot of so-called grown-ass men are supposed to have. But I'm sorry, but I'm gonna. I had to address that shit because guys like him are the reason why we all taking 15 steps back, the 3 that we make forward.
So let me go back to Fighter Complex because he had an opposing view of the guest. Now let me ask you this, brother Fighter Complex.
Yeah.
Were the fact that you had an opposing view, was it worth fighting to even express it?
Oh yeah, nah, because I mean I know Radical. from YouTube. I know him.
Yeah, but I'm just asking you: is it worth yelling over people, cutting people off, calling people
Oh,
names? What you?
nah, because then unless you want to ratchet stream,
Okay, I'm just asking because couldn't we have opposing views without calling people names? Or
I mean, you could, yeah.
I'm asking, because I'm like, that's all we're asking for. I don't care if you right or wrong. You got an opinion, so let's hear it. But people gonna do what they do. But I think it's important to have these conversations. I was hoping we got some Cuban people, some people from Brazil or Argentina, everybody coming up here just to have this conversation
Yeah,
because I think it has to be had in a very respectful and yet civilized manner.
right,
And
right.
shout out to Radical Latino because we're going to be having more conversations. And maybe there's going to be some more people that's going to disagree with her or whatever, but these conversations have to be had. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right.
I think when I was speaking again, um, I wasn't attacking nobody. Let's just strike the record. BMT never attacked nobody. I told y'all my background. Actually, some of y'all know my background. I just told you the diaspora of the family continuity of my family, of the Portuguese in my family, right? And also of the Jamaicans in my family. We have Haitians, yes, we have a lot of Caribbeans. A lot of Geechee people run hand in hand with a lot of Caribbean people. We're all on the coast. So, of course, yes, we do have a diaspora. But also, I'm not going to play stupid amongst a lot of the Caribbeans that I walk hand in hand with at times and say that we do not have caste system and colorism. That is being very disingenuous and dishonest. I'm not going to play the game. I have two girls. I've seen them on the stream, the light skinned one and the dark skinned one. I've seen how they treat. This is not victimhood. This is just reality.
But
Okay.
why do people say this though? And I want to ask everybody: why do people say the fact that? Well, shout out to Trey again.
Yeah, I'm Rick James.
We need a nickname for Trey. I probably, we need a nickname for him. He says, "Salute to your channel art. I got you when you come through."
I got a few names for him.
But why do people
Bitch ass nigga.
like? Is
But
there
anyway.
some kind of protective mechanism of denying, racial
It,
discrepancies, or is
it,
there?
is- it is. It
We,
is. No, it is art because we had to talk with my wife's grandmother and how she would treat. Now it's like watching an interesting study of how she would treat the children. I have dark skinned children and I have light skinned children, but we've seen how certain portion of the family, the older portion, and some of the ones who are in a certain environment, act or treat, or how some children are excommunicated because of their parents making choices. This is not a thing we have to guess on. This is the thing that a lot of us know in behind closed door households. Okay, this is a very big thing. Now, a lot of people don't want to say that, but it is something. Again, Caribbean people take culture very serious when it comes down to food, music, politics. It's a very big thing. If y'all don't think that they don't care about politics, you're a fool. You're a very damn fool how they feel about politics. Like that's very disingenuous because we could pull up. I'm sure if we would ask the brothers who are also Caribbean about how the politics running there from their nationality background, that's not a joke amongst the older ones. Older ones about how they feel about voting, having certain political rights, access. Those are things that play a very big part. That's why I said. That's why I said some people it's the culture versus the system and how they have it. Their culture is their system versus how we are born into a system. That's not victimhood. That's just stating the atmosphere of how some people grow up. They don't believe, they believe in, hey, when certain people get old, you bring them into the household. You don't put them in the old folks' home. You would bring them into your household. That is a system.
Now,
Okay, go ahead, bro.
going back to and Bello heard this as well. I think Charles probably heard some bits and pieces of it. The post interview or the post question we had after the special guest. Please subscribe to the Radical Latino and check out his information. And then you be the judge on what they're talking about. But the part was I kept hearing, "We're not black, we're Americans." And I'm like, and now I think that's where Jello went to Jello Bilo. I mean, Bello Gino went to come up. Like, what? Uh, it's often.
And I don't know if the sister still is. I'm sorry to cut you off. I don't know if the sister is still listening. I apologize. I don't know if she feel like I came on too strong or what. I apologize if I did, but that I think that's not. It's a bit disingenuous to have conversation that way when there are actually real issues. When you sort of neutralize and you just centering shit and just like throw it under the carpet. I mean that just get under my nerve. Go ahead,
But the
Art.
question is this, y'all. If you want to identify, I mean, we're in this trans society now, right? If you want to identify as something other than you appear to be or whatever it is, don't you have the right to do that?
Yes, you do.
You have the right to do what you want to do, but they also want to superimpose their right for you to believe in their psychosis, which
Oh,
is amazing.
Could you go into the superimpose?
In other words, they want you. If a person wants to say, if I come to you and say I identify as a 12-year-old girl, that's my belief. I'm not supposed to make. I don't believe that I should make fun of you, discredit you, but this is the fucked up part. The government and other places want to actually impose that thought and say I should be treated with the same, what's the word I'm looking for, courtesies as a 12-year-old girl. And instead of actually looking at reality and saying, you know what, you have the right to do what you want, but you don't have the right to impose that fucking thought onto me. We start to lose our way as a people. We start to be weak-kneed. But go ahead, Art.
And shout out to Clue, man. You making me rich.
Yeah, I'm Rick James.
He's still on this, y'all, but I've entertained him. Says, is transgender story time a course in school? It's not critical race theory, though. No, but we can agree that it exists, right? We can agree that it affects the student rights. Man, you gotta do some more studying, man.
You know, it's interesting, Art, and I didn't know this, but after school, certain Caribbean children have a secondary school, right, that they go to after going to American school, where they meet up and they exchange information with their own. They will literally have, like, is it at churches, community centers? They do that. American kids don't. Well, hey, y'all, after school, let's go to secondary school where we meet up and exchange information or talk with people or try to help people get their GEDs or go get try to skill the trade. They meet up with their own and okay, or just showing the Hispanic brother who's up here now. When him and the Hispanic sister were up here, code mode switched on when they started speaking. But a lot of y'all didn't know what the fuck they were saying.
I did.
They started, you did. You did. And that's nothing bad. And I don't have a problem with that. But when they get amongst their own, if they don't want you to know their conversation with certain stuff, they're going to start speaking their language. And that's not a bad thing. But it's not like Black Americans, we can do that. Hey, y'all, let's go to nigga bilingual, and me and Charles will say something that y'all know what the fuck we're saying. I've been around.
Wait, but ain't you Geechee, so you can speak yeah speak pig?
Yeah. We talking about, oh, you talking about do we speak do we speak amongst our own? Yeah, we have stuff. That's just, I'll have, and yeah, you're right to say that. I do when I get amongst my own. Yeah, if I don't want certain people or certain groups know what we're saying, Yeah, we drop English. Fuck that. You amongst us now. You in our territory. Same way when I go to my Haitian friend, if his mom don't want some people know what the hell they're saying,
She gonna speak
they stop.
Creole.
What do you? I mean, I need. I
But
think.
that's what they
Hold
do.
on, BMT. What are you getting at? What point are you trying to make?
They have a code of conduct of culture and certain things first before making them look bad. They're not going to before they start telling the nasties. They have a code of conduct. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa! There's certain things we can say to outsiders, but there's something we're not going to speak amongst y'all. See, there's a difference. That's power. Because there's certain
So
things they're going to say amongst their own. Haitians are going to say amongst their own that they're not going to say on a panel in front of Black
that's
Americans.
that's
There's
no
certain
there's no
BMC, I think you're onto something pretty correct. But I wouldn't generalize it as to a
I'm just using an
it's it's
example.
it's it's, it's kind of like it's kind of like me and the brother, that brother at work, he's African American, right? We're both black. It's kind of like we kind of have our own code switch because we work in an environment that's purely white, like very white. So when I see him in the building, we talk on the phone, off work. But when I see him at work, when we chop it up, there's a way that we have our code switch. I understand there's that. Um, it's not always that they're trying to hide something from you. Yes, you're right. I mean, they may be saying something about you, right? Um, but sometimes it could be like, how there are some things there's no translation for it.
Let me
It's
make.
not that there's no translation for it, but the only way to get that true meaning across is to say it in that language. And it could be like, because you said grandmothers or older people. It's like if you go around a grandmother that barely speak English, they're not gonna try that hard to translate something because your friend is wrong. They're gonna talk to their grandson in Spanish and get it right out.
Let
But
me
they may
ask.
be saying something about your black ass too.
Let me ask something, Bello. And this might hit home for a lot of Spanish, like fluent Spanish speakers that have been raised under Spanish. I've been told on several occasions, especially the ones that are religious. This might touch a lot of y'all. The ones that one that are very religious, even French too. My bad, Bello. Um, if the prayer is much more deeper in Spanish than English.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
so the language has a vibration.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
why it's so important. Sometimes when you are around someone and I get treated better when I speak Spanish to Spanish speakers than when I speak English. I'm an English speaker, so it is some way of a connection part.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just saw a comment the sister put in on there learn Spanish. I'm actually learning Spanish and I'm just trying to build my vocabularies. As you know, French is very close to Spanish. I'm really I feel like I'm getting there. And one of my goals is to move to Colombia. But you're right, Art. I don't know why, and it's like it, I'll say like it's kind of the same. Growing up Christian, Protestant, Southern Baptist, I can kind of understand that. Within my community, people that probably pray in their native language in that time, even though they're the same Christian as Martin Luther King, the same Christian as you, they feel like their prayer is more efficient because they pray in that language that they're native to because I don't know. I don't even know the reasoning. I don't know how to say it, but it's just something about it. I guess they feel more identified to it, so they may believe that their prayer is more powerful because they speak, they repeat their prayer in their language that they're familiar with than in their native language than English.
It's your mother tongue. That's what you heard in your mother's womb, and you heard it right after you were born. So it gets you a certain way. It's damn near in your DNA. So you have those kind of things, and then I mean that's one way. But I think what Radical Latino was talking about that people are connected based on the language that's not theirs. That's a thing. So imagine if you if it was something from your ancestors that you trade from, that'd be a lot more deeper. But some people have those stories and some people don't.
But that makes no sense though, because
Hmm.
we're a new people.
Okay.
You
Go ahead.
understand what I'm saying? We're a new people. The same way I have Spain and Portugal in me, I have African in me. So I'm a whole new group. We're a whole new group of people.
Right,
You know?
right. So that the argument based on studies is that when you go further back into your native tongue and practice into that, you will have more of a deeper connection. We heard that like several years, man, even through the
Was that
1700s.
his argument? How do you do that?
Well, I mean, you got people that goes right back to African spirituality. You got people that go into like, I mean, who really has those deep stories are a lot of Asians. Because when you go into Buddhist, you go into Shinto and all this kind of stuff. So they have way more. As a matter of fact, if you even get into the like the Muslims, once they go further past the Arabic type thing, there was languages before that. Once they get into that, they take that into what's it called? Anybody remember? What's it called? Oh my God! It's another name for it. It's a higher order of Islam. I think it's called Sufi. Sufi. There you go. Sufi. So that's a whole nother thing. But right now, as we speak, like you're saying, fighter complex today, this is the language that you are comfortable with from birth. But there is a component that is beyond that you haven't tapped into. Does that make sense?
I mean, I understand that, um, but I believe like even our Spanish, we have our dialects, so it's like
Yeah, that's what you're comfortable with today's time. That's what it is. But some people want to go beyond.
yeah, they want to go beyond,
Hey,
but
Art.
that's all hog to me. That's all hogwash. Because what you gonna do? Create a whole language?
No, it's
You
already there.
Yeah,
It's already there.
yeah, yeah. Fight. I think I understand what maybe I can relate to it from this context, right? Let me break it down, right? So you know how Haitians and I guess some obviously black Dominican, I don't know, maybe white Dominicans do practice that too, but Afro Cubans and Afro Brazilian and a lot of people throughout Africans throughout the diaspora, they practice voodoo, right? And and
Santeria, 21
yeah,
division.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one.
exactly. In Cuba, it's Santeria. Some places they call it condombre, Brazil, condombre or whichever,
Uh,
right? So
Macumba and
if they got all these type of names,
right.
So if you, I think he may have had a valid point, but it's almost impossible because you can't go back that far and create a whole different culture and come up with some kind of, I don't know,
No, that's the
revive
thing.
these kind of language and
I heard me
dialects.
right. It's not about creating a whole different culture. It's tapping into one that's already existing. Like,
Yeah, but like he said, we're like a whole different people, and this is where I'm
oh, you
kind of
said
making
about
his
right,
point.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is where I'm almost kind of making, I'm somewhat making validating his point, is that what happened is I take voodoo for example.
Hmm.
Well, voodoo is that a name that I don't know, either colonizers or some new world name. It wasn't even called that, right? It probably doesn't even call that in Africa.
Yeah.
Um,
Uh-huh.
Voodoo or
I don't
whichever,
think
right?
that's good. I don't know the origin myself.
See,
I don't know the origin either. Go ahead.
yeah. So there are different schools of thoughts and schools of practice in voodoo, right? Even within and amongst Haitians, you will find people that have different practice, right? They believe in different energies, or they believe a certain energies work a certain different ways, a certain different energies meaning the gods or whatnot. They have different names for them, things of that nature. Whereas, in different cultures, Brazil or Cuba, they may have those same energies, but they may interpret them. They have a different interpretation for them, different practice. And those practices and differences happens, I will say, more so due to languages. more so due to languages. People have a whole bunch of different variety, but it's almost the exact same thing though.
You know what
So
it is?
along amongst the way, mhm,
Go ahead, Bello.
amongst the way, people kind of, I don't know, because of the languages, they've had to come up with different names and things of that nature. So it does sort of, I guess you would say, water down the original thing. And I can see the point where you say, well, if we could go back to that mother language or whatnot, but it would be kind of impossible.
Well, that's what people are doing, but the thing is, once they get to a certain point, we don't really get to see them because they already evolved to some other kind of state in their life. So we're stuck here being comfortable and based on what's been thrown at us. So we just, but the thing is, I keep saying it's not worth fighting for. It's like just be you and just be comfortable with it. If that's what you want, stay with it. We got BGS back in the building.
Yeah, you know what, Art? I just want to, I know you don't want to talk about it because it's going to overthrow the flow of the conversation, which has nothing to do with what you guys are talking about, right? Okay, I just want to take about 2-3 minutes about critical race theory. Okay, Derek Bell invented critical race theory as a legal framework. That's why it's only taught in legal courses, especially in basically in post doctorate colleges, right? Legal law colleges, because it's a legal framework to actually apply affirmative action policies that was passed, right? Especially after 1968, has nothing to do with teaching it in a classroom because it doesn't apply to the classroom. It applies to administrators like Art right here. Say if he say if there's too many black boys being expelled for acting out, or too many black boys going to what is it, special education, right? Okay, he can actually use critical race theory as a framework to get those policies changed. It has nothing to do with teaching it in class because if you try to teach a critical race theory in a classroom, especially to kids that are not in college, they won't understand that stuff because it doesn't apply.
Right.
So I don't know how you're going to teach a legal, a postdoctorate course that belongs in a law school into a what? To a classroom, especially a elementary school classroom. How are they going to understand legal, basically critical race theory?
Because it's
It
gonna
has
get
not.
you.
It has not. Go ahead.
It's gonna get you to hate white kids. That's what they keep saying.
It's going to get you to hate white kids. Basically, you know, why? Really, what is liberals trying to push this stuff, right? It has
Right.
nothing to do with black people or critical race theory at all. If you go back to read what Derek Bell actually came up with it for. I mean, they actually teach this. There's like 20 books on critical race theory. I actually talked to of like 4 PhDs about what critical race theory is, because I wanted to understand it, right? And what Art is talking about is exactly what Derek Bell said, and all the other people that actually teach critical race theory in what law school. It's a law school course. You do not teach critical race theory in K through 12 because it doesn't apply. If you think that teaching American history or inclusive history is critical race theory, it's not. It has nothing to do with it unless you're going to teach affirmative action law in high school. Then it might apply.
That's
Then you
true.
can say, okay, we have a critical race theory class in high school because we're teaching how to apply your affirmative action rights in case you get discriminated on the job. And more than just black people have used it. White people have used critical race theory.
Yeah.
And women have used critical race theory. Latinos have used critical race theory, okay, because it deals with discrimination on the job. It's a legal framework. It's not a course.
And
Stop listening to right wing white boys that have no clue what the freak they're talking about. I saw the video. Doesn't mean anything. Go read a book. That's all I want to say.
and Clue said BG. Oh, let me
Lord,
give
don't
Mr.
read a book.
Yeah, I'm Rick James.
He says BGS wrong again. CTR is not on the syllabus. He never said it was on the syllabus.
And that was syllabus, and it's not taught
Hey,
So,
because you
BGS.
you don't you, you don't even know what critical race theory
Hey,
is.
BGS, you're talking too fast. Slow it down for me.
Okay, I'll slow it down. I'll slow it down for the dyslexic in the back that do not know how to read. Okay, unless you are in a legal class. Okay, unless you're teaching advanced law, critical race theory does not apply. It's a legal framework. How do you teach legal frameworks in elementary school.
Well, they don't even have a concept of law.
They don't even teach civics in elementary school, much less
The American
much
government
less
be
critical race.
damned.
Yeah, hell yeah,
The
but American
American
government be
government
damned.
be damned.
I mean,
So you know,
somebody I had to tell somebody what's the difference between a law and a bill.
Jesus Christ.
So BGS, do you think it's due to just simply of the right wings um major push to crush down or take out black history, any contexture of black history studies that that I was
Yeah,
unfortunate to
they
learn
want
in
what
high.
they really want to do is what they're really trying to do by pushing this critical race theory angle is erase the history of Jim Crow and slavery. They want to erase all that. They want to whitewash all that like it never existed.
What
But
did
you
I
know
tell you
what,
about?
They don't want
BGS?
taught,
What did I tell you about?
even though they really don't teach it in school anyway.
What
They
did I
could
tell
So
you
use.
what
before
do
about?
you?
What did I tell
But
you about law?
Mhm.
About criminals? Criminals never want to tell you about the shit they done wrong.
yeah,
No, I was
Yeah.
innocent.
So what do you think about blacks or black conservatives, whichever they want to call themselves? Some of them swear they're not black conservative, but they're always right wing
they,
nuts.
they don't want to be
That
they
tell
don't want to be
you
black.
that
They
yeah
don't want to be
that tell
black.
you, oh, I don't want my kids to learn that they're a
They
victim and then that they cannot succeed, yada 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 yada. But
in,
when we've
in,
been learning, since we've been learning, go ahead.
they're ashamed of their history. That's really all it is. They don't want to be black. In other words, I'm American. Okay, I'm American. I don't want to be considered a color. I don't want to forget. I want to forget my history or the negative
I'm
parts of my
not black,
history.
I'm OJ.
I'm not black. I'm OJ. I don't want. I want. In other words, I want to push to the end where we're all blended. We're all Americans, right? Even though every day you see everyday racism when you walk on the street. But in fact, I had this. I'm gonna put this up right because this white woman who has a mixed child that's the son, right? She says, you know what? When my kid in my house, my kid doesn't have a color. When he hits the street, my boy is a black man, and he gets treated like a black man. And you can't erase that. I don't care what you say. I don't care how you say that you don't see color. Best guess what? In fact, I played this. I actually played this from Blackish, right?
Hmm.
When what's her name was talking to her dad, right? Her dad is white, right?
Hmm.
And what he said was one of the truest thing that I ever heard, right? He said, "Remember the first day you went to school and they didn't believe I was your dad?" You said, "Yeah." She said, I hated that, right?" He said, "I knew then, far before you ever had a chance to decide, the world had already decided that you were a black woman. It has nothing to do with it. No black man in America starts out seeing himself as black. The world teaches you what color you are." And I want to say this. I
Yeah.
want to say this. How I learned about Latinos, right? I was in Guatemala for 3 months, right? I was hosted by a Guatemalan a lady, right? She was upper class, right? She broke down to me what Castas was and what she called a Ladino was, right?
Hmm.
And I didn't believe it until I heard George Lopez say the same goddamn thing. To be a quote unquote a Ladino, right? A Latino, you have to have at least 50 or 60% Spanish blood or European blood. That's how they quote you, and they rank you. They rank you according
Yep.
to the Latinos or the Latinos are at the top. Because I was there and I saw this shit, right? Okay, Latinos at the top. You got the mixed people in the middle. You got the natives secondary, and trust and believe. If I was an American and I didn't have a blue passport and didn't speak English, I was black. You go to Guatemala and see where those black people are. They're at the bottom. They rank you by color. You go look at and what they said about the Telemundo and basically the host and the European beauty standard about them being blonde hair and blue eyed and in fair skin. That is true. And guess who the goddamn maids are?
The
They're
darkies.
black.
And by the way, I'm gonna
So
ask
don't tell me it
Max.
doesn't exist. It does exist. I saw it down in 3 months and I saw it. And I had them tell me this stuff. I didn't ask for it. I was new to this stuff. Okay. I thought, okay, well, they're all the same. Bullshit. Okay. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Because I was down in
And that's
Guatemala
the
where the natives and the pure blood natives are still there. That's how come I know. They're still there. And I see how
yeah.
racist they are against these people.
Yeah, and it's in Colombia, it's in Brazil. I mean, in Brazil right now, through the wave of the the whole Black Lives Matter wave, a
Yeah.
lot of Afro Brazilian have because there's been so many major killings in Brazil. I mean, it's probably it doesn't go on the major news of how
Yeah,
police will go in black neighborhoods and just murk
yeah,
people,
yeah,
like
yeah,
straight out murk people.
yeah,
These things
yeah,
are real, and that's the greater contexture I
yeah,
wanted to have in this
yeah.
conversation.
And I'm saying
I
it. We
wanted to
said
have more intelligent conversation with this whole thing because
what?
the whole watering it down. We're all, oh no, we're just American. It's not true because
It's
as they always say, the people that come here, we say immigrants, whatnot. Those are the more fortunate ones, right? The
Hmm.
more
The
the
lucky
ones
ones,
that are
yeah.
more resourceful, whatnot. When you
Hmm.
meet most Brazilians, and I'm not saying all Brazilians in the United States are white,
It was
but
hard for
there
my wife
are
to get
tons
here.
of black Brazilians in
Me-
Brazil.
Art,
Like the
art,
most
art,
nine out of ten, I say 8 out of 10 Brazilians you'll meet in the United
uh,
States, they're white.
I can say one term. Art know what I'm talking about, especially in California. What does mayate mean, Art?
Nigga,
Nigga. How many times we done heard Latino males call you a mayate?
several grocery stores, schools, businesses, everywhere.
as a
Don't tell me
matter of fact.
don't tell me it don't exist.
As a matter of fact,
But but
I want
but
to
but,
address.
but
I want to
that's
say something real
dangerous. You
quick.
know what? That's dangerous because
I
you
want to
gotta.
say something real quick.
Well,
You,
it doesn't matter whether it's dangerous or not. Does it
Uh,
exist?
no, I
I
say you
want,
know why it's dangerous because Latino that's what that consists of 16 different countries. So you're grouping someone being Hispanic with someone that says mayate, and that's not
we
even
we, we
in our
know,
dialect.
bro. We in California. We know a Mexican from a Guatemalan, from a
Okay,
Honduran, from a Colombian,
okay,
right? We know the difference between
anytime,
them.
all right.
Yeah,
anytime people
complex. I think what he's saying is that he's telling you that, but I think there are different versions. I don't know if it's a
They not all
word,
y'all all
but
not the same people. I mean,
yeah, yeah, that you're not the same people.
how many people are in Dominica where you come from?
There's
Population.
you gotta be the
Population
population.
size.
You
Yeah,
gotta be about what, like 10 million?
10 million. You know how many people? You know how many people in
10
Mexico
million has
there
got
are?
to be more than that, bro.
You got damn near 200 million
More
people
than
in
that?
Mexico.
Let me see
You
right
got
now.
40
Oh
million
yeah,
people in
it's more than
Guatemala.
that.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, not yet. Yeah, Mexico City is a huge. It's one of the largest
it's
cities in the world.
almost 30 million people. In other words, basically, you actually talked about Latino from your very tiny perspective. Okay, you come to California,
Nah,
you go
no,
to
no, no,
Texas.
no, 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 but no, not my tiny perspective. I'm
It's
telling
tiny.
you that you know. I'm telling you because I've traveled to California. I'm
Hmm.
telling you that you can't box all Hispanics in.
You can't speak for them all either. We know what racism and colorism
Yeah.
is in a
I'm not.
community.
I'm not speaking for him, but I'm telling you,
it's
you can't box
amazing
them in.
because when it's
I'm telling you,
amazing
you can't
because
box them
And
in.
everybody boxes
my,
black people in.
my serviceman is a Haitian, right? He tells me what kind of colorism goes on in Haiti. Okay, he actually has used to have a Haitian American channel on public service on the radio, right? So he travels there. He's raised money there. We have a whole. In fact, the conscious community has a whole bunch of people, a whole bunch of Haitians that we used even during the earthquake. We actually raised funds for, and they can tell you about about the colorism that goes on in Haiti. Hell, they can tell you about the colorism that goes on in Jamaica. That stuff
Yeah,
exists all the place.
complex. A
Yeah,
complex. I
yeah,
don't
yeah,
want.
yeah.
I don't want you to. I don't want you to
Yes,
feel like
yes.
he's
Sam,
trying to group Dominicans
point.
in. And what he's trying to tell you is that, like, yeah, I know what you're trying to say. Like, well, we may be slightly different. I understand that, and he's not really trying to say Dominicans are exactly like that, but he's telling you in the overall Latino community, we know that exists. Maybe Dominicans don't use the word I forgot what's the word he said,
Mayate,
Amaya, whatever,
Mayate, yeah,
or whatnot.
which,
Yeah,
which which means black bug. You know.
yeah, yeah. Maybe they don't use that or whatnot. But there's different. You could almost find equivalent of either behaviors or whatnot. And there's exact reason. And I said it earlier. The average skin color of a Dominican who will not proudly say that, yeah, I'm African or I'm black, it's the complete different for a Brazilian who's that, like the Brazilians, they will I'm not saying it's all like that in Brazil, but they're more in touch with their Africanness.
Yeah.
There's the exact reason. You know why they don't? Because Haiti next door is a shithole. But if Haiti was a little United States, was a paradise, all of y'all will swear y'all is African.
But
Hmm.
no, but what you have to remember is
Hey, can y'all hear me?
The
Yeah, we hear
history
you.
the
We hear
history
you,
in
Art.
Brazil is different.
Charles.
The history there was a wasn't there segregation in Brazil?
It still
No,
is.
yeah,
What you,
it
was
still is.
was it
Still
still is? What
is.
are you talking about?
But
What,
you know what's amazing, right? Everybody says don't group us together, but the world still looks at us as one big nigga.
Well, real quickly, Clue gave you another one. Clue Channel
no, but that's the thing. My bad. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
says, "Where is Black America on the map?" BGS. Who's the president of
I
Black?
don't. It does. Basically, I don't know what that has anything to do with where Black America is. Okay, doesn't matter. Okay, where if you look at India and the Dalits who actually are people are actually racist against, there is no Dalit capital. There's no Dalit president. There's no Dalit nation. But guess what? There's still the caste system is still practiced in India, and when
Hmm.
they come over here, it's still practiced. Racism, just because you're racist, just because you've been treated poorly, just because you're a lower caste, doesn't mean that you're not part of the country. You are. In fact, black people, ADOS is actually an artificially created caste system. Okay, by white people. Black culture or ADOS culture is white culture. It was created to be the low caste segment of this culture. So there is no black America. So I don't know what you're trying to point at.
I mean,
Okay,
did
go ahead,
we ask
Charles.
you who's the president of Irish America? Italian America? I mean, I get so sick of shit when people
I
try
think
to
the
like.
person is trolling, obviously.
Of course they're
They're always
trolling,
trolling.
but at least
Paying
they
for
pay.
it.
At least they paying the man. But in all of its reality, right? When you're just a black American, everybody will steal everything from you, but the struggle. That's all it is. Like all these so-called conservatives, if they were really
Oh,
conservative,
thank you for saying that. I got another point to make. Yep.
if they were so-called conservatives, they would have moved to China, Russia, all these other fucking patriarchal countries. But you know what? The bread is too damn buttery over here in America.
All right, so let me.
You're not really conservative
Does
because
an
one,
indigenous
hmm,
Well, we got a white apologist. Okay, why don't they just give you guys the white card
yeah,
and take you in?
yeah,
does
pretty
a
much
does an
because
indigenous
you know why they can't go over to those white spaces because they're gonna get their black wake-up card quickly. That's why they always come back to channels like this. Oh, I'm conservative. Take your Brandon Tatum asses back the fuck where you came.
A complex. What are you saying about indigenous?
Indigenous,
an
yeah.
indigenous like if an indigenous Mexican kid or person is walking down in a black neighborhood, right? Is he gonna get made fun of?
Because you talking about in L.A.
Just
or
anywhere,
where?
just anywhere.
No,
No, they
No,
leave it
because
no,
most of the time he does. No, most of the time because the neighborhoods are mixed now
no,
because they didn't
no.
used to be.
So in the hood, Mexican dudes don't get robbed.
They
alone.
get
No.
they get robbed by black and Mexican people. So what?
Yeah, Mexicans rob Mexican people in the
Bro.
Yeah.
That
I mean,
happens if I'm not
robberies that are
Well,
known in a
does
robberies that
what
certain
are
do
hood.
legal.
white people, do white folks in the white
No,
neighborhoods
no,
get
no, no.
robbed?
Let's
No,
go
do they?
rob
Do
let's
that?
go
Do
rob
they?
that Mexican. So what? So if a black person robs a Mexican, was
It's
it
Yeah.
just a robbery.
That's
racial? Hold on. Was
It's
it racial or was it just because you wanted to commit some crime, get some money?
okay. Let me explain this
So you see,
when it
oh, you
comes
get
to
what
crime.
I'm now you see what I'm getting at, right?
No,
no,
No.
no.
Let me
You
explain.
trying
Let
to
me explain
conflate
that.
things.
Let me
Well,
explain that. Let me explain
go
this
ahead.
real quick about hate crimes. Okay. First and foremost, this is the difference because if it's a robbery, if I go out and rob somebody, whether he's Mexican, black, or white, it's just a robbery. If I go out and rob him and then kick him in the face or if he's a Jew and write a swastika on his chest or his house, it's a hate crime. Why? Because I use his ethnicity, his race, his religion against him, okay, or his gender or his sexuality. If it's just a robbery where he's stuck up with a gun, it's just a robbery. Was there any incident that implicated a certain bias against him?
Yeah, because
No. Answer the question.
yeah, because I could go
Answer the
listen.
he
question.
said
Yes
yeah.
or
He said
no.
yes. He said yes.
So there's no bias. If a Mexican gets robbed by a black guy, it's a robbery. Unless he was robbed and there was some implications to his race, religion, sexuality, or whatever,
Well, he doesn't
then
have
it's
to
a
Hey,
hate
Charles,
express.
crime.
I want to see
Wait,
what he's getting at.
Yeah,
you don't
what
have to
he's getting at?
express. Wait. You don't have to express it. You could think it. You don't have to express it.
Can
You
you
don't have.
explain that, please?
You don't. You don't have to. You don't have to. Grab a spray can, right, and just
What are you
spray
talking about,
paint.
man? No, you got to make this plain. How?
No. Because all right. What I'm telling you, for it to be a
Mm-hmm.
hate crime, you don't
Mm-hmm.
have to like do some art. You don't have to graffiti it on at his house, on his car, on his shirt. You don't
You
have
know
to
what?
I see what you're
Don't
you,
talk.
you
saying.
don't have to
Yeah.
call him you don't have to call him a spick. You know, but you
Don't talk to the guy who actually has to charge people. But okay, don't talk to the guy who does
Yeah,
it.
because
No, Charles, I think he's not speaking of legally per formal definition
yeah, you're right.
on the law books.
Right.
In other words,
Because I grew up in
if
listen,
I
listen.
if you get robbed, it's just if you get robbed, okay, and it's by another fucking black person and he calls you a nigga, is that a hate crime?
I don't know.
No,
No,
I don't know.
because you're same color.
I don't know.
no,
I know.
See, I think what he's trying to say
It
is that
No,
depends.
no,
a person could
let,
have the
let him make
motivation
it clear because
because
he's
a
trying to make a
person could
point.
have the
An example.
motivation.
Let me give you an example.
No, make it no. Make your point and then give us another example. What's your point?
Okay, my point is that you guys are trying to make it seem like all these fucking Latin people, all these fucking white people. Do black people do anything wrong?
We didn't. That has nothing to do
Oh
with what we're talking about.
no, come on,
wait
bro.
a minute,
That's not the premise.
It's not what we're
hold
talking
up,
No,
about.
no, no,
hold up,
no,
wait
no,
a
no,
minute,
no.
wait a minute. We're gonna back up for a second.
Do African
You
do
just no
African
no no
American
no
people
no
do
no no no
anything
no no no
wrong,
no
bro?
no no no. You
Okay.
just came and you went some fucking left field shit when you
I
talked
have
about some
to. I
you
have
went
to.
some left field shit about
This is a left.
I
This is a
cannot.
left
In
field
other words,
conversation.
No, it's not.
because no, it's not. It makes some
It's pretty
sense of it
straightforward.
because
No,
unless your ass is
guys.
unless you're Professor X, you can read minds. If he doesn't put their intent of what they're trying to do, it's just a fucking robbery. It wasn't fucking race based or no fucking bias.
So let me ask you this: fighter complex, right?
Right. What up?
All the violence is going down in Mexico between each other, right, over drugs and money and stuff like that. Are they being racist to each other?
Not it could be from over money. It could
Oh,
just be
we
over
could
the
be.
money.
What else could it be?
Money, territory, power.
Money, territory, power. Does that have anything to do with
It
race?
could be. It depends. Are they do they
No,
look the
no, no,
same?
no. Does that have anything to do with race?
And wait, it's who versus who again? Say it again.
No. If you said I said those
The
folks
stuff
down there
that's going
killing
on in
each other
Mexico.
in Mexico, killing each other, same. They
Uh-huh.
look exactly the same. Okay,
Okay.
over territory, money, power, control, whatever it is. Are they racist?
Not necessarily, no.
Why not? Okay, what
BGS.
necessarily are they?
Because it's still tribal though. It could still be tribal.
Yeah,
How
Like
yeah.
so?
Oh, hold
How
on,
so?
hold on. Fighter complex. BGS,
Mexico
BGS.
is a huge
If Fighter, let me help you out real quick.
Mexico is a
BGS,
huge slave. No, no.
you know what you know what I come to realize, and this
What?
is my frustration with this slightly the turn he just took because I
Mm-hmm.
want to have this conversation. I remember I had a conversation similar to this too on one of our traveling brothers channel with sort of these, I mean, as far as Dominicans and things of that nature. This is what happened. They seem, and this is the comment that I made. Are there any woke Dominican who understand colonization, who understand that aspect?
Yeah,
Because that turn you just took, my brother, fighter complex, it sort of tell me like you're kind of totally asleep as that when it comes to that. You don't understand
And
any of
woke,
that.
Well, being woke, being woke
So
today is so like
It's just a term I use, woke, but I'm talking about,
yeah.
do you understand colonization? Do you understand
Do I,
any of
do I
that?
understand slavery? There's 200 million movies about it. Why
No,
wouldn't
no,
I
no, no,
know?
no. Do you understand colonization?
Yes.
I don't think you did,
We
because you
learn this
talking
in
about
school.
like, because we were talking about, the
This is
differences and things of that
this is
nature.
so,
You took that turn
bro.
about,
It's so
oh, do black people
elementary.
do anything wrong? Like that's not.
It's so this is so elementary, bro.
So
This is
make it plain, man. Make your point. Stop dancing around the
okay. All
point. Make
right,
your point.
BGS. Let me speak to you slowly.
No,
This
make your
is
point. Go
so
ahead.
basic.
Thank you. Go ahead.
It's It's very simple. Listen, I
Mm-hmm.
remember growing up in the East Coast.
Okay.
No, stop doing that. Just talk, bro. Just
Everybody.
talk.
All right then. So everyone. I'm talking about even Hispanics, and because all Hispanics, even though you guys don't believe it, they're not the same racially too. So
We never said that.
right,
I know. I don't know where you put that.
even Hispanics. Yo,
I just
yo,
said, well, though
yo,
Hispanics in Guatemala have a caste system.
I
even
like.
Hispanics, right?
Congratulations,
And,
Art.
and
I
even
didn't know you got your master's in special education.
even
Go ahead.
ADOS, right? Even ADOS, right? The people that they're never hateful to anyone, right?
Who
Or
said that?
African or African American, right?
Who said that?
Everyone, listen, including Dominicans, would make fun of Mexicans. In the East Coast, we all know this. They would always make fun of Mexicans.
Everybody makes fun of everybody. Your point.
Yes, even black
Yeah,
people make
no,
fun
no,
of black people.
but growing up as a kid, I would always look at it
No,
like,
no, no,
damn,
no. Stop internalizing shit.
I'm
Look at
not
the totality.
internalizing
Yes, you
You
are.
just
anything.
No,
did.
I'm
that's
not.
what it is. He's
I'm, I'm,
You
internalizing
just
it. Yeah,
did.
yes,
I'm
yes, you
not
are.
I've heard it.
internalizing. I'm
You
not
just did.
internalizing.
So
Now,
in other words, let me ask
I'm
you
not
this question.
internalizing.
Let me
I'm
ask
not
you this question.
internalizing.
Does
I'm not.
everybody make fun of everybody at some point?
Yes, that's true. Yeah, of course,
So
definitely.
what's the fucking big deal about it? You got to grow
Oh,
up and
also,
go on about your life.
so why are you complaining about somebody calling you a mayate?
I
I,
didn't.
I didn't complain about it. I just said that's a racist term that they use. That's why I told them you don't
But
think that you don't
complex. You
because you
understand context? Your name complex. You understand context? You understand context? Like
No,
people can use the exact same.
No. Tell me what context is. I don't know. Go ahead. Tell me.
say it
Come on, man. I'm
slowly
not. You
for
true now.
him.
You watering. See, that's what I'm saying. Now you watering that thing. You
Say
kind
it
of trolling a bit,
slowly
like
for
Say
him.
because I
slowly
know
for
you're
me.
an intelligent man. I mean, I think you can
I
kind
Say
of
don't know.
understand these
slowly.
kind of things. Like
Say slowly.
I don't know why you're doing this.
I understand context. Yes, I understand context.
In other words, what you were saying that we're saying you were trying to say that there's no such thing as racism, and Latinos are not racist, or Mexicans are
I
not
mean,
racist. It doesn't exist. That's what we're trying to say. And I'm saying
when did I
that it
say that?
does. That it
I never
yes, you
said that.
did. In other words, that's what you're trying to
Your
say.
pushback equates to that, though,
No,
bro.
no, I never said that. What
And
I
then
said,
what you're trying to do is you're trying to make an equivalent of black people. Say like black people never do anything wrong. Like we're trying to cape for black people. That's what you're trying to say.
no, because you're trying to play that. What was that intersectionality?
No,
Like
no, no,
you're trying
no,
to play that. You're trying to
no,
play that game.
no. I hate intersectionality because I don't. I believe you should call a spade, and not trying to taper off people into atomized individuals. Do you understand what intersectionality actually is?
Yes, I do know what it
No,
is.
you don't. I don't. I doubt that you do.
I do know what it is actually.
I doubt that you do.
Oh, all
Because
right.
I have four PhDs that have been schooling me over the last 2 years
How
of
you
what
take a
intersectionality
PhD?
is. You don't
You know what
understand
you
what
could
it
do with
is.
your PhD?
Okay, huh?
You know what you know
I
what
can
you could
wipe
do
your
with your
ass with it. That's
PhD?
what I can do with it.
Right then. You're gonna
Look, we
wipe
got a
my
new
ass with it?
sister on the panel. Let's see what the
Don't,
sister got to
don't,
say, man.
we know you're
Fall back,
infamous for
man, because I
hold on,
don't
No,
know
wait,
why you
wait. No,
took
you
that
don't.
turn.
No, you
hold on.
don't. No,
BGS,
you
we know
don't.
BGS, we know you're infamous for talking about ass. So
Oh, you
Oh,
calm
here
know
we
down.
go.
now.
That
Here
Calm
means
we
you
down.
go.
lost the discussion. Now you
Yeah,
didn't
See,
join
yeah.
something.
Yeah.
now what's up, Kareem? Hey, love.
Good night, everyone. How are you
Oh,
Good
guys?
evening, sis.
hey,
Hi, everyone. I just came on because the
He gonna wipe
conversation
my
was
ass with
good.
it. That is so gay, man. That's so gay.
Okay,
Hey,
by the
dude.
complex, by the complex. Okay, I'm
Because
gonna.
that's
I'm
what you're going.
gonna.
That's what you're going to actually say. What I can do with those
Let's hear the
PhDs is wipe my
sister.
ass
I don't
with.
know
Go ahead.
what happened, Fighter Complex. We're having a good
Okay, but
conversation.
yeah, we
He's
have.
losing.
Kareem can finish her stuff because
Yeah,
this
That's
let's
guy's
so
just
gay,
off the
bro.
fucking boat. You know, this
let's try
motherfucker
to
had
stay
just
in
fell off the
conversation
plane or
about
some shit.
the. Yeah, let's try to stay in conversation about the racial of like
Presence in Latin America.
Latin America and the
We're
map you brought up, Art. I just want to mention that a lot of those maps you have to see when it was done because,
Hmm.
like I said, at one point, Jamaica was owned by Spain. So
Yeah.
a lot of
Ocho
those,
Rios. Yeah, like they got a place called Ocho Rios.
yeah, Ochos Rios, Spanish Town, Port Antonio. So at
Yeah.
one point, you have to look at the map to see what the date the map is. So Latin America is a like a term that it's very. I mean, I don't know, because like a lot
Um,
of
um,
those countries I wouldn't consider really Latin America, because Guyana technically can be Latin America, but Guyana isn't. Guyana is Caribbean. It's
y-
British and Indian people in Guyana,
yeah,
majority.
the United States gave them that gave that under the Monroe Doctrine gave them that name.
Right. That so that name, that term is very that it doesn't mean anything. I mean,
Nope.
culturally, yes. There's a lot of those countries that are similar, like with the Spanish and the way they prepare their foods and their music. But like for instance, Cuba is not really similar to Jamaica. They have some similarities because I have actually family members that went to Cuba back in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s before all of that. So, but like like a lot of the islands, a lot of the people went to different countries. Like there's the Panamanians. There's a lot of Jamaican heritage in Panama because a lot of people went to Panama when the canal was building.
The
There's
bill,
a
yeah.
lot
Same,
of
same thing with
Trini
Belize.
in
Yeah, yeah,
Venezuela and Belize as well.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah. Lincoln
yeah,
sent 50,000 former slaves to Belize.
And the
right.
And
So
point,
and
the
then
point,
let's look at surname. Surname is extremely diverse.
now
yeah,
the point is,
yeah. So those
Sister Kareem.
countries,
The point
yeah,
is, Sister Kareen, is that these are definitely new maps. These are computer generated maps.
Hmm.
right.
They're not. I'm not putting ancient maps up here. And for some reason, they're taking away the black presence in these maps, whereas the ones that maybe you may be referencing, the older ones, keep it like it was.
Yeah.
I
Right.
mean,
No,
you
but
look
I
at
mean,
Brazil.
I'm just saying maybe that's why they gave that. That's the point. That's why they gave those countries because initially I think Spain was like big before the English took them out. They were like really
The,
Well,
the, the
colonizers.
Holy
well,
They were
Roman
like big
Empire.
well,
colonizers.
you know what happened, Kareem? If you read history, you know what happened. Spain got rich because that they stole Aztec silver, and
Hmm.
then once that money ran out, guess what happened? They were broke again.
Right. So
Yeah.
I mean, like the fellow, the Haitian guy that was talking about colonialism. Yes,
Hmm.
colonialism is so prevalent in Caribbeans and Latin America because even Latin people you call Latin Americans, because I've
Hmm.
dated Ecuadorians, and what he was talking about being in the Northeast, that they kind of are prejudiced against the Mexicans. They do have
Hmm.
a prejudice against the Mexicans because they would the guy I was dating, they would call him Mexican because he looked Mexican, but he wasn't Mexican. He was Ecuadorian because they all
Hmm.
have native, most people from Central America and the top of South America very like have a lot of native blood in them,
Yeah,
indigenous
they do.
people
Still
blood
do.
in them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they would think everybody's Mexican and they're not. So there was a lot of like, oh, you're Mexican, and he was Mexican. So there's a lot of like ignorance amongst a lot of people because they don't know the history and they don't teach it in school. They don't teach it that a lot of the Caribbean and Latin America has similar not only with the African roots, but they also have with the indigenous people because a lot of those indigenous people went to like Caribbean, the Tainos. If you do their blood, they did a study where they found a lot of like Taino blood in a lot of the Caribbean people as well. So they
Yeah.
have a lot of similarities and people don't understand this, and that's why they have a lot of like
Let me
The island with
let
the
me.
highest. I'm gonna say BGS real quick. The island with the highest percentage of like Tainos
mhm.
up to today is Curacao.
Curacao, and
Curacao.
also Puerto Rico has a high percentage as
Yeah,
well.
Yeah,
yeah.
So
let me ask you this, Kareem. The reason they may have changed the map is because the Caribbean wanted to be their own entity. They didn't want to be
right,
tied to Latin
right,
America anymore. So maybe the map changed is because of CARICOM,
right.
because they wanted all the Caribbean islands to bond together in their own entity rather than be tied to Latin
Right.
America. So that may have would be the reason it actually changed. May have
Yeah.
nothing to do with race or color, something like that. I think especially since the slow breakup of what we call the Western powers, I think the Caribbean wanted its own entity. So I think CARICOM, because there was this big dispute between CARICOM and the new linkage of Latin America. Remember when NAFTA went through? The whole NAFTA went through the North American Free Trade Agreement, and
Hmm.
then you had another free trade agreement in South America, in Central and South America. And
Right.
I think the Caribbean wanted the same thing. They wanted to link up in their own trading pact. So that may be why they don't want the map to be considered Latin America anymore. So that may be just it, because a lot of these maps are political maps. They're not necessarily racial
Right.
or or,
Or
or, or,
cultural
or
maps
historical or
because
cultural maps. They're actually political. So that might be the reason why you don't see that the Caribbean in those because none of the Caribbean islands are actually in that map. But the thing is,
Because
it's
like
probably since the
also
rise of CARICOM.
too, and a lot of Caribbean islands to this day is owned by either by British still. Some of them is still owned by
You know,
British.
most of them they're still part of the
Yeah.
Yes.
Commonwealth. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
So
which country was it? BGS who recently, I guess, took
Barbados.
removed themselves. Was it Bahamas?
Barbados. Barbados.
Barbados, where
Barbados.
Brianna's
Yeah.
from. Yeah, yeah. And I noticed somebody in the chat was like, and I don't mean to get down in the mud with people, but I noticed somebody said, "Oh, Jamaicans are better than Haitians." I mean,
No.
Nope.
Why?
That guy was
I
trolling.
mean,
That
I
guy
mean,
was
like
trolling.
Haitians. I mean, you see, I'm hard. I'm Haitian. I'm hard on Haitians because I'm big on self accountability because we dropped the ball. We fucked up. But we're like in the new world. We could have been. We should have been the black gods, man. In
Well,
1804, 1800s, we
I
were the
know.
black gods, man.
I know, but the thing is, Haiti made a deal with France so they wouldn't constantly be attacked. Just like the United States made a deal with England after 1812. United,
BGS, it wasn't
they
a
made a
deal. We got hijacked. We
what
literally held hostage. If we didn't get
you
paid, we were gonna get bombarded.
you basically that's how you make a deal with France, right? In other words, instead of France attacking you every 10 years, you cut a deal,
and
and they cut a deal. I'm not saying it was a good deal, but that's a deal that they cut.
the reason why the map was brought up is because that discrepancy about including Haiti in Latin America. Even if you look down and for the list of Latin American countries,
Uh huh.
Haiti's there.
And French don't like to be called Latin.
Yeah, I guess I don't know why.
They
Because
don't.
there
Well,
are Latin roots. All those languages are
yeah,
Latin
yeah, but
languages.
yeah, but they don't. But they don't like to be considered Latin. They
And
don't
not
even
for
like their
nothing.
language to be considered Latin.
And not for nothing. Haitians are very prideful.
Yeah,
That's
well,
another
Very
thing.
prideful,
Listen,
look
very
at this
everybody's
stop.
prideful.
prideful. I think
But
Jamaicans are
we just can
prideful.
get
I
our
think
shit
every
together, man.
nationality is
And
prideful.
Well, the French are probably the French and the Chinese are probably and the Japanese are probably some of the most arrogant people on the planet.
Yeah.
They are. They
I
are.
was just
And
gonna point out what the guy was saying about no race. I don't see color. But you know that lady, she's a lovely lady. I've spoken to her before. That Katrina lady, she's
hmm
lovely, but she's bullshitting. They do see color.
Oh
They
my
do
god.
yeah,
see
I mean, I
color.
like her.
Let's
Thank you
not do
for saying
that.
that. Thank you
Let's
for
not
another
do
woman to
that.
say that.
Come on.
I mean,
By the
and that's
complex,
the
don't do that. You from New York, don't do that. Y'all know y'all see color. Don't do that. I
Ka-
mean,
Kareem,
I
Kareem,
don't
no,
like
no,
that.
I can't see color because my grandma way more African than you.
Listen,
okay.
listen.
But
Don't do
listen, no,
that
but
by the
this is
complex.
no,
Y'all bullshitting about that.
all right,
But
let me tell you. All right, let me
y'all
tell
good
you something
people
right
though.
now.
Y'all good people.
All right, but this is my thing, right? This is my thing, right? The reason why it would be asinine for me to see color is because like I said before earlier, my mother was adopted by a white Dominican. She had blue eyes,
Okay, but you got arrested,
white
right?
one.
And you was put as black. They saw color
Yeah,
you. They treat you as a black man in America, don't they? They're not
yeah,
treating you as mixed race or your mother is this or that or your grandmother's. They treat
right.
you black. You're black, right?
Of
My
It's
course.
point
called
is,
they have a medical term for this, Kareem. It's called he is full of shiticus.
no,
like, I
but
get, I
you
get
know,
it. I understand
That's
that
not.
you're Dominican.
It's
you
No
know,
not. It's not.
Kareem,
problem.
Kareem. You know,
You
I
guys,
probably
yo, man, you guys gotta remember, man. Everything is in America. Even though America's a powerful country,
Yeah,
everying is
Yeah,
in
but we
America,
talking
yeah,
in
man.
but,
we in
but even
America. We in
even
America.
though everything
Go
isn't
go
in
to Brazil
America,
and
We in
say they don't
America.
see color. Okay.
guess what?
We in
Guess
America.
what?
Like in Dominica,
Brazil's
you
one
don't
of
probably see you as
Braz-
black or whatever, but in America they see you as black.
I
but
was in
guess what?
freaking
Let's keep it real.
Guatemala. They see color. Man, I was in the middle of
Man,
nowhere. They see
man,
color.
this is the phony. This
I
is that
mean,
phony. You know what, BGS? This is that phony bullshit
Uh
that
huh.
people come up with every time they come on here saying they don't see color. Well, they
I,
I mean,
don't goddamn
Hey,
well.
you,
They
Well,
Hey, Charles,
I didn't really feel that.
I'll tell you a quick story, man, about traveling down there, right? Traveling through Mexico and going down to Guatemala and being there, for months, right? Okay, and the difference how they, say if I dress like the regulars, right? They can't tell me by the dress, right? They treat me a different way until I open my mouth. They say, "Oh, you speak English." You can see their face change. Okay, because I'm not one of
Yeah.
them. Otherwise, in other words, I'm not one of their. I forget what they call them down there. But the thing is, I'm not one of theirs, right?
Black,
I'm not a Latin black.
black
Oh, you're an
citizen.
American. All of a sudden, I become an American. Okay.
That's true. And complex. Check this out, right? There was this kid. He had an interview on one of our sister. Her name is Marie. She got deported in the United States, and she's doing a volunteer work in the United States. And she interviewed this kid. He learned English in Haiti. He's never into America, right? And she had the interview with him all in English. I would have never known that he's never into America because he speak English almost flawlessly, probably even as well as I do speak English. In the Dominican Republic, they refuse to accept that he's Haitian because he speak English. And I
Hmm.
guess perhaps, he has a good job. He work online. He make good money. They refuse because he speak English.
Let
Hmm.
me ask you guys this. Let me
Wait,
ask
wait,
you guys
Listen,
this.
Bello, hold on, Bello. You're Haitian, Bello. So, Bello, since people say this and that, it's so racist in DR. Bello, who almost won
That's not what we're saying
No,
too
no.
either.
Wait, hold on,
we're
hold
That's
not
not
on.
what.
saying
Wait, let
it's
me finish.
racist in DR. We're
Wait,
saying
let me
that
finish. Wait, no, let me finish. Let me finish. In the 90s, Bello, if you know your history, in the 90s, who almost won a presidency in the 90s?
Where
In the
in
90s.
DR?
Yeah, in DR. Who almost won?
I don't know the history. I guess you're about to say a black
And,
Dominican or something.
no, no, no. And a lot of people, and he had a approval for many Dominicans, and he was a Haitian man, and he almost won. Peña Gomez.
You know
But
what?
but
You know
okay,
what?
okay, okay. I'll give
You
you
know
that.
what?
But that's not a
You
good
know what's
example
funny?
to say
And
Niggas,
what we're
we had a
talking
black
about. See,
president in
you
America.
No, Peña
niggas
Gomez.
like the niggas like to talk about this almost like it's like the fucking gold medal of the
No, no,
Olympics. Like
no,
really
no,
almost.
but I'm saying, but he had approval of the people. He had
Obviously
approval
not
of
if
complex.
the
he
I
didn't.
think I
So
people.
think you're
so did
misunderstanding
Barack
what we're
Obama.
saying.
Obviously he
And
didn't
I don't know
win.
why you're misunderstanding because you live here in the United States. So you should understand the dynamics of this whole thing. Like because honest honest Latinas or Latinx or whichever political term I want to use talk about this. They talk about this. They will tell you. I mean,
Let me
they
ask
will
you guys
tell you
this
about this shit. We've
real
seen it.
quickly. Real quick.
We've seen the Uber driver with a Puerto Rican in the back, cussing them, calling them out all N words and things of that nature. We know the dynamics. African Americans, black men who've dated Dominicans and Puerto Ricans, their girlfriend have told them how their mothers are racist. Like we
Yes,
know
But
this. So
yes.
real
I don't know
quickly.
why, and
Real
that's my big
quickly.
problem with this whole thing. They're
Okay.
your love because here's the thing though, Dominicans love to like not claim any Africanness until they go to Spain, and the people in Spain, the country of Spain, we remind them, we don't know you know Spain, you're
I
not
want to
Real
visit
Spain,
Spain.
quickly.
you're not
Real
Spanish.
Uh,
quickly, fam.
The
Let
you
me
know
let me
why?
finish
architecture in
this
Because
Spain
real
is
quick.
you know
beautiful.
why?
I want to visit.
Because
Can
I'm
y'all
gonna
hear
tell
me
you
at
this
all?
one. Oh, go ahead, Art. I'm sorry.
God damn. All right, real quickly. I know I'm gonna do it real quick. Is it possible because we had Fighter Complex and we had what's the sister's name? They came up here. Was it Catella?
Katrina.
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 Katrina? They both from the DR, and they both said the same thing. Is it possible? Is their DR experience versus?
No, it's just those two because I know people. I have a friend that don't speak like that, and she's Dominican, and they don't. She don't say the same thing. Everybody gonna say different things. I mean, like I said, a lot of people who are mixed race or have mixed race in their family want to be colorblind, but that's not how the world is. We're just
I
talking about
Kareem,
what it is.
you know what the other thing is too? This is the other thing because in your family, you're gonna have someone who's dark skinned and you're gonna have somebody who's on the whiter side.
My
So
niece is Jamaican and Puerto Rican. People always think she's Dominican. Listen, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that in the world we live in, people do see your race. You in DR, y'all could be one happy family and everybody don't whatever. But in real life, people look at your race and see race.
I
Okay,
mean,
that's all we're saying.
y'all still don't worry. You're still Negroes who can swim.
You're
That's all.
right. We,
You know.
we that's it.
That's
There's
the thing. I mean,
tribalism.
if you
There's
really look at
tribalism
it,
between y'all and there's
what's
tribalism.
the,
I get it,
I mean,
but
I mean,
that
what's the
still don't
fucking
mean that
difference?
you're
You
not
got
black.
dropped off on the boat earlier than the rest of us.
Who did we lose? Oh, that
That
guy.
was Rob. I think it was Rob.
I never seen how so many people don't want to be black when all you did was leave the boat before the rest of us. That's it. That's all.
Oh, Charles, you know what's interesting? You know what's interesting, man? When you go to you travel to Latin America, whether it's DR or whatnot, you don't even have to travel. You can just go online and look at their music or culture, go on Instagram. You see a lot of like these Dominican rappers, whatnot. They all emulate African American to the T.
That's
Come on.
why do you think? Why do you think on a radio
Everything.
show?
Pants down
What?
the ass, everything. If you
Yeah.
didn't
Why do you?
know, you would have thought these are niggas that just landed in Dominican Republic.
Yeah. Why do you think? I'm going to start this radio show, this internet radio show, starting Monday, and we're going to talk about. I think the first show we're going to do the introductions, but we're also going to talk about the perceived notions about the diaspora and Black Americans. See, everybody wants to be a Black American, but here's the fucked up part: nobody wants to admit they're Black. You're too damn cool not to just leave you alone, but we just have to just take this so we can actually authenticate our blackness. Because when you consider it outside the country, because I've traveled to different countries, American blackness has a certain coolness about it that everybody tries to emulate. It's the fact of the matter that a lot of these people who ever came over to a Black American came over to this country and know the real history of this country. They don't understand the struggle. That's why everybody wants everything but the struggle. It's no different than you got the guys who say they're conservatives. They really want their official white cards. They really don't. They feel as though their blackness is a losing team.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of appreciating the fucking things that Black people have done in this country. But when you're being interjected with all this what's the word I'm looking for?
Denial.
Denial and disinformation.
Propaganda. Mm-hmm.
It's gonna dilute your pride, and it's gonna enhance your
Yeah.
your,
Well,
your delusions.
give it like 25 years, race will not exist anymore. So it doesn't
Yeah.
even matter. You're fighting over
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
Because that's how come they're melding everybody together. In fact,
Yeah.
basically, Biden says, black, probably won't exist anymore. They'll become people of color.
Let
That's
me
where it's
ask.
headed.
Let
Yeah.
me ask Fighter Complex a
Yeah.
real quick question.
Oh,
Have you heard anybody in the DR deny that they're white?
Deny that they're white.
good
Well,
question.
no, I've heard not deny that they're white.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's people
Good
now.
question, man.
I mean, deny that they're white because that's weird. Because nobody. Because this is the thing, right? In Dominican Republic, you'll have Spaniards that live there, right? And
Mm-hmm.
we can differentiate between a Dominican, even a Dominican that is on the lighter side, right, versus a Spaniard. There's a clear delineation. So it's almost weird to even bring that up.
How come it's not weird for people to deny that they're black over
Not because no,
Mm.
no, the only issue. Listen, the only issue that I've heard of in DR is people claiming Taino, but
there? Interesting.
Dominicans out of like prime of all the Hispanics, we have the less indigenous blood out of all Hispanics.
Really, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
we
That's
have the less.
interesting though.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
yeah. Because we're more like if you want to call it mulatto, whatever. We're basically that. We have some of it has Lebanese,
Yeah.
Arab in us,
It
right?
complex, complex. Let me
Let me
say
tell you.
something in your
Let me tell you a
defense
little
real
secret
quick.
about them. Let me tell you a little secret.
Real quick. And
Wow,
I can
selected.
understand why perhaps the confusion, and I understand why people want to claim more so to nationality instead of these race or whatnot. Because I've seen it to where you'll see two Dominicans, they're pretty fair skinned and probably white passing. And the child that they have, and it's kind of confusing even to me, right? The child
Yeah,
that they have come out dark as hell. Like it's a
yeah,
little bit confusing.
It can be a
because
bit
probably
confusing. So I can
because somebody,
understand why, but
one of the parents, yo, because one of the
yeah,
parents one of the grandparents is probably black as hell. That's why.
Yeah, well, welcome to Black America.
Right.
We
Yeah.
got we got Clue Channel in the building.
uh-oh,
Man,
Kalu about
What's
to
up?
make it spicy.
let me see. Let me see if I can find. I'm gonna find
We got a
your
microphone.
a
So I gotta
picture of
get
my
you a
grandma.
Yeah,
I'm,
well,
I'm,
yeah,
I'm,
yeah.
I'm gonna-
Well, because one of my aunts has green eyes and red hair.
Go ahead,
Can y'all
Clue.
can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you on the left side.
We hear
yeah,
you, man. You got that
yeah,
nice
yeah. But it's
professional setup over there.
yeah, yeah. But he doesn't have a mono channel, so you're getting on one side.
Oh really? Oh shit.
Yeah, evidently, yeah.
Yeah,
You don't
it's
have
on the
you're
inside.
on two channels, so only hearing you to the left side.
How
yeah,
about
it's
that?
on-
That's
Yeah,
better.
we
All
do
right,
better.
all right,
Right, yeah.
shit. Um Yeah, Art. I still want to address this CRT thing with you, man.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I
You in
still
trouble
because
now, Art.
Art, are you there?
We're here.
He's there.
Okay, you say it's not a course,
No,
but
it's not a high school course or a K through 12 course at all.
it's right. You're right. It's not a course, but it still affects the kids. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, how would give me an example?
Okay.
And I didn't disagree with that either. But go ahead.
Okay. It doesn't have to be on the curriculum to affect the kids.
I never said that, but go ahead.
No, you didn't say that, but you said your defense on our brother X's panel was it's not a course.
Right.
CRT is not a course.
And you agreed with it too, right?
Yes, I agree. It's not a course,
So what's the discrepancy?
So
but
what's
it's
what's
still being taught. It's still being taught in the schools,
it's not
even
a
though
course,
it's not
but
a
it's still being
course.
taught?
How?
Yes,
How?
it's
I'm
being
confused.
infused. It's being infused in the math word problems.
That's
It's
not
being
taught.
infused. What was that?
That's not being taught.
It is being taught. Yes, it is.
Give me an example.
If okay, if you're a math teacher
Hmm.
and all of your word problems have to deal with the Amish and with the Amish culture and what the Amish are doing, aren't you teaching Amish in your math course?
Yeah, but that's not critical race theory.
That's what critical race theory is doing, sir.
Giving them an example of how it's being taught in the math course.
Okay, no, well, not a math. That was my example,
Or
but
any course.
well,
And before you go, explain how critical race theory got that in that place. But go ahead. When you explain it.
explain how
You wanna
critical.
blow up fighter complex thumbnail or whatever you call those things. I don't know,
Oh,
thumbnail or
He's
profile
showing a
picture.
picture of, yeah.
So that's all right.
Yeah,
So
Oh yeah,
Dominicans be
you no,
looking like
but you
that.
black, you black man. You're gonna be
yeah,
seen as
my
black in America. I don't care
on
what I don't care what
Wait,
you.
wait, fighter complex, that's you?
Yeah,
no
that's
no
him.
I'm on the far left. That's my big brother. We're like twins though. He's just 10
Hmm.
years older than me. We're like twins. The
I
middle,
mean, you black man.
yeah,
Man, he
good.
looked like
In
Wait,
America,
hold
you
on, let me
black.
hear my
yeah,
man, he looked like he just went to the cookout.
yeah,
Okay, yeah, go, yeah.
in the
But
middle.
any,
That's my
go
dad
ahead.
in the middle, and then my
Hmm.
grandmother on the right.
You black man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
your
you
name is
black.
Leroy. Your name
Yeah,
Leroy.
your name Leroy. In America, you
You black.
black.
You
you
black.
say you and your brother, that guy right there, you guys are twin, meaning you guys kinda like look like each other, or you guys
Yeah, yeah,
identical twins or
yeah. Oh, well, now we're identical, but we look so alike. Yeah, we're
Okay,
like
Man, you
twins.
step
okay.
on
I
it.
don't know, bro.
You know what
See,
Mariah,
I don't
you
even
know
want to
what
go
Mariah,
back on this and grill you, but come on, man.
you know what Mariah Carey, she says something real slick, right? When they asked her what color are you, right? She says, in America, black. One drop rule, man.
The one drop rule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Colonizers came up with that idea, right?
Yeah,
No
they only own the whole
shit.
country, right?
Oh shit.
They
We
came up
getting
with that idea, right?
oh shit.
Because they wanted to keep their race pure. So they said if you're gonna fuck that race, then go over there with them.
No, what
You're
it is,
not one of us.
what it is that what the one drop rule came from out of Plessy versus Ferguson. They didn't want their offspring from slaves and from black women to be included in the white race. That's how come they divided it like that. Okay,
Exactly.
and the second reason is that You got to remember, 80% of the America's income came from the cotton fields and slavery. And basically, once the Civil War happened and was over with, they had to put those same folks back on the back in the cotton fields under Jim Crow. So they needed their workforce to stay where they're at. So that's another reason why they enforce Plessy versus Ferguson and the one drop rule, to keep those people on the land doing what they want to do, making them money. Those are two reasons.
And also to keep their race pure. So I don't understand why black people claim the one drop rule as if it's their idea. It was the colonizers.
Nobody ever said it was their idea.
No, black people claim that.
They don't.
They claim it as a victory, BGS.
No, the thing is that but they claim it. They claim it because that's what they were taught. Okay, it's not where it came from, and they're still fighting against it. Okay, because they were separated for so long.
Are you going into
it's
a
not a
genetic
victory,
annihilation?
But anyway,
for blacks.
In other words,
one drop is not a victory for blacks in any way.
No, nobody ever said it was. You said that.
No, black people believe it's a victory.
No,
one drop. That's why they claim Kamala Harris is black.
I've never heard any white black person say that.
Yeah,
they do it all the time. They do it all the time.
Well, let's just deal with what we said here. How's that?
Yeah.
So go back to what you were trying to explain, brother.
Yes, about CRT, you do understand the concept of centralizing something and decentralizing something.
Okay, continue.
When you centralize something, you make it, you put it in one specific area. You give it a headquarters, or you give it a structure. But when you decentralize something, they don't have that structure, which is why Antifa cannot be considered an terrorist organization.
Oh my God, there goes the word.
Hold up, wait a minute. Don't interrupt.
I mean,
hold up, I'm not
hand,
finished.
Bro.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
You showing your hand with that Antifa thing? Oh my God!
Hold up,
I'm
not.
Bello.
You gotta let me finish, dog.
Bello, it's between him and Art. Okay.
Hold up. You gotta let me finish.
No.
Wait, just let me finish this one.
Clue. We try to keep him. Clue. Hold on a second. We're trying to keep him from interrupting you, so you can finish your thought. Is that okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Cool. Now finish your thought.
All right.
Talk to Art.
All right, Art. When you like I said about Antifa, it's not centralized, which is why they can't be declared a terrorist organization. Because it's not centralized. It's just a list of directives. That's all it is a list of directives. Same thing with CRT. It's not a structured course. It's not in the syllabus. It's just a list of directives being sent out to our elementary schools, our high schools, our colleges.
I'm not trying to be funny, but is this like how...
Be funny if you want to. Go ahead.
How like people talk about game, like
game, GAME, game,
or if you're doing it, that's game. If you're doing that, that's game.
Yeah.
I mean, is that your delivery? Is that you saying that whatever you're doing, if I could see it as CRT, then I'm gonna call it that?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Break it down.
I'm saying is the CRT talking points are being infused in schools.
What are CRT talking points?
CRT talking points. Good question. CRT talking points are trying to vilify white men, white boys.
Where is that? Where do I find that, sir?
Where do you find that? It's in CRT. It's separating.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. Go ahead.
You can laugh.
Okay.
I'm not made of glass. You can laugh.
And what he's trying to say, he's trying to say, what document can you point to that says that? That's what he's trying to say.
I can point to reports of people in schools separating the white kids from the non-white kids and telling the white kids that they're privileged, that they should be ashamed of being white. And when you divide the kids like that,
that's feminism. That's feminism. That's not CRT.
No, it's not feminism. It's happening with the boys too.
No, that's
happening with the boys too.
That's intersectional feminism. That's not CRT.
No. it's happening with the boys too,
Where are you
BGS.
getting this, my brother? Where are you getting this? This is what we're trying to find out. Like, give me some
This is
books.
this is mental torture.
No, hold on. He's talking to Art.
I don't want to talk
Okay.
about any videos or nothing or any. I want to see some publication on this kind of stuff here. Some
Well,
legitimate publication.
what's the name? The founder of intersectionality. What's her name? The black woman.
Kimberly Crenshaw.
Yes. After her partner died, it went in an entirely different direction. Did it not?
You still haven't
Her
given
whole
me.
movement.
Tell me a person. What about the? Does she have a book that explains what you're talking about? And can you give me the name?
I cannot give you the name
I
at this
need that
moment.
in order for me to have more of a meaningful dialogue with you. Because if you don't have that, then I got nothing really to
But
discuss.
the point of me calling in is to tell you that it doesn't matter that it's not a course. It can still affect the kids.
You're expecting me to take your word for it, man.
But as a teacher, don't you know of instances of things that are not courses affecting children? As a teacher, don't you know?
Yeah, but what you're describing is not CRT.
How's
Like
it not CRT? That's exactly what they're
you
doing,
have
sir.
children in school, correct?
Huh?
You have children in school?
No, I don't.
Do you have? Okay, you have nephews, nieces,
Yes.
and
I have
then
nephews and nieces in school, yes.
you have dealt with them based on like certain things, like maybe you have to pick them up from school, maybe, or attend a football game, or walk on campus. Have you done that before on their behalf?
You're deflecting from my point. You're
Good.
No,
deflecting from my
I'm
point.
trying to make.
My point was
You
it
got
does
to
not
play.
have to
You
be an
you have
official
to
course.
you have if
It
you're
does.
gonna have a dialogue, you got to play fair. You got just like he did with you.
I'm
You got to do
playing
the same
fair,
thing.
BGS. I'm playing
No,
fair.
no, we can't do the deflect. We didn't say that to you. Got and answer his question.
But that wasn't the point of my call. My
No, no, it
point of
doesn't
the
matter.
call.
Answer his question. We play fair
My
with
point
you.
of the call matters. Hold up. Hold up.
No, no, no.
It's the difference. Hold up. It's the difference between what CRT
What is it?
is
What is
not.
really what is what is it? Now describe what CRT is for us. Describe what it is.
It's like I said. It's a list of
No, it's
directives.
not.
It's not a. Yes, it
No, it's
is.
not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
BGS, come on, man.
It's not. Derek Bell.
It's a
Derek Bell.
list of
Kimberly,
directives.
no,
It's
no.
not a
Derek.
course. It's not
Derek
in the
Bell.
syllabus. It's a
Derek
list
Bell.
of directives.
Derek Bell and Kimberly Crenshaw and a host of others actually said what CRT actually was. It's a legal framework. Is it not, Art?
Yes, it is. So let
It's
me give
not a
you an
course.
example.
It's not a directive. It's a legal framework. It has nothing to do with school. It's a legal framework. It can be applied not only to school, but the workplace. Can apply to the job, to the job, to the union, to politics. It's a legal framework.
So
Maybe
you're
this could
saying
help. Maybe
you're
this will help.
saying that CRT is not in the schools whatsoever, BGS. You're
Not
saying that?
no, unless you're the administrator.
But let me see. Okay, so maybe I can help. I'm gonna try to help him because I've been trying forever, and I guess when I tried, I was considered protecting it or defending it. Okay, all right.
You did
Uh,
on Brother X's panel. You did.
why are you here?
You
What
did.
did I say to defend it? Go.
You said what you said on this panel just now. You said,
Again,
"Oh, it's not a course. It's not
that's
a
defending.
course."
That's defending.
That is defending it because as a teacher,
Are
that
you a teacher?
things don't have to be a course
Are
in
you a
order
teacher?
to be
Are you a
taught.
teacher? Are you a teacher?
Hold up, I'm talking hard. As a teacher, the things don't have to be in the curriculum. It doesn't have to be a course in order to be pushed on students. You know that. You know that. Tell me you don't know that.
But that has nothing to. Things don't have to be in the curriculum to be pushed on students.
Right.
And you saying that that's CRT?
I'm saying CRT is utilizing that.
It to be pushed on students. If you were a teacher or an administrator, okay, what you say to students has to be approved. It's part of the course. It
Right.
has to be approved. You
So
can't
let me,
just say stuff willy nilly in the classroom.
so
That's
let me help
correct.
you out. Clue. Let me
That's
help you
correct.
out.
But that doesn't mean the
Let me
unapproved talking points aren't
Bro-
pushed to the
brother,
students.
let me help you out because maybe this will probably help you the next time when you have these conversations.
Okay, go
Now,
ahead.
Let's go with maybe some kind of historical context in a lesson, right? That's being
Okay.
taught to people in class, correct?
Okay.
You may have a problem there where people are not really getting it. They feel uncomfortable. Would you believe you can take critical race theory into law and propose that you can remove that course because it's culturally or racially insensitive?
Why do we have to teach race in school anyway?
Oh gosh.
Don't oh gosh me. That's a legitimate question. Why do you have to teach it in
Because,
school anyway?
the same way you teach civics or capitalism or socialism or anything, because it exists in your country.
So let's ask you this, Clue.
But why
Hey,
do you have to
Clue, do they
teach it?
teach
Because
American
it
Why do
history
you
in
have to
exists.
school?
teach it?
Because it exists.
Clue in
Because
school.
it's a lot of things that
Yes.
exist that are
Just
not
like
In
taught to
school,
school
yes,
children.
school.
yes it does. Yes, it is. Most things
This will
are.
probably put an end to what you keep saying. Is there Asian, was it African, Latino American studies in schools? Period.
Yes.
Does that have anything to do with critical race theory?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay, that's called cultural studies, correct, or ethnic studies.
Yes.
All right. So the way that you keep describing critical race theory, you're trying to say that you're complaining more about cultural and ethnic studies.
No, not really. Not really.
I can see the
Because
smoke coming from his ears.
You don't.
you
Can
can
I,
see
want me to
no, the
repeat?
smoke coming from my mouth, man.
Want me to
Yeah, well,
repeat?
that too.
Well, it's something else coming out of your mouth. Big smoke.
I hope.
It starts with an S.
Ah, yeah. I guess I
It
walked
starts
into
with an
that one.
I
S.
hope it's not
It
blue
starts with
smoke.
an S. Yeah, it starts with an S.
That's what it kind of like. That's some good shit.
Yeah.
Yep, that's some good
You missing
shit.
my point.
No,
You
no,
missing my
no,
point,
no.
man.
Not
Shit.
really. We're getting it now.
You
We're
missing
getting it
my
now.
point.
We're getting it. No, we got your point. The thing is, you're not making a good one.
Yeah,
No,
it's like
no, no. You're
in
not
other words.
understanding my point.
So hold up. Let me ask you this question:
Yes, sir.
Should black kids know about their cultural history in America?
No, that's gonna go in another hole,
Oh
man.
no, hold up. He asked me. He asked me.
Ugh.
Yes, they should. They should.
So just like when he asked you about the classes about Asians and Native Americans, should they learn about theirs?
Yes, they should.
So
Describe CRT then.
Hold up, Mr. Faulkner. Go ahead.
no.
Oh, he's
The
Can I
running. He's
ask you a
running.
quick
He's running the
question
channel
before you
No,
now.
no,
answer
no,
real
no,
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 quick,
no,
no,
no.
Clue?
I'm not
no,
running the
no,
goddamn channel. I just want to hear
no,
what he's
because
saying.
I just wanted to ask you this so I can get a clarity. Then
Okay.
subscribe critical race theory.
Okay. Go ahead.
I said describe critical race theory.
Critical race theory infuses another opinion in the curriculum.
What's history?
It's not. It's critical race theory is just not talking about the history. It's infusing what you should think about the history. Does that make any
Really?
sense?
Wait a minute. Where do you find this, Phil?
That's what it does.
What do you think about the history?
That's what CRT does.
Where does it
It
say
tells you
that? Where does
who
it
the
say
villains
that?
are and who the heroes are.
Where
Yes,
does
it
it say
does.
that? Where does it say that? What book?
That's what it does.
What book says
BGS.
that? What book? Point us to some kind of document.
Hell, send me a
That's
blog. Shit.
Something.
that's what. Look up CRT on YouTube.
We have.
Brother,
I got 4 books
And
on
what is
CRT.
it saying? And what
It's
is
a-
it saying?
it
It's
says-
saying that these guys are the
No,
good guys.
no,
and
it
these
doesn't say
guys
that.
are bad guys.
No, it doesn't
Yes,
say
it
that.
is.
No, it doesn't say that. The originator creator of CRT, critical race theory, Derek Bell, never said that. Never said that ever.
Okay. What does it say?
He created critical race theory to actually enforce affirmative action policies. So to have a legal framework and a way to actually legally go to court or legally go to school board, or legally go to get laws passed to actually enforce affirmative action policies.
Why do we need?
because
Hold up. I got a question for BGS. Hold up.
hmm
Why do we need affirmative action policies? Why?
Because you had 200 years or 350 years of slavery and Jim Crow, and you needed to enforce civil rights. In fact, civil rights without any kind of enforcement is null and void because cultural norms and cultural prejudice will actually take over. That's why I'm going to have affirmative action policies. Otherwise, you wouldn't have what you have. Okay.
But isn't affirmative action admitting that this particular race of people are weaker? So we have to help them.
Oh boy. But here's the thing: is that
it's a question.
So you want to go back? You want to go back to Jim Crow, where you couldn't buy a house, you couldn't get a loan, or anything like that? You want to go back to that?
I want to go to meritocracy. That's where I want to go.
Well, that's what affirmative action is about, so that you can have laws.
Affirmative action is the opposite of meritocracy.
No, it's not.
The direct opposite of meritocracy.
Oh boy!
Not about your merits; it's about your skin color.
So what was I heard that. So what was Jim Crow and racism? Okay, so if that was the case, why you had to pass laws about being able to vote, okay, or get a job.
He passes something.
You said to take a test in order to vote, Brother Clue, because remember critical race theory came in the 70s, right? But before that, remember you had integration in schools, right? A lot of stuff really happened bad during that integration time. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Everything.
They had to send out the National Guard.
As soon as the black children were in the schools for several years, do you think a lot of these white teachers were like, "Man, I'm gonna give them a quality education"? You think that happened?
No.
So what do you propose to get try to make some of that right?
It's right now.
No.
Right now, it's right.
No.
Deflection.
I'm not deflecting.
Deflection.
I'm not deflecting.
I would
It's
say
right,
Wonder Woman, but that'd
right
be an
now.
insult to her.
Deflection.
Insert Wonder Woman now.
Let's give you 1972. 1972.
No, because that'd be an insult to
After
Wonder
the
Woman.
findings of all that stuff that happened, what would you propose to make things right? 1972.
I'm talking about 1972. I'm talking about
That's when
2022.
Deflection.
I ain't deflecting. Shut up.
You are deflecting. Deflecting. Answer the question.
I mean, if you just say I don't know, I can respect you on that. If you don't know, it's cool. You don't have an answer
today.
See, can I say this real quick? I do not like when you guys do this.
Do we need affirmative
you guys come in
action
this
today?
conversation already with your preconceived notion.
Today.
Not to be
Do we need it
informed,
today?
Not to,
Are blacks being held down right now?
Yes.
How
yes,
so?
they are.
BGS. How so? How are blacks being held down?
I'll give you an example. And this is something that they
ahead.
tried to put in before the I think it was in the 2016 2018 basically election for a governor, right? A lot they were bringing the immigrants from across the border, fresh across the border, right? And they're discriminating against union contract workers, right? That were carpenters, builders, and construction workers, right? And basically the unions were discriminating against them, hiring people that had just come over there with no experience over the people that had been there, had the union card and stuff like that. There was a big thing, and it was like 2 years ago. Is that enough of an example?
I'm talking about black people. I'm not talking about immigrants. I'm talking about black people.
And what I'm saying is the immigrants were getting the jobs over people that had been here, that were citizens, and black people weren't. And that was a big discrimination case. They were trying to use
And that's only affecting the black citizens, right?
at the time.
It was only. What did I just say?
So why would they?
The white boys, and the immigrants were getting the jobs, and black folks that had cars, union cars, and experience were getting shut out. Yes, that's why you still need it.
Okay. Free zone, Lou. Go ahead. I can't.
Hey, BGS.
No, this is all good. What's going on, everybody?
Yeah, I guess I did a good job defending it again, right?
Did I send you the article about how they have 10.5 million jobs open?
Yeah, I saw that.
Not hiring black men.
Black men, yeah.
But it's costing the country $50 billion.
Yeah.
But we don't need affirmative action.
Okay.
I say,
dude, we don't need affirmative action.
I'm good.
In 2022.
Let's just give it all back, man.
We don't
Let's
need
just give it all back.
We needed it back then.
Well,
we don't need it now.
We'll eliminate it all. Let's give it all back.
You do know
Let's see what happens.
You do know those jobs that they had that are 10 million that they're not hiring black men. They rather go in debt instead of hiring black men to fill the spots.
Yeah, pretty
That's
much.
happening. That's happening now.
And how's that affecting you, officer?
Okay,
Well,
all right.
okay.
Don't hire me, man. I'm asking him a legitimate question.
No,
That's the same question Trey was asking, bro.
This is how it's affecting me. Okay.
Okay.
The more you have people without work, what does usually come after that?
Crime.
Ha!
What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with being black, though? What does that have to do with being black? What does that have to do with skin color?
Because you gotta force a motherfucker to give you just the fair treatment.
Good grief.
That's why.
I don't have to force anybody. I got a great job. I don't have to force anybody to give me fair treatment.
Yeah, you say that now.
It's not about. It's not about skin color.
You do know you're
class.
right?
It's about class.
You do know you're
laughing,
right?
Y'all laughing, but you need to listen to me.
And guess
You're
what?
laughing.
It's race, not a class.
Oh,
you're showing Bill Cosby. That's cool, but you need to listen to me.
But not a class in this country.
But at the end of the day, but Art, let me ask you a question. Has he actually given us a definition of critical race theory?
No, he just said something about bullet points or something like that. But I'm like, what?
That's mentioned Bill Cosby's name. He proved our point. That was a rich nigga. And they still.
Have you actually gone and researched and actually looked it up? See what the definition of critical race theory actually is.
It's based on critical theory.
Have you gone and looked it up?
Please tell
I have, and it's based on critical theory.
What does it say in the book?
There's a book.
Yes, there's several. In fact, there's a whole core college course that you can actually find on critical race. You can actually read up about it and what it is, why it is, who invented it, the people, actually, the whole people, all the people that actually apply to it, and exactly what it is and where it's supposed to be taught.
See, you gotta understand.
That's like Art learned it as an administrator. Okay, it's not for teachers. It's actually for administrators. Is it not, Art?
Yes, it's definitely for installing policies based on what you want to have either add or change in the schools.
But you're trying to convince me that it only exists in the law realm, and I'm telling you that's not true.
Well, you're telling, but you're not proving it.
It's in the schools, man.
You haven't proved it though,
Based on
sir.
what facts?
Hey, doesn't critical race theory like build upon the premise? I'm not a big CRT person. I don't know a whole lot about it, so I'm actually on here trying to gain information because I do think this is interesting. Mm-hmm. I just want to make sure I ask the right questions. Because to my knowledge, like Derek Bell started CRT, and then I think what's her name, Kimberly Crenshaw.
Yes, she's a lawyer. Yeah,
and she's a lawyer, and from what I've heard her say, it's all based around the whole premise that race is socially constructed.
It is, yes.
Okay. Now, when you said it was a legal framework, can you break that down?
Okay, a legal frame. You want to do it, or you want to do it?
Yeah, because you said it wasn't. You said it wasn't necessarily like a course. You said it was a legal framework.
Try to simplify it for you, Free Zone. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I think over the years, I'm quite sure you heard standardized tests being culturally insensitive, correct?
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Okay. Now, in California, they made some big changes with the California standardized test. You know what they used? You know what they used to make those changes?
Critical race theory.
And do you know how they used it?
No, I'm not a legal guy, so I don't. I'm no.
This is probably what Clue is trying to say. There is a historical component in that to prove, or to not to prove, but to get people to see in law.
To argue, yeah.
Right. To see from a lens of a student based on their cultural experiences. And they use historical things. It's almost like having some kind of a referencing to prove your point. So using those things to make changes in school if necessary. My only concern about it, BGS is too, is that it's not probably just going to be only race. They're going to start doing the whole intersectionality thing as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, so if I could real quick, because I know Kimberly Crenshaw, her big thing was intersectionality, and I'm
Right.
pretty. I think that she like wanted to add in, because y'all were talking about intersectional feminism,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that she wanted to add that in as part of the whole kind of CRT thing
Yeah,
that
that's
was
my
going on,
concern
right?
about.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but the thing is, she wanted. The thing is, what you keep trying to say. What we're trying to say is that, and Art, what Art knows, because Art's been a teacher for like 25 years, right?
Right.
Critical race theory, as a course, even as a theory, is not taught to teachers. It's not meant for that. Say if I want to
Mm-hmm.
go to the Supreme Court and argue that there's too many black boys being sent to special education, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got to go to. I legally have to go to court and argue that. Okay, and I have to
Right.
have a historical framework to actually argue that theory. Critical
Uh
race
huh.
theory is the framework to argue to actually change a statute or a law. That's what it's for.
So
So in other words,
okay.
if Art wants to change a policy that he thinks is racially insensitive, right? Okay, he
Mm-hmm.
has to use the historical framework of critical race theory to have that policy change. It's not being
Right.
taught to the teachers or the students.
So it's like CRT is almost like it helps to set the precedence from history to allow certain things now to be
No,
done.
no, no.
Okay.
No, no,
No. All right.
no.
Cool.
No, it's using history that's already gone for. Okay, say you've heard of being a sovereign citizen, right?
I'm with you. Yeah.
Okay, and say I believe I'm a sovereign citizen and I don't have to carry a license or register my car or something like that. And I drive down the street and I get arrested, right?
Gotcha.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Now
understand that.
whether they accept it or not, how do I go argue that in front of the judge?
You can't.
You can't.
You can argue it. He doesn't have to accept it, but if you believed it, how would you argue that in front of the judge? What would you use?
Some type of. Well, I would have to dig into the law and
In
you
other
know.
words, you
Some
have to
kind of
go into the
theory.
law, and sovereign citizenship has, whether you accept it or not, has a framework, a historical framework based on the law to argue sovereign citizenship. Some people have been successful with it, but the thing is, that's the same thing as critical race theory. It's not to be taught to students,
Gotcha.
right? It's used to as a legal. It actually is a legal framework to
It's a
be
Mm-hmm.
argued
guideline.
to change policy or law. That's what
It's
it's
a
for.
guide.
Right.
That's what it
It's a
is.
guideline that you need for legal
Yeah,
precedence.
yeah, for legal
Gotcha.
precedence. That's what it is.
Gotcha.
It's a guideline. So basically, teaching it to students is, or teachers is not what's for. You can basically, if you want to bastardize what it is, and basically take the name and change it into something else. Now that's a different
Right.
story, but that's not critical race theory. And basically, any administrator, all the administrators, school administrators, principals, school boards have all said the exact same thing. It's not being taught in schools, but nobody wants to believe them.
If I want to take a
Right.
shot out of the dark, is this something that you want to believe about? Because it's like no matter how much we explain it, and we got some experts that's backing us up, it's like no, it's no matter what you said, it's what I think it is. Is that your position? That's going to Free Zone and Brother Clue.
In fact, I think I'm trying to remember the guy's name that actually wrote a whole college course in critical race theory. Actually, bought the book and read the book
Mm-hmm.
because I didn't understand it. So I asked Art, because Art's an administrator, right? I asked the four college people, right? The four college professors that had to teach it, what it was, including Green Gorilla, who taught critical race theory as a course. Asked him, what is it and what is it used for, and what books do I need to go read to understand it? So I took like 2 months to actually ask people that actually taught it, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and actually what books do I need to read. And Derek Bell was the first name that came up. Like his original book you can't find because it costs like I think it's like $300 or $400. You can't even find his original 1970 book on critical race theory. Okay, you can
Mm-hmm.
find it, but the
Is,
thing is
is
they're
is
so
it
rare
face
it
at the
costs.
bottom of the well? BGS?
I mean, the bottom. He
Faces at the
actually
bottom of the well.
faces at the bottom of well give is not for lawyers. It's for the lay person, kind of give them an idea of what he means by critical race, or how what his concepts are. Okay,
Right.
in a story form, but that's not the legal framework that he actually goes by. Because he wants the layperson to kind of get an idea of what it is. Even though if you want to understand really what it is, you got to actually read further into more dense, more legalistic books.
So, I mean, do you have an understanding, or are you still trying to move it to it being taught in schools?
No, no, no. I don't. But I'm honestly, I'm coming from a position of I don't know. Like I'm not trying to fight you on it, but I did want to get educated upon it since you know this is the topic of discussion. Y'all seem to have the knowledge, so I wanted to ask, and y'all have the background experience, so
It
I
is
gotta
being
plead it.
taught in schools, Art. God
Say it
damn
again.
it. It is being taught in schools.
Okay.
He's
All
talking
right.
about
If you say
facts.
so. If you say so.
Now I
You
will
can
say
go on
I
YouTube
don't
and
know if
see it.
Oh
critical race
God.
theory is being taught in
Okay.
school, but I know
You can
I
see it.
know that there's teachers that are discussing just like they talk about race in regards to different subjects and stuff. Like y'all were
Boom.
talking about
But freeze
Latin
on, freeze
history,
on, freeze
Black
on. Listen on,
history, stuff
listen
like
on,
that.
listen on. If somebody talks about race in class, what do you call that course?
Say that again.
If somebody's talking about race in class, what do you call those courses? Because there's different
I,
courses of race in it, not just one.
well, I don't know if it's race theory. Like I know when I was in school, they would let's say they're teaching U.S. history, and they would touch on topics of slavery, which by the way they completely butchered U.S. history, but
Cultural studies.
That's in U.S.
culture
history.
studies and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly, exactly. So those topics would get discussed, which create an opening for, other things to be talked about.
Conversation.
That's it.
It's
Exactly.
conversation.
That's the furthest extent to what I know about it. I don't think
Like,
that that's CRT per
like
se, but they are talking about race.
in other words, what he's trying to say when you talk about racist cultural studies, because
Right.
Mhm.
there are certain unique experiences that go to each race of people. There's certain there's certain things that every person who's ever been born, who's born now, and who will ever be born will go through the same.
Let me see if I have
But
a
Right.
the point being is that critical race theory is not being taught in school because it's about policies and laws.
Mhm.
What are you
Okay.
talking about, officer?
Y'all
What are you talking about, man?
right
It
back.
is being taught in schools.
In other words, you're talking about a total different subject because why would I teach kids about policies that they cannot comprehend?
Yeah. It's
A lot
rich.
of things are being taught to kids that they can't comprehend.
It's
Why would I?
The whole point.
Critical Race
They,
Theory, third edition, introduction by Richard Delgado, who who Derek Bell actually names in one of his books. Richard Delgado.
you know what, Clear? I want you to really give us some
Is it
actual factual
I'll actually
shit.
put the link on Amazon. Go read it.
Get us some actual factual shit because people go off of their feelings too much.
That's not about feelings. It's
I
not.
saw a
Yes, it
YouTube
is.
video about critical race theory, and I'm an
Yeah,
expert.
you gotta do better than
You got
YouTube video, bro.
you two scholars
It's not about
making a
feelings.
comeback.
Oh,
Exactly.
really
hey, he deserves it. All right, go ahead. Give him his
Yeah, give me the certificate.
give him a certificate.
It's
Hey,
not about feelings.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Jeez.
Mhm.
Are they teaching LGBT history in school? Because I have read about that.
I have
Well,
heard that they're trying to, but
they're
Yeah,
it
trying to,
depends.
that's partially true.
and
Yeah.
very small. They're doing like a pilot program in certain cities.
What are your
But that
thoughts
still
on
will
that?
fall.
Actually,
That would still fall under what? Cultural studies.
Mhm.
what are your thoughts, Mr. Faulkner? What are your thoughts on LGBT being taught? What are your thoughts on that? I want to know.
Why?
I just want to know. I'm curious. Go ahead.
Why? By
Just want to
curious?
know. Shit.
Hey, if you're curious, I don't flow that way, but thank you for the compliment.
Good one. It's a good one, but I want to know your thoughts on that.
Why?
Because we're talking about CRT and they're related.
If
What does that have
CRT
to do
No,
with
they're
See,
not.
let me
and LGBT
No, they're
are
not.
related.
Hold on.
So I want to know your thoughts on that.
LGBTQ is LGBTQ a race?
Yeah, what does that have to do with critical race
Is it a race?
It's related.
Well,
Is it a race?
It's powered by the same.
Is it a race?
Hold on,
Is it a
real quick
race?
though.
Is it a race?
LGBTQ
It's
is
not a
part of
race.
intersectional feminism.
It's not a race.
So how does it relate?
Hold on,
Because
BGS,
it's
I got
They're
it.
related
I
because they're
got
part
it.
of the
Here's
same.
Here's the question.
No, they're not.
Here's the question. Do we have something called a race of gay people? Or is it a sexual orientation?
Technically, no. Technically, no.
Do we have a race? Are you born gay? Can we do somebody come out the
I don't
womb and
believe
say
you
you're
are.
black? Do somebody come
Yeah,
out the
I don't
womb and
think
they
so.
say you're born white, black, Hispanic, gay.
I don't
Do they
believe
ha-
that. No,
do they have that on charts?
I don't believe
So
that. No,
no. What would LGBT studies classified as?
because
No,
it's
what would
it's
it be
because
classified
it's
as?
related. Hold up,
It's
It's
officer.
sex.
not.
It's
Officer,
It's
sex.
hold up.
sex.
Hold up.
Would it be under cultural studies?
It's related. It's
How?
the,
No.
it's
Based on
related
what
See,
fact?
so you know
because
what?
it's
This
funded
is
by the same person.
How do
It's
you
you
know
know
that?
what?
related.
How
You
do you
know
know
what?
that?
Boy.
It's related.
Hey,
How do you
Art,
how?
BGS, AB. It's been a while since I said this, and I think he needs it. There's always some motherfuckers trying to ice skate uphill.
Yeah, there's that.
That's a good one.
we keep
That's a
we
good
keep
one.
we keep asking you how and asking for evidence, and you keep saying it is.
I keep
That's not
giving you
evidence.
evidence, but you
No,
don't
you
accept
didn't.
my
No,
evidence.
you didn't. What evidence did you give us?
BGS, you don't accept my evidence.
What evidence did you give us?
I
His
said, look
word.
Oh
online
boy.
and see all the activists
Yeah,
for
give him his certificate.
CRT.
That's not.
That's not
Type in
evidence.
CRT
That's not
activists
evidence.
Glad my
That's
son.
and tell me what you see.
That's not evidence.
BGS.
You know what? You know what? You know what?
BGS. Hold
You
up.
have
Hold up,
tangible
officer.
evidence. No,
Officer,
do you
hold
have
up.
tangible
Officer,
evidence?
hold up. Hold up. I'm
What
talking to BGS.
documentation do you
Officer.
have?
We
Officer,
accept
hold
that.
up. Hold up a
Mhm.
second. I'm talking to
Give me a
BGS.
comic book or
Go
something. Damn.
Yeah.
go on Google.
Name me
Go
one.
on YouTube
Name me
and
one.
look up.
Name me
Look it up.
one. You no, I don't have to look up. Name me one.
Activists and
Name me one.
CRT.
Name me one. One. Name me one.
Activists and CRT.
That doesn't mean anything. Name me. You're the expert. Name me one. You did this
I didn't
research
say I was
already.
the expert. I said look it up.
That doesn't mean anything, man. Evidence.
So you don't believe it exists. Okay.
I didn't say it doesn't mean anything. That just because they say something doesn't mean it's real. Okay,
So
they can be just like you and say the same thing. Does it mean that there's evidence?
so be, so because I can't give a specific name,
Yes,
you're gonna
yes,
discredit me.
yeah, yes. Because you haven't given anything. It's nothing to discredit or credit. That's nothing. It's a nothing burger.
Does anybody know what the fuck evidence means?
No, no. It is what we say it is because we saw it on YouTube.
Oh, we should look it up on Google.
I just posted a whole course in critical race theory and what it is.
And,
But the thing is, but you give me go look up active CRT activists on
and by the
YouTube.
way, when you actually look for the evidence, you have to do something that's called cross-examine it, and then you're gonna have to go
Cross-reference.
and you're gonna have to cross-examine and cross-reference, and then you're gonna have to challenge your own fucking theory to see if it comes up factual.
And how do I know these what you call activists are not misusing the term?
Y'all are misusing the term BGS.
Prove it.
Okay, so
You're not gonna prove
I
nothing.
know, Art.
Because I got on this panel to talk to Art to tell him that it's not a course. It's not official. It's not a structure.
It's not
The
for you.
CRT is a list of
Wait a
directives
minute.
just like
Wait a minute.
Antifa is.
Are you
CRT
I
is
will
a
say,
list
hey,
of
can I?
directives.
I will say, I will say that the phrase, because you said they teach cultural studies. That what's the? I would have to look up the curriculum of cultural studies because that's very ambiguous. That could be all of these things that we're talking about could be taught in cultural studies. I don't know.
Actually, cultural study. There it is.
That's real funny.
Congratulations,
Y'all got
you heard
jokes.
it.
You got jokes. Y'all got jokes.
The
That's
thing is,
good.
cultural
Good. Y'all got jokes.
cultural studies
got
actually
jokes.
cultural studies actually came out of the affirmative action directives, right? EOC, right? Well before CRT, it was actually a framework. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's what it came out of, and basically. Cultural studies. That's feminine. Women's studies, black studies, Latino studies came out of affirmative action directives out of the White House. Okay, that's where it came from. It was not critical race theory. It's a directive by the Department of Education that actually put into effect the affirmative action policies that came from the Johnson administration and the Nixon administration. That's where
Right.
cultural
Right.
studies came from. Had nothing to do with CRT. CRT was actually there to actually protect the rights to have these particular things. That's what it's there for. It has nothing to do with teaching it. It's there to protect the affirmative action policies, the civil rights policy that came from 1964 and 1968, and it's, I think some other things coming out of 1973. That's what you would use CRT as a legal framework to protect those policies that are already in place.
Right, and cultural studies is being taught in like college. It's not being taught
You can
in
teach cultural
elementary
study.
school, is it?
You could teach cultural studies anywhere. In kindergarten if you'd like, because it's part of the affirmative action mandate that Johnson signed in, especially under the educational policy. That's how come feminists were actually able to use it in
Gotcha.
1968 and 1972, especially under Title IX. Title IX was another way you can actually use the educational policy to teach cultural studies.
Now,
Hmm.
does anybody know a boat horn? Nobody heard of
Who?
that person? Boat
Who?
horn? There's somebody in the back, but I'm not getting porn bombed again, so
Okay, no, don't bring him up.
Okay.
I don't know who they are. He said it's Ragnarok.
Oh, Ragnarok. Okay, he
Yeah,
was on.
he's an actual person. He ain't gonna
Hold
Why
up,
don't you?
bomb
Ragnarok
you.
is good. Let him on. He's good. He's good.
He's not gonna bomb you.
Oh, you just getting enforcement, huh?
No, but you
Some
should use you
people
should use your screen name so people can recognize you.
mess around with it, and I told all of you guys, and they all heard it's me. What's the difference?
And so that we
There you
don't
go.
get trolls. That's why.
Oh, okay, I get that. 2 questions for you, BGS.
Mm-hmm.
What's your knowledge on the Frankfurt School of Thought?
The Frankfurt School of what? Of
The Frankfurt School of Thought.
Frankfurt School of Thought. Talking about is an economy?
No, it is actually where the original theory for critical race theory came out of, from a specific person. And if you don't know that, I call bullshit on a lot of things.
Well, you can call bullshit all you want, okay? Because the Frankfurt School of Thought basically is based on what? On Rousseau's Rights of Men, right? That's what it's based
Not
on.
just that.
The liberal theory is actually based on Rousseau's Rights of Men. So basically, in fact, Green Gorilla just went over that about a month ago. He actually went through Hobbes, he went through Locke, and he went through Rousseau to explain where the liberal framework, whether it's Frankfurt, whether it's feminism, whether it's basically uh, anything like that. That's where the thought comes from. So it
Can
actually precedes Frankfurt
Okay,
School of Thought.
so
So,
so here's something I want to articulate.
mm-hmm.
So you know how Clue was trying to explain that this is being taught. So instead of calling it C or T, this, that, and the third, let's call it the propagandization of the youth to
Okay.
being pushed to be more left wing. In fact,
Okay.
radically so.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Okay.
these methods are not like, oh, here's a course on being left wing. No. You literally have far left extremists who are going into class bragging on TikToks and YouTube openly, saying these things. That, yeah, I'm gonna make your kid a lefty. I'm gonna make your kid a commie. Viva la revolution. We're gonna cause
Huh?
a revolution. And the way these people see this, like if you are aware of
Okay.
Manning Johnson's works,
Mm-hmm.
Manning Johnson was a high-level communist. He knew a lot of things. He
Okay.
he defected. This is a black man. He's, to me, as a
Mm-hmm.
student history, he's a
Mm-hmm.
fucking hero. Okay, he saw the communists wanted to convince the black minority, you're oppressed, you're oppressed, you're oppressed, you're
Were they
oppressed.
were they
Fight the
oppressed?
so
Were they
yes, they were.
oppressed?
They
So,
wanted to
so
exacerbate. Listen to me,
mm-hmm.
listen to me. They wanted to exacerbate the issues because the thing is, the oppression was getting less and less and less, and equality was coming up more and more and more. The communists don't want that. Okay, they want the racial grift. They would need it, or else there'll be no revolution. Because the way they look at it is
Mm-hmm.
Manning Johnson abandoned them because like this guy saw black people as his family, and not just that. He said like he sees all America as brothers. The point is he literally said he was sold a bill of goods to believe in all this bullshit. And when he realized they just wanted to use black people as foot soldiers for a communist revolt, where they used the mindset that, look, you're oppressed and the oppressor is the white man.
Was that true? Was that true?
They used aspects of
Was
truth
that
from
true?
history.
No,
But
was
the
that
thing
true?
is,
Damn,
look,
sounds like same thing that happened to Malcolm X. That's crazy.
Was it true?
can you not like jab like it's
Can you
truth,
answer
truth,
the
truth?
question, please?
Can you answer the question?
Yeah, I'm a student of history. I'll tell you. I'll
Can you answer
answer.
the question?
So am I.
Can
Can
you?
you answer the question?
Yeah, bro. Can you stop fucking
No, we
jabbing?
can't.
And
No,
yeah,
we
well,
can't. No. You basically you're trying to spin all this stuff together, right?
okay,
Basically,
you're living in an age where black men can get almost any fucking job they can. But yes,
do you
back in the day,
understand Fabian
Wait a minute.
socialism?
Wait a minute. You can't
yeah,
even answer the fucking question. And you just sat up here when I just fucking pulled out an article where there's fucking, what about 10.5 million jobs and they're still not hiring black men?
they
So don't
can.
give me that. So
You
give me
just gotta
that
roll up
bullshit.
for
They're
a job,
not.
bro.
You fucking idiot. These black men applied for it, you idiot.
Really?
To the point where they even did the research in the article where black women are on the same level as white women when it comes to receiving jobs.
Okay, so is it
So
skill or
answer the
race?
fucking.
Did,
It's
did they
need.
did they not
It's
get hired over
race.
skill or race?
Race.
It's
How
race.
did
Race,
how
Let's
did they
go
prove
back
race,
to
No,
that?
what
they
he
have
said.
people
race,
who are skilled.
Let's go
They're
back to
race.
what he,
skilled.
let's go back to what he
See,
said. Can't,
this is the
See, I'm
ignorance
hearing
Now
a
that
hold on.
gigantic fucking echo chamber. You're all
No,
just
no, no.
jabbing and
All right,
pointing
right,
at each
okay,
other.
man.
Okay,
Why
like
are
go
you even
back
up
to
here?
what I was
Why the
about to
fuck you
Why
say.
don't
here?
you go to a white channel and spit that, man?
That's
Come
where
on,
you're
BJ,
no,
BGS,
Hey,
come
Ray,
on,
you
man.
probably kick him
don't let
out.
You
Really,
racist as
opinions
Yeah,
hell.
He
really,
really
You
is.
racist
BGS.
piece of
yeah,
shit.
Come
Really?
on,
because
man.
because
Really?
we actually explained to what critical race theory. Go read the book. It has nothing to do with
Matter of
that.
fact, we gotta ask a very important question. Are you white or black?
He's
I'm
white. Come
actually
on now,
So
white
wait a
stop.
minute.
and
So wait a
no,
minute.
let me
We
speak. Let
gotta
me
sit
speak. Let me
here.
speak. Let me speak.
We're
Ain't
gonna
there?
sit
No,
here.
you don't. You
We're
can't
gonna
tell me.
Shut the
sit
No,
fuck
here
up.
ain't no,
with
I'm
no,
not
no, no,
this.
no,
just
no, 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 no,
Chinese.
no,
I'm
no.
also
You're
No,
on our
you're
native.
not
channel.
gonna sit
You're
here
on our
with this
channel.
disingenuous white
Officer,
boy.
let him speak.
Yeah.
Let him answer the
You
question.
racist. Y'all
No,
racist as fuck, man. What the fuck is
Let him
this?
answer the officer.
Yo,
Let him
Art, you
answer the
better control
All
these
question.
right.
motherfuckers. They
bullshit.
wildin' like
Stop
you gotta
Officer,
this
treat
let him
Go
answer
ahead,
the
terrorists.
drop him,
ridiculous
You
Mark.
question.
gotta treat them the same.
See, this is the reason why. This is the reason fucking why that this shit occurs, especially for all these so-called conservative motherfuckers allowing people like him to get away with this fucking mashed up bullshit, bastardized version of history. Was
Really?
there fucking racism in this country, and does it still exist today?
I haven't even
Yes or
had the
no?
opportunity. I haven't had the opportunity to answer that fucking question because
You
Well, you
didn't
everyone
should have
is
answer the
answered it.
highly
You
fucking
did.
favored.
You
question.
didn't. You didn't want to answer the
You didn't
fucking
want to
question.
answer
Let
the
him
fucking
No,
answer.
question
Let him,
because you was about
BGS,
to
you
get
went on a
guys.
fucking
No,
Let him
tirade.
no.
Just shut
answer.
up in your
We
corner
try.
for 1 minute.
No, ain't nobody going to shut up and answer the
BGS,
goddamn
Yo,
question.
yeah,
BGS.
just
Let him
answer the
answer.
question, man.
BGS,
But
let him answer.
You know
Please.
what? Y'all like being around this fucking racist piece of shit. You can keep
I'm
them.
not racist. What? Because I'm
Officer,
part
You
of the
little
let
white.
him
passive aggressive
You
answer.
think I'm racist?
motherfucker. No.
answer the question, Rock.
Just answer the question.
Yes, there has been
Ragnarok,
an
answer the question.
extreme level of fucking racism in this country. In fact, I'm
Thank
part
you.
fucking native. You think I don't know?
okay, so real
Are
quick
you a
question.
native or a $5
Let's
Indian?
go back. Let's go back
Hold
to
on. Hold on. Hold on.
let's
Well,
go
that's
back to what you were
So you
disrespectful.
said
talking about. I
Well,
believe
hey,
the
what
Frankfurt
goes
School
around
of
comes around.
Thought. You
I
said
didn't
something about
disrespect you,
Frankfurt
bro.
School of Thought. How is that connected to critical race theory as far as Dr. Bell's work? How was that connected?
Look, it's a multiple web of layers. Like, the reason I brought up Manning Johnson is that man completely explained how they're doing it. Okay, they went from college to college to college and education system to education system. And the way they did this is, look, yes, racism did fucking exist. Fucking right, it did. It's not going to be denied. I'm a student of history. I believe in objectivity when it comes to history, not political this, political that. Fuck your lenses. We got to look at it how it happened. No emotions. It happened. Okay, these things happen. Whole people got murked. Whole people got enslaved. Fucking happened. All right. Don't think I'm not saying, oh no, it didn't happen. No,
Get
it
to the
did.
point. Point.
All right. The point is that so let's go to the 50s. Okay. So the Soviet Union, all their propaganda systems that they were using against the United States is the same catchphrases you're hearing from political leftist activists right
Such
now.
as.
Such as, oh, America's imperialist, it's racist, it's that,
It
and
is.
third.
Well, is
It,
it
it
true?
has been, it
Is it true?
has gradually gotten less
Man.
and less and less racist over time. You can't deny that.
But is it still racist?
Oh my God! How racist does it not
You know
need to
that you
be in
just
order for y'all
contradict
to stop
yourself,
And
right?
crying?
zero, zero.
You just
Is
contradict
Zero. What
yourself,
America
the
bro.
is
hell? How are
America
you gonna have
still as
zero
racist
racism
as
in
it
the
was
Exactly.
on
world,
paper?
In
BGS?
other,
What the fuck are you talking
in,
about,
in,
bro?
in other words, you
Make
asked
a
me a
fucking
question,
effort.
right?
But
You asked me a
Dude,
question,
BGS,
right?
you said
How,
BGS,
zero
is
percent
no,
America
well,
racism. You're
hold
not
as
on,
gonna. So
racist
you
you're
guys
not
can't
gonna
as it
stop
talk at the
crying
same
about
time.
this until there's.
You can't talk. Yes, until it's
One, one
gone.
sec,
Oh,
free zone.
Yes.
One sec, free zone. Is America still as racist as it used to be?
No.
Well, there you go. There's progress.
There's progress, but is it still
Barely.
racist?
Just
Okay, well,
because you
can I
just
ask you a
because you
question?
walk a foot
No, no, no,
versus
no,
a
no. Is it
mile
still
is still
racist?
distance.
It's not racist, BGS.
No, no,
It
no.
is.
America's
Did
not
No,
racist.
I don't think
Hold
it's
it's,
up.
racist.
It's
no.
not racist.
He just said it still was. He
There's
just said it.
aspects of it. You have individuals who are racist, but you don't have outright racism going around, bro.
You don't.
In other words, if this racism still exists, when do you stop actually trying to get rid of it?
In order for you
There's
to get rid
look,
of all of the racism, you would have to kill all the racist black people, all the racist white people, all the racist Asians, all the racist. That's the only way
Facts.
you're gonna get rid of all this.
Facts.
So what the fuck are you talking
Facts.
about?
Or
Facts.
what?
that's a
Or what?
dark fact.
Or
That's a
what?
That's
dark fact.
it.
No. Oh, there's three ways.
BGS. BGS. Hold
Can
up,
I talk?
BGS.
No. Hold on. Can I
No,
talk?
no, wait a minute.
No.
There
I
are
was
racist people in America, but
clue,
America's not
clue,
No
racist
shit.
country.
clue. Can I answer his
Yes,
question?
sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. There's
Go
three
ahead.
ways to get rid of unwanted population. What are they? Right? Deport them, kill them. What's the third one? Assimilate them. Right? That's what they did with the white people. Right? They came from
Admixture.
So, like,
admixture.
educate, help them not be ignorant.
No. Assimilate them so they don't exist anymore. That's
Does
where you get rid of it. That's
does
where it's called admixture. It's a go look at
See,
Quigley's work, the evolution of civilization. Admixture normally takes like
you know
400
what?
years.
You know
Okay,
what? I'm
well,
glad
That's
DC
good. That's
said.
good.
Hold on. I'm glad
That's good.
DC said
I
what
can
he
rock with
said.
that.
I'm glad when DC
Thank
said what he
you.
said.
So there is an alternative other than killing them, huh?
I agree
I'm
with
glad.
you. I'm not
Thank
here to
you.
fight you, man. I agree
I'm
with
glad.
you.
Oh,
But
it
I'm
what you
glad
sounded
said
like
was
DC.
it.
crazy.
It
Because
I don't
what
sounded
you
think
like
by
said
it.
was
far the
crazy, bro.
Hold
majority
on.
are.
You want
The
to like to
majority
wipe
is
out.
racist,
No,
bro.
hold on, real quick. To wipe out every bastion of racism in the country, to where nobody is racist. Yeah.
Uh,
But here's the
what? So in
problem.
other words, but as long as it exists, you still try to work toward it so it doesn't exist. If you never even get there,
hmm
But
Yeah,
here's
you
the
so that's the
problem,
absolutely
right?
question.
should.
But here's the
That's the
problem.
question.
I'm
Yeah,
glad
you
DC's
absolutely
comment
should.
came up.
Well
I'm glad DC.
then how was I incorrect and what that was crazy?
But we're missing the crux
And
of my question, though.
hold
Is it
on,
still
hold on.
institutionally
I'm asking him
racism?
a question. Should you still work towards it, even though you never get there?
Well, no. You're
No,
not
No.
no.
understanding.
I'm asking free zone.
Well, no,
Okay.
no, no. You would have to ask yourself
No,
how.
no, no.
It's like no. I'm answering your question. You would have to ask
Okay.
yourself how much of it could you live with. It's like
Eh,
trying to wipe out all evil. Like how, that's not the question.
do we try to wipe? Does the human race work toward trying to wipe out evil, even if it never gets there?
Absolutely.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
Yes, it
does.
No,
does.
it doesn't.
Yes,
Come
it
on, man.
does.
Okay,
Yes,
No,
it
it
Without
does.
evil,
doesn't.
you won't know what
Yes,
good is.
yes,
That's an
it
unfortunate
does.
fact.
Jesus Christ, where the fuck
So
they
look,
find
look.
No,
y'all?
no, absolutely. I can see that. I can see that. I can see what you're
Thank
saying.
you. Thank
Can I
you.
get a second here to
No.
like re-segue back this shit because we're missing the entire crux of the
Wait a minute.
question.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I'll
Wait
let
a
you
minute.
speak. Yeah,
Wait a
in all due
minute. I'm
respect,
glad
I'll let you
DC
speak.
pointed this shit up, right? About institutional racism. I don't give a fuck about somebody on the street saying something about me. It's the same shit that I talked about in the article. When you can affect my fucking reality of getting a job,
hmm
getting a career, getting loans, going to certain schools. See, y'all want to talk about the overt racism versus the covert racism. Nobody wants to speak about that shit. But go ahead, say what you got to say.
Okay, so that like you know how I brought up Manning Johnson, right? So the whole reason he defected is because he found out the communists knew that America was working on trying to get more equality and make sure there's better race relations, right? Getting there slowly but surely. But the thing is, the communists didn't want that. The communists want a fucking race war. They want that to happen.
So let me
because
ask you this.
they will support the side that believes they're the oppressed
Let
because
me
that
ask you this
fits.
question: Would
Let
you
him finish.
trade
Let him
your
finish. Let him finish. Wrap it up. Go ahead and finish
Okay,
because
so
we don't need a whole story.
yeah,
Just
I'm not
give
gonna
us.
try to monologue too much. Okay, so if you know what happened in the Soviet Union back in the day, they told the have-nots, you see those farmers with a lot of land, they're your oppressor. Go kill them, and they went and killed them.
So let me ask you guys this. I guess
So
free
we're really
zone.
gonna
I
get.
guess
Let me shut up.
specifically free
This
zone.
happened in Zimbabwe.
Uh,
This happened in South Africa. This happened in a
I
lot
think
of
it's
fucking
It,
places.
Ratner and
also happened in America
Blue.
before the
Hold up.
communists.
Has
Hold on.
anybody?
I want to hear what AB has to say.
Hold on, real quick.
Oh,
Has
you're the host now, huh?
Has anybody been
Go ahead,
talking
Art.
about critical race theory in 2016 or 17 or 18?
Is existed
No.
in those
Has
years.
anybody been
You've
talking?
They
had
haven't talked about it.
teachers openly talking
I've
that
been
they're
teaching for
teaching this to
25 years, and
students.
the first time I heard about it is when I took the administrative credential course last year. That's the only time I heard about it.
But it has existed, AB.
No,
There's a
hold
reason
on,
thousands of
guys. Hold on, you
thousands
guys.
of
Talking to
parents
Arch,
are
not talking to
going
me.
up to the national school board and telling
Hold
them what
on,
the
you
fuck are
guys.
you doing
Listen
with our
in.
kids.
The way that you guys are talking, especially the YouTube scholars around here, have we heard anybody talking about this before now?
Just
I,
because they weren't talking about it doesn't mean it didn't exist, AB.
so, bro, I'm up in Canada. What you
Oh,
need to understand is the left operates differently in
Oh,
certain countries.
you're in Canada. Okay.
They
Hey,
look in Canada,
wait
bro.
a
The
Oh
minute?
left
Lord.
are more
Wait a
bold
minute!
here.
Oh my
Oh
God!
Way
God.
We
hey,
talking
more
about
real
bold.
USA
quick.
version
Hold up!
two.
Don't discredit him because he's
Hey,
from
hey,
Canada. Let him
real
speak.
quick
He's
before
not
y'all
here.
continue. Before y'all continue, I stepped away. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
I said, have you heard anybody talking about it on news channels, YouTube panels, newspapers, all
Yep,
over the place,
yep.
even on the left or the right or any of this kind of stuff? Have they
Both.
been talking about CRT around 2015, 16, and 17?
Nope.
15 minimal, 16 it was there,
So
but
who has been talking about this?
massive spike,
Give me some
massive
footage
spike.
from those. Give me some footage from those news channels, what have you, please.
Actually, there's a good review channel a Marine veteran does.
And
He
what
actually
year was that? What
reviews a
year was
lot
that?
of these people. Literally, his channel's called Odin's Men. He's a
What year?
Marine
What
veteran.
year was
He
that, by the way?
reviews. Don't fuck
It's not what he's
recently right
asking
now.
for. It's not what he's asking for. What are
What's
you
your
asking for?
He
point,
wants video of
officer?
teachers preaching about it, right?
Officer, what's your point?
Oh, I'm an officer now. Okay. Um,
I've always called you officer. Go ahead.
the thing is, this is the flavor of the month.
Mm-hmm.
You do,
This is a
you do know
problem.
you were talking to Art, right?
Mm-hmm.
You
They
guys
thought he
are
was talking to
coming
me
up with
earlier, but
this
go ahead.
because
You know
Light
we all
Daddy
sound
with a
alike.
red hat or some right wing type news was talking about this. Don't even know what you're reading. It makes people appear that they're protecting it. You throw in history in a class,
Mm-hmm.
and things get all messed up or whatever. This dude coming up in the panel talking about Marxism and all this kind of stuff.
It's
And
because it's Marxists actively
but hold on
using
first.
those
Hold on. You can't
tactics.
even connect. You can't even make the connection between that and what Dr. Bell has created in the 70s. You're going to
So
tell me
yes,
something happened
look, it was a
in
legal
Germany
framework
or in
until
It
Russia.
they
it's
intermeshed intersectionalism
it's
into it.
still a legal framework. It never
Yes,
stopped
it
being a
is,
legal
but
framework.
they're using it as a form of it's a
Where,
tool that they're using
how,
in the classroom on
how,
students.
where?
Okay, so you guys have recently heard how a lot of parents are going up to national school boards and being like, "Why are you teaching our children socialism and CRT?" You are aware of this now?
We heard it
You
quite
ain't
a
We
shit,
heard
Art.
it. We heard it. But thing is, where can you prove? Where's a document saying that it's CRT?
The teachers don't outright put it that it's CRT. In fact,
Well, then,
the
That's what I've
state of
been. That's why I hopped on the
California,
panel to say that.
yeah,
Well, wait a
okay, but
minute,
the
wait a
state
I
of
minute, wait a
call it
minute.
California
Hold
CRT.
on,
It's
hold
you
not
on,
an
can
hold
call
on,
it.
official.
explicitly said
It's
hold
not
on,
an
it
pause,
official
mandated
curriculum.
this
hold
You
thing.
on,
can call it.
pause.
You can call it UFOism. It doesn't matter. That doesn't mean that it is.
Wait a minute,
They're not.
BGS, everybody, pause for a second.
Hmm.
Wait a minute. Did anybody catch that bullshit?
It's not
We
bullshit,
got a
buddy.
we got
What
a fucking
bullshit?
we got
What
a fucking
bullshit?
we got a fucking Canadian talking about the bad the evils of fucking
So
Why you focus? Why you focusing on? Why you
A socialist
focusing
country.
on what country he's from?
Bro, I'm
It's
not gonna
socialist.
do
Focus on what he's
bro, I'm
talking
not gonna
about.
2 hour drive from the
Focus
door.
on what
You
he's
think I don't
talking
know what the
about. Don't
fuck's going
focus
Yeah,
on
I'm
on?
his
interested in what he's
country.
talking about.
Because he's in a highly socialist country.
Yeah, I've seen it. I know
We're in
what
a
it
highly
is.
socialist
I'm a
country.
fucking, I'm a canary in the
Do-
coal
do-
mine,
so
brother.
now let me ask you: do they teach critical race theory in Canada?
Bro, yes, for a few years now, much longer than you guys.
So how are they
I'm a
doing it, sir?
canary in the coal
Doing it?
mine for you
So
guys, man.
how did do they call it critical race theory in Canada?
They didn't call it that at first. No, not at
Or what do
all.
they call it? They call it critical race theory now.
They called it intersectionality before.
Intersectionality is not critical race theory.
I know.
Yeah,
What
it's
these
a tenet
socialists
No,
of.
are
it's not.
doing
No, it's not.
every time somebody puts a pin drop on these socialists, be like, haha, I know what you're doing. They change it up every single
Intersectionalism is
time.
actually intersectionalism is feminism. It's not critical race theory.
They're also
Yo,
using it on the
your girl
racial
Kimberly
terms.
Clemson said it herself, bro. The
Intersection.
intersectionality is a part of
BGS.
CRT. That's what she said.
BGS is not feminism.
It is feminism.
It's a
No.
feminism
BGS is right.
is
No,
a
no,
section
BGS
of
is
it.
right on that
Intersectionalism
It's a
came out
section of it, but it's not feminism.
Intersectional feminism. In fact, go. In fact, they just Green Gorilla, Dr. Johnson, and basically Dr. Neal, who have all taught feminist courses, will tell you it actually started from 1970 from the Combahee River collection, right? That's where intersectionalism came. The idea of intersectionalism actually came from. They gave it a name in the 1980s. Okay, has nothing to do with CRT. It's a different thing.
Well,
Feminism
intersectionality.
Look.
Feminism is
about
a
it.
section of intersectionality.
Yeah,
It's a
because
section.
You also
intersectionality
gotta
deals with
think
Not
about
the other
it
way
as
around.
No,
Hold on,
feminism is white feminism. In fact, there's a book called "The Trouble with White Women." Will actually tell you
white
that
feminism.
that white female feminism is not intersectional feminism. Intersectional feminism is actually black feminism. Black female
That's
feminism
bullshit.
for black
what
female.
everything you
I've
just
heard
said
of
is bullshit,
Go
BJ.
That's all
prove it.
bullshit, bro.
Everything you just said is bullshit.
Prove it.
No,
That's
no.
bullshit.
Find out
Prove it.
what is
It's,
intersectionality.
Prove
Clue?
it.
What's
Prove it.
intersectionality, fam? What is intersectionality, fam?
what
What is intersectionality?
is dividing based
Okay,
on ideology.
No,
I can
That's what
actually,
it is.
actually
No.
explain this one. So a fucking rabid leftist actually explained this to me once. I asked them, "What is intersectionality to you?" So what a lot of people here are not understanding when so-called right-wing people are talking about this is you don't fucking understand. The right is canary in the fucking coal mine right now. They're being otherized, demonized by socialists with a fucking toolbox, brainwashing the youth and minorities and women
defines
to fucking
intersectionality.
hate.
Define
Hold up.
intersectionality, sir. You
So
actually said you're going to define it.
Hey,
I just did.
No, not
I
you.
just
Not you.
defined it.
No, you
BGS.
didn't. No, you didn't.
BGS. Yes,
no,
I
you,
did.
No, you
Sir,
didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't.
It's dividing based
No,
on
you didn't.
ideology. That's
No, you
what it
didn't.
is.
No, you
Yes, it
didn't.
is.
No, you
I just
didn't.
did.
No,
you
you
want me to
didn't.
say it again?
It doesn't
It's
matter.
dividing based on
VG saying no, you didn't.
ideology.
That is not the
Hey, hold on,
definition
hold on,
of
real
intersectionality.
quick.
That's what
No,
it
it's not.
is.
No, it's not.
Can I
Yes,
can I
it
read
is.
something? Can
No,
I
it's
read
not.
You got
something
the
real quick? 'Cause I
gays.
was looking into
You got.
it.
No.
Can
We're
I read
not in
something
the
real
fucking
quick?
No.
third grade,
No.
bro. Like repeating what we're saying won't fucking help.
I just defined it for you, BGS. I
No,
just
you
did.
didn't.
Yes,
No,
I
you
did.
didn't. No, you didn't.
Going.
It's
No, you didn't. No,
defined
you didn't.
based
No, you
on
didn't. It's third grade
ideology.
bullshit.
Go look
bro.
it
Hey,
up, man.
hold on,
Go
real
look it
quick.
up.
Hold on.
Can I,
Let me.
BGS,
Hold on,
can I read
everybody,
something real
please.
quick and get your take on it? It says here that the scholars identified the 5 basic tenets of CRT as number 1, the centrality and intersectionality of racism.
That's why I said
Number 2,
intersectionality and CRT match.
hold on real quick. Number 2, the challenge of dominant ideology. Number 3, a commitment to social justice. Number 4, the importance of experiential knowledge. And number 5, the use of interdisciplinary perspective. And then it gives a whole bunch of breakdown of stuff that I don't want to read on here, but.
So how is that being used?
Well, no. I was answering the question. Like I was just answering the question about how all that together.
I can answer how it's being used. I'm the canary in the coal mine in a country that's way more left wing than you guys. And I saw it go that way. So the thing is, I was in school when they were teaching this shit. What they're teaching your kids in school right now, they were teaching me
What
that
did they
shit
teach
when I
you?
was young.
What did they teach you?
And what did they teach
Bro,
you?
they were teaching us outright socialism, bro.
What did they
Communism.
teach you?
Fucking
No,
A.
no, no. Soup to nuts. What did they teach you? Not socialism. Socialism. If you look up, go to Investopedia, right, and look up
Well,
what kind of economy the United States has. It's called a mixed economy. fifty
no, I
percent
get that. I
socialism
get that.
and
You're not
50.
Wait a minute.
No,
understanding.
no, no.
Wait a minute.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Socialism has been with America since the 1850s. Okay.
So wait a minute. Did you go to a public school or private school?
I actually went to a Catholic school and a public.
So at some point you were involved in socialism because
I've
that's
been
part
to
of
8 different schools growing up.
So
And
in
you're
other
involved in
words,
socialism.
socialism.
It didn't matter
if you
which school I went, even the Catholic
Yeah,
ones, they were
with
preaching
the
communism. They
exceptions,
were
because guess what?
propagating
So in
it.
other words, when
how
you
about your medicine?
but wait a minute, BGS. When he has to go to his archdiocese, because I went to Catholic schools as well. Do they give you a lot of shit to go for school? Do they give you lunch? Do they give you care? Do they give you help? Do they give
Okay, now
money?
look. Socialism is not just helping your welfare out. You got to understand, we're talking about a totalitarian system.
Where's the total? Do you vote?
Me, yeah, I do vote.
So you're not under a totalitarian system.
Exactly.
It's Saudi Arabia communist.
You know what, BGS? You need to make the T-shirts. I'll do it for you. Send me better trolls.
Yeah, I heard that.
Really?
I'm not a troll, unfortunately. I'm
You
also
know what? I was gonna mute up. But I'm gonna say this. I was gonna
you
mute up, but I'm gonna say this. I'm tired of all you motherfuckers, you Johnny fucking come latelys, who talking about shit that we said 6-7 years ago, and you got a goddamn guy who's been teaching probably longer than some of the people listening to him on the panel or in the chat. And you got another guy who's 62 years old, who's been through the cultural changes of this fucking country. You got people from law enforcement, computer programmers, government workers who are in the chat right now, who literally work side by side with policymakers, but yet you motherfuckers don't even come up with one iota of fucking evidence.
Evidence? Are you shitting me?
You haven't presented one bullshit of evidence.
Okay, here's some evidence. Okay, how about you let me speak for a good 3 minutes?
Give me an answer part of evidence. We gave you 15 fucking minutes.
Well,
you have given us bullshit. Well, they try to teach us socialism. Motherfucker.
Bro, we've had enough divisive communism and socialism pumped into our fucking brains that we had 600 people die over the summer of love.
Let me ask you a question. You said they're teaching critical race theory, and you've been taught it. Give us an example of critical race theory that you were taught in school. Give us an example.
It's fucking subtle. It's hard to explain. Like the teacher won't just outright do it to you all the fucking time.
Well, how do you know this connected to CRT?
Because it is. Trust me.
Because
socialism. Socialism would be.
There could be blue aliens coming from the depths and actually
now you're just fucking around. You sound more like a troll.
No. Because you're the troll because we asked you.
You said
I'm not the one fucking around.
Yeah, you are. We asked you. It's so subtle.
Though.
It's so subtle you can't detect it. Come on, man.
So socialism.
No, it is.
Examples of socialism would be like
man. Forget it.
Your
do you understand
schools.
propaganda?
Forget it.
Do you understand how propaganda?
Yes, I do.
You're doing it right
yes,
now.
I do. You're doing
then
it right
you
now.
should know it's subtle, fuck.
So excuse me,
bro. You're so disrespectful. My dude, man, you're such an asshole. You
are too, man. You're arrogant asshole.
Our feelings, dude.
Yeah, fuck you.
Damn.
Hey, I will. Hey, hold on. Would you say
we can't let the white boys disrespect the black people on the panel?
Oh no, because first, this is the reason why all of you fucking want to be conservatives will allow this little fucking pasty faced motherfucker, and you would agree with this shit. These are the same motherfuckers that had white boys talking about black women. Yeah, we may have our issues with them, but we're not going to allow somebody from a fucking another fucking section about
talking about, bro.
I'm
this
trying
to figure out what the fuck
this little stupid mother. See, this is the shit. Because he has a white face, too many people out there in YouTube land are going to believe this idiot.
Yes,
First
ma'am.
and foremost, you have a police department, you have fire departments, you have a standing fucking army. Yes, you have socialism. You literally
Exactly.
have you literally live in a country where if something happens to you, you technically don't have to take care of it.
And look, and
Yeah,
it's crazy because
that's what
they
I
on
was finna say, bro.
monarchism too, right? They on socialist monarchism because up there you got the French rule and you got the Great Britain rule split up
Yeah.
between them, right?
You motherfuckers are still a commonwealth. And you gonna tell us
Yeah.
what to fucking do. We kicked the fucking French out of ours.
Exactly, bro.
And what I'm saying, we've spent like an hour trying to get to the bottom of why you think how what's an example of how critical race theory is actually taught in schools, and nobody can actually give us an example. Well, it's subtle, or they're sneaking it in. Okay, well, where's your proof? Well, yeah, well, you have to listen. Well, you have to go to YouTube and hear what they're saying.
I was
Where's the
waiting on the
documents?
proof. I just wanted to hear the proof.
And
He
by the
just
way,
dropped off.
Hold
But
on,
you had a
hold on,
good.
hold on, officer.
and by the way, tell Chaos we got to start a volume 5 because I'm tired of these motherfuckers coming over here because you've been exiled from the fucking white manosphere that you think because you have a certain color of skin that you automatically are more intelligent than the motherfuckers who've been saying it for the longest. But go ahead, I'm gonna boot up.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear the last thing. Like BGS was just saying, like, where is the proof? Let's get the numbers on the table, and that's what a healthy debate is. But don't leave off when we get into the right debate. Now, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was just gonna touch on because y'all were talking about where socialism was, and I was just gonna say I know it's in your police, your public schools, your police. I mean, they're trying to make it into medical. That's going to shit.
Well, let
I
me
think like
let me hold a sec. Free zone. Let me ask you a question. Right, you have a job, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can how long can they work you, and how many days can they work you?
Well, my particular job, 40 hours, and I can get overtime.
But the thing is, you get overtime after 40 hours, right?
Time and a half, baby.
And the thing is, can they force you into overtime, or is that voluntary?
It's voluntary.
It's voluntary. Okay. You know the original socialist ideas. What was for workers unite. You know why that was? Because you had to work 17 and a half hours a day, 6 days a week. Does that sound fair? Including your women and children.
17 and a half hours, 6 days a week?
Yes.
No.
Mandatory, huh?
No.
Okay. So in other words, how did regular people change those laws?
They petitioned and ran for and
they organized and workers
Yeah.
struck and all that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
The original socialist slogan was what? Workers of the world unite, right?
That's right.
So if you got an 8-hour day, 40 days a week, you get overtime, you get medical, you get Social Security, all that stuff. Guess what all that is?
That would be a form of socialism.
Socialism, public schools, socialism, Medicare, socialism, free health care in case you get injured, socialism, right?
Yeah, but all of that stuff is bad though. Like
Is it bad? Okay. So you
the
want
way that it's moving right now. I mean, public school, they're barely teaching anything as it is. You know what I'm saying? The police is wilding, and all of it, like Medicare is going crazy.
Let me ask you. Go ahead.
Do brother Free Zone, do you have a social security number?
I do.
All right, there you go. I stand.
What was
the point of that though?
So in other words, if we wiped all that out, right? Say we can just brush all that out, right? All the bad, it's bad. So there's no more free school, no more public schools. Okay, no more OSHA laws, health and safety. There's no more laws that actually dictate how many hours you can work, what the employer can actually do to you, right? Okay. In other words, okay, you don't want to work 17 hours a day, 6 days a week. You're out on the street. Okay. So there's no legal framework for you to protest again. And your women and children from 6 years up have to go to work and work in the same factory that you do. Okay. You want that? You want that?
Damn, you said it. You said a lot there, but I would have to say ultimately no.
Okay. Well, you have to accept socialism, no matter how bad it is. Is so? Is socialism, even as bad as you think it is, preferable to what happened before?
And
No.
brother Free Zone,
Hold on. Yeah. Yes. 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 I got you. I got you.
maybe
Okay.
maybe
I got what you're saying.
hopefully you can be very, very, very honest about this question.
Okay.
We've, I mean, certain people that want to push because we even seen it on different interviews on the news and or just in general. And you have
Mhm.
experts that's behind it, and you have people that are against it. But the thing is, the people that are against it don't really know much about it. But no matter how much is being explained to them, based on the ones that are behind the whole carrying through of it, it's like these guys have their own thought about it, even though they have no clue on what it is. Can you
Mhm.
explain why is that in so many large numbers? I mean, are you able to explain that why they want to hold on to whatever they're thinking rather than knowing about it?
In regards to socialism
No, CRT.
and to
There's always
CRT,
moving the goalposts. There's always changing the subject, going in some other type of stuff. But instead of going right to what we're talking about, I've been hearing this like quite a bit now.
um, I if I had to guess, because I'm not really big into the CRT, so I'm just throwing, I'm just throwing it out there, and whatever. But a lot of people, it has to do with. Well, I do know that there's certain states that are pushing for CIT through legislation to be done, and there's a lot of fight on that ground. I think the
Freeze,
furthest I went back on that was
it's
like
already
2017.
freeze on. It's been around for like forever. So
30
my whole
years,
thing
yeah,
is why are
40 years
people?
really.
Yeah, why are people
Well,
talking?
in schools like to what extent though? Like in schools
Who's
to
talking
kids,
about
or
pushing?
what are we talking about?
Who's talking about pushing it in schools?
Say that again.
Like who's talking? Who? Let me rephrase it.
No, no,
Who, who, who do
I
you
just want you
know
to ask
that's
the
trying
question
to
again because I
push
can hear
it?
the music and then I hear you. So sometimes the music kind
I
of.
think I'm loud enough. I'm louder than Sade. Uh, who who is? Do you know for sure who's trying to push CRT in the schools?
Me personally, no.
But you
But
do
I'm not
hear
the I'm
people
not
that are
the I'm
against
not the
it.
authority on the subject. So
But but you hear people that are against it saying that they are opposing people
let's see.
putting it in schools. Correct?
Mhm.
Even governors using this in their campaign saying, if you vote for me, I will abolish CRT. You hear a lot of that, right?
Yeah, it's become like a. I hate using this word, but it's become like it's a political point that people can you know run
So
on or whatever.
so I'm trying to solve the mystery
Art, can I give a piece to that?
real quickly. I'm trying to solve the mystery on that bad person that's trying to push CRT in schools. I want to find out who these people are.
Well, look,
Mhm.
when you
Go ahead,
asked the
Shadow.
question, when you was asking the question, from what I see, and I'm just an outsider, 'cause none of my boards or none of the CRT I've seen, I haven't heard nobody about it either. So the one thing that I did see that I think they got meshed in with the CRT, the ones locally that I saw, and a couple of other ones that was in my state, but they wasn't local. And I saw was because a couple of certain books that was in there. Now, I don't know if that was CRT related and then that was on the same bill at that time. But when you talk about people having something to say about it, when people getting up there, like you were saying, and the reason when I start seeing it in my feed of whatever was pulling, I keep seeing the shit like what is they talking about CRTs? It was like hot for her whole like 30 days. It was like really the biggest thing. I guess they was voting or something on the the school people or whatever. And to me, it was a lot of the people was on some old rhetoric shit like you saying, and then a lot of it was like just straight up hate And then the rest of it, the only other ones I seen that seemed to be relevant was the people who really was mad, the real people who upset. It was when they was in the library when the kids they had the trans sex books type of thing.
Mhm.
They was like really mad about that trans sex books type stuff where they was having like kids doing stuff in the book and it could be checked out by kids under a certain age and they was coming home with them books and their parents was like what's up with it and they was trying to hide some of it in one of them jurisdictions and them folks got really mad about that. That's when I seen some stuff and I don't know if they got whopped in with the CRT thing or whatever. And that's what I saw. And so
Okay,
I don't know what the
so
brother saw from being somewhere else,
I'm
but
glad
I
you brought that
like
up, Shattered, because that's what me and BGS was talking about.
Mhm.
Can use, I mean, according to Kimberly Crenshaw with the whole intersectionality type stuff, you can use some kind of justification. It seems like that you can use critical race theory now to justify bringing in Little Nas X books and stuff like that based on something, some kind of disconnect in the schools. So that's the part that we talking about. What you should be looking after instead of just looking at Black history and stuff. That's
no,
what you
no, you
should.
100% right, bro. I was looking and that would that not be intersectionality being used? And that's why I said I didn't even hear CRT in there. I was hearing what they were speaking on that, but then they equated that to CRT.
No,
You
that
know what
would
I
Right,
that could be
right. And
used.
I did I just real quick I did want to say like the most of what I've seen is like parents complaining that teachers are teaching students about race and they're having like protests and all this other stuff.
No, that's not
And
CRT. That part is not CRT.
but that's what I'm saying. Like it's they're trying to connect that to CRT
No,
and that they're all of that stuff. But a lot of that is politics and all that
no,
goofy stuff. But
It's
CRT.
politics.
I know I do know that parents don't want the schools teaching their kids about race.
Well,
There's a big
they
issue
need to
about
fight
that.
against U.S. history, world history, culture.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's their real fight. If they really worried about race and
Right.
taught in class or whatever. But as far as what Shattered said, as far as bringing in the books, you can use some kind of legislation to justify why those books should be on campus. That's what we're
Yeah,
talking about.
yeah.
Right.
Not to say that I'm for it, but I'm saying that's how it can be used.
Right.
Yeah,
It's very that issue is very problematic. But
yeah, yeah, and
you know,
basically that basically that all that kind of stuff is not race theory. Okay,
Hmm.
I
that's
got
not
you.
even race theory. They're trying to bastardize the term. That's what we're trying to say. That's not what it. That's when you go to the school board or to the administration and say, "Why are you teaching critical race theory?" What's first going to say? We're not, because they're
And let
Mhm.
me
not.
ask you this, Free Zone. I'm glad you're sticking up here. Because think
Well,
about this.
yeah, I just came up here. I didn't come here to fight with y'all. I just came
Oh,
up. I
well, we're
got
not
questions
fighting
and stuff.
either,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
But
I don't know anything about. I honestly, I hear about CRT and all that stuff, and
but
every time I look into it, I get like a.
think
There's
about
so
this,
much
Yeah,
man.
but
information
no one's
about it.
Think about
fighting here.
this.
We're not fighting you, brother. We just want to hear
No,
your proof. We just want to hear what you
but
say.
check this out, fam.
Mhm.
Um, you hear? I mean, when we bring up the CRT, and I'm glad Shatterpoint brought this. I mean, excuse me, Shattered Star brought this up. You hear about CTE from I guess, the opposition of it, I believe. Their main concern is race. What happened to LGBT taught in elementary schools?
Hmm.
I hear absolutely no right people on the right, conservative, Republican, fight hard against that at all. Are they
Well, yeah,
supporting
and they started
LGBT?
that in Common Core, and I mentioned that in the chat. But
Yeah,
the
I mean,
Common Core
I
before
mean,
CRT, they
because the
wasn't
silence
calling
is
it
deafening.
CRT. Then.
The
It was
the
called
silence
the
is
Common Core.
deafening, man. I'm like, I mean, they go hard in the paint for race. But
Hmm.
what about this other stuff that Shattered Star mentioned?
Well, my
Mhm.
point is the Common Core. When I said earlier, the
I
common
got you,
before
because
CRT,
they had to
like
go through a
Art
little
had
hoop.
asked and BGS asked, what was the history to this before what we had said as the CRT, what we been seeing, right?
mm,
I
We
said
need Free Zone to
Common
answer that
Core.
question.
That was when they first the right was coming against Common Core. I'm looking at what they're doing because I look at
I mean,
all sorts of information, even
y-
foreign
y-
sources as well, and on the ground. And I was looking at that, and I had kids in the system at the time, and I remember what they taught us in health class. And I
Okay,
remember
we
what they taught
got
us in
all
sex
that, brother
ed.
Shatter, but we want to find out why they're not protesting against what you mentioned.
Okay, that's a good question, my brother.
That is a good question.
Because I don't watch a lot of news, but a lot of stuff. Every time I turn on something about the whole opposition of CRT, they don't mention anything about misappropriating the rainbow at all with kids.
It's
Right,
never.
right.
If can you imagine when we were coming up, and I'm not assuming anyone's age on this panel, they had drag queen story time. When I was coming up with books,
I
and they
don't
had
see no
books, you
protest
think
against
about books,
that.
you had a pizza. That was the best thing you got, a pizza. If
You
you read
don't
the
have.
amount of books, you
What
get a
about?
pizza. You don't
What
get no
about?
drag queen story time. What the fuck is that?
What
Excuse my
was the
language.
purpose? But yet you get a drag queen story time. But yet you get pissed off when we talk about slavery.
They want love from everywhere, I guess. That's just a little question. I'm glad you answered Free Zone the best you could. But
You know why? I can tell you why. Why would I be in opposition of what I want?
ooh, that sounds like a gauntlet, Charles.
I mean, it's been thrown down plenty of times. Shit.
Yeah.
You know? I mean,
Yeah,
shit,
there are fruitcakes on the right side too. Nobody wants to talk about that.
like let's talk about the right and the left.
Lindsey Graham.
Let's talk about a lot of this shit, right? Okay, all these motherfuckers, like I said earlier, want to talk about conservatism. Or you got the people who want to be liberals or socialists. You benefit from the same fucking system. Well, you know, it's going to be one of those totalitarian states. You're talking about a fucking head of state. Did somebody shoot you yet? Did somebody put you in the gulag?
Hey,
No,
Charles,
shut the fuck
you
up.
had a phrase that was good for this. What did you say when you was talking about capitalism and about communism and socialism? What you had said the other day, how they can't exist. Certain what you had said.
You know, when you have socialism without capital, when you have socialism without capitalism, you get communism. When you have capitalism without socialism, you get fascism.
Say it again for the ones in the back.
Because it's the basic rule that you learn in your American government, your civics, or whatever the hell you want to call it. The basic rule that tells you America has multi-layers when it comes to the type of governmental system it has. You
That's why it's
have
got checks and balances and stuff.
Yes, you have a standing army. How do you pay these motherfuckers to stay post? How many times? Socialism. How do you have police? You have a standing police and police and fire department.
Yeah.
You have public schools. You have state colleges. So shut the fuck up about this. Oh, we're becoming socialists.
You already are.
You've been socialism been in this country longer than your grandparents been born.
Yeah. And
it's not necessarily bad. Think about it. If you're a part of the country, you've been doing something. It's under your social security number, for the bad or for the good.
But
your family gets benefits toward that. Why is that bad?
But you know why it's bad, Shattered? I'm gonna say the real.
Because they don't want the niggers to have anything.
Exactly. Because once black people started to get something, that's when the white people started preaching all this shit. All this is just the international new revised white talking points. Just why it's why you think it was so hard for a white boy to say, is the racism still exist? You know why? I was about to ask him
juggling 5 fucking balls. That motherfucker didn't know what to say.
Because I was going to ask him, are you going to trade your whiteness for my blackness? So shut the fuck up.
You got to remember that some of the billionaires and a lot of your right wing people are actually LGBTQ. Look up log cabin Republicans.
Well, they don't want to talk about that.
I mean, look at Lindsey Graham. Just look at him. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he looked like he had an assignment, a trans assignment. Sorry,
against those people. Nothing against them.
Is it cool? Would it be cool to say you don't got the balls to stand up for what you believe in? But anyway,
he couldn't say that because he had to say persons. He had to say persons.
So from the things that I've heard about socialism in regards to, because I think And Officer Faulkner, you hit it. You hit it right on the head when you said the quote about socialism without capitalism and all of that. The concern is the scale sliding too far in one direction. You know what I'm saying? It's
The
not
scale
necessarily
always
because
slides.
no,
That's why they
but
call it a
it
sliding
always
scale. It always.
that's what I'm saying. But they don't want to. It's you don't want it to slide too far in one. Like for example, when if the full fledged government becomes full fledged socialist,
Well,
you
let me
know what
put it
I'm
to you
saying?
this way,
That
right?
could be a problem.
Nobody had a problem when basically black men were given 3 strikes and you're out. What were the women given? Welfare reform.
Man,
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody
didn't that
complain
go through
about
on the
that?
same bill, Charles? Wasn't that going the same bill?
Damn near. So you're telling me if I couldn't raise my kids and I was out of work, you basically arrested me for being the walking poor. But that chick could have all the babies, damn near do what she wants with them, and she gets a free ride to college and a free guaranteed job with the government.
And 10,000
Nope.
guaranteed whether she goes
Nope.
to said college that year or not. Let's not forget
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. And so I don't have a problem with socialist programs. Be fair. We don't
And
talk
look,
about
that's all I'm
socialism.
saying, bro. Because when we speak about that to women and what they was able to get during that time when we got 3 strikes, let's just say our demographic, and you start to say this, then the people say, oh, whatever. Look, just be fair. Just be fair.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only thing I've been saying for a while because I've seen it go both ways. And I'm like, well, damn, if it's supposed to be fair or equal, you got a brother that's doing better. I've seen so many times, even including myself, where the state will do an investigation allegedly
Mm-hmm.
and still will give these children to these women when the brother is obviously the more better breadwinner. He's passed all of the sobriety tests that the judge will put you through. God
Mm-hmm.
forbid you're still on child support. They've suspended your license. You will get arrested. It's so crazy.
Okay. Okay. I gotta.
It's called
Just going to court.
it's called the Tender Years Doctrine of
Mm-hmm.
1896, where the children belong to the mother.
Mm-hmm.
They don't tell you
Okay.
that.
So let me
The children is you have that's how come you have to go to court as a father to get your children because you have to overturn the legal ramification of the children belonging to the mother.
That's right, and it's
because
by default, BGS. You're right. That
they
default
It
is
do it.
is by
correct.
default.
They
Whereas
do it
before
because
before the Tender Years Doctrine, it was assumed the children belonged to the father. They changed
they
that.
did, and they did it because it's easier to control the women. It's easier to get. They're more susceptible to the environment and easier to control. And art. Go ahead, BJS.
No, I was going to say before the first 10 years doctrine, I think was 18. It said 18. Was it 1830 or 1830? I do believe it was. And
That's
the
before the
ch- the
Magna
ch-
Carta.
the Magna Carta was in. Come on, man. Magna Carta was in the 16th century. Okay.
Anybody
15 something, I can't 1540 or something like that. That's the
Okay,
Magna
man.
Carta. Okay,
anybody know who Ricky K is? If nobody knows who he is, I'm not bringing him up.
no, I don't know who he is.
Okay.
Yeah. And then so in other words before that was a patriarchal rule. In other words, if the child belongs to the father. If you are married and if you got divorced or the woman left, the child automatically belong to the father. Okay. um,
Mhm.
up until age 7.
Okay.
They changed it to age 16 to when the child was actually an adult in 1896. So now the child actually belongs to the mother, even though they haven't changed the responsibility of the child from the father. So basically, what you have is uh, you have a matriarchal rule with a patriarchal responsibility. So even though the child belongs to the mother, you still have to pay for it.
No, you right, bro. I was talking to a Pakistani brother of mine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was explaining to me how one of his brothers got messed up in the American Western system. And he was explaining to me how they do it in Pakistan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he said in Pakistan, it's similar to what you were saying with that rule,
Mm-hmm.
how they overturn it, where the mother gets the first 12 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like off GP, like, just barring any circumstances,
Mm-hmm.
whatever. But the mother gets 12 years, and then you're still responsible, though. Like you said, the
Mm-hmm.
responsibility, you still, even though she got custody physically, and you still got your custody rights, but you still responsible for that child. And then after the 12 years go, he say then the man gets the full custody rights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he was like, that's the way that they do it out there.
It's probably just pretty recent.
Mm-hmm.
It probably was because he's a younger guy. He's younger than me, and he was just explaining to how before he came over here, this is because his brother got
That's
messed
probably
up
within the
in the
last 10
divorce
years or
thing.
something. I don't see that.
Yeah, yeah,
So that's
He's probably like 20, 27, 28, 29. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, because Islam is very patriarchal and basic. Islam under Islam, basically the child is Eastern Islam. The child belongs to the father. Even in Africa, the child belongs to the father. A father, the father's family.
Yeah, we need to bring that here, man.
Good luck.
I don't know what's going
I
on.
feel it. Yeah, good luck.
Look.
You got to
Need to
battle
roll
all
that
those,
back a bit.
you got to battle all the you got to battle all the soy boy man bun wearing dudes protecting the women.
Like we I don't know why, and I'm not gonna bug Free Zone about it, but a lot of us we don't even. I mean, I listen to Russian classical. I give it that. But I don't know much about Russian stuff at all, let alone communism. I don't even look into it. For them to keep throwing labels like that around people, don't people think that that's kind of dangerous?
It's dangerous because you get a lot of those guys out there who want to like invoke a certain emotion in you.
Algorithm.
Yeah, and it's crazy because you got a guy who just admitted to going to Catholic school and public school, and as soon as he got what he needed to get out the system, oh, it's bad now. That's the classical. That's the classical white trope. If I never heard it, as soon as white women got their fucking affirmative action, which they stole, they
stole from black men.
They stole from black men that was given by black women. As soon as they get their positions and their schooling,
yeah.
Now they want to cut it. They want to cut the ladder from underneath them.
Remember the Baki decision, Art?
No, I sure don't.
Okay, look at the Baki decision, 1976, trying to get rid of affirmative action and equal opportunity because it used to be equal opportunity, right?
I got
and
you.
then after the Baki decision, they actually couldn't do that, so they changed it to affirmative action.
In the 76 is that when the affirmative action genesis started, BGS?
Actually, the affirmative action genesis started in 1968 after the Kerner Commission. We got FHA, you got school rights. Because remember, Art, your father got hired in 1968 right after the Kerner Commission, because he was.
I think he got hired and drafted.
He got hired and drafted.
Yep, he got hired at a job and they drafted him.
Okay, because I remember you saying it was in the 68 or 69 that was it Alpha Beta or whatever store he worked for.
Yeah, actually that was ABC Market.
ABC Market, right? Yeah, and what did they say? They hired. Well, he actually said because of all the riots and stuff like that. He said he was a good black person.
Yeah, they had to put them good black managers in.
Yeah, because that's what happened right after the Kerner Commission, after the riots. Yeah.
Why did we still?
And that's crazy what he just said, that brother. And think about that. That's when they always know, because we always in the community. You know what I'm saying? If you got all these outer community, I'll just say that, running your stores when the brides come, guess what? Okay.
It's funny that we still got this dude Ragnarok still in the damn chat. And he's talking about white supremacy isn't the problem, you idiot. Go fuck yourself, because it was. Let me tell you, when did white people go meet with another fucking civilization of people and it truly benefit them?
Benefit the people or the white people?
Exactly. The other group of people. So here's my thing, you fucking idiot. You privileged fucking spoiled brat, never had a fucking real problem in your life because you were probably a social fucking invalid.
Look, even when white people pull up on other white people, Charles, they subjugate them.
Yeah, so you want to talk about how fucked up the commies are? You're putting in your name Ragnarok. You got some type of Norse mythology god in your fucking picture.
Death. That's
Depending on
Ragnarok.
depending on the
The
group,
Diablo death.
yeah,
All of
depending on certain groups, that's a racist epithet right there. Like,
Well, I mean, I think because y'all were talking about he was talking about Canadian being like incredibly socialist, and so the only reason why I would listen to
and
Ragnarok,
monarchist as well. But you're on the
right,
French
right,
Great Britain
but
side.
even though the systems are different, I would imagine that he's hearing things that are happening here that are kind of a reflection of what happened there, you know, back in a certain time,
If
and
we
he's
brought classic
the
up in
same
the
pattern.
space,
The same pattern could be repeating itself here from his
Like what?
perspective.
But we
Like
got
what?
states. We got
I don't,
states. And
I
we
don't,
got
I don't,
federal.
I don't know.
Our
That's what I'm
federal is
saying
not
though.
backed by monarchy.
And that's what I'm saying.
Federal is
It's a
not backed
different
by
system,
monarchy.
so it
What
may
you,
it
you
may
talk about?
apply a
You
different
talk
way.
about talk about a totalitarian system.
Well, Canada is not a totalitarian system,
No,
so I don't
what I'm
look at
asking
that.
you talk about basically to have a totalitarian system, you have to have a culture that actually tends toward it, right? Because that's how come
Hmm.
Germany was able to do it under the Nazis because of
They're used to
they were actually
totalitarian.
trained under totalitarian
Right,
system. Same
right, right.
same thing with the communists, right?
yes,
Okay,
Mhm.
guess what they were before they became communists?
they were monarchies.
They were
They were
monarchies.
monarchies, a brutal
Hmm.
monarchy, right?
Brutal.
Okay. Guess what? Guess before China became communist. Guess what were they? Were they democratic?
They were monarchy.
No.
So in other words,
Imperialist.
they all they did
Imperial.
was switch one totalitarian system for another. They were already that way.
I'm gonna put it to you
Imperials. The
this way:
Imperials ruled it
One
all.
time, one time.
Imperials.
I've lived in a fucking totalitarian country for 18 months. The fear of God can be put into you after a generation or two of seeing people get their ass whipped when you don't see them again, or you see people shot in soccer fields.
And their whole family takes to the gulag. What about that
Yeah,
gulag? When they take
yeah.
you want to be a dissident, we let you stay alive and watch your family die eating 4 grains of rice every day on a slave farm.
Hmm.
And be doing all kind of God knows what to them. Make you watch them as the patriarch. You will die.
Right.
I know what Norse paganism is, idiot. Why do you think it's so easy to recognize the shit you're putting up? Like,
Mhm.
Hey,
I'm gonna,
so we were talking about affirmative action, right? And the original reason why they rolled that out, and during that time, it seems to have made sense. But I guess my question would be, just in a broader sense, can y'all think of things that are, because affirmative action kind of falls under this for me, where
Hmm.
under in given the right historical context, it made
Hmm.
sense for them to put that in. But as
Hmm.
time moves forward, um, is there a time
it's
where becomes less of a thing that doesn't need to be
no,
necessarily involved? It should always
no.
be what.
Yes, because I just gave an article to BGS and a few others of how they just have 10.5 million jobs. They're
Mhm.
not hiring black men, and it's making the government go 50 billion in debt.
Yeah.
That's
Let
Hmm.
me
right.
let me ask Freeze on this. Okay. Was it Freeze on asked the question?
Yeah, that was me.
What do you think? What happened if they got rid of it? Just all of a sudden, just snap their fingers. What do you think? Do you actually trust the government and white folks actually do the right thing?
I don't know.
I'm asking you. No, no, no. Give me your gut thought. Do you trust white people to do the right thing if they got rid of the laws?
Come on, man, answer that question.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Well then, so if you don't trust them, can you get rid of it?
No.
No, thank you. That answers your question.
I'll give you my blunt answer. Hell no. I don't
No,
trust the
what I'm saying is
motherfuckers.
if you can trust them to do the right thing without the laws, I would say yes. Um, um, do you trust people to actually in a big city to actually do the right thing without police watching them?
Shit.
Hell to the
No.
no.
Shit,
Huh?
To the
I
no,
wouldn't let
no,
them
no.
motherfuckers. I wouldn't let them motherfuckers
I'm,
put
I'm
your
asking I'm
kid on
asking him
TV.
because I know what you're going to say, Charles, because we already know the answers. What do you think?
No.
So in other words, we should keep the laws in place, even though we've advanced and things have gotten better, and people are maybe a little bit more law-abiding. We should keep cops and laws in place just in case, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could see that. Yeah.
Okay. So in other words, we have speed limits, right?
Mhm.
And we've had speed limits for what, a good 60, 70 years. Okay.
Yes.
So do you think it's a good idea, even though like 90% of people follow the speed limit, more or less?
Mhm.
You think you should eliminate speed limits?
No.
Okay. You keep laws in place for a reason, right?
Yep.
To keep people
Mhm.
from reverting back to their normal state.
I
So
got you.
if
This
my,
is
my because I'm old and I really don't care anymore, right? I say
Mm-hmm.
if the younger people want to get rid of affirmative action and civil rights and all that kind of stuff, go ahead. I'm all for it.
Right. I mean,
Well, but
If you look at, I'll give you one example why racism still exists. Right, this recently just happened. Right, I think it was uh, under I think it was under the not the TARP program, but the thing is with the bailout for COVID, right? With COVID bailouts, right? The American Rescue Plan, right? In
mm-hmm.
that,
mhm.
and I can tell you, in that there was like $5 or $6 billion directly going to farmers of color, basically black farmers, right? That they put into law,
That's
right?
Pickford. That's Pickford.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's Pickford, and they actually put into law, right, where they actually going to give specifically for black farmers aid, right? Okay, what do you think happened
Mhm.
to that aid?
I don't know.
White farmers protested against it, right? Because they said it wasn't fair. They didn't want even though black farmers never got what white farmers got under Trump, and it's specifically there to help black farmers. Guess what happened? White farmers didn't want black men to have it. They blocked it, and still they filed like 3 or 4 lawsuits against it.
just because black people are getting it. That's all.
Just
Just
a little
Mm-hmm.
funky $5 billion after the government
Yeah,
spent
it
trillions.
was it was a couple brothers in my county because my coach, rest his soul, he had about a good 120 acres out there. And
Hmm.
then I had a brother that was actually in Houston. He went back to Shelby, man. I'm by in Shelby, one of the first black originated towns in
Hmm.
Mississippi in the Delta.
Hmm.
Mhm.
And they was getting some of their money, BGS. You feel
Hmm.
me? And when it dried up,
Hmm.
they got their first payments out of it, but
Hmm.
I don't think it finalized on a lot of it. Some of the brothers was able to still recognize their funds on the crops, but some of them they didn't get the full funds because they had cut it off so quick. They had just cut it off to a certain amount of brothers that could get it, and there
Hmm.
was a lot of
Oh,
fucking
oh, oh,
political
oh
fight.
that was the old Pickford, the
Them
first Pickford.
co-ops, them
Yeah.
co-ops, like in
Mhm.
Mississippi, right? They got a co-op, right? They used
Mm-hmm.
to call it union planners,
Mm-hmm.
right? After Reconstruction, look up Union Planners Bank. They fully and Farmers Bureau as well. I looked it up on the reparations because a lot of people like to talk shit about reparations, right? BGS,
Mm-hmm.
but I looked it up, and being from Mississippi, I actually looked some of this stuff up. Farmers Bureau and Union Planners Bank. They subsidize a lot of those farms. Monsanto has come in later,
Mm-hmm.
but before Monsanto, I was there before them, and I was seeing it was state funded. It was
Mm-hmm.
then Delta and Pineland that was supported through Mississippi State University using what? State and social funds that would give farmers, even if you didn't run your shit, they'll pay you money to grow a certain type of grass,
Mm-hmm.
and then they'll say burn your field this year.
Yeah,
Okay,
to make to refertilize the
Mhm.
land. Yeah.
right,
Right.
and then
Mm-hmm.
we started doing different things where we started instead of having to burn the field, some of the farmers would just do catfish
Yeah, yeah.
because
Roosevelt started doing that in the 30s.
right,
Yeah.
right, and then
Yeah.
they still do it today in the Delta, and it was just a horrible EPA thing. But
Guess
I
guess
think the
guess who
catfish farming of it and the rice farming and the going back and forth with the corn and when
guess
we did it with that was better.
guess who couldn't access those funds though?
Oh no, not then. I mean,
It,
still to
it would,
this day, it's like
yeah,
I would say out of those
exactly.
farms, out of about, I would say the biggest owner there, BGS, to answer your question from my knowledge, my local knowledge, and on the boots on the ground, right? You
Mm-hmm.
know who the biggest landowner in our county is?
Who?
Archie Manning and subsidiaries,
Oh, I believe.
because
Okay, yeah, I believe
he
it.
owns over 300,000 acres in the counties of Bolivar and Sunflower County, which Ruleville is where they originally from. They're not from New Orleans; they from the Mississippi Delta. That's why the young boy went to Ole Miss. But yeah, he's from there, and they own that whole. It's like the land stretched so much. BGS, it's in 2 counties, and 2 of the biggest counties in Mississippi. They own that whole land. All their money come from there. Union Planners Bank, all this different stuff. Farmers Bureau, they got money in that. That's they. If you was talking about going back and looking at the stuff, man, them slave owners there, they got a lot of money off of brothers. So people that say that we don't have no investment in this country, it's a damn lie, and I catch them every time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I guess we cover Latin American and adults issues and CRT, socialism, communism.
I will say a good thing, because I know a lot of people like to like to shit on black people, but I do want to say a good thing that's coming out of this especially since COVID has happened. There has been a great surge of black people starting businesses, which I think is a really good thing. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully those businesses hopefully the businesses elevate to what they need to.
Well, because how many businesses got destroyed in the first COVID's first year?
Half.
Yeah,
Half.
600,000 black businesses got destroyed the first year. So, yeah, you're going to have to start new businesses afterward.
Yeah.
At least
But
half.
have all those businesses that were destroyed come back yet?
Oh, let me ask you this, Brother Freezone. When we're talking about anything about Black history, slavery, why is that victimhood or victim talk? What is that? What is that? Why is that victimhood stuff?
Say that one more time, sir.
When we're talking about Black history, slave references, or any of that kind of stuff, why is that considered victimhood talk? Are you one of the guys that said that, or?
Yeah, I was. I think a lot of people use it as a. I think a lot of people use it they speak of it from a position of weakness.
Can you explain how that's done from weakness?
Because it's a lot of people use it as an excuse to stop them from doing things that they want to do.
So can you give me an example?
Sure. A lot of people will. I mean, I've heard from I can only give anecdotal experience. I've had plenty of people come up to me and tell me, like, I'll try to get, so like I trade cryptos and forex and all that stuff, and I try to teach black people how to do it. And a lot of the common responses that I get is that the white man won't let me do it, and I have to, in order for me to get them to an effective place, I have to literally kind of walk them out of that whole mindset. And a lot of it is just based on the history of, what they know and stuff like that. When I sit down and talk to them, is a lot of this type of conversation, because it's kind of around the same type of mindset where it's really back to the whole socialism kind of thing, where people start hearing words and they start to fear that socialism and communism is coming. It's that whole type of mindset.
So let's trade notes here. Anyone else on the panel, whether it's crypto or any kind of opportunity that's being offered to you, you hear people tell you that the white man won't let me do it?
Yeah, I've heard it. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's heard it. You gotta know them folk.
Now, granted, y'all,
What I'm saying? I couldn't put the paper in the printer because it was folded. He said, "What color was the paper?" I said, "Well, it's a white piece of paper." He said, "Well, that's the white man."
Yeah, I've heard stuff like that too. Yeah.
And I got a lot of friends who are in tech, and they try to get, they try to get black people into tech because they feel that tech is
know
being
I'm
very
a
under.
programmer. I can tell you, that's the white man's job.
Exactly. All of that stuff. So a
I'll
lot
tell
of
you one good thing.
it tends to be
A
it
younger,
tends to be an
older brother told
overcorrection.
me.
I'll say that it tends to be an overcorrection because it's
Mm-hmm.
like, you know what I'm saying? Like, granted that, you know, there's again the sliding scale,
Mm-hmm.
but a lot of that just, you know, it tends to be an overcorrection. I'll say it like that.
Well, yeah, it is overcorrection, and I think it's an overevaluation of it. Older brother, my homeboy daddy told me one day, I was a younger brother. I don't know how old you are, but I was about, let's just say about 17, 18, 19, and he asked me about something, and I gave him an answer like what I just said about the white paper going into the printer. And I said, man, it's the white man fault. He said, man, brother, we in Mississippi. He said, man, I'm gonna tell you something. I grew up in the 60s and the 70s in the Delta. And he said, man, you growing up in the 90s and about to be 2000. Man, I don't want to hear you say now one more time it's a white man stopping you from doing what we already know. You got more opportunities than we had, and we made it.
So let me see whether or not, let me take them now, because these are like parted questions. So you're saying that talking about slavery and Black history makes people want to say the white man won't let me dibble and dabble into crypto with you?
A lot of people, yes, yeah.
Interesting.
That was just an example. That was just an example. Or another example would be tech, or another example would be anything that would be considered quote unquote, you know, white.
Are these people Canadian or they're American?
Some of them actually are.
I'm just asking that, bro. Like seriously, because I've told people about crypto, and everybody, even if they ain't even tech, they know. Oh man, this coin stuff. They be like, hell yeah, man. You know, take my money now. You know what I'm saying? Most people.
Right. Well, and then there's the whole other side where, because y'all are a lot more knowledgeable about, you know, history and stuff like that. But then there's the other side of the fact when they do speak of history, there's a lot of information that's missed, and it just seems like a lot of missed history. So, for example, the whole concept that, you know, like when you talk about slavery, it was all white men enslaving all Black people, and it's like, no, it's not that. That's not even true. You know what I'm saying?
Expound upon that. What do you think about that?
They don't. My bad.
Expound. What are they missing on that? I want to hear that. What are they missing? Give me that right there.
They're missing the fact that there were Black slave owners. They're missing the fact that there was a whole issue prior to the Civil War about white slavery. There was a whole they discount Anthony Johnson, who was the one that got, you know, the slavery really rolling in the country. He was the first person that rolled that out. It wasn't just a whole like all whites enslaving all Blacks.
Saying the Irish, right? That's what you saying? The Irish, the indentured service of the Irish. Is that what you're saying?
No. In regards to what?
The other whites besides the Irish who were not looked at as white, even though they were still white, and they didn't like them because they were drunkards.
Well, I mean,
they were not treated like slaves. At the end of the day, they was indentured service. They had
the indentured service. The indentured service actually goes way back, man, for 1,000 years.
Right.
So
but you have like the one drop rule, right? You have the one drop rule. No. What I'm saying is that you have the one drop rule, and the problem with the whole one drop rule was that it doesn't mean like your whole skin, your skin didn't have to be Black in order for you to fall up under that. There were people who came out that actually looked white, but because they had the more drops.
No, they did not more. They had a legalized lineage on their birth certificate, because they go to Louisiana and whatever's on your birth certificate, that's what you are. So if you had a certain amount of ancestors, like 1/8, like a 1/8, you say your great grandmother was Black or your great grandfather was Black, then you're considered Black. That's the one drop rule. If you go
Right.
go read, we actually call it a one drop rule, but go read Plessy versus Ferguson. There's actually two court cases because and Plessy was like 7/8 white. Yeah, it was actually a challenge to the Supreme
That
Court
was
on
like great
purpose.
grandfather, great grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I also heard that Abraham Lincoln was was black as well. Like he had black ties in there as well. I didn't really go into look into
I
that,
got
but
information.
whatever.
But
Everybody says it, but nobody can prove it.
but the thing too, man, is like, okay, if you see this book cover, right, it's by Dr. Amos Wilson, may he rest in peace. If you just saw
Mm-hmm.
this cover alone, it does have Black history in there somewhere. But if you just saw that, would you think that a person would turn down your opportunities of crypto after reading this? I'm curious.
You said Dr. Amos Wilson?
Yeah, just looking at the cover, the title of the cover. Do you think after
No.
reading this, they're gonna say, "Hey, man, the white man ain't gonna let me dibble and dabble crypto with you"?
No, I don't think any of that stuff is true. Like, and that's the thing. Like, yeah, there's racism in the country, but there's not so much racism that a black person can't do what they want to do.
Yo,
For
where is that book
for the most
available?
part.
Where is that book
Oh
available? Is
man,
that
they
on
high
Amazon?
now.
What's the book called, sir?
Is the blueprint for Black Power. I got it
Amos
in like
Wilson.
bookstore, Isla
For
One,
Black
but it's
Power.
right now it's 45 on the back, but I think it might be like 60 or 70.
I see it right here.
It should be
It
on
might be
Amazon. You should be able to find it pretty easy.
Yeah,
on
can
Amazon.
you shoot the
Yeah.
link out there? You got affiliate link for that art? I might want to check that out.
Okay, but it goes through all the steps about what you need to do as a community, as a business, as a family, in politics, all that. That's because, and it has a lot of historical references in there. That's why I was asking when you're talking about Black history. Every time somebody reads something about Black history, is it always from some victim mode type thing? That's why I had this book near me. I have other books, but that was in reaching
Damn.
distance.
Can I say
Yeah.
something real quick?
That's what's up.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I just want to add that personally, cryptocurrency, I am just now learning about it. I have some co-workers who have been educating me, and one is a white guy, and he's very knowledgeable.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just want to say that the any idea that is the white man won't let me, I don't see that, because it's a white man who's trying to educate me and trying to encourage me to go that extra step. Now I'm 61 years old, so and these young kids they just jump on it like riding a bicycle, and so yeah,
Right.
helping me come up to speed. And
Mhm.
and I appreciate that, and that doesn't seem to have any bearings on race because I'm talking to young black men and talking to young white men, and they all doing the same thing. They're trying to help me.
Hey,
Okay.
I do want to say just while we're on cryptos, because I was actually looking at it today. If y'all haven't bought any crypto, Ethereum, Cardano, Litecoin, right now is a really good time to buy because it's at a pretty good low. If y'all want to stack up on it.
Keep being told about Cardano.
Actually, I can tell you, I've had a Bitcoin chart for the last
Yes, sir.
5 years.
Been a while.
There you go. Hey, Art, I dropped the Amazon link to that book in the private.
Oh, okay. People
So,
wanted it. Okay, people wanted it.
Yeah, I don't have a wrench, so I couldn't drop it in the actual chat, so I sent it to you.
That's your affiliate link.
No, this is the Amazon link that he was talking about. Let me see if I can put
Yeah,
it.
I know. I'm talking about the affiliate. If you post it from you, if you got Amazon, you can get paid. If I buy the book from you, I fuck with Amazon that you can get paid off of it. That's free money for you.
Okay, they say, and this is from Nino. Appreciate you, fam. I'm Rick Benz. People can't even figure out that I have a full a full paddle. People keep trying to come up. It says I had to give a whole 20 piece on this one to stop the gaslighting that black people are blaming the white man for their failures because they talk about black history. I like your free zone, but that is bullshit.
Yeah.
Because I didn't say that. Because they talk about Black history.
Yeah. Yeah. Share my screen real quick, Art.
Yeah,
Okay, where is
you
it?
know how it go, man. That's how they do it.
Okay, actually, Bitcoin and crypto pretty much follows a pretty standard currency indicators, especially it's a Fibonacci chart. I don't know where this is from December 26th, right? And I've
Right,
had
right.
these zones up for a good 4 years, right? And
You got that
basically,
triangle. You got your triangle on your Fibonacci.
yeah, from Fibonacci, and
Gotcha. Is that a
basically it's
moving average, sir?
that's not a moving average. Okay, I don't have any There's one moving average, but basically, if you look right here, though this was the breakout. Okay, that line going to break out, but all these little zones, these are Fibonacci levels, right? And the Fibonacci
Right.
levels, I
Right.
don't know where it's at now, but my buy zone for most people actually said where it was right around 42. The good buy zone probably down in the 30s, where it was at, where it came from.
Yeah, right. 29 and 30 is
Mm-hmm.
great right now because it's gonna come back real quick.
Where's it at now?
Uh,
I'm asking
What
free zone.
you're at Bitcoin
Bitcoin, yeah.
42,174.
That's the buy. Where's my buy? Where's my support line buy? Where is it at?
What is that? 47
No,
4
42
42
405. 42
42
405.
405.
See that right there?
Yeah, So for me, the fib I got it at the 0.71, which is usually a good turnaround for me.
I'm showing
Um,
42
So another
150 on
so where
the
you at? See
side.
that support? See these support lines right here? See
yeah,
that
I see
line?
it.
Uh,
I see it.
this is a month. This chart is a month old. So we've been talking about this for the last 4 or 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bro. I just been sitting on my hands waiting to actually put some in. I took some out a while ago, and then right before it dropped, I took some out, and
AMC
now I'm
went
Yeah,
just
back
I
waiting to
down,
took
put it
that,
y'all.
back
that,
in.
that, that Doge and that Shiba. I ain't gonna lie, I took the gains on that Doge and that Shiba. And then I just been really just fucking around with my mining, bro. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I really been making it. But I've been mining a lot of ETH, the ETH smart contracts and EIP 3.0 with the gas
Mm-hmm.
fees. It's the money. It's better because if you look up gas fees just on ETH every day, I took it the other day, it was like 9 million, 10 million. That's paid to all the miners who do the
So
Yeah,
transaction.
somebody told me about that the other day. I'm glad that you said that about
And
the
shout
gas.
out to Nameless. He came through. Mr. Nameless. I forgot to get his little sound effect. I'll bring it.
so in other words,
Yeah,
we've been talking about this for a while. So
Can
right.
I
So
ask? Can I ask
yeah,
a question?
like I.
Can I ask a
go ahead.
question?
Go
Yeah, the
ahead.
question is, I'm like, how do you spend cryptocurrency? That's what I don't understand.
You exchange it for a
You,
currency. You can't spend
right,
it.
right.
I mean,
You
there's
exchange
some
it.
places you can actually spend it, like people that accept it, like there's certain
Airline flight.
there's certain banks that will take it.
Yeah, and
There's
they got
certain
the
Mm-hmm.
Bitcoin ATMs too.
they get
Like
big.
out here in
That's where
Houston.
you have to transfer it into the local currency. That's how you
Yeah,
spend it.
you
That's
Right,
transfer.
right.
I guess that's why I'm asking because that's why I'm trying to be educated about. Is Bitcoin or is the currency actual real money or is it like a virtual thing?
It's real money if you find somebody that will accept your currency for whatever it is. But if you want to spend it and say if you want to go to the grocery store, they're not going to accept Bitcoin. You got to change it to the local currency. So,
Yeah,
like if you go to Mexico, right? They don't take dollars; they take pesos. What you have to change it to?
yeah. Currencies
Yeah,
change.
change it. Your currency will have to change. So Bitcoin is a quasi currency. You have to change it to something that will actually that people will actually trade you something for.
Right, and it changes every day. So what you might change it out for today, hell, in 8 hours,
Yeah,
that's different. So you
yeah,
have to charge it
Mm-hmm.
out there, and then you got to put it in your account or whatever
yeah.
account
Yeah.
you're getting it out.
I love
Eh,
this chart. This chart is so freaking accurate, man. It's ridiculous.
So shout out to
I'm liking this chart, BGS. I'm liking
Huh?
your Fibonacci. I'm looking at the triangle, nigga.
yeah, shout out to
Share it again, Art, real quick. See how accurate that chart is. But actually, that chart was the one I put up was actually a month old, right? Okay. Go ahead. Give
shout
your
out shout out to Via Seeker for the super chat. I'm Rick James. Says thanks for the wonderful discourse. Appreciate you guys. Go ahead, Dr. BJ.
Oh,
see where'd that bad boy level out at? Where's the line? Where'd it level out at? Right along that line, right? Where's the buy
Gotta get on
point?
my
Right down here,
computer,
right?
man.
Yeah, that's the bottom. Right.
Where did it bottom out before? Right. See that?
Mm-hmm.
That's why you look at this. You can look at everything else, but they basically Bitcoin is it's Bitcoin and these cryptos are not that hard, right? They're
It's
fairly
gonna
simple.
double. It's gonna go up to fucking 80, bro. It's gonna go back.
We don't know, man, because it gets overbought when it gets up here. It's never gone.
Look, no, if you look at the 5 year, the 6 year, it's straight up. They have
It's not.
these like the triplicate, and then you just look. It's even though like when COVID first happened, when it went down to,
Uh-huh.
I bought some at 9,000, right?
Yeah.
That was the last time when you could get it good, 9,000, and I'm like, now we
I
gotta search for the
I
new low.
I actually teased a guy that when I actually called the bottom was at 3,500. I actually teased him. It was at 3,500.
No, boy, that 3,500. Oh, that's killer.
Huh? Yeah, well, that was the bottom. But
Mm-hmm.
that's how far back the chart actually goes. Like I said, I showed you my previous chart that goes back to December 6th. Okay. In other words, that's why people actually use this chart. So we've been talking. I can tell you, I've been talking about this in like 2017 or something like that.
Yeah,
So
for
this
a
is not
while.
new.
The dollar will too.
Dollar
Seems
Bill
like
too.
I missed a lot of
Already,
the main
I see
argument.
you on your shit, man. That your
Yeah,
Fibonacci
man.
nice, man. Good shit, man.
And we got
Yeah, and this.
a Nameless in the building too. What's going on, brother Nameless?
Oos.
Oh man, he brought the gong back. Man. Oh, that is hilarious.
The nameless Pookie. What's up, man?
Man, I missed all the shots in the chat. I had gotten tied up into some other things, so I'm really late coming back. It seems like you guys have pivoted into something a bit positive though, so I'm definitely all for trying to really get ready for this fourth industrial. It's hard for me to talk about the race conversation anymore when I understand how far behind we are with regards to a lot of this stuff and how this is.
Tell me about it.
This is changing. Like ever since I really started pushing forward and studying social dominance order, I don't know how that doesn't solve in the modern era a lot of the arguments that are presented with regards to race, especially when we see that in the last 50 years, there has been such a gender component that's associated with political power.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to separate that.
Because culture changes slowly. So basically, you're ahead. Okay, for culture to catch up with you, it might be another 5 to 10 years. You're ahead.
But you see how it gets difficult to have these conversations when the editing software to break the conversation down is generally speaking left and right politics and no nuance in between whatsoever, and then generalized racial categories that were predicated on 1800s ideology with the new addition of Hispanic in the 60s.
Well, the thing is that a lot of left and right politics that we're discussing is based on misinformation. They have no clue what they're talking about. Even when it comes to socialism and communism, they have no clue what they're talking about, and that's the problem. So basically, unfortunately, even though we present these topics probably should not be online for the public. Okay, because these are higher level topics that take reading and studying, right? This is for people at the top, 5% of people. We're having it online so everybody can come in and join, and people come in. You ask them a question, right? They can't answer a simple question. Where'd you hear that? Point me to the document where you found it. Well, all they can say, I saw this online or on YouTube.
Yeah, he earned that certificate. He got that certificate.
You know what you should do?
What they call him, YouTube scholar.
Yeah, man, he got it.
You know, the next time you should do art and BGS. Next time you should tell them when they pull that bullshit again. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna come to your house and I'm gonna kick your mother in the stomach. She should have swallowed you. Like, god damn, like
that's Rick James right there.
Rick James. Oh, I'm just listening to this whole thing when the guy was like trying to tell us about socialism. Nigga, you live in Canada. You know all about the
like they got worse than socialism. Monarchists, they got lords. Still got lords.
Oh, they call themselves lords, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta think about it. You live in a fucking socialist paradise. Like if Bernie Sanders went over there, he would just ejaculate on himself. So I mean,
he came back to America. He didn't even like it. He came back here.
I mean, the rampant feminism that's happening right now in
Mhm.
Canada is it's absurd. You really get how Jordan Peterson got singled out there in a heartbeat.
I ain't gonna lie, how he handled that one chick that one time, and I know that he knew they was gonna put the hit piece on him with BBC. And man, that feminist, I ain't gonna lie. If you talking about Jordan on some man centric type of shit, well, that boy was hitting the 3-point line on him every time. Isolation. Boy, he was killing the 2-3 zone. He was killing everything, boy.
I mean,
And
he's
don't you
style
like?
on.
And don't you like how he look at him like he about to yell Jordan?
Man, hey,
Oh,
be
yeah.
quick with it. Boy, he let them talk too. He let them talk. They be saying their whole talking points. And man, he just execute them hoes, man, quickly.
I just be looking at them like, you paid all this much money for this degree? You dumb as a brick.
Who y'all talking about? Jordan
So
Peterson?
can we say? Yeah, we were mentioning Jordan
Yeah,
Peterson.
like
but-
his ability to just stare him in the face and just let him talk, even though he knows they have no idea what they're talking about. That ability that he does, it's just, and you can see him just formulating his thoughts. He's getting it all together. He's taking it all in.
Is he Magneto or is he Professor X? Which one is he right now, Charles?
He looks like Bo from the Dukes of Hazzard. Dukes of Hazzard. No, Luke. I'm sorry, Luke. Is it Luke, the blonde one?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the way he can handle their mindset, like Magneto, right? You know, Professor X. He could get in your mind, right? But like, he could get in your mind on some level, like what? He was on the good thing, right?
He can
You know,
pretty
good
much
versus
you.
evil.
He done some fucked up shit. He'll erase your whole fucking mind in blank slate. Like he told
But
Wolverine,
Magneto,
"Hey, you smoking my mansion again? I'll make you think you a
who would
5-year-old
you rather
girl."
have it to him, though, Charles? Who would you rather have it to him at that moment?
Professor X. I don't give a fuck what he can shut down your fucking mutant powers. Shit. So I just look at.
Hey, I gotta roll with that.
So I got two questions for the panel then.
Mm-hmm.
And in the spirit of trying to get some common ground, all of us are familiar with intersectional feminism, right?
Not all of us.
No, that's true.
To today.
I'm learning.
Okay,
ahead,
free zone. If you get time, look up this thing called the Coombe River Collective, and I think it will really improve your lexicon in dealing with this goofiness you see. Because
Can you spell Kumbi? You said Kumbi?
Yeah, I'll actually give you a link. I'll
All right,
put the
bet.
link in the chat. Yeah, definitely take a look at that, because if you have an issue with BLM, 9 times out of 10, it came from the animating energy of this concept here, from the Coombe River Collective that was done in the 70s. And basically 3, quote, queer identified Black feminists came together and just put this ideology together. And it's just a lot of the same old put together.
Oh, no, don't you do it, the devil.
Gotcha. I found it, bro. I got you.
Yeah. So with that, this is where we come up with the idea of the
Picture
gynocracy.
almost blinded me.
Oh no, well, what's her name? But it's important because I think we can say then in general that to be in this space is to be anti-gynocratic. Would you agree?
Yeah.
So
was that directly to me, or was that a
just not even just you, just in
It's a general statement.
Like irrespective of your politics, irrespective of your perspective on race, we can say we are anti-gynocratic. We can agree on that. So the next question would be, with regards to that, what are your thoughts on the nuclear family model moving forward? Are you in support of it, given the scenario, given the environment, or do you support more, quote, modern iterations of the nuclear family or family models in general?
Man,
that's a hard question.
Yeah, that's multifaceted question right there.
What?
It's multifaceted.
I think for some people there's an immediate answer, and for others it's not as easy because of the way they were brought up. Well, I mean, I think this is where I think values really come in, and people tend to have a presupposition on family value by virtue of their political values.
Right,
So
right.
if you can separate the two and understand what are your personal feelings, what is your personal thinking, what is your personal ideology behind what a family model should look like, what would you like to see, and what do you identify as dysfunctional? I think that would help us get a little bit more common ground when we talk about some of these issues, especially when they tie into the concept of relationship, since this space gets charged for, quote, talking about the same things over and over again, end quote.
The man is at the head. You know that.
Yeah.
That's it. The man is at the head.
Hey, I will say this though, man. Hey, shout out to Art. We were on a panel. I have to say, man, Hammer makes some decent points.
Yes. And
Yeah,
look,
you feel
Hammer,
me?
he popped up as soon as you brought his name up.
Yo, he makes some. Because I was watching, so I was like, man, Hammer. I understand Hammer. I get his point. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like you go out there, you look, you see what's out there, and most of it is just not, that traditional social model. So in his mindset, it's like, why if the only winning move is not to play.
Explain.
Well, so Hammer is 20. You know what I'm saying? And he's been the byproduct of the whole gynocracy thing. And so he fully is in that world. That's been, I would imagine, his the world he's been in since he's been born. Whereas like people like older like us, we have, a patriarchal system to kind of look back at. So just like hearing him speak, he's I believe, I forgot the term that he used, but it was basically embracing the idea of sentient wives. Instead of actually.
Yeah, we don't even understand what that means.
Picture like picture another human, but like they're a robot that you could control, but they're organically made of like human flesh.
So he wants that in lieu of what?
Modern women.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he wants a fucking Cylon flesh for modern women. Is this what you're saying?
In other words, he wants full control. He wants the kind of woman that he wants, and that doesn't exist.
There you go. And
so,
you upload, you program her like you would a robot, and she does everything that you program her to do.
Without the work. So without the messiness of attitude and other kind of stuff that you have to deal with, without the negotiation.
So I'm gonna call that the new Eve solution, and I'm putting that in quotes just to sum up the idea of what he's talking about, because he's not the only one talking about it.
He says he believes in a traditional social order, but that no longer is possible in this environment. What do you mean by the traditional social order?
Because he does know the traditional social order.
Yeah, my students were talking about that Friday.
Okay.
I mean, like y'all said, the man is the head, the woman, submits to the man, and all that.
Sentient being, so whatever that was.
See.
Can I ask you this? Can I say this here?
That dude tripping with that sentient organic shit, man. I just like, man, bro. Look, bro, you can't.
I'm like this.
One time.
Not that bad.
Go ahead.
You gotta go to fucking. Well, you got to go to fucking Amatrons and shit.
You gotta look at it from their point of view, though, man.
Right.
I looked at it from their point of view.
Oh, yeah, one at a time, y'all. One at a time. You guys have 4 people speaking.
Point of view, but it's like, look.
Well, we can't look at it from their point of view because we're not them, and we weren't socialized the same way, so it's impossible to see it the way they see it because their worldview is completely different.
And see, like I put a video in my community tab today where there's this dude out there in Japan, and he literally gets paid to sit around and
I saw that shit on the news.
You said
like
he gets paid to literally eat dinner with people, go to bars with people. Them.
Oh, like a virtual friend, huh?
Yeah, and I mean, like he makes stupid money off of that.
Sometimes he'll talk, and it's like 95% women.
Oh, yeah.
Overwhelmingly women. So, like, the point I was making about that is how I said that there's going to be a commoditization of basic social activity.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, if we're already seeing this kind of micromanaging of human interaction between men and women, what Hammer's talking about, I don't think it's a matter of if he's saying it, there's a lot more people that have the ability to try to pursue this that are
Mm-hmm.
thinking something very similar
Mm-hmm.
already. And
Yeah.
this is part of what I'm talking about when I mention the fourth industrial wave. And I speak about family values. This stuff is hitting here faster than I think people are appreciating. And when
Mhm.
you already look at places that have begun that, I'm going to call it behavioral sync for lack of a better term of putting it,
Mm-hmm.
but it is behavior that is so alien to the culture and in general human culture that it's coming up with responses, but these responses pretty freaking bizarre compared to what we came up seeing. But what his generation is seeing and what kids younger than Hammer are seeing, this stuff is looking pretty normal. It's going to be a question of, well, why wouldn't I pay somebody to come and have this coffee with me? You know, otherwise I don't want anybody near me. And this is why I
Right,
was
right.
asking the question before about, you know, is this potentially an indicator of a epigenetic rise in autism that's going to be baked into the population potentially due
Well,
to
look
the
at the
way people are being
metaverse thing that they
socialized?
starting up, right? The metaverse. Just look at that. Okay.
Mhm.
And that's the same thing that they're trying to get going, right? And I will say, you remember they call these movies corny now, but remember Demolition Man, my boy
Mm-hmm.
Wesley Snipes and
Oh
Stallone.
yeah, the society got
Okay,
soft and all that.
remember they had OnlyFans already then. Remember
Mm-hmm.
that? Remember that? Okay, when what the bitch name was from the Speed? What the name was the white broad?
Sandra Bullock.
Yeah. Okay, you know he was on there like right. You know they don't have sex in the future. They on OnlyFans, and they got a device that they
Mm-hmm.
use. You know,
Oh yeah. Woody.
he was like, no,
Was it?
I ain't with that device. I'm with the old school. You know,
Woody,
I'm
what's
trying.
his name? Actually, he had that with called a sexatron, where you walk in and you're on one side, she's on the other. It's a machine. You have sex. You come out with orgasm. So
Yeah,
that's been around for a while.
you know, Wesley Snipes wasn't having that. He said, nah, look here, bitch, that OnlyFans shit, I'm not with that. I'm with the old school and shit, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
You know, hey, look, I'm Wesley.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And
but
it does,
don't.
and ultimately it ties into what you were saying, nameless. I'm sorry, was it nameless protagonist? It ties
Mm-hmm.
into what you were saying because it drastically affects the whole definition of what we would consider, you know, nuclear family.
Right.
These are how these young folks are coming up now. They've lost faith in they want that traditional, you know what I'm saying, and they know that it's good, but
But you
they
know,
look up and they see nothing, and
yeah,
that's a
I gotta add something because I'm hearing this word traditional thrown out, thrown out, thrown out. But there's different layers, at least in this country and this culture, of what we consider traditional now.
I think
Because
we've
every
established, right?
every generation have what they consider traditional. Because if we went back 100 years, traditional, women didn't vote. Women were considered property. That was traditional. That's not traditional now. But is that what you want to go back to 100, 200 years ago? Do
I
you
think
want
Brotherhood.
that's
your, do you want the
About
do you want,
Brotherhood.
I think the
I'm
baseline
like, do
that
you want
was
the females in your life just to be considered property?
Well,
no.
Brotherhood.
I
So
mean, I
Brotherhood.
mean, they
Well, hold
consider
on,
you
guys.
property.
Hold
I
on,
mean,
Brotherhood. So what is the latest form of tradition you hear today?
Well, today, I think the latest form is traditional. Today is still in. It's kind of like it's kind of fluid right now because it's developing.
that's
But the
not
way,
traditional.
but traditional is still the mother, or the woman and the woman and the life of children. That's traditional. But there's more cases now where men are coming up and becoming the heads of the household because sometimes the women are not fit.
Okay,
So
I got something to say
Who
about
wants
that.
this?
See, I got it. Not
All
for
right.
one. Nothing fluid. None of that fluid shit has ever been traditional.
I'm laughing
See,
at that one right there. I think it's traditional.
in a modern black woman's mind, she thinks that she can have a family without a father. I would tell any woman, regardless of her fucking education level, you're a fucking idiot. But yet,
Man,
you want to take all of it. And this is the problem. They want to take all the power, the so-called power of men, without any of the responsibility. When they fuck up and when they raise fucked up children, who gets blamed? The mother or the father?
Come on, man. You know it's the man's fault.
Forefront, man.
So,
Always the man's fault.
So wait a minute. When in the world does a person who's there 99% of the time doesn't get blamed, but the person who's only there 1% of the time does?
But if there's anything positive that happens, they'll get credit for it.
They'll take all the credit. But still, here's the crazy part, right? Here's the crazy part. Like I was talking to a female friend, and then a male friend after it. I just wish women would just tell the truth and say how badly they pick men. This is the reason why traditionally they basically picked your husbands. Why? Because they know if we left you to your own fucking devices, you were gonna fuck this up royally. Mm-hmm. And now look at them. You give them all this freedom, you give them all the rights, and what do? They go fucking left, literally and figuratively.
And they mess the kids up, man. I was just reading a thing about or I watched a video, I'm sorry, about this dude Jim Jones, rapper out of New York, talking about he learned how to tongue kiss from his mama.
Yeah,
and people were
weird shit. Bro. Like I read that weird shit. And see, a lot of people don't like to say this. Fathers were put on this goddamn earth to protect their fucking children from the mothers. That's the first motherfucker you had to.
I'll tell you like this right here. My solution, bro, is your kids. Whether you with the woman, married, unmarried, baby daddy, or not, paying child support or whatever. I say this here. Always keep your child right. Graduations, birthdays, everydays, that's what I call them, whenever they need, even if you're not there. But you got access to your child because, believe it or not, as a man, even with all the hating and the, you know what I'm saying, the craziness that a woman could do to keep you from seeing your child will eventually see my daddy is all the way right what he's saying. You feel what I'm saying? Because they gonna be grown once a child. You can't keep a veil over a child's head so long. They know what's up.
I'm gonna say this to Hammer. I'm gonna say this to Hammer because of his comment. Technology is not the answer. Technology is a crutch. A lot of y'all keep coming up here with the same fucking talking points. Well, they're only going against the Pookies and Ray Rays. Nigga, they've been saying that since when I was going to school. And definitely beyond that. The problem is what I see with a lot of people, they don't want to go with who's attracted to them. They want who they're attracted to. Regardless, you're gonna get and a lot of people don't want to really know where they sit at in life.
You sure about that, Charles?
A lot of people love.
The reason why I'm saying that is because you have some guys. I'm just going by the students that I teach.
Because
a lot of them, I think some of them do have somewhat of a look, but they're not really relying on their looks anymore. It's something about the technology that's making that more of a priority than the opposite.
Technology is more of a priority because technology is comfort. But at the same time, if niggas were getting the women they wanted, would they complain? I don't hear shit from them.
Well, that's the thing is that they're more satisfied with what they have under their fingertips. They can control the outcome.
In other words, they want it because it's easy. They were told throughout life, easy. Why do you think Brittany Cooper could get up there on a fucking podium saying racism made me fat? Because it's easy to blame something but yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's an easy cop out. That's what it is.
But why is it so much in large numbers though? It's like, I talk to people in other states. It's the same thing.
Because a lot of dudes out here, right? let's look at this. The average dude out there, what's the most masculine thing they think of? Going on a video game playing Call of Duty. Whereas though my generation was like, okay, let's go out there, let's play Call of Duty, but why don't we go to the gun range? Why don't we? Some of us go to the military. Some of us go, go boxing, do some football. A lot of these motherfuckers are basically girls, and so to speak.
It's bad, man. It's
But this is
bad,
why I
bro.
made mention of that
Then
hive
I
concept
put
when we
that
was
back
on
in
BGS
gynocracy
channel.
because I've
Yeah.
seen what women say. Well, I don't want my son to play
When you
football
yeah,
because it's too much. He could get hurt. I'm like, that's the fucking point.
yeah. And
Fuck
remember when you brought up
need
the
to
hive
go
on
do
my
this.
channel?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's funny because you got a lot of these dudes who are just a bunch of eunuchs, a bunch of guys who has their masculinity ripped from them. Yes, I'm gonna teach you some shit. Masculinity. That's why this week I got to come up with that show. What does modern masculinity mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of it has been castrated from dudes. And like, look, you got to define masculinity has to have certain levels to this shit. And when you actually have to come upon something hard, a lot of dudes, instead of trying to conquer that issue, they run away from it. They go back into safety. It's like a baby in a pacifier. You know how eventually you got to wean the baby off the pacifier? They want to use that game and pacify themselves. If you took a phone away from a motherfucker nowadays, especially in your class, for 3 days, they probably damn near commit suicide.
But Charles, let me say this because I don't want this to be misunderstood. From again, I kind of cringe when Hammer says certain things, but I get what he's saying. Ultimately, what I want to separate is the inevitability of this technology on the way, irrespective of what people are doing. That's the part I want to emphasize. It doesn't matter if you've got a certain amount of people that are like, okay, I'm gonna opt in early. It's irrelevant. The fact that this is going to be a byproduct of other things that are ultimately inevitable. This will happen. For example, cell phone technology was going to advance the way it got now. It was only a matter of time before various apps like we saw with the dating apps came in. And irrespective of what people should have done, what they did was what they could do. And this is the end result we have. If you know certain food is bad for the majority of people, but the environment is such that it's not only readily available, but it's actually cheaper than the food that's healthier for you, what's going to be the end result? You can instill all the discipline in the world that you want. You're going to have a majority of the people that are going to be doing things that aren't in their best interest because it's the lowest common denominator, simple thing to do. It is literally where that bottom is out at. And if we don't understand that technology is literally waiting for nobody and it's going to inevitably move forward, irrespective of the conditioning. This is why I bring up the question of values, because the only mitigating force is the culture. And currently right now, if we can identify the terms that have been presented with intersectional feminism, and I keep railing on that, because everything you're talking about, Charles, and you already know this, is originating from intersectional feminist thought, because it's an idea that women can run everything by virtue of pushing. Well, this is the doctrine, and people on a baseline level have bought into it hook, line, and sinker, because the family model has shifted ever since intersectionalism came forward and really became mainstream. Was the mother, the child, and the state. Let me finish real quick. The mother, the child, and the state being the family unit. Go ahead, family.
Well, I'm saying, the intersection, right, when it came in, black men were not on that ballot. Like you said, they removed the black men at that time to get mother state, father state, uncle state, or whoever state to pay them, and then remove the brother from that area, and then reduce our job opportunities as well. We didn't get that push then.
You never got a push. The only thing you got pushed was further down. So when you look at it, right? And could you highlight Hammer's quote when he mentioned me?
Which one? For yours or nameless?
The one when he's talking to me.
Okay.
I'm gonna really tell you something that my father had to tell me as a young boy. Grow a pair of balls. If I'm worried about the tender years doctrine and all this shit, I might as well not leave home. But you know what? That's the problem. A lot of y'all don't leave home. You think the world is supposed to be out there being sunshine and lollipops. It's not. You're a fucking man. You're supposed to challenge the environment at some point. Here's the ugliness of it all. You go to any fucking martial art. We could go to Tokukore, Ninjutsu. We could go to Shingi. Damn. We could go to karate. Try to not
thinking about
Shotokan.
Shotokan?
Not Shotokan. It's the other one with the S. Shinryu. That's it. That's my father's style. Shinryu.
Oh wow, Shinryu was actually
And he
the Kinjutsu technique. But go ahead, fam.
Yeah, he actually got his second and third over there in Okinawa. And that's a black man doing it. That's so you know how tough that was. So even down to wrestling and boxing, you have to challenge not your opponent, but yourself. You have to challenge the environment. To become better, you got to go out there and do your road work. You got to do, when I was a soldier, you got to go out there and you got to do as many push-ups, as many sit-ups, and run as fast as you can. Why? Because there's somebody dependent upon you. It could save your life. It could save your battle buddy's life. It could save the whole unit's life. But you know what's told? Exactly. You gotta do some Goku or Superman shit and become the limit breaker. See, once you keep saying, "Oh, what about the 10 years doctrine?" Are you stop? Is that the reason to stop fighting for your child? Fuck that shit.
But here's the thing, Charles. Here's the thing, because I co-sign on that, but here's the issue, and this is why I go back to individual versus macro. Most of us up here at a very early age had to face that challenge and move forward irrespective of it. Would you agree or disagree?
Yeah. That's a fact.
And I mean a very early age. I'm talking
Yes,
about
sir.
7 before we got into our teenage years. We had to face these dynamics, and we had to face a get down or lay down scenario with regards to life, the environment, and whether or not we were going to thrive in it. I think that's an understanding.
Yeah,
but we need to recognize the current environment, however.
A couple of
Their
them, not
challenge,
just one.
right. But that's what I'm saying. It shapes your development, your personality, and your worldview. What I'm trying to tell you is intersectionalism has gone so deep. And these kids have been left on their own volition for so long that I don't know if there is a catalyst that can trigger the mindset you're talking about, Charles, because path of least resistance, in so many words, by virtue of the value system they were given, works.
Let me put it to you this way, Nameless. Not only will you have a catalyst, but you're gonna galvanize people. And see, what happens is you're either gonna have to force that revving up, or that masculinity is gonna be screaming to come out, and it's usually gonna come out in very destructive ways, i.e., active shooters, i.e., Ted Bundy type motherfuckers. See, what saved us was that we looked at the abyss at the devil and we didn't blink. I'm trying to save young brothers from blinking, and then they're spazzing out. Yes, I understand. Remember, a good ninja, that ninja over there called Nameless, and a good soldier is always prepared for the next battle. And the battle is what we like to call from a static environment, which means everything stays the same, to a fluid environment, which means things are ever changing. We're trying to get them to understand both concepts. Yes, this is where you are, but to change it, you got to become this.
Now, the thing I want to add in there, if you look at that statement, this is the first Hermetic law. All is the mind, and the universe is mental. And that's going way back, y'all, right? Now, so what's happening, take that with technology now. You got your own universe to where nobody can tell you how to do things but you. That is your own world. and you're being convinced too that even the physical part of technology is going to accommodate your needs with that. Why would you need humanity in the first place? If if you think it from that mindset.
But that's why we had that whole conversation about initiation, and why I'm saying it needs to be more involved and there needs to be an interjection before people get Hammer's age. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, his value system is exactly on track for what we've been predicting about this borderline. And I don't mean an insult when I say this, but this borderline autism with regards to empathy towards others and an understanding of what is the definition of success, happiness, and fulfillment. I don't blame Hammer for this because I understand the environment he's coming out of, and I know too many people who by default operate like he does. And especially if they're in a position where they're going to have the finances to afford this, this is the new default. I came up in not just the gaming community, but the online MMORPG gaming community. So I got to see a lot of this baseline social awkwardness from the very onset when it was really beginning to form in its primordial root in the late 90s, early 2000s.
We're the same age group, so we've seen it from all the conventions, the comic book community, the gaming community, where it's another form of escapism.
But you know the difference, though, Charles? The difference between, especially with me and you, the difference is we came up in the warrior class. And
we
so
wanted to be what I always quoted, be the hero of your own narrative.
But here's the thing. These things with technology we're seeing for what they should be, which are tools.
But on the real too, Nameless and Charles and every other people in y'all age range, you guys were the strong messengers of what technology told you. Now fast forward to the next generation. What's their move?
Their move is full-blown integration.
But that's the reason why I would love to bring Nameless to my channel either Tuesday or Wednesday, and we discuss modern masculinity, but we'll talk about it now as well. The next move is really, what is the great challenge for you? Because to be truly a man, you got to be in sync physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. What causes you to be your best? Go ahead, Nameless.
Adversity.
Adversity.
And this is why, again, I push the main field of training, the main dojo that everyone has to enter into, and put not just a small emphasis, but even an overemphasis, is the mind. It brings us back to what Art was talking about. When in Budo in general, there's a term that we use to talk about the heart and the spirit. And this word is kokoro. And kokoro kind of represents the essence, the soul of what you are. But it doesn't mean soul in a Western sense. It's the thing that separates you from an inanimate object. Every action you do physically, what it is that you can even call a soul, begins with some sort of inertia that comes from your mind. And as a result of this, if anybody can get control of the mind, they can default then get control of your body and ultimately your soul. And that is exactly what this idea of objectivity does for the world around people, and how consumerism has brought the population in general to value things outside of themselves and see themselves as separate from that. And they don't have that control of the mind. There's instead a focus on the body. And you end up being an automaton. Why? Because if you don't meet a certain standard with your body, you believe you're done and you completely withdraw from the things that you can do. Your perspective becomes so focused on what you don't have that you don't pursue what it is you're capable of. But all of that software begins with the interface of the mind, because that is what changes perspective. If you can get control of the mind, you can get control of everything else. But that's the least thing that's addressed. And that's the most that is the one area of physical and non-physical attack that men in general, I believe, society overall, but men in particular, are effectively bombarded with and attacked every waking minute that they're in society.
because
Mm-hmm.
you're being made to be shamed of being masculine. You're being
Yo,
made to be shamed to think of things that are not, as I like to call them, female gratifying.
yeah,
So
and
go
here's
ahead.
the oh no, real quick. Here's the thing, because you touched on masculinity, and this is a great. I just wanted to say this is a real great point. When we were talking with Hammer, one of the saddest thing to me about what he was saying, I could deal with the sex robots and all that, sentient wives and all that stuff. But the part that was really sad to me is I was talking to him about masculinity, and he was telling me about, okay, what if you get with a woman and she's not the right one, and you're in front of the judge, and the judge says you have to do something. What's your masculinity supposed to do? You're supposed to shoot the judge? And in my mind, that didn't compute. But in his mind, it was like he connected masculinity with every time we spoke on masculinity, he connected it with violence.
You know why? Because he can control his own masculinity in technology at his fingertips. Remember, the whole theme, whether we think it's weird or not, is control. He wants to control the outcome from beginning to end. That is his whole thing. If you listen to it, and the thing is, the younger you want to find, the younger you go, it's going to be way more extreme. So you hear all these girls, every class that I talk to, with all my girls, I kept asking, are you guys noticing that the guys are more into their video games, digital stuff, anime, all that stuff, more than just having a girlfriend? All of them said yes, and they were complaining.
I'm gonna
So
say
these are
something
like
to that.
high school girls from 9th grade to 12th grade.
I'm gonna say something to that. You know why? And we're visited again by the lovely Kareem. I'll give you an example. Kareem
Understand me? I hope she says that.
She's gonna give you a bombastic greeting. But anyway, I'm teasing her. It's funny because Kareem loves football, video games, comic books, comic book movie. Any man worth his salt will be happy to be with her, and she can cook her ass off from what I hear. Women have, like I said, with Shonda, Kareem, Toya, and others, Asada Muhammad, they're the special breed. They're the special. They're the breath of
Fitness
fresh
mom.
air. Fitness mom as well. They're the special breed. They understand men to a point where, okay, how do I please my man? Where a lot of women have this mindset, how can my man please me? He has to prove himself to me. And instead of enjoying each other's company and learning about each other, you're used as you're like what Jerry Butler said. You're like a tool. You're like a carpenter using a tool. And instead of actually investing into the men and what they're interested in, they think that because they just got developing bodies, that's all they need because that's all they've been told. There's no etiquette school for girls. There's no warrior training for boys. Because we've gotten so involved in this gender fluidity that once we had these past Olympics, all these chicks were championing all this. Oh, let the transgenders compete with the women. Yep, like her or him, whatever. But let her compete with the women. And then when they got their asses handed to them, we're not talking about. It was like, the upper echelon of male athletes beating them. We're talking about the guys who were just trash coming to the sport.
Like they weak as hell. But look, have you seen the new shit where the female transitioning into the male beat the male transitioning into the female? Get that through your brain in the matrix that we live in now. That was actually a thing. Did you see that shit?
It was funny because one, I'm gonna tell you, people may think I'm sexist. There's very few times you'll ever see women just be that competitive against men in a sport, in a physical sport. They tried it with the woman female kickboxing, probably one of the greatest ones, and she went against like a mid-level to top amateur, and the amateur basically concussed her.
That one chick that went up there with the trans, whatever the hell, man, I felt sorry for the woman. I said, man,
Yo, that's a big issue right now that the transgender athletes are beating the crap out of women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I wanted to touch on something that Art said when he mentioned about how that guy thought, like, what's the masculinity to shoot the judge? See, that's the problem. That's the main fucking problem, not the art, but that's the problem in mindset. Too many motherfuckers think that masculinity is all about destruction and violence. And they've been indoctrinated in such that, oh, all men do is fight wars. Well, last time I checked, bitches, you were enjoying the blood money. But yet, it was fine when you stayed home with the kids in safety while we had to go defend shit.
What's good, fellas? Hey, I wanted to jump in right quick.
Come on in,
This
Sam.
is this is this is why being raised by a single mother is such an epidemic, like Charles said, because what he speaks of are men who are raised by single mothers, right? So when people get divorced, you'll always hear people say, "Hey guys, you shouldn't talk shit about the other parent." I wholeheartedly disagree. Now, I don't mean talk shit in terms of degrading that person or putting that person down, but conveying to that boy or that girl the actions of another person and how you ended up into a position of where you are matters, right? Because most young men go into the world thinking that their mother is different. And at the end of the day, most women are a bunch of hoes anyways, right? If you ask them their body count, right? Most women feed their boy blue pills from the day they're born. So to them, they think that there is one other woman out there like their mother, right? Most women, we have all come to agree that women are solipsistic, right? That's just by their design. Nothing wrong with it at all. But it is if you don't have a male influence to stop it, right? Only worry about yourself. If that female put her hands on you, you should put your hands back on her, right? All these young feminized boys literally are just acting solipsistically, which at the end of the day will break that spell that they got, which is don't ever put your hands on a woman, right? And then now you're starting to see that when these people start to protest and all this other kind of stuff. Like Nameless said, we're in a behavioral sink. It's the best way to. It's not what we're. It's not the best way to explain it, but it's the only way to explain it, if that makes sense. We're in the beginning of the tearing of this civilization, but it's not this civilization. It's globally now. Globally, I told my girlfriend were having this conversation. I said globally, men are seeing women for who and what they really are, and like Charles said, they're flinching. These niggas ain't liking this shit. They don't like the way women are. Thoroughly. Like at the end of the day, if a female can take a dildo or she can take put a suit and coat on a little dog and call that her child, I'm with Nameless. I can see how these dudes can buy a dog and literally think that that's a person. It will be no difference to them. I'm telling you, it's weird because we have never experienced it. But this is it right here. The Fourth Industrial Revolution. When you look at books like Dune and how those civilizations were born out.
Fam, that movie, Her.
Yeah, that movie Her, right? Look at Blade Runner, right? And how that they interact with each other, right? It's just a purchase. This is our future, man. If something drastically doesn't happen in my personal opinion, if some war environmental catastrophe doesn't happen to our species, brother, we do. Meaning to reset us back to where we can wake the fuck up. Because at the end of the day, this. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I would say this to Nameless. Hey, I got a business venture. You trying to run a boot camp? We'll make a lot of money, apparently.
From what I heard. Man,
hey, I gotta drop off, y'all, man. Great stream. I appreciate it, Art, man. I appreciate the panel. Great conversation. Y'all keep an eye on them cryptos, man. Holla at you.
No doubt, man.
Right on, bro.
But yeah, this is something that Nameless and I talked about back with Nicole, and this stuff is scary, man. And it's not scary in terms of, because that's something I brought up with BGS a while back when I first kind of joined this page.
How fast it's moving.
It's how fast it's moving, and I think the issue for most, something I brought up with BGS, and I asked him. He said the gender war is over. And this is when my first time getting into it, and I was like, "You sure?" He's like, yeah. And I says, but do you think men will be able to get over the resentment? And I think this is what this is. I don't think men are able to get over the resentment, the shit that they went through. Like at the end of the day, I don't want to see nobody on the street begging for shit. But these niggas is begging for that. Like, these dudes are thoroughly excited for this level of violence, but I don't think they understand that if they go brutally violent, other men have to go brutally violent. You know what I mean?
They're neurotic because
Yeah.
it's people look at me weird because when I talk, that's why I'm happy when open-minded people or warrior class people, as Nameless would say, understand what I mean when think about how it is. For 22 years, I wore a gun and a uniform for God and country. 22 years, and in some capacity. And I could tell somebody like Nameless, in order to protect, like you might have to be called upon to take one, and he would get it. Nameless is not going to look at me like I'm a murderer. He's not going to look at me like I'm crazy. He's going to be like, I understand. The problem is this when it comes to masculinity. Like this great philosopher Lord Beerus once said, before creation must come destruction. Yes, he was a great philosopher with that, but that shit was some dope shit that he said. But
no argument.
People don't understand that simplistic but deep concept. In order to create, I must destroy something. In order to build a log cabin, I gotta destroy some trees. In order to create the roads that you get back and forth safely, I gotta destroy what was there before. In order to keep you safe, I may have to take a person's life. But when you bastardize masculinity is such a thing where you keep bullying inside of a psyche of a boy that everything war is only because of men. But you chicks, if we didn't go to war, they kill us and they enslave you.
Bro, listen, Charles, I literally just had this conversation with my girl last week, right? So I asked her, I said, look, let's talk about money for a second, right? And she said, okay. I said, you like, and I said, you know my thought process on it. It ain't real. It's a Ponzi scheme. But it is what it is. I said, it is what it is, right? I said, let's talk, not focus on that. She goes, okay. I said, do you like how strong the American dollar is? That when you go to work and you get paid, your money goes far in this country or any other country in the world. And she was like, well, yeah, I like that. You like that you can go down to Mexico and convert your money into pesos and get a lot of pesos for your money. She's like, yeah. I said, you do realize that the United States American government bullies pretty much the rest of the planet using our currency, right? And so she just looks at me. I says, knowing that fact, would you change all this masculinity that keeps this country in place and keeps your dollar strong in other parts of the world? And she looked me dead in my face and she goes, "Nah, I wouldn't change it." I says, and that's where you goofy bitches need to shut the fuck up.
Exactly. Like, you know what I spent my time when I had to go away from the manosphere and clear my head again? I'm reading about military and private contract training, different training. And it's funny. Everybody knows what SEAL Team 6 Dev Groove is, right?
Yeah.
Everybody know about Delta Force, right? Tier 1 groups.
Yeah.
There are highly trained, dangerous motherfuckers doing shit that we can't even comprehend just to make sure your American dollar is safe. Just to keep a dirty bomb out your kid's playground. See, it's very real. It's very easy to be on the sidelines or wait till Monday to quarterback. Why do you think you don't see women? It reminds me of one time in one of my earlier shows, right? And it was a Navy SEAL X. You think women should belong in special forces? He's like, no. And the women and the feminized men look shocked. He says, one, you don't understand team cohesion. He says, then on top of that, if women were so equal to men, which you've been brought up to believe, why have you never heard of anybody making an all-female special forces unit?
Well, that's when you seen the Ranger shit, right? When the Ranger school, it was a big deal then.
Yeah,
because
they faked
the Green Berets.
they faked the fucking. They were pushed through. They failed. So
They just kill requirements. They kill requirements, and you know what?
Bro,
Ranger
it wasn't that they hold on a second. It wasn't that they killed requirements. They actually hand selected whatever number of women to go into the Ranger School. They actually allowed those women 8 to 9 months before they were accepted into Ranger School to go be trained by the best person who had just graduated from Ranger School in advance. Meaning they got to see all the course, what the things are coming up, and prepare and train for that. If you need that much fucking support,
Yeah, you
and
just
still
basically
and
want the
you
fucking
and
lotto.
still
yeah,
and still fail.
and still fail. Listen, my girl, I was telling my buddy this. We were talking about this stuff, and the conversation was basically, well, there's never been a matriarchy, and I says, you guys act like a civilization can be built without violence. You actually think that docile men, like women, want to play the game without violence. Women want to play the game without the mafia. Like women want to play the game without gangs. Like no, nigga, that's a kid's game. The real world means some nigga like Charles and myself, right? I'm about 195, right? And if I see Charles in the street, he's bigger than me, stronger than me, faster than me. I can take Charles' ass out. I can't compete with him just straight up in a fist fight. You get what I'm saying? That's just how the world is. It ain't fair. And these females can't see that and understand that. And a lot of these young dudes, I think it's what it is what Name was said about the racism piece for the fourth industrial revolution for our group. We are so fucking far behind that I think that most of these young men, when they get out here in the dating market and they get out here trying to compete, they are so fucking far behind that these niggas just give up. And I think this is what's happening to them.
I
I'm
mean,
not saying it's right. Go ahead,
look at the compound failure, and hear me out when I say this. If you don't have a means of recovery and you deal with compound failure, and you have been taught that the only venues of acceptance are natural talent, and you have never seen the end result of hard work, and all you've ever been presented and been expected to have is finished products, and nobody's taught you a process on how to actually get there, you don't have the framework psychologically to deal with that. If you've been raised as a woman and you're literally vying for a woman's attention and really acceptance vicariously through other women, but you're really trying to get your mother's approval, how do you deal with that? I don't think there's a feasible answer to it outside of pushing through that. And if you don't have a personality designed to make that happen, and if you don't luck out and get certain results, it will embitter you to a point where you can probably develop a legitimate phobia. And I think that, and a lot of psychologists probably have a lot of literature on this and research that can probably validate this point. I bet there's a sizable portion of men in the modern era now, of all ages, but in particular below the age of 25, who actually have gynophobia. I mean, they have literally been subjected to female rule and female authority for their entire lives up to that point.
Yeah.
They've been in control by the mother. All of the extended family is normally female. So we're talking grandmas and aunties. Then when they finally go to any kind of childcare, that's going to be a woman. Dudes aren't in childcare. When you get into the actual school system, the overwhelming majority of them are going to be female. If you go to the hospital, you're only going to see the doctor for a few minutes. The main people you're going to see are the individuals at the front desk and the nurses, and they're overwhelmingly female.
Yep.
When you go into even having something to do with the court situation, you're not going to find too many men there unless they're the police officers and maybe a judge or two. The overwhelming majority when it comes to actual power dynamics that most men in the modern era, especially in the United States, the first demonstration of power and authority they are subject to and see exercised on a regular basis is females. And as a result, it changes your whole way you even see your own masculinity. Because not only do I think a lot of men are walking around with gynophobia, I think they resent the fact that they're male by virtue of what they see in the general society.
Why do you think
Nameless,
We gotta
nameless.
change
I'm gonna
that.
say this. I'm gonna say this right now. I'm not gonna lie
Nameless, we
to you.
gotta change
'Cause
that though.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you this right now, because at the end of the day, a lot of these dudes under 25, they're not arguing from a stance of what's right and what's wrong, what's the betterment of the human species. These niggas is arguing from the fact that they don't garner as much attention as a bitch. And this shit's kind of sad. Like Nameless was talking about. These dudes are low key resentful that they're not female. Like, nigga, you're not supposed to be looking for attention. You're supposed to be looking for a fucking success. Whatever it is you want to do in life. I don't care if you're trying to be the best. Like I tell my son, I don't care if you're trying to be want to be a bum. Be the best fucking bum there is on the planet. But damn it, be good at it. You know what I mean? Like, you guys are not even trying to push for excellence, even in your laziness,
But I'm gonna
which just
tell you
blows my
why.
mind.
I'm gonna tell you why. They say nobody loves you like your mother, but nobody pushes you to be excellent like your father.
That's facts.
Your father accepts your excellence. Your mother accepts your mediocrity. Okay. And when we look at it, you know what, Davis, I got to give you my number and say you this shit. I'll put it in the back chat. We're gonna do a whole fucking expo of the warrior culture because that's one of the main cultures you never hear spoken about in black people. You had some idiots one time say that, well, the Bookies and the Ray Rays are the warrior class. No, they're not. The warrior class is actually pretty fucking refined.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and
And
they're probably
people,
the most neglected and have been targeted by organizations like COINTELPRO and the drug hustle, but that's another conversation.
But good luck on that stuff because for sure, and welcome back, Clue. Good luck on that
Yes, sir.
because right now, the digital age, which is the age of Aquarius, by the way, wink wink, they are the father.
yeah,
So how do you take your reins back in the physical world?
well, you're gonna have to become the example. A
Yeah, because
lot of
that
us,
whole thing about the digital. Sorry about that, but the whole thing about this whole digital thing, that's their way of getting away from mama.
yeah, like
Yes,
I said
sir.
earlier, it's escapism.
It's
But at
escapism.
Yeah,
but at
it
the same
is.
time, whereas though when Nameless, Shattered, and others like myself and my age bracket, we read comic books about Spider-Man, Superman, Batman, Wolverine. We also wanted to be in the same body shape they wanted to be in. We wanted to learn the same skills these guys learned. We wanted to make our not
Yeah,
only
yeah.
did we want to read adventures of our favorite heroes, we wanted to make our own goddamn adventures.
That's
And
facts.
Yeah,
see,
yeah. You know what I'm saying? That look when became a lifeguard, man. You know what I'm saying? Before I even thought about the military, I became a lifeguard because I'm like, if someone was drowning, I know how to swim. I want to be licensed to be able to save them.
I want you to.
That
I
was
want you to.
within
I'm gonna
my
stop you
soul to
right
do
there.
this
I'm gonna stop you
before I
right
even
there.
became a
How
lifeguard.
much? How much of a fucking? How much pride did you have in saying, "I want to save my fellow man or woman"?
Man, I had plenty of pride about that because I was like, if people was drown, I saw people drown, and it was a response. You know what I'm saying? To that, I'm like, man, hell no, no, I know how to swim. Might as well get certified. They offering it for free, and we call my socialists right at the Y. You feel me? Get certified at the Y in Chicago at the time. You feel what I'm saying? And I got certified, man, and I was doing lifeguard. You feel me? I was about that life as a child. If you put it in front of the kids, they'll do it. You know, I don't see a lot of it being promoted as much now, and that's what you wanted. You know what I'm saying? That's the real life superhero. You know what I'm saying?
But
And
that, but
shout
that's
out
but that's
to
because but
3000
that's also
GT Atlanta for the super chat or super sticker. Go ahead, brother.
no. I was saying this is the byproduct of young men being raised. It's not just being raised by single mothers. It's also like Charles was saying. There's some guys out there that I know were raised by single mothers. But them niggas still had that warrior class, cared about their fellow man, and wanted to be a hero in their own story, right? Like Nameless has said, this thing has shifted drastically. But it's how do I put it? Let's say we have to go to war, let's say with China. Like I told my boy, like he's interested in doing the Faulkner Initiative and doing this 4 years, and if he continues on, it's good for him. If not, or whatever, he'll do whatever he wants to with his life. But I was like, 80% of our country is boys, and young men can't go to war. These niggas are so out of shape. They already know half these niggas is gonna fuck them with if they get pulled off their video games and have to go into the real world. Here's an example. Take your boy or your son and go play paintball or go play paintball one weekend and watch how the young boys act. Me, I run and go get reckless. I get shot like a motherfucker. I don't give a shit. I'm taking chances. But these young kids, they'll hide back, and they'll take this shit like it's real. And I'm like, this is a game, y'all play. But they'll hide back. They'll hide back. You know, they don't have no fire.
Yeah, this was a Hammer said. He said, all right, I spelled my name wrong. That's all good. As usual, these older men have no solutions, just statements about masculinity. Unless they offer a concrete solution to gynocratic capitalism, the answer for young men is use tech.
I'll answer this
So
question. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'll answer this question for him. Hold on. I'll answer this question for him. I'll answer this question for him. Let's skip the looking for an answer part. Let's skip that piece. I'll shelve that. It's called survival of the fittest. No one gives a fuck if Hammer falls over dead tomorrow. No one gives a fuck if Hammer fucking breathes. You will die and end with yourself if you don't figure this shit out. Period. My genetics are gonna pass on.
Ended.
Yours are not.
Ended. Completely
Period.
ended.
The same thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you go MGTOW, this feminism bullshit. It's called survival of the fittest and those who can adapt. I don't give a shit about what you're looking for, honestly. I don't care if you decide to get assimilated and going back into the metaverse. I don't care if you use technology or not. You won't breed and you won't have children. By the
Son
time you
of
niggas talk about have a artificial womb and all that, you can't afford it. Just to have a child in the NICU is
AL,
like
see if you can
50,000 a
mute your
day.
mic because you got background noise leaking out.
Me?
All right, you're
Say
good
it
now.
again.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying just to have a baby on NICU in a life support system is $50,000 a day. You ain't gonna be able to afford no goddamn robot woman in an artificial womb. Period. And I'm giving that to you. So it blows my mind when these young guys say this shit. When you're given the tools to be shown how to do stuff, this is what Jordan Peterson talks about. This is I forgot what this is what Rolo talks about. You niggas want a step by step guide to throw your failures back on someone, as opposed to be given the tools to get yourself through your problems. That's all this is about. You want to be able to throw your actions and decisions on someone else when it fails. I don't. Give me the tools and I'll figure the shit out myself. Because at the end of the day, if you claim you so much into tech and this is so much about intellect, clearly you ain't intellectual enough to figure this shit out. That's why it's called to adapt. Period, man. I get sick and tired of this conversation back and forth with old guys and young guys, and you guys
But
looking for a step by step
I'm
solution.
gonna say
the
this real quick.
solution is
I'm gonna say
evident.
this. I'm gonna say this real quick. You're talking to a guy along with Cerulean that came up with the Great Folk Initiative, the idea of it, just talking, networking with other men. And see, this is the problem what you're refusing to do. You're refusing to even network with your brothers, your older brothers.
Facts.
A lot of you niggas don't even understand. That's why I love the concept of like shit like The Witcher, shit like Naruto, where it's generational, where what's gonna happen if a group of young men came to your fucking lap that are 7, 8 years old and they're looking to survive? Are you gonna tell them, well, I'm not your father or I'm not man enough to take care of you?
Right.
What did he say? Those are your boys now.
Exactly.
And a lot of times you don't want to do the shit because let's just say, you know why you don't have a lot of Navy SEALs? You know why you don't have a lot of Green Berets? Because the shit's hard.
Yes, it is.
The shit's hard. You know why you don't have a lot of black male teachers? Because the shit's hard. You know why because the first fucking thing people think about, they think about the goddamn distress and not the goddamn glory. I'm giving you answers. Nigga, being a man is finding out the fucking right questions before you even think about what the answer is. What the fucking thing you need to do is get up on your high horse and prove how masculine you can be. Because somebody told you in the long run that this shit was going to be easy. No, there was no girl that's going to wait for you just because you're smart, just because you look a certain complexion,
Yeah,
just because you're
it
muscular.
ain't no cheat
Nothing.
code to this shit. They be thinking
There's
about a
none.
game like it's a cheat
Exactly.
code. Ain't no
Exactly.
cheat
There's
code
no
for this shit.
fucking cheat code to masculinity. You're not a woman. And even with women, at least they get respected because guess what? The closest to a woman being of death to her is having a child. The closest to you is challenging the most dangerous thing you can do. But what happened was because somebody, I don't know if it was the parents, I don't know if it's some little girl that broke your heart in kindergarten, ripped you from your masculinity. And you know what? I am willing to help you find it. How about that for an answer?
Because they think becoming a man literally is some overnight shit, some course. Nigga, I didn't become a man until I was 30. I'm 39. I'm about to be in 2 months. I'll be 40. I've been a man for 10 fucking years, dog. That's how
All right,
long this shit is.
highlight the two things in the chat, the last two, the one from me and then the one from Hammer. And this is the point I'm trying to make.
Facts.
And this is why, there is no answer to what Hammer said. There's no answer. There is no answer. And the reason why there's no answer is because the value systems have changed that dramatically. I don't think people are appreciating how different of an era we're sitting in right now, where in the course of 2 years, you can have the difference of a psychological disposition be equivalent to 10 years passing. The difference in people who were born in the 80s and people who were born in 2000, as far as their mindset goes, is so different. It's not even funny. And there's a reason why organizations like the Nation are struggling the way they are now to get people in it in the same way they used to in the 60s and 70s. There was a completely different set of values, and you can probably line it up to the T. Around when Khalid died, that was when the whole value system probably went belly up and was exposed for what it was. There was a complete de-emphasis on family, specifically the need for children. And Hammer is literally a product of what it is we're talking about. What he's describing isn't really oriented at himself. It's not just the environment. It's a combination of the culture and the civilization. He
But
is a
nameless. But that,
byproduct.
yeah, that's correct. Yeah. No, but nameless. So that's why I said before. The only thing I believe that can save this thing we call human species is an earthly catastrophic event to reset this motherfucker. Because at the end of the day, that's what this shit boils down to. We've seen it done many, many times if you go back and look through history. Civilization will climb and then it will fall off, and this exact same androgyny, escapism happens in every civilization that starts to fall. Hammer fails to realize that his answer is literally what they want him to do. That's what
But
that's
but
what
but
this shit
here's the,
is.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. And this is I hope I can emphasize this enough. It doesn't matter because the speed that this technology is showing up, even if he has the right idea, even if he doesn't do it, there's so many people who are.
That's
And
facts.
numerically speaking, and I get it. I know it, like, if you don't put yourself out there, um, you don't have the chance to potentially change it. What I'm trying to demonstrate is that there is a completely different pattern of thought that's out there now. And it's so alien to anybody that is not in the 2000 era and earlier that using old methods to address it is out the window. The only answer I can give anybody on the panel, in all honesty, and the only answer I can give Hammer, is that we're going to have a dualistic approach. The new battleground is going to have to be this technology and getting into these virtual worlds and being able to terraform both reality and the digital one, because
I,
there is now going to be a dualistic existence at this point going forward, and they have to have a component that is rooted on those fundamentals that everyone up here is talking about, but they need to extend to new environments, which is going to be that cyber world. Because I'm going to tell you right now, there's probably going to be an 80-20 redistribution of where people's focuses is, where that 20% is probably going to be on the physical and the rest of the 80 is going to be on the virtual, and you're already seeing that dynamic play
Yeah,
out currently.
but here's the problem. Here's the problem,
Hold on real
Charles.
quick. I gotta answer this real quick. What the fuck did I say about being a cleanup man? Because sometimes, see, the problem is all of you want to be masters, and this is directed to you, Hammer. What's the point of being a master of something if you can't teach it to anybody else? What's the fucking point? See, you don't want to give back to what you've been given, which is part of masculinity, by the way. Maybe you should go back and listen to my shit when I said the things you should have been told as a young boy before you became a man. You first have to go out and be uncomfortable. Then you have to go seek training from a master. You must learn to defend yourself, then you must learn to defend others. You must take someone under your fucking tutelage. If you volunteer at a school, did you not have somebody under your tutelage? Did you coach a team? Did you teach a martial art? But see, that selfish, me, feminist fucking ideology mindset that they've indoctrinated you with, like with like some fucking sweet cognac that y'all drink upon until you fucking don't even know what your asshole from your elbows. And you're saying you don't want to be the cleanup men. Guess what? A lot of you motherfuckers been cleanup men for women for so damn long, you don't even know what's clean and what's dirty.
That's facts.
If you're a man, it is your duty to be a teacher. But yet you're so selfish, you will let your brother fucking go out there without even making an effort to teach him the correct way. And that's the reason why it's kind of sad, because it's either be too late or you're too early to be speaking about the situation. And I'm starting to see a combination of both.
And what it
You've
boils
already
down to,
given up.
and what it boils down to, and this is something that Kevin always tells the women, which is still applies, and he did tell the men too. You can't fix lazy, and you can't fix coward. That's all the shit boils down to, man. Listen, bro. I have no problem with you going to lay the fuck down. I have no problem with you not doing nothing with your life and not participating in this goddamn civilization. I ain't got a problem with that, and neither do they. I don't understand why there's this moral righteousness that you bring so much value to the world that the world's gonna miss you, because it's not. That's not the way the game is played. Those who bring value will be remembered. Those who bring value to other people will be remembered for forever. That's all shit boils down to. Like at the end of the day, it's like this. It's almost like it's like when these women say, "Well, I'll just be single the rest of my life." Don't nobody give a fuck, man. Like be for real. If ain't no dude fucking you or he able to marry you and have children, don't nobody. It is what it is. And at the end of the day, when Nameless says what he says about the digital age, my biggest issue for me is I don't know how the hell y'all gonna feed yourself. That's my biggest thing. I've already told my girlfriend by the end of summertime, you're gonna see a massive job closure where these companies are have to close doors. I went to one Wendy's. The dude told me to run a Wendy's store. They need about 7 employees with the lobby open. If it's just drive through only, they need 5. I said, well, how many y'all been having? He said, we've only been able to run with 2 or 3 for like the last 3 to 4 weeks. I said, damn. I said, what y'all gonna do? I goes, all y'all can't keep doing this, can you? He says, nah, we're getting burnt out. My whole thing is I'm trying to figure out how y'all gonna feed yourself within the year. And ain't no artificial womb, no metaverse gonna be here ready available by the time y'all talk this shit.
How
That's
would
what
they
blows
feed
my mind.
themselves if they
Exactly.
plan on
That's
staying
what
with
I'm
their
saying.
parents
If
for
you don't
40,
get out
40
there
years?
and get it, if you don't know how to get out there and get it, you ain't gonna exactly that metaverse ain't gonna feed you.
No,
No.
but the parents are giving them the impression that they're gonna take care of them for the rest of their life.
Yeah,
Well, and then if
That
they
ain't
do
gonna
this
happen,
UBI,
man.
well, if they
Look, you
do this
gonna die
UBI,
off. If you done indoctrinated your children with that, well, shame on you.
Listen.
well,
I
if they
just
get
listen. They
this
just had a kid. Hold on a
UBI,
second. Names. Let me answer. They just had a kid here in Austin stab a man. I think he was 17, 18. They trying to say that the boy killed the man because it was from domestic violence. He was trying to go after the mom. I said, I don't believe that's what happened. And she goes, why you said that? I said, I believe that little nigga. I believe that man told that little nigga, you finna get the hell out of this house. That's what I believe. Fuck with
Yeah,
Roy.
they feel like they're not leaving.
These niggas feel like they're not leaving, bro. Like
That's what I keep telling people.
be for real.
And they'll kill their own parents to make sure they're gonna keep with that reality. That's why I was saying that whole digital, the whole digital world is not real, but we're being affected by it.
Listen, like
Future
I
and
told
present.
Art,
I
like I
mean,
told
but
my
it
Art,
ain't
hold on a
nothing.
second,
But
Art, like I told
the
my son this.
Menendez brothers. We saying
Like,
the
Wait,
Menendez
hold on,
brothers
brother Shatter.
transpired to all the kids now. It's gonna Menendez everybody now.
listen, but you gotta. But here's the thing. Like I told my son, right? I said, because we're gonna enact this on Faulkner Initiative, whether you like it or not. Because at 19, you're getting the fuck out. Now you can go be in the metaverse. You can play as many video games as you want, but it won't be in the comfort of my house, in the comfort of my air conditioning, and in the comfort of my full fridge with food, and in the comfort of these nice ass couches, in the comfort of these electricity and internet. You're not doing anything.
Think
Now, if you
about
can
this.
afford, yeah, if you can go afford to do that shit in another spot, then you go ahead and do that. And this is the sad reality. What my
You
man was
in
just talking about
school
with the
or you gonna be
Menendez
in the
brothers.
military? You gonna be in school or you gonna be in the
Yeah,
military?
Okay, so
that's
think
it.
about this for a
Yeah.
second. You got a lot of boomers checking out, like dying or retiring from the jobs. There's lots of jobs left, but a lot of Z's are not filling them. Did y'all
What
read
that
that?
what
Well, no,
that means is
well, the
what
way
that
the guy was saying it with the BGS drop, the issue is that there's not enough millennials, which we didn't have enough children, which is true. But the problem is that the millennials, our generation, to an extent, is going to be able to maintain it. They just don't know what the economy is going to look like. That's the problem.
well, here's the
You
problem
cannot.
with
You can
those.
listen, man. They
The
got
boomer, the
this thing
boomers,
called an
the
NFT.
boomers
I don't know what the
destroy
fucking
everything.
NFT is, but these niggas is paying $10,000 for a sticker.
Yeah.
You understand how goofy these niggas is now, man?
Nah, but
These
look,
niggas.
the NFT shit is way bigger than that, bro. They about to get ready and start with the NFTs. They're about to get ready, and you can sell anything on NFT. You can sell albums, you can sell pictures, or certified copies of pictures. That's how they started, but they're using it now as microtransactions pervade in a lot of these social apps, games, what have you, metaverse in the background. They're starting to get money from that. So now they're gonna start in these AAA games, putting it where you can basically get an NFT by playing the game, earning. So where it was pay to win, you got the freeware game, right? The freemium, the Fortnite, right? That's a free to play allegedly game, but pay to win. Okay, free to play, pay to win. So now it's got the new shit with the NFTs. They creating it where you can play to earn, and then whatever the NFT is worth can cash out in real money.
No, I agree with that piece. The point
So
that I
so
make.
that's like some crazy shit. Like
No, no, I
that
agree
shit
with
is
that.
some
I agree with
craziness.
that
Like
point. That's not the
I
point that I
didn't
make.
never even. I just
The
found
point,
that out like literally 2 days ago.
okay, that ain't the point I make. The point that I'm making is at the end of the day, it takes a real man to get in a fucking truck, drive across this country, load that truck, and for that motherfucker to bring goods back to your goddamn city.
That's
And
what
that
I
the
do for
vast
a
majority
living.
of young men are not trying to do that.
That's what I
They're
do for a
trying to
living.
Hey,
Is
actually
bro,
transport.
I used to
I'm in the
work
truck
a
right now.
landscaping company, bro, and I
Yeah,
was going to Houston. It's 100 degrees in the shade, and I would have older brothers, younger brothers, people in the military, non-military, motherfuckers that work at gyms, motherfuckers that's trainers, and I would bring them out there. You know what I'm saying? And I've had people quit. And just like, man, fuck this shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, come on, man. I gotta get this shit. So I wound up having to cut the whole thing by myself. But I look at us, man, shit, you gotta be in some shape, man. You
but
you, you got
that's
to.
the point I'm making. If you look at the
You
vast
got to.
majority, but if you look at the vast majority of young men who are not working, they're out of shape. Right, the average kid is overweight. Right, you still need people to transport goods from city to city, and that's not going. And they're in an NFT on the planet, going in crypto on the planet, going to be able to solve trading problems to get goods to your city and inflation. Like right now here, even in Austin, we have all the local businesses. Austin, for the most part, is kind of insulated. You know, a lot of companies are moving here, but these niggas still ain't getting goods. All these small size mom and pop stores starting to close. Can't get your goods in. They haven't raised their prices. Like, granted, people around here can afford that shit because it's a hippie town and people like to buy $10 coffee. But you take that shit down, San Marcos or San Antonio, they're not doing that shit down there, man. And that's the problem that I don't understand how these guys are going to be able to feed themselves and live in. If you look at Ready Player One, right? Most of them niggas was living in trailer parks. Ain't no fucking way I'm living in no trailer park, bro. I'm just not doing that. I got shit to do, you know.
So all I'm gonna say again, and I'm back again and I really hope people appreciate this statement: behavioral sink. So yeah, you can say, well, all right, F them kids, which is really what that boils down to. But at the end of the day, if too much of the population is on that, the government is going to intervene and go, nah, they need to pay taxes. F that. F you. And this is where we're at with this conversation. They will roll out UBI before they let it get as bad as everybody's talking about right now. And
No, I
that's what I'm
agree. Hold on
talking
a second.
about.
I agree with that, Nameless. That's not the issue that I'm making. The issue that I'm making is the quality of life that these children endure who get to participate in right now. Don't have no idea of loss. This is what Andrew Yang was talking about in his book when he's talking about white people losing pretty much their privilege. Most white people don't know what it means to be poor. That's what this is.
Right. It's a
Most
first world
people don't
issue.
know what it means to actually go through 1920s Depression era.
Or without
So
white privilege too. Without white privilege.
without that, that's what I'm saying. You're talking about taking these people to, let's say everybody gets $2,000 a day. Then I say everybody gets $2,000 a day. It don't mean shit out of it. Like I agree that with you in terms of the UBI thing, but I'm talking about the human dynamic. Humans don't like to get the same shit as everybody else. It just don't.
I get that, but what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, if you've got people who can afford it, Hammer's going to be in this small minority of people who can. He's going to use
but
the rhetoric he's
adversity
using.
makes men. Adversity, not safety and
Let me-
genetically engineered women.
We know this. We know this. We know this. But what I'm saying-
Adversity.
we know this. What I'm saying is, again, on a macro level, and maybe folks just have not seen how these universities look like lately. Maybe you guys should take a look at what these universities look like and the kind of kids that's coming up out of there right now. And the amount of people who do have resources, who do know how to take care of things, who are willing to pretty much tote everything else by the bootstraps and compensate if shit hits the fan. I don't think that the simpism is appreciated enough. These women are going to be good. It's the dudes that are going to remain disposable.
Thank you. That's the only thing I was trying to say. That's
Right.
the only thing
So
I wasn't trying to say fuck these kids. All I was trying to say is these
No, I'm
females.
saying when I say that, I just mean the young men coming up that need to understand, because they're the ones that need to understand masculinity the most right now. And they're the ones that are being deprived of it the most currently. The absolute most. So they're the ones that need this, but they're not given that.
Utility. We always have utility. We always have worth, and that's what they've tried to actually put across that's not relevant. But we always have it. As soon as shit hits the fan, if you've been in the shit hits the fan area before, whatever that gynocracy, capitalism, whatever the man was hammered with, whatever saying, that stuff goes to the left. You'll see it.
But fam, at the end of the day, and we just experienced that blizzard last year that shut Texas down for no damn reason. I get on that later.
Exactly.
But
Did you not see the
let me finish my
gynocracy
point. Let me
end
finish my point. Well, it wasn't that the gynocracy ended. It was a statement of, did you have skills or not? And what use was a man that didn't have skills?
and materials and foresight and preparation?
But that's skills.
As well.
That's still
But
logistics.
what he's saying is
skills.
But what Nameless is saying, and what I'm trying to convey a point across is, without any sympathy, these females are gonna be good.
Right.
you the one. Listen, man. At the end of the day, the female
not gonna be good.
Yeah, the female womb
somebody
is
gonna
important.
take care of them.
Somebody gonna take care of
Look,
them, man.
you had look.
That
to
runs
prove
out
case in
really
point.
quick.
No. Case in point, you had lawyers that I knew personally that were on their IG social media asking if anybody had power, and if they would, they'd head right over there and they wouldn't have to worry about
Nameless.
X, Y, and Z.
That runs out very fast. That sympathy that the men have for the women, that runs out very fast. It
Let
does.
me let me read
I think what you're failing to realize is the power of the simp, my dog. I think you are
The
failing to
simp,
realize. I think you're
Fam,
failing to realize
that
as women have been here since the beginning of time, and their
simping
ability
is a
to adapt.
luxury though. Simping
Simping
only
ain't,
no,
bruh.
exists
Simping
when
ain't
we're
no
doing
luxury.
great.
there's always gonna
You'll
be
see.
simps.
What
Look,
they
you can even
live.
see that happen in World
Simping
War
only
II.
exists when we're doing great. When the economy is doing great, then simping is at its best. But when the economy goes to shit, simping goes. It's
Nah,
every man
that
for himself.
nah.
They ain't thinking about pussy.
It's the whole
Going
reason
goes.
why it is. And they will use that and slang it. It happens in every scenario. You can go
Every
to World
scenario.
War II. It was happening in
I don't
Europe. It
think
was happening in Japan. It's happening right now in Venezuela. I mean, it's why the price of pussy falls to the floor. You could go to Greece. Their economy went to shit. It's a whole documentary you can see on what happened to these women. Yeah, they hit
Yeah.
rock bottom, but they was with somebody. But
Right.
what they don't
but
talk
when it
about
really
is when
goes
let me
bad,
finish the point. When they
okay.
don't, what doesn't get talked about is when women get exploited, men in turn die.
Thank
That's
you.
the difference. There are dead men, but women are exploited. That's not the same thing at all.
I'm not
They're
feeling
not gonna
that,
let
man.
women die. They're gonna get used. They're
Yes,
gonna
they
get
will let
abused.
women
These
die.
women not gonna die at the same rate men are. Don't no, and they never have.
They
There's never
will.
been a time in
When it
any
comes to
point in
survival,
history
they
when that goes
will.
down.
Nameless.
There has never been an instance in any antiquity, modern, 1800s, where the women were dying at a rate that outpaced the men. There's never been one. And even in the modern instances where the societies have collapsed financially, women do get exploited, but but men die. And that's the
Always look at
difference.
it like look at the economy of a cruise ship. If the cruise ship is going down, what do they say first?
Women and children.
Yep. The reason
Okay.
why they say that, I don't
That's
care. We are still.
television.
Hold on a
That's
second. We are
television.
still
That doesn't
operating.
really happen in real life. That's
Hold on a
No,
second.
television.
no.
We are
That's
Okay.
we are
Titanic.
still operating. Hold on a second. We are
It's
still
happening.
operating. Shout out. Hold on a
But
second.
when it
We are
goes down,
still
what I'm
operating.
saying, when it goes down, when I say it, liken it to that, right? Liken it to that. Yeah, that's what they say. You're right. That's what
They
they
say
say.
it, but do they
But
abide
look,
by it when
liken it
people are
to that
dying?
though. When the ship is going down, okay, take the women out of it. I'm talking about humanity. Humanity is going to take over. Fuck women and children, everything. Humanity is going to take over. Okay, in the worst case scenario, and most modern shipping is very safe, and I don't want to say that like it's bad, but what I'm saying is humanity is going to take over. You got 5,000 people on this ship, including staff. We go down hard. I mean, the one of them I seen the damn captain. He actually survived. I don't see how, and he's supposed to went down with the ship. I was like, man, it was crazy, but like 3,000 deaths. And it's like, you know, when the shit goes down, there's no, women and children, security guard that's there making sure it's women. People is jumping on there. The damn the lifeboats falling because too many people jumping. It's crazy. People are going to die. So as the ship is going down, only a certain amount of people are going to be able to be saved.
That's true, but it's not always women and children.
But
Yeah,
In
and
but
I'm
here's
reality,
saying
but
it's
but
likening
You
to
can't
what I'm
compare
saying
that
now.
to an
I know,
economic
but you're
collapse.
bringing up a scenario that's irregardless. What we're talking about is a old playbook. Wombs are more valuable than sperm. Period. You can restart a whole civilization with 1,000 women. You can't restart a civilization with 1,000 dudes. Plain and simple. These, like Nameless is saying, they gonna be good because the system has made every freaking law and policy to benefit them. How the fuck would they throw that investment away because shit went south? They're doing it for a reason. Why do you think they're rolling back Roe v. Wade? For a reason.
They
Because
had
they
the
need
Pope.
people.
They had the Pope come out earlier this month. I think it was the first or the second, and basically pretty much put people on blast because they weren't having kids.
That's
And you
facts.
have you have every feminist organization up here screaming and crying about that. But I mean, it was facts. They called people selfish for not having kids. I mean, it's not
Hey,
just an
is
issue.
there something wrong with that? That's dick discipline. Maybe
But this
something that
is
we teaching the
well,
young brothers is
but
actually taking the whole right. Get dick
listen to what I'm
discipline.
saying though. It on a very surface level, yeah. But when we're talking about the way governments look at this scenario, because this is what matters at the end of the day, since the agency rests with these governments, they still need people to tax while we go through this transition.
Thank you.
It's why I keep emphasizing this hive dynamic. And explain how the goal is to have the majority of the people effectively be females that are non-reproducing. But to get to that point, they have to go through a disgendering process, starting with disgendering the men. And this is where we get these scenarios.
Because
And
feminism worked
Now
on
you
the
talking
hold on a second.
quantum feminism.
Because
That's
feminism
quantum levels.
That's already
hold on a
happening.
second. Because feminism worked on the men first. Feminism didn't work on the women. It worked on the men first. And now you're seeing women try to get on board with it, and that's why their biology is rejecting it. What what Nameless is saying is when Shatter said, "Well, maybe these young guys are learning from us." No, the fuck they not. There's not enough of them on this space. There's not enough subscribers to this channel to say so. What Nameless is saying is something else is making them shift this way, and we need to figure that out because that's the issue. If you can't figure out why these boys are innately turning off, pretty much just existing. They're not even living life. They're just pretty much existing until they die. You're going to have the same repeating pattern throughout the rest of human history, which has already been continuing to happen. The issue that we're having right now, this thing is rapidly morphing and mutating faster than anything they've ever seen before.
yep.
And it's and the men and the young boys are turning off. And at the end of the day, they don't care that the men and the boys are turning off because that's what they want you to do
It's the
anyways.
social media is like the way that they're drawing the trending social media. They can trend anything at this point. I
Well, the
mean,
social media, who is that? That's the shattered. The social media is the brain. Think about that. That is your that extension of the brain, and
right, but
it's
then
all
also
over. It's
the
all over
control
differently.
of the fire of it, right? Well, when Snowden came out and he exposed the fire starter and the deep freeze, how they could actually take a term, concept, story, and they could make it unnaturally hot, where it would just be viral, and it would just everybody's shit's gonna be bombarded with this, and then you know, to your political flavor must, in the positive or negative, no middle ground here. Just, oh yeah, they could feed it to where they had a Google, they did the damn study to where they could get it within 50% of, we could make this person that got these ads or got these impressions or got these click throughs, we could almost anticipate what they would think, so we could, by backwards engineering, we could also engineer what they would think. And then if anything that's wrong think, we can deep freeze it. That's the other side of it. Was deep freeze, where anything, even if it was a video, if it was a topic, a subject, anything, a person, it could deep freeze the whole thing immediately. Before YouTube even gets the copyright check on the upload, they could deep freeze it. He was explaining how to do it and
Well,
how they.
that's exactly what propaganda's job was to do, and they've been
Yeah,
working on
exactly.
that since the 40s and 50s. There's absolutely nothing new with that. But I wanted to put those links in the chat to really highlight the specific things we're speaking about. This has already been predicted. And again, I think the hive model is the answer to the problems that they found out with the John Calhoun experiment. Because what this is textbook behavioral sync. All of it. All of it. And it's happening all over the world. It's not this unique phenomenon that's occurring in the ADOS social complex. It's not just a thing that's isolated to only the Western world. It's happening everywhere in the modern first world.
Yes, it
Period.
is. And here
Period.
and this is the issue I think Nameless is trying to say. And I could be wrong, Nameless, you can correct me. This has happened throughout all civilizations. You go up, you come down. No one has
Rome,
a problem.
Egypt, all of them. Go ahead.
All of it. So no one has an issue with the coming up and the coming down. The problem is the technology is going to make it's permanent. That's the issue.
And this is the race. The race is how quick can they get to automation to
Thank
curb
you.
this off? It's automation and AI that's going to curb this before they hit that inevitable crash. That's what this is a race towards.
Yep.
And in the meantime, they know they can't salvage the family model, not as a government, but what they can do is artificially prop up women who are still going to have children with the chosen drones. Period.
That's because they
There
still
you
need the
go.
service culture. They
No,
still need the
wait.
service culture.
My apologies. I just jumped in because I was listening in, and I was like, "There's no way Shatter not getting this. There's no way. There's no. Well, it's easy, and I think they was that truth or they live. My bad. Y'all voices be similar to me sometimes. But yeah, no. What he just said is 100% true. What Nameless just said is 100% true. It's about curbing the inevitable crash. The family model is done, and I think I even struggled with accepting that, and it's gone, bro. The top 20% will use it as a fashion model. That's why y'all keep on hearing me say the top 20%, the top 20%, the top 20%. They're the ones who's going to be living it, but even them, it's going to be on some. It's going to be like a luxury statement. Having a traditional family is not going to be really about the family. It's going to be like, oh, I got a Bentley, right? Like that's what it's going to be. I got a Benz. So like everybody else is just going to be out here freestyling, and the technology is going to be something that they're going to use to uh, prop up people to make up for the family if they can.
So on
But
that,
that
Dr.
whole shit's
Z,
gone.
on
Go
that,
ahead.
Dr. Z,
Y'all voted
in
the
this
family
world
model
today,
out, though,
just a second, Mr. Clue.
guys.
In this society today, or I guess in black culture, who decides what the family makeup is?
Y'all voted
This is
the
what
family.
Nameless is talking
Y'all
about. The
voted
issue
it
is that
out
family.
already.
The issue is that family is a legal term. It's a legal term now. That's why it's pushed the way it is. That's why Mr. Z is saying it's done, because they're going to change it to whatever the hell they want to.
It's already been changed.
It's already been
I'm sorry for
changed.
cutting you off. If I think people miss the point, and I'm sorry, Art, to answer it this way. It's kind of weird. Um, we're having an argument about what a man is and what a woman is. So I don't even got to talk about family if we're really having an argument about what a fucking biological man or woman is. The family's done. What is a family when you're having a conversation about
Basic
alphabetized?
building
I'm still a
blocks.
nameless word alphabetized right people. So like that, and yes, the government decides what a family is. I know nobody likes that answer. That's an
Y'all
ugly
vote.
answer, but yeah, no
Y'all
government decides
voted
what
the
a family
family
is.
out, Mr. Z. Y'all
Did we?
voted it out.
You
When
think the
y'all voted
Republicans are on this
Democrat,
shit
you
too?
voted the
I don't
family
vote.
out.
First of all, thank you. You think Republicans are on this shit too?
Y'all
you
voted the
think
family out.
you think the Republicans are on this shit?
I'm not caping for the Republicans. I'm saying when y'all voted Democrat, y'all voted the family structure out.
By the way, I
Y'all
vote
voted
down
the
ballot.
nuclear family out.
By the
And you
way, I
voted
vote
for the
down
first
ballot.
black whatever the
Look,
fuck.
don't blame that shit on me, fam.
Hey, thank you.
Y'all voted Democrat.
Hey, by the way,
The
this shit is
majority of you
wait.
voted Democrat.
This
I'm
shit is
standing
way
by
bigger
that.
than political party and political affiliation. If you want to go there, if you really want to go to power, this shit's way bigger than that little shit you see going on in Texas or them trying to repeal. Look, they're trying to put a band-aid on a fucking leak at the Hoover Dam. Okay, the Republicans don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're on some traditional shit. It's way
I don't
bigger
know why you
than your
bring
little
up the
small idea of
Republicans. I'm not
family.
defending
What
the
he's
Republicans.
saying to hold on a second. What he's
I'm
saying.
not defending the
What he's
Republicans.
saying.
I'm
True.
saying
What he's
that
saying to you is
the
this.
y'all
The reason.
voted that shit out when
Hold
y'all
on a
voted
second.
Democrat.
First off, I didn't vote. First off, I didn't vote for Democrats.
It's
So you
not
put
possible
yours.
to
The
vote it out. Is
majority
what I'm
of this
telling you.
panel voted Democrat.
No, I understand,
I'm
brother. What I'm
standing by
saying.
that.
Wait. What you're missing is this is bigger. Yeah, you can stand on it all you want. What I'm saying is this is way bigger than votes. That's what we're trying to tell you. You think this is about political affiliation or your social understanding of family. What I'm saying is you have billions, if not trillions of dollars pushing in one direction, and you think this is about votes.
Hold on a second. Let's take on Z.
Wait.
Let's take the United
Hold on,
States.
Mike. I gotta say this, because at the end of the day, and this is what I'm gonna say on politics, and I'm done with it. There is nobody that makes it into the position of being a politician unless they get campaign funding for it. I don't give a damn what flag they want to rock, red or blue. They got funded and financed to get there. And you don't get no agenda done unless you're actually being an appeal to some sort of interest group that's going to help you get there. That's how that happens.
Compromised
So
in some way.
what this means at the end of the day is all that we see right now, this reorganization of family, the law is a proponent of that, it wasn't through the politicians directly, it was through the universities. And those universities produced the individuals that created the framework we see now. And there was a lot of bread that went behind making that. And
But there
most
was
of that
one
bread
side,
didn't
nameless.
originate.
There was one side,
It
nameless,
was
that
both
allowed
sides.
the university world
It was both
to
sides.
infiltrate
It's
our
both
world.
sides, bro, bro.
It was
It was
it
both
was
sides.
Democrats
bro.
that did that.
I'm not gonna repeat myself,
You
man.
allow
It was both sides.
the
and it came
Democrats
from outside
allowed
the United States.
the
Fam,
university
it was
world to
on
infiltrate our
anybody
world,
that wanted
and that's
to
why
listen.
we're in the shit that
Hey,
we're in
let
right
me
now.
let me ask you. No, nameless. Let me ask him a question. Let me ask him a question.
Yes.
Who destroyed your divorce laws? Wait. Who destroyed your divorce laws?
Is loyal to whoever funds them. That's my
Who
point.
destroyed the divorce laws?
Who gave you no fault divorces? Who gave you no fault divorces?
That was Democrats.
No, it was not. It was Ronald Reagan, you dumbass.
Look, don't even get at that. Don't even get at the. He don't know clearly.
Listen, man. It was Ronald Reagan. You know your second coming of Jesus Christ.
Mr. Z,
I'm sorry. You're right, nameless. You're right.
Mr. Z, Mr. Z, you're talking to me like I'm a Republican. I'm not a Republican.
Nobody
I'm not a
cares
Republican,
what you
Mr.
are,
Z.
fam. This
So
is
go
about
ahead.
the lobbyists. Unless you're a lobbyist, you don't mean nothing when it comes to politics. I don't care. You can go
Hey,
on
nameless, tell him where you from.
Your side.
Tell him where you from.
Your side advocated for the destruction of the nuclear family. Did it not?
Damn side, man. Good God. Like, this is not
are
about
you
And
left or
nameless-
right.
here
It's
to
about, do you
people
have
who they
the
are?
money to push the lobby and the interests and the super PACs to make these laws go into effect? I don't care who is red and blue. Whoever has the bread gets the vote. That's what this is boiling down to.
And
It's
that's facts.
money.
And this is the issue that Amos is trying to get y'all to understand. And it blows my mind that a lot of guys can understand this. Why it's not about a political party. If it was about a political party, then this shit wouldn't be happening in other countries. The exact
Shit
same
is happening
fucking
right
way.
now because of
Thank
a
you.
political party, sir.
It's happening all over the globe in modern world.
Yeah,
There's
you
still
just
money behind
part,
this,
like
man.
you're saying, like so you made
It's
it
happening in China, and
political.
China's a one-party state. What are you talking about?
Man, it's
It's
happening
like,
in Japan. It's happening in Korea. It's
the
happening in North fucking
CIA,
Korea.
the CIA, MI5 and 6, Mossad, ISI,
Hold on.
and a whole
I'm
bunch
not.
of other people make sure a lot of stuff happen around there, and you would be surprised the type of means and ways that they do it. And they play long game. And they play long game on us in America because we done had the longest free alleged culture. They've been
I like how you said that.
tell lies by vision was experimented on us first in the terms of propaganda after the Germans and them had just, figured this shit. They was on us hard. With the war too, man, bam. You had TV, everybody was on radio back then. We didn't have no damn TV. Tell lies by vision, then expounded into algorithmic tell lies by vision in
I agree.
everybody's hand. Now, then you may
What
calculate.
What Amos is trying to say is that this is a phenomenon that is unlike anything that's ever happened to the human species. This is why it's happening globally around the world. It's almost as if fucking aliens came down here and it changed our whole belief system. That's what the fuck is happening to us. This thing is radically going to change us to where we permanently will evolve into something fucking different. You
So
got people now literally saying,
why are black people still voting Democrat? After
this ain't got
they
nothing to do
told
with
you
black.
what they're gonna do.
This ain't got nothing to do with black and brown. This ain't got nothing to do with. If at the end of the day, if you had told me about classism, maybe if you brought up a better argument, then we could discuss that. But talking about Democrats and
they're
Republicans,
rocking with the party that wants to dismantle
Hold on.
the nuclear
Fam,
family.
we
and they
already
said
know
it.
about
They
intersectionalism.
said
We
it.
Right,
know
but
that
here's the
comes
issue.
out
Hold on
of
a
the
second.
left.
Hold on a second.
We
Corey.
know this already.
Hold on a second. Here's the problem that you have. Here's the problem that you have is that you came into this space thinking you talking to a bunch of dumb niggas. That's
No,
your
I
first
didn't.
mistake.
That's I didn't
Second,
think
the
that
second
at all.
mistake, you got on here and got embarrassed because you can't report
I didn't
any
get
fucking
embarrassed at all.
sources to
I
anything you
stand
got.
by my points.
Everybody in this space reads. Everybody in
Say
this
that.
particular space. So don't come up here acting like you the nigga that know everything or you the smartest
I
nigga in
never
the
said
room.
I was the
Because
nigga
that's
that know
but you acting
everything,
like
sir.
it though.
Never said
But you
that.
acting like you acting like it.
Yeah, because
Man,
I'm
what
saying
is,
that y'all niggas
politics,
rock
bro.
with the
We
Democrats.
This ain't got shit to do with
politics.
politics.
no, no, no,
Nobody
no,
They
was
no,
saying
said
anything
they want to
about
dismantle
any of
the
that.
nuclear family.
guys,
They said it.
guys,
They
hold
weren't
on,
trying
hold
to
on.
hide it. They
Snake man,
said
go
it.
ahead. Go
They
ahead, Snake.
said they're going to dismantle
Channel.
the nuclear family. But y'all
Channel,
vote for these
we are
niggas
not
anyway.
Democrats.
Any
Channel,
goddamn way.
Channel, stop preaching. We are not Democrats. We don't hold water for either party. We
But
look.
y'all vote for Democrats. You're not Democrats, but you vote for them.
Who
You
said?
hear what
Who
this
said
y'all
that?
bullshit, man. Calm down with
Who
that.
said that?
Seriously, this is what
Yeah,
we're
all
talking
y'all,
about.
y'all
This
rock
is
with
so
the Democrats.
Who's
Y'all know
y'all?
y'all do. Quit
Who
acting
On
like
is
you
this
don't.
calm shit. Okay, so you really
You
gonna
rock
come
with
up
the
here with the
Democrats.
Uncle Ruckus bullshit, man? Really? Really?
Oh
Y'all rock
God!
with the Democrats.
Really?
Y'all
Don't
do.
trust
Okay,
them new
no.
niggas over there.
Really?
Oh yeah, Hold on, no, Channel,
Y'all rock
Blue,
with
are
them.
you serious?
No,
No,
you
no, no,
don't.
no, no. Channel, stop it. We do
He's
not hold
joking. He's
water.
joking. I don't
I
believe
know.
Blue like this.
We
No,
do
I'm
not
not
hold
gonna.
water for the Democrats or the Republican. We don't give a fuck about the parties. Do you not get it? Are you new here?
No, he's been around.
There's no way,
Yeah,
man.
but
There's no
still
way.
rock with
None of
these
us.
dudes.
None of us
Nameless
said.
is there's no
Like,
way.
no,
I
so
still,
easy, bro.
I
Like,
You
for
still
real.
know good
defend these
goddamn
guys,
well
man.
we are so
You defend these
anti-democratic.
guys
There's no way we
at every
green light
corner. You
anything.
defend these guys,
No,
and
we
they want to.
don't.
They
No,
told
no,
you
we
they want to
don't.
Totally
dismantle.
projecting.
What
Why
we
are
They
you
want to
do
Okay,
is
we're
projecting?
not
dismantle.
having a politics talk.
Why are you
Bro,
projecting?
let me
We're not
let,
You
talking
let,
need an
let
opponent
politics.
so
I
bad,
think
don't
I
Come on,
think you
y'all.
miss
Come
I
on.
think
Talking
you miss
about the
wait 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 wait
evolution
wait
of
I'm not talking to
human,
retards here.
human
Come on.
no no
race.
no the claw I think you miss I
Snitching on
think
himself
wait
now.
brother I think you miss what Nameless said. When we say this is global, I think when you bring it down to political affiliation, you then have to explain China, you have to explain Japan, you have to explain South Korea, you have to explain
I
all
can
these
explain.
other countries that are authoritarian countries, and a couple of them are one party states. Well, actually, one namely
You
is
got
a one
Z
party
throw
Party
state.
in
here.
Go ahead.
The party
Dutch
here
countries too.
supports
Fuck
that
that.
party
Wait,
over
let the
there.
other brother go. Let the other brother go. Go
Because
ahead.
The
I want to
party
know
here.
how 14. No, I want to know how 14% of the population is responsible for this somehow. Since we all
Wait. Not only
run
that,
with that, right?
Nameless. 14% of the U.S. population, not even just the global population that's going through this.
That's what I'm saying. So how does 14% of the population somehow cause
Nameless. You nameless. You know a Democrat does not get elected without the black.
Stop carrying
You know
water
that,
for
right?
the politician.
You
He
know that,
listen,
right?
y'all. He can't listen. At the end of the day, I'm gonna
Nameless.
jump off. I'm gonna
Did
jump
you hear
off
what I
because at the end
said?
of the day,
Nameless.
hold on a second. I'm gonna jump off.
Nameless.
Listen,
Did you hear what I said?
hold on a second. Listen. I'm gonna jump off because clearly, Clue, you really ain't got a clue on how to talk about nothing outside of politics.
No,
That's how short your intellect is, bro. At the end of the day, if you can't
Nameless.
see that,
You know.
if you can't see
Hold
the
up.
importance of like how the smartphone changed the world, if you can't see how the importance of
Smartphone. We
automation,
talk about the smartphone right now.
Yeah,
I'm
You
we've
want to
been
talk about the
talking about
smartphone
that.
right now?
Wait a minute.
We
Duh.
been.
You really want to talk about the smartphone right now,
Wait.
Daily?
And not only that, let me do y'all. Let
Let's
me do
talk
you a
about the
favor.
smartphone right now.
Let me do you a
Dude,
favor.
let's talk about the smartphone right now.
Nameless. He doesn't need to
Hold
talk
up.
to us. Wait. You don't need to talk to us. You need to talk to Snake Man, because Snake Man is not even in the U.S. and nor is he from the U.S. Snake Man, please break it down to him what's happening, where you are,
I got a
and where you're
Democratic
from.
smartphone. I got a Democratic
Right.
smartphone.
Right, the Democrats.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I want to talk about the smartphone.
No.
He brought up the smartphone.
No. Real. Before we go into the smartphone, Snake Man, you want to go ahead, please, and explain to him what's going on, where you at?
You mean about industrialization, the technology is outpacing the family court and the family. I'm sorry. You mean all that?
All of that, just all of that. Pretty much. And by the way, what you just said is exactly what Nameless been trying to tell him for the past 15 minutes. But go ahead.
Yeah, what can I tell you? Technology advances, people adapt to it, and society changes. Some people are left behind, but
Don't say left.
most of society don't give a fuck. They never did.
But Snake Man, let me tell you how technology is done over here. Technology over here is they're loyal to one side of the political spectrum. One side.
Technology is technology.
Technology over here in the United States.
Oh,
in the United States is loyal to one side.
Do you know what loyalty means?
One
Hold on,
side.
Sir, are you a politician, right? You know that in Congress that the Democrats and the Republicans are hand in hand They come on TV and say they this and they that against each other, but
I agree.
behind closed door, they're
They
one
eat dinner
party.
together.
Okay, so like, let's not
Kareem,
have
I
that.
agree with you. That's the thing.
Hold on.
You assume that I'm defending the Republicans, and I'm not.
No.
I've not once defended the Republicans. Not once in this conversation have I defended the Republicans. Not once.
The problem is not that you are not defending the Republican. You are attacking only the Democrats without saying, "Oh, the Republican have a hand in it." If you look at the politics, you will not see
I'm
any
talking about the
Democrats
Democrats' hand in it, Snake.
Yeah, but the Republican too. You cannot talk about one side of the evil coin without talking the other side.
Man, you're right. You got, man.
The reason
one cannot exist without the other.
The reason why I'm not bringing up the Republicans is because the Democrats have stated what their intentions are.
So your problem, hold on. So your problem is that you attack the party who openly say they are for that, but not the party who does it behind closed door. That is a peasant mentality.
And not only that, Snake Man. Okay, the Republicans allow for the corporations to come at you a different angle anyway. By the way, when you see
Mr. Z, what's wrong with that?
What you think the corporations
what's
are
wrong
wrong?
with that?
Wait. You want to know what's wrong with that? When you have Morgan Stanley talking about the she economy and banking on single women, you don't see what's wrong with that? Who they fund the most? Oops. Exactly. That's what's wrong with it. They're banking on your misery or on the women's misery and their loneliness. So they kind of want them to be lonely because single women spend more money. By the way, you really want her to be married?
They do. That's right.
Okay, then.
Do.
So exactly. So do the corporations really care about if she's married or not?
No.
You see where amoral gets you? Exactly.
What does that have
So
to do
I'll
with
pause
what
it.
we were discussing, Mr. Z?
You made a statement and then I made a statement responding to that.
It's very easy. What he's
It
saying
has
is
nothing
okay.
to do with what we're discussing. We're discussing.
None of this
He's
has
telling
anything
you.
to do with what we were speaking about with regards to addressing the fourth industrial wave.
Right.
You ran up here and made this about Democrats. I could give a fuck about
The
Democrats.
Democrats are the problem,
Listen to
officer.
what I'm saying.
I mean,
Every black
nameless,
person,
nameless,
every
sorry.
black person in the country could vote Democrat, and the same shit would happen. All black people could withdraw from the voting system, and the same shit would happen.
Nope.
This
I
has nothing
disagree.
to do with
Wait. Nameless. Let's
I
let him go.
disagree with that.
Nameless. Let's see what you're saying. Okay.
Nameless, I disagree with that.
What do you think would happen? Let's give him space.
The magical
I
Negro.
disagree.
Right. Hey,
I disagree.
Kareem.
I disagree.
Okay. You disagree. Wait. Let's do this. Okay, you disagree. How do you think this would go if all black people just withdraw their vote or even vote a Republican? Let's just go there. What do you think would happen?
Well, a lot of these mayors of these big cities would not be in office if they did that.
Okay, you're stating the obvious. What else do you think would happen? We're talking about larger issues, not just
what do you mean?
the
What else? That's a
individual
big
mayor.
deal.
Okay.
What do you mean?
So
what else? That's a
how
big
would
deal.
Okay, I don't want to get stuck on a small prize. What do you
not
think
small.
would happen?
That's
Oh
a
my
big
God,
deal,
you're doing
Mr.
that on
Z.
purpose.
No,
Okay, now you're doing this on purpose.
No, hold up.
Thank you, Art. He is filibustering.
No, that's not.
What law
It's
would
not
change?
it's not small. That's a big deal. A lot of these,
Okay, you're doing this. Oh,
a lot of these people would not be in office in these small cities.
Okay.
I mean, in these big cities.
Okay. Those politicians change. Okay. Wait, Charles, because I don't want him to get away from this. Please, Charles, let me
I'm
get.
not going to get away from it.
Wait. Okay, so the mayors change and the local politicians change. Your Congress members, your aldermans, whatever. Okay, and then what?
Well, crime would go down for one thing.
Okay, and then what?
You mean and then what? That's a big deal.
No,
why are you brushing over that?
No.
That's a big deal.
No. Y'all see what I'm trying to do, right? He see what I'm trying to do.
What are you
He's doing
trying
that
to
on
do?
purpose.
What are you trying to do? You brushing over. That's a big deal that crime would go down. That's a big deal.
Hold up.
It's a big deal,
Why
dude.
would crime go down depending on who you vote for?
Because those local politicians who support those shitty laws and legislation, they wouldn't be in there.
Okay.
I don't know what's funny.
Wait a minute.
I don't know what was funny.
Hold on. Wait a minute. You do know that both Republicans and Democrats for the last 25 years were notorious for saying, "I'm tough on crime."
He sure did.
So
Both sides.
So both sides said the same shit. So,
But officer,
By the way, you got that from Clinton's third way. By the way,
and by the way, and no, I'm not through with my
let me ask you.
investigation
I
yet.
just want to ask you a question.
you're talking to a police officer.
That's why I called him officer. Damn
What
it,
are causes
shit.
of what are causes of crime?
Huh?
What are the causes of crime?
The causes of crime. I don't. It's a lot of things.
No. What are the causes? The main causes to crime?
Poverty, chronic poverty.
Right.
Poverty. Okay, is poverty the answer? Because I can delve into that.
Keep going. One of them.
Poverty.
Unemployment.
No access. What?
No access to what?
No access to. I don't know what you're looking for.
Starts with an O. Opportunity, jobs, all of that.
So, keep going. Starts with a T. Time and proximity. And you could also add in hopelessness if you want to.
But where does hopelessness? But here's the thing, though. Where does that? Where does all that reside? In democratic cities.
No, that resides within
crime don't happen.
All those cities, all that crime happens in democratic cities.
Wait a minute.
So crime don't happen.
Officer Falk.
Hold on, everybody.
Did I just lie? Tell me if I
hold on,
lied. If I lied, let me know.
Maryland,
Hold on. This is going to be real important.
Let me know if I lied.
Hold on. This is going to be real important.
Okay.
I got to see. Do you
Okay.
believe that black people commit 52% of the murders in this country?
You said 50%?
Just let him get that 50. Let's say 50. Okay, yes.
Do you believe?
I believe they commit more than 50%.
We
I
saw
didn't hear what he said.
Hold up. How can 14% of the population commit half the homicides?
That's very possible, sir.
It's numerically impossible.
That's very possible, sir.
Numerically impossible.
That's very possible.
He never heard of Latinos in California. Kareem, he never heard of Latinos in New York.
I mean,
that's very possible.
Let me ask you this
count
question.
everybody, cuz you know what I'm saying.
That's very possible.
Hold on.
Everybody can get it, cuz.
Hey, you remember Ludacris had pimping around the world? We got murdering around the world now.
If it's not 50%, then what is the percentage?
Wait a minute. So
what's the
you're
truth?
going to tell me that compared to white people who are basically what 70 to 68% in this country, who commit only like on their paper anywhere from 500 to 700 less murders than black people. But when you look, somebody messing with it. What's all
That's
that
Snake Man.
noise?
Snake Man.
Well, somebody mic is doing something strange right now.
So if a murder, by definition, is automatically aggravated assault, why is it that white people commit almost 100,000 more aggravated assaults than blacks? But you're trying to say we commit what? Roughly 500 more murders? Something doesn't add up with that math.
So what is the percentage?
Right there, Charles.
If it's not 50%, then what is the percentage?
It's way less. And do white people usually get
Then
charged
what is
with murder?
what is the percentage if it's not 50? It's not 50.
It's closer. It's closer to our number of the population. As a matter of fact,
to the number
So you're saying it's 13%?
it's about look. Let me give you this.
Mr.
The
Z, you
FBI
telling me it's
yes,
13%?
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying.
When you truly realize something, if I'm kicking your door while you're watching football in your underclothes eating ice cream,
in your underoos,
and I shoot you dead, what did I do? What crime did I commit?
Murder.
Say that louder.
Murder.
What was Amber Geiger charged with?
Manslaughter, right?
No.
Oh, sorry.
What was she charged with? We got your tongue? You blowing smoke out your nose and your ass. Come on now. Say what we know.
You're gonna pull out one case.
No,
but that's a really good example.
That is one of the biggest cases ever.
So wait a minute.
The biggest cases on television.
No clue. No. If
Later,
I
nameless.
committed the same shit, that would be classified as what?
That depends on the judge.
I know.
Yeah, I'm coughing because it is.
Look,
That depends on the judge.
Charles, could I tell him this real quick?
So wait a minute.
Go ahead,
So she was charged with manslaughter, which you knew what it was because I noticed you're not stupid. You play stupid, but you're not stupid. You know you do the same bullshit that a lot of people have done on these panels for years. You get awfully quiet when somebody got you.
You brought up one case.
No, but that case is an example. Wait. Let me say this.
Do not make a
point. Wait. The clause.
One case that made the news.
Wait, but the clause. No. Here's the issue. No, brother. Here's the issue that we have. The FBI already did its internal studies. What they found is that for 911 calls, it's proportionate to the percentage of the population. So if Asians are 5%, they usually get about 5% of calls. 911, hey, this motherfucker beating my ass or whatever the hell ever. Black people are like something between 12 to 14%. That's about what the phone calls are coming into 911. So it's proportional. What Charles is trying to explain.
Are you saying on paper?
Let me finish.
Are you saying on paper that the murder rate is at 13 to 14%?
No, what I'm telling you is, by the time you get all the way to who's being convicted and attorneys that got in, quid pro quo deals that happen behind the scenes, all of that, that's when you start getting that, 52% of murders are black people. We're not going all the way back, like Charles is trying to tell you. We're not going all the way back to what actually is happening. But I'm telling you, it's closer to the percentage of the population.
So it's 13%. Is that
about 13, 14%?
So you're going to compare. So
you're saying that on paper? You're saying that officially that it's 13 to 14%.
So by definition, right? It's a lot lower than what the fuck they've been telling us for years because it's propaganda. Then on top of that, if you want to go by aggravated assaults, and murder by definition is automatically aggravated assault, why do you have 100,000 more? You're not adding every time you get a murder because you turn it around for motherfuckers for manslaughter. Even when you had fucking Rittenhouse, they weren't charging him really for murder. If he was going to lose, watch that manslaughter would have popped up. But of course, they're not going to charge a kid in a white jury for killing another white guy.
Here we go with the skin color.
I mean, skin color.
Whoa.
Why is he here?
They treating us so badly because our skin color is dark.
Rewind. Wait, Charles, no, wait. You trying to tell me you've been living in the same country since 1619 and you think this ain't about skin color? Name me a day when it wasn't.
I've been living in the same country since 1979, not 16.
Okay, 16. Why did I go back to 1619? Stop playing dumb.
1619. You with that 1619 project? You think that's
no? I'm not.
Why is he here?
Okay, he's playing dumb now. Yo. Okay, I can't do this.
Since 1979. Tell me about when I've been here.
So in other words, you still believe in this trope that if we got rid of all these people that explain Kentucky, they're red than the motherfucking dirt poor.
West Virginia, the poorest country in the fucking union.
I mean, so a lot of these red states, with the exception of like what, Texas?
That's my state. Go ahead.
Texas and Florida.
Dirt poor. What does Kentucky bring to the rest of the fucking country? See,
hey, by the way, Charles, piss him off real quick. Texas is going to be a purple state soon. Oops.
Sorry.
What does Kentucky bring to the rest of the country?
In other words, are they siphoning money from other states to support them? Where you do have the largest contingency of fucking welfare recipients too, by the way.
They live is funny.
And they happen to be what?
They live. Shout out to They Live. Says I can't watch this no more.
So, Mr. Z, Mr. Z, you think
Art,
Mr. Z,
Art.
Mr. Z,
bro, we don't
think
talk
Texas is going to be purple?
Hey, Claude,
no, let's go back to that.
Claude,
you think Texas is going to be purple?
Claude,
in what world?
Are you listening? When Art is reading his super chat, we don't talk. Go ahead, Art.
Because of Clue, but because of Democrats took my patience. All right, go ahead, Clue.
I know about super chats. I gave him a lot of super chats, by the way, sir. Anyway,
Yes, but
like
then
I
why did you
said,
speak over him?
like,
Then why were you
like
speaking
I
over
said,
him?
Mr. Z, Mr. Z,
Go
you
ahead.
said Texas would be purple. In what
Yeah.
world? In what
You don't
world?
think? What you think all
Texas
them?
would never be purple.
You heard
Ever.
this, y'all? Hey, I want it on record. I said what I
Ever.
said. Okay, I said
Clip
what I said.
this. Clip it. It will never be purple.
Hey,
Can we
ever.
go back to the conversation?
I'll give it 15 years at max. Go ahead.
I know the counties of Texas. I know the
Mhm.
counties. You can't focus on what Austin is doing. Austin is not the state.
Hey, what the chat? Yeah, I think Mississippi was the most porous.
Oh, okay. It's poured in West Virginia. My bad. All right. But hey, let me tell you, I'm hey, real quick, Snick man. Let me explain this to him. I'm from Florida. You know, we got like 7 or 8 counties that are blue, and we flip, and some of those counties flip the whole goddamn state. 67 counties, by the way.
That ain't Texas, dude.
I'm giving that as an example. Why, bro? Do you not understand how
There's a lot
examples
of
work?
counties in Texas.
I think,
There's a
bro,
whole
he really
lot
is
of
playing
counties in
dumb.
Texas.
Nameless is right. He's playing dumb.
There's a lot of counties in
I don't think he's playing.
Hold on, he's a typical Republican field nigga.
Austin
Let him
can't
go.
flip Texas. I'm just letting you
Let
know,
him go.
Mr.
Let
Z.
him work on his cotton. Let him go.
Don't trust
Snick
them,
man.
niggas.
Niggas over there.
Austin ain't flipping, ain't gonna help you out no more than if it ain't, bro.
Thank you.
Get your grind on regardless, because these politics. We wouldn't even talk about politics till you said that. Like you still on it.
Like, I'm gonna ask you one real question. I'm gonna ask you this one question. What has both the Democratic and Republican Party have done for you lately?
I don't vote for anybody to do anything for me.
Answer the
I vote for
question.
hold up. I vote for people to stay out of my way.
Oh,
That's-
vote for
ne-
people
oh,
who
wait,
think
wait,
people
wait.
who stay out of my way.
Charles,
I
where's
build,
PK when we
I
need him? This is
build
negative.
business.
This is
I
negative
build
liberty talk.
a family.
This is
I
all
build.
negative liberty
I
talk
don't
right
need
here.
help. I don't
This
need
is, oh,
handouts.
there we go.
I don't
Oh,
need all
boy.
that shit.
Hey,
You don't
all the
need
Republican
handouts.
talking
Wait a
points.
minute. Wait a minute. Hold up. Do you pay
I don't
He never
need
heard of
that
roads
stuff.
before, Charles. He never heard of roads before.
Stay out of my way,
you
and
pay
you got my
taxes?
vote.
You pay
Stay out of my
taxes?
way, you got my vote.
You pay taxes?
Huh?
You pay taxes?
I do pay taxes. Lots of it, by the way.
Do you pay taxes? So,
Yep.
how is it a handout if people pay into the system?
Because he's stupid.
How can I fucking get a handout when your government is supposed to help the people?
You pay
You do
into
help
the
me.
system.
You do
Give
help
me
me
your
by
poor.
protecting
Whatever
me.
happened to? Wait a minute. Hold up. Give
You
me
help
your
me.
poor.
You help
Give me
me
your
by
suffering.
protecting me
Wait a minute. Give
from
me your poor.
outside
Give me
threats.
So wait a
That's
minute.
how you
so,
help me.
So instead of getting a fucking rifle your damn self, you looking for a handout for somebody to take care of.
I don't look
problems
for
you
a
can
handout
solve.
for it. Nobody helps me
So
with
are
anything.
you? So wait a minute. You look for the police and the military to protect you, right? And the fire department, right?
Do you
So
protect
by your
any-
fucking by your fucking logic, you're looking for a handout.
I'm not looking for a handout.
Wait. I got one better for you, brother.
I
Do
don't
you
look
own your
for
own?
any
Wait, brother. Do you
handouts,
own your own
officer.
business or anything like that?
Yes.
Okay. What keeps somebody from running up and snatching your business other than your little gun?
Other than my little gun?
What keeps
Is that a real
somebody? That's a real ass question. I'm being so serious right now. What keeps somebody from coming up and murdering you and killing your family and taking your business? What keeps
Well,
them
they
from
gotta
doing that?
find me. Well, number one, they gotta find me.
Okay, you're oh my god.
He said he's a
My guy, hold on.
They gotta find me. That's a
Hold on, hold on,
He's
hold on.
perfect.
That's the answer.
You
gotta find
know.
me.
Okay,
No,
go
Mr.
ahead.
C. Mr. C. First of all
Mhm.
Americans, if they don't like it or not, in some facet are socialists. Because I come from Nigeria, we don't have socialism.
Yeah.
Not even close.
True.
We have the policy
How
keep
is-
your hand. Hold on. We have the policy keep your hand out of my pockets. That includes taxes too. We are not on that socialist. So we got. I don't know how you want to spin it, but you live in a social country. You get shit.
How is
you
me
pay shit.
paying?
Thank you.
How is me paying the police
Hey, and
department?
Snake Man, and tell them about the
a
poverty in
handout?
Nigeria outside of the top
Hold up.
5% of
Hold up.
Nigerians.
How is me paying my taxes to the local PD? How is that considered a handout?
No.
It's not
What
a
I'm telling
handout.
you is that your taxes are the
paying
reason
these
why your
people.
microphone didn't explode in your face. That's what I'm telling you.
I can explain that because we're using your logic. You don't want handouts, right? So
That's right.
do people in this country fall on hard times?
Yes.
So they should be able to reap what they paid into the system, right?
Yes.
their children should go to get a proper education without having to fucking pay exuberant tuition fees, right?
I agree.
So,
There you go.
do you have 20-foot? Do you have 20-foot walls around your house?
20-foot walls, no.
All right then.
Can your family walk around without being kidnapped, relatively, or raped, robbed, and pillaged? But with the way you
They
make
do
it,
now. They
because
walk around
guess
without
what?
that fear because of me.
Yeah, that's the point.
Because of me.
Because guess what? When you
Because
try
of
to
you
shame
or because of
people
the
about
government?
handouts,
Because of
when
me.
people, because one, I'm going to explain something. When you
Family
keep
is the
talking about
first level of
handouts,
government in any house. Family.
when you
Oh,
head of
boy.
but guess
household.
what? Hold up.
What is he talking about?
When you keep talking about these handouts, see, notice how it's not a handout when it concerns you and your family.
It's not
But
a
it's the same
handout
level.
because
Then why did you say you don't want any handouts?
I don't want any handout. I don't want
What
anything
are
that I
what
didn't
are
pay
handouts?
for.
What
I
are
don't want
handouts?
anything that I didn't pay for.
Did you
If I
pay
didn't
for
pay
the
for it,
food?
I don't want it.
What?
You
I don't
pay
want
for
it.
damn near
for the water.
everything the government issues.
You know
Say it
what the
again.
government is?
Too many people
You
talking
pay
over
for
me.
everything the government issues.
I paid for it. Yes.
So
And
it's
you
not
said
a
you don't want any
It's just to me.
handouts. Do you think the whatever money you make? Let's say you make 150. I don't know what your income is. Do you think the taxes you're getting is why you have a road in front of your house, or the lights work, or the street lights work, or the ambulance comes when you call 911 at least within five
I
or six,
paid
7 minutes,
my
right?
share. I paid what was legally required for me to pay.
Okay,
That's what I did.
exactly. Okay,
I
so
paid the
with
legal
that,
requirement.
okay, and with that, what I was saying earlier about your microphone not exploding in your face, that's because of government.
It's
That's
just
because of government.
This?
Yes, the reason it didn't explode in your face is because of government. The reason why you eat whatever you
That's
eat
why
and
you
you didn't
laughing. You know
die,
this bullshit.
right, and the reason why you eat what you eat and you didn't die from poisoning is because of government. That's FDA. The
But
reason why,
that's not a handout. It's not a
okay, but that's
handout.
government. No, you said you want the government to stay out your way. Well, it's in your way. That's the point. The
No,
government's
I want the
standing between. Wait, wait,
government.
wait, 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 wait.
I
The
want the
government's standing
government
between
to
you
stay out of
and
my
Wait, wait, wait,
way
wait,
of
wait,
building.
wait. Let me finish.
That's
The
what I
government's
want.
standing. No, the government's standing between you and Tyson and making sure that Tyson doesn't give you no messed up chicken. Is it standing? It's standing in
Okay.
between you. It's standing between you and Ford and GM and all the other car manufacturers, making sure they don't sell you a faulty car that's gonna blow up on you once you
Mr.
drive off
Z,
the lot.
I don't want the government telling me I gotta wear a fucking mask. That's what I
The
don't
government's
want.
telling you you
Hold
gotta have
on.
a goddamn seatbelt and airbag, dumbass. I'm sorry to call you a dumbass, but
But that make but it
you're
makes
being really
sense.
extra right
No,
now. You're
hold
being
on.
That's what
really
I'm not
extra right
offended.
now.
Mr. Z, that makes
Go ahead.
sense. Wear a
Hold on, hold on, hold
seatbelt
on.
when I drive makes
Bro,
sense.
don't
No,
It makes
hold
sense
on,
to
about
me.
masks, man.
guys.
But the
You're
fucking
dodging.
mask does not make
It's
sense to
not
me.
about
No,
masks.
guys.
And
The
this is where he
seatbelt
was
makes
trying to go from the
sense.
beginning. Okay, y'all.
The
I'm sorry.
seatbelt makes sense.
I'm sorry. I let him get us here.
See,
No,
My
it makes
apologies.
sense to wear a seatbelt. So
No,
I'm not
but
mad.
it doesn't
But
matter
the
if it
mask
makes
does
sense.
not make sense at all.
Hold on. It doesn't matter if it makes sense to still obey the government. I don't get you. I
But
don't
but
want the government.
but
Hold on,
I
I
should
don't want to.
I should
Hold
be
on,
able to decide
hold on.
which
I'm not done. No, you don't. The problem is I don't
I
get
should
this
be able
answer.
to if I'm paying.
Yeah,
If
but
I'm
you
paying my
don't.
money,
I
I should
don't.
be able to decide.
Hold on. I don't get those niggas who always say, "Oh, I do not want the government to stop me in such one point, but all these also 1,000 points." They say to me,
Look,
still
I should be able
first.
to
the clue.
Shut
Let me do
up!
decide.
you.
I'm
Let
not
me do a
done.
favor.
I should be able to decide.
I'm not
That's all I'm
done.
saying.
No, the
Mhm.
government decides, even if you are born, decides what you are, who you are, what tax bracket you
Yeah,
are.
you kind of missed
Stop
that
it
conversation
with the,
earlier. Yep.
stop
Keep
it with
going.
stupid argument. The government shouldn't. The government did and will do. Just because
And
you
by
have
the way, the government is just a
one,
collection of people.
just because you have one point you do not like from the 1,000 other points the government does for your ass doesn't make
I
it
should be able
logical.
to
If you
decide,
want
Snake Man.
no, if you want 1 point gone, you want everything gone. That means you are gone out of government. That's what I mean with those niggas in America who do not get the difference between
No,
being
it's no.
independent,
I should
having
be
no
able to
government.
decide if
The
I'm
clue.
paying my
The
money.
clue. The clue.
I should be
Let
able
me
to
read
decide.
something real quick. Let me read something real quick. It's really short. Negative
Okay.
liberty is freedom from interference by other people. Negative liberty is primarily concerned with freedom from external restraints and contrast with positive liberty. Once again, you're not talking about freedom. You're not talking about a lack of government interference. Really, what you're talking about is negative liberty. You don't want nobody to tell you what to do pretty much ever. But what Snake Man is trying to tell you is because the government is a collection of people, yes, sometimes corrupt, yes, sometimes easily able to bribe, but It is a collection of people that should, and these are the people that you actually can put their feet to the fire because it's their job to do right by you. Everybody else don't have to do right by you, and neither did they take an oath to do right by you. But the government officials, everybody from your local politicians all the way up to the feds, it's their job. That's what they're hired for. So what you're essentially telling them is not to do their job.
No, no.
Okay, go
That's
ahead.
not what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
I don't want them telling me
Mhm.
what to do. Telling me what to do. It's a difference.
Wait a minute. Wait a
If
minute.
you,
Bro,
if
he
you're
didn't. He doesn't. He
advising
doesn't
me,
just hear my definition of negative
Wait a
liberty.
minute.
Go
Wait
ahead.
a minute.
if
Hold on.
you're
Hold on. Hold on.
advising me, that's different.
No. Do you
I
know?
don't want you
Let's-
telling me
let's-
what to do.
Hold on.
Do you
Because
know how
this
to
is a
get that?
confusion. Can the mayor of a city order you to stay in your house?
No, not me.
Can't.
No,
You can't.
Yes,
not
he
me.
can. Actually, yes, he can.
Nope.
Yes, he can.
What is another
It's
name
never
for a
happened,
mayor?
and it never will happen.
What is another name for a mayor?
Your Honor, I don't know.
The chief executive officer
Mm-hmm.
or the chief executive. Okay, just like a president or a governor.
Yeah.
But I have a
Yes,
right.
they can.
I have a
you
right
have
to
a-
resist, and I will
No,
resist.
you don't. No,
I
you don't.
will resist.
Not
No,
if it's
you have
lawful.
I have a right to resist.
Not if
No,
it's
you
lawful.
don't.
Yes, I do.
No, because
I
guess
might
what?
lose.
If you
Here's
have
the
a right
thing.
to resist,
Here's the thing. I might lose,
Nigga,
but I
stop
still
it.
have
You
that
are
right
not
to resist.
independent
I
you
might
niggas.
don't have
lose.
the right. You don't have a right to
I still
resist
have that
lawful
right.
orders.
Yes, I do. I will
No, you do
resist.
not.
I
No,
have
you have the
resisted.
ability to resist. You don't have the right. The right is the state.
I will resist.
only thing-
I
the
might,
only-
like I
the
said,
only
I
thing-
might lose, but I will
Yeah, you-
resist.
The
Once
only
again,
thing
once
that's
again.
been- the
No
only
one
thing
is
that's
coming
taken
after
L's-
you, brother. No one is coming after
See,
you.
here's
Where
the,
you
cra-
gotta
here's the crazy
resist.
part, right?
That's because of the
You
police
really-
that you
I'm
pay
talking
to
about.
taxes.
I'm talking about his example. His example was
In
if
other
the mayor
words,
said
if
you
it's a
got to
state-
stay in
if
your
it's a
house,
state- If it's a state of emergency, they can order you to stay in your house.
and I can resist,
And
even though I might lose that resistance. I might
See, this
lose.
is
Man, brother, do you
I still
understand they
can
can
resist.
shoot you if it's law? They can shoot you.
They kill you dead.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Wow.
Did you see how Brandon Tatum
Let's do
almost
it.
got shot when they swatted? And he knew if he would have made the thing at Tim Pool, they'd have shot him first, just like on South Park. Token
Brandon
always gets it first.
Brandon Tatum is an entertainer. He's
Brandon
not
Tatum's
me.
a show.
He's an entertainer. He's not me.
I wasn't asking what it was. I made a
Well,
joke, man. You see, you're supposed to laugh. That's why I know you're disingenuous.
At least Brandon Tatum. At least Brandon
You get
Tatum.
some humor out of that, Charles.
I mean, yeah. I
You see
see the
Brandon
humor.
almost get shot in the South Park episode at Tim Pool's house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm
guys.
just looking
He's
at it
delusional.
like
He's delusional.
I just look.
It's
course,
just.
man.
Go
just
ahead,
some
Charles.
people-
Mhm.
Some people just don't like the. You know what's funny? I just noticed this. It just dawned on me. Too many niggas out there are so gynocratic that you act just like the women. Guilt, shame, and a need to be right.
I got one better for you, Charles. I think
That's
these
y'all-
niggas want to
that's-
be white.
that's
No, no,
on
no, no, no,
y'all
no, no.
side.
No, these niggas sound like the women. They just want to be white.
Y'all do whatever.
Like this
y'all
nigga
tell
literally,
you to do.
this nigga literally came in here with all the negative
Y'all do
liberty
whatever
talking
I don't
points.
have. I don't
That's
live
why,
with a Keisha. I don't have
Wait,
a Keisha in my house.
pause,
Y'all do
pause,
whatever
pause.
Keisha tells
Wait,
you.
yeah, wait. Well, like I was saying,
Y'all love that
like
black woman.
okay, yeah. Oh,
Love
you
that
hear
black
this?
woman.
You hear
Love
this?
that black woman.
Look. He's saying that we love black women in a
Y'all
in a
love her.
condescending, negative tone. Like
Y'all
that's a
love
negative
her.
to love black
I
women.
don't have a black bitch
Like
in
I
my
said,
house, and I'm proud of that.
you hear
shit.
this? You hear this? And there we
I
go,
don't
y'all.
have a black bitch
Hey,
in my
the
house. I'm
anti-blackness
proud of it.
spewing out.
Proud
There we
of
go.
it. Love
Here
it.
go the anti-black. Hey,
Nothing but peace in my house.
I just want y'all to understand. Yes, we have critique. Wait. We have critique for black women, but we don't hate them. This brother over here, straight
I don't hate
KKK,
'em.
foaming at the
I
mouth.
don't
Oh,
hate
you,
'em.
bro, you
I
foaming
don't
at the
hate
mouth
black
right now.
women.
Go ahead,
I
keep
don't
going.
hate black women.
Why
I
are
said
you
I don't
here?
have that bitch in my house.
Why are
I
you
mean, I
here?
hate them.
My brother, why are you here?
So,
But why are you not
what bitch do you
by
have
some
in your
MGTOWs?
house?
Oh, why are you not by some
MGTOW.
black
What do
MGTOWs?
you mean MGTOW? I got a fiance. I wouldn't qualify for MGTOW.
Why are you
So you
not
like
What's the background of your fiance if you don't mind me asking?
Is she
You like Candace Owens and Condoleezza Rice? You like them black women? I got you.
That's a good one.
Got you.
That's a good one.
I
That's a
bet, I
good
bet
one.
you if she was light skinned, he'd be all right with him. Like, you know what? That Condi is not half bad. God damn it. Give me more of that Condi.
Look at those. I don't know what it is, but look at them anyway.
Yeah,
Y'all
no.
funny. Y'all funny.
Hey, but Charles, I wouldn't put Condi in art. I wouldn't put Condi in Candace Owens in the same sentence. I don't even think Candace Owens could wipe Condi's shoes.
No, Condi. I'll put it to you this way: if Condi would have ran for president,
I agree with Shatter.
If Condi would have ran for president, she would probably have my vote.
Low key, if I had
that's
to
cap.
choose between
That is
Condi and
cap.
Condi, no,
Faulkner,
Clue, you
that's
missed.
cap.
No,
You would not vote for
no,
her.
no. Let me explain
Faulkner
something.
would not vote
No,
for
Clue,
Condoleezza
Charles,
Rice.
no,
That's
let me get
cap.
this.
I
Charles,
can't
let me
let
get
that
this.
slide by.
Charles,
I
let me get
cannot
this.
let that slide by.
No, Clue,
Faulkner
no,
would not
Clue.
vote for
Yes, he would. Yes, he would. You want to know why?
Nope.
Wait. Clue, you want to know why he would? Because I'm the most progressive person here. I'm damn like PK said, I'm damn near commie, and I would vote for Condoleezza Rice over Kamala Harris any
You
day.
capping too.
Oh, you think?
y'all capping.
Hey,
No,
he don't believe us, and we telling him.
Clear.
No, you wouldn't.
Go
You would
ahead.
not vote
Like
for
a woman.
Condoleezza Rice.
Like a
Clear.
woman.
Right now.
Like a
Clear.
woman.
I want clear. I want you to take that big ass Emmy nominated hit of yours and read my thoughts and tell me why I wouldn't vote for her. Why wouldn't I
You
vote
would
for
not.
her? Why not?
Here's why. Because
Tell
she
me
has
my
an
thoughts.
R. Because she has an R by her name. That's why
You think we care?
And you got to be loyal to the. You have to be loyal to niggas. You have to be loyal to niggas. And if niggas found out you voted for a Republican, you would be out. That's why you would not vote for her.
Okay. Nobody. Hold on. I know this is our panel. Nobody say anything. I'm gonna have to correct this motherfucker because he's like the black Elmer Fudd right now. But one, I voted for the governor who's a Republican in Maryland.
Oh, good for you. Good for you.
But yet that actually is not the first time I voted for a Republican. I
Right,
vote
exactly,
interest,
Art.
not party. I vote interest,
I actually
not
like
party.
that song, by the way, Art.
I bet you do. You get biscuits too with it.
I know what it is.
Why is he here? Why
But
is he here? I
here's
don't get it.
here's another one, right? You saying because she has an R behind her name.
Yeah, that's why you wouldn't vote for her.
I just told you I just voted for a Republican governor, you numb nuts.
Yeah. Congratulations, huh?
Yeah.
Hooray.
So why do you like being so wrong?
Because she's a fucking field nigga.
As two left, hey, no. He's not even a field nigga. Field niggas had hope.
You know,
They had hope.
he's in
This
the
nigga
back
don't.
of the kitchen saying, "Why that nigga on that nag?"
What? Who's that nigga on that nag?
You know.
That's a great
You know what
movie,
he
by
looked
the way.
like? He looks like the stunt double for Clarence Thomas.
It's a great justice. Great justice. Good justice.
Look,
Justice Thomas is a great
I don't think you.
This is a circus. It's a national disgrace. And from my standpoint, as a black American, as far as I'm concerned, it is a high-tech lynching for uppity blacks who in any way deign to think for themselves, to do for themselves, to have different ideas. And it is a message that unless you kowtow to an old order, this is what will happen to you.
Damn!
You know,
The greatest justice ever.
Wait.
The greatest justice ever.
Wait. You know what I
Greatest justice ever.
You know what I always
Greatest
find
justice.
interesting. What I always
The
find
number one
interesting.
justice.
What I always find interesting is how on the more right-leaning side of the political spectrum, when it comes to black people, right, they always either imply that you on the plantation, they suggest you on the plantation, they just outright say you on the plantation. And it's always interesting to hear brothers who are on the plantation talk about another person who's on another plantation in their mind.
I never said anybody was on the plantation.
Wait. Because
When did I say that?
I'm going to the clip of Clarence Thomas right now and him speaking about an old order and about thinking for yourselves, which, by the way, brother, you did mention earlier.
Why are we playing these games? I don't get
He's a
it.
great justice. Dude is a great justice.
Am I too African for
Dude
that?
is fair.
Normally I would
No.
have put him on.
You know what the problem is? You know what the problem is, Snake Man? You actually have a background and understand how government can help and what it looks like when government is corrupt and then
He
don't
ain't
even
even
put
in
anything
this
on the
fucking
table.
country. How does
Yeah,
he know?
no. He's not in this country,
fucking world, though, some of the shit you been saying.
and he's from Nigeria originally. Guess what? And he understands what it
Yeah,
looks
I'm
like
from
when
America.
you're.
I know this country more than he
Wait a
does.
Oh
minute.
boy,
Wait a minute.
Jesus.
Wait a minute. Hold up. I'm not gonna let you insult the Snake Man like that with your
Yeah.
Marvin the Martian looking ass.
That nigga ain't even from the country. Why you giving him props?
No, I'm giving him props
I was
because he
born and raised
understands what a
here,
lack of
motherfucker.
government does.
I was born and
Because
raised here.
He
I know more
knows what
about
a
this
lack of
country than
government
he
looks
does.
like.
He actually knows reality. That's why.
Thank you.
Only thing he knows about this country is what he see on Google. I'm from
you
here.
don't.
I'm an American.
Wait. And you don't.
That's what you are.
I wonder who knows more, him or you, about the U.S. government.
I wonder who knows more.
do.
Period. Because
Yeah.
he doesn't know.
I do. I know more about the U.S.
know
I
government
doubt it.
than Snake Man
What you
does.
don't know can fill up a bad truck.
Huh?
What you don't know can fill up a bad truck. God damn. You have no type of etiquette.
This truck makes money, nigga.
Nigga.
Yeah.
Okay. And that
I
does
don't
what?
get it.
Ha ha. Nothing.
I'm getting paid while I'm talking to you niggas. That's how good this truck is.
That's
No,
very
you're
telling.
not.
Thank you for telling us that.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
Bro, I got family members that are truck drivers, bro. I have a good idea of how much you make, bro. Stop it.
Dude, you don't know.
You have family members that work for companies. There's
No,
a difference.
understand
Mr.
what I
Z.
said. No.
You have family members that work for trucking companies.
Hey, I said what I
Trucking
said.
companies
No.
is different than what I do.
Hey,
Working for a trucking company
Charles,
is
do you want
different
to?
than what I do.
Wait.
Mr.
Did anybody
Z.
hear it? Did anybody hear what I said? I said I have family members that drive trucks, which
drive
means that
trucks
yeah.
for
Wait.
companies. For companies.
Let me clarify.
Companies,
Thank you.
I'ma shut
Thank you.
I'ma shut up.
Thank you, Charles.
You do know
Thank you,
on these
Charles.
panels, we have regular owner operators and
Thank
people
you.
who work for companies
Thank you.
on our panels.
Both exactly.
Shut the fuck up. And they make damn good money. Just
Thank
like we
you.
have multiple officers. See, the problem with the black community, actually black manosphere, but I'll put the black community. You niggas always try to undercut and underestimate a motherfucker who you speaking to. And that's what you do. You live off your own hubris, thinking that you're better than everybody because I vote with an R. You're not the first nigga to do so.
You just undercut me because of what you saw in the background of this truck. What you talking
I don't
about?
give a goddamn about what the background of this truck.
You just undercut
Nigga,
me.
we don't talk down on people because what they do for a living. You're in the wrong
I
space.
don't either.
to do
But
that.
a truck?
y'all brought up the subject, so I thought I'd
No,
fuck
we
with it a
no,
little
we
bit.
bro, Charles was making a statement about
beating
trucks.
him.
You missed it. Yeah, you're right.
I
You're right,
yeah,
Snake Man.
that's how I know
You're
that
right.
whatever you don't know can fill up a Mack truck. You don't listen. You have no
You
comprehension skills.
you missed what he was saying. You thought it was an insult. He was just making a jest. It was just a joke.
Yeah,
And,
Yeah, you're right.
and you know what
woman.
the worst part
You're
about
right.
it is, Z,
You're right.
right.
You're right. My bad. I did misunderstand. I did misunderstand him.
One of
I
our favorite
misunderstood-
truck drivers.
Mr. Z.
Hey, yo, where you
Mr.
at?
Z.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I did
And Z,
misunderstand him. That's my fault. I did
And Z,
misunderstand.
you know what the fucked up thing about it is? You
Yeah.
actually proved me right.
Oh, go ahead. Go into that, Joe.
And this is the fucked up part. You spend so much time to reply and not comprehend what people are telling you, and you miss the goddamn trees looking for the forest. Like, listen to somebody else for 5 seconds. Look, I don't give a damn about anybody's political ideology. As long as you do what you're put in place to do, I have no problem with you. I'm a goddamn American soldier. You don't pick the president, you just carry out the orders. And just pray them orders are correct. See, you get into this fucking, well, you wouldn't vote for this person. Yes, I would. I have my personal reasons. She's very competent. Okay? She's a very intelligent woman.
Charles, did he miss the part? He might have missed the part where
You do know when I was in Iraq, she was actually the fucking person in there. I went out there when I was in Iraq. Yes, she showed competency. And what the fuck she did. So
Charles,
yes, I would vote for her. So
Charles,
if you can't understand another motherfucker and listen to their talking points first before you make an assumption, which usually means you're making an ass of yourself, then I have no hope for you, man. Go ahead,
brother,
Z.
you missed the part where I said I'm probably the most progressive person in this space, and I would vote for Condi over Kamala Harris any day, without question. We actually had to. You weren't here. We had this conversation like 2 weeks ago.
There's certain.
Why are you
There's
progressive,
certain.
Mr. Z?
Z, I'm
Why are
gonna
you
answer this for you,
progressive?
Z. To go even
Go.
further.
What are you
I would vote for
progressing
Condi
from?
over some
By the way,
over some men.
Mr. Z, what are you progressing from? You're progressive. What are you progressing from?
For me, it's about social policy. Like Nameless was saying earlier, I think that we could curtail some of what's coming down with technology and social programs if we could shore up the base, the floor. Because what's actually happening is there's a gap growing between the top 20% and and the bottom 80, and then the top 1%, and that rest of the 19 part of the top 20%. And what you see happening in this country is the hubris of the top 1%, and everybody trying to climb up to that. So we're becoming more amoral, just like Mark Zuckerberg and them. We're becoming more more individualistic. I'm telling you that the model that is being fostered from the top is leaking down to people who actually can't afford to operate like that. So the reason why I'm a progressive is because I believe that the social policies, the political policies that could come out of Washington D.C. could help to curtail this. You can't, and I said this earlier earlier this week actually. I don't think you can mitigate what's coming down the pike with just trying to shame people into a family structure that they don't see a reason of being in. Quite frankly, and quite frankly, you might have put the bar or made it too expensive to be in. And I there's a reason why I went there for 1 second. 26% of poor Americans are married, 39% of middle class Americans, 56% of upper middle class and above. Why does that matter? Because it clearly shows you it's a money thing. One of the number one reasons for divorce in America is finances, a money thing. You know who gets married, I mean, divorced the least? Wealthier people. Poorer people are divorced within 5 to 7 years. Why? Money. So there's a reason why I'm a progressive. So, and I understand being a progressive comes with a whole lot of flag waving shit that comes with this side of the political spectrum. I understand that. It comes with a whole lot of other things that I think you can mitigate for if you're honest with the people. There's a reason why I don't tend to lean conservative, minus a few politicians on the right that I actually like I mentioned Condi earlier. Rest in peace to Colin Powell, right? There's certain people that I actually respect on that side and that I actually like. And if they would have ran, depending on who they ran against, I probably would have voted for them, right? So there's a reason why I'm progressive. I'm not just doing that just because that's the right thing to do. And by the way, most black people aren't progressive. They might be liberal, and even that, it might be social liberal and then financially conservative, right? Or the flip. But most black people aren't progressive. I'm not. It's not a bunch of us all the way over here, this far to the left. So, and I'll pause right there.
Okay, you answered the question. That's a good answer. It's a good answer.
Anybody want to go after that? Flames.
I'm over here doing stuff here. Let's see. Conjolisa is playing in WNBA. Oh, somebody's trolling.
Oh man, y'all need to stop with Condi, man. I'm just mad Condi never. I'm mad Condi never had kids and stuff. Unless she would have had kids and stuff like
Condi's awesome.
No, she don't got no kids, and I don't think, and she's never. No, Condi don't have no kids. Anybody know if I'm wrong or not? I don't think Condi has kids.
I don't think she does.
No, she don't have no kids, and I don't think she's ever been married either. Yeah, I don't think she's ever been married either.
She's awesome. She's awesome.
Yeah.
No complaints for here.
Touching feminists a little bit. So
go into that, Art.
Yeah, that's the whole makeup. See, people overlook the whole feminist movement in the Republican Party.
Ooh.
But the thing is,
go into that, Art.
Everybody's looking for this chick with armpit hair and hairy legs and rough the edges and wearing leather and all that to be a feminist. No, man, they some of them look just like Sarah Palin.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them look like the girl next door. But the difference is these women report to their men. They're on code. So they already know what to do to follow orders, and later on they go back and reap the benefits. So people got to You know who's real good on that? I think it's Zero. Zero breaks that down on all different types of feminists.
Well,
Hey,
the
what up,
feminist
Edward
movement.
Anderson? I see Edward Anderson in the chat. What up,
The
dog?
feminist movement proliferated both the left and
Oh,
the
Edward
right.
Anderson's
It's not
here. Where is
Ed.
he?
Where you
Edward
at?
Anderson, yeah.
But
I
oh
see
yeah,
you.
he just popped up. But yeah, the feminist movement is both on the left and the right. So you're 100% right about that, Art. I think a lot of people hear the loud um bra burning feminists on the left, and they think that's just it. I'm like, nah, nigga, you better check
Right.
your wives
Nah,
on the
man, they
right.
on cold, man. They
Thank
on
you.
cold.
Hey, y'all better go
Matter of
talk to
fact, they
Tommy Lauren.
fighting. They fighting on who's going to be more racist, who's going to be more ownership to the black, the black. What do you call it?
Exactly.
These black ass kissers and all that.
Hmm.
They make a game out of this shit.
I agree.
While the white ladies on the left, they just try and do it alone.
Let's just put it this way. I see when I saw Simone Sanders defending Biden's crime bill from the 90s on the left, I'm like, yeah, I can't get down with that. But then when I see Candace Owens kind of kowtowing on the right to a lot of these programs that she know would screw black people, I can't get down with that. So left
But
and
Mr.
right,
Z,
go ahead.
what was wrong with the crime bill?
The
What
94
was wrong
crime
with the
bill that
crime bill?
purposely targeted black people and all the social programs that were supposed to come to mitigate that never came. You mean
Purposely,
that crime bill?
purposely targeted criminals.
No. Black people.
Criminals?
Wait.
People who committed
No.
crimes?
No.
Violent crimes at that.
Hey, oh, wait a minute. By the way, I just want you to understand you're aligning with two Democrats, Joe
drug
Biden
crime.
and Bill Clinton. I just want you to understand that.
I'm not aligning with it, but I do agree with the
They are the
94
ones that
crime
bought it
bill.
in.
I do.
Of course you do, because you don't like niggas. But what I'm saying
Are you
is,
doing this on purpose?
yeah, he gotta be. You know.
No, the 94 crime bill was a good idea.
Well,
It just was.
You
Just
say
like
you.
Stop and Frisk. Stop and Frisk was a
Okay,
good
now he
idea.
trolling. Okay, I can't do it.
No,
Yo.
it is. How is it bad?
He's trolling.
Tell me how it's bad.
Charles, I need you to
what
get
else
this,
gotta
Charles.
say,
I
man?
can't do it, Charles. I can't.
Tell me
Now,
how
what
the
was he
crime
saying? Because I
bill.
went to the
Tell
restaurant.
me how the
Charles,
crime
this
bill.
nigga
and
said
Stop
that
and
94
Frisk
crime
are
bill was
bad
good,
things.
and he said the 94 crime bill was good, and stop and frisk was good.
How was it bad?
You just doing
How
this
was
on
it bad?
purpose now, bro. We
You're an
can
idiot.
see right through you, dude.
See, you're trolling like a motherfucker.
How was it bad?
How was it bad when you
If you
destroyed
didn't commit crimes, it didn't affect you. If you weren't on your
That's
third
factually
strike, it
wait.
didn't
That's
affect
Actually,
you.
I'm gonna
crime.
tell you
The
this.
stop and frisk, real quick, Charles. Stop and frisk was actually what you just said is factually inaccurate about stop and frisk. They actually did a couple of studies in New York. They saw who they were stopping. When they did stop white dudes, the white dudes were far more likely to actually have illicit substance on them, but they were
Substances and
But
still
you were black,
stopping black people
and you
more.
didn't have a gun on you.
No,
Were you
Wait,
affected
no.
by stop and frisk?
Here's the problem with
yes,
stop
because
and
you were
frisk.
stopped and frisked.
Here's the problem with stop and frisk.
You didn't have a gun on
didn't-
you. They said, "Have
you
a nice
didn't-
day."
In other words,
No, they
If
didn't.
you
you know,
didn't have a
do you-
gun
No.
on
wait a
you,
minute, hold on, Z. Do you know what the difference is between reasonable suspicion and probable cause?
Just say no
I don't
if you
even know the
man.
difference. I don't even know the difference. Go into that, Charles.
Because number one, reasonable suspicion, which you cannot arrest on, is that if I see a bulge in your right side of your pocket, and I know you're doing security checks, and you're standing outside of a store, looking in the window, looking out, looking around to see. If you're doing something that's suspicious activity, I can stop, but I can't arrest you yet.
okay.
You know what Stop or Frisk was doing? Stop or Frisk was actually, excuse me, actually going above, actually violating people's civil rights.
It's taking away probable cause, right?
So,
You don't
So if
even
you don't have a gun on
in
you,
other
how
words,
does stop and frisk make your life hell?
in other words, unless I can arrest or detain you, or I'm detaining you for an investigation, you don't have to stop. But what they were doing was they were getting all these people and arresting them for bullshit like jaywalking or spitting on the ground. And there were some cops who were planning shit. Oh, I saw him throw a pack away, but we couldn't get the pack, so I'm gonna lock you up. So a lot of that shit from Stop and Frisk was not the answer to crime. They did studies.
But look
Even
what
in
it did for New
Baltimore.
York.
Can I finish, please?
Look what it did for New York. Made it a tourist attraction.
It made New York almost go into a riot. I'm even going to tell you something. In Baltimore, in 1 year, they had over 120,000 arrests. How much do you think with all them arrest crime went down? It actually increased by a couple of percentage points. So unless you really gonna give me something that's tangible with stop and frisk, because stop and frisk was also used as racially biased.
Made New York safe as fuck though.
No, because guess what?
Not really.
A lot of the
Sure
people,
did.
it did not make you safe as fuck.
It did when I was there in 2009.
By the way, crime was already going down before the '94 crime bill.
09, it was.
So they used this shit. They used this shit as another means to undermine black people. Instead of giving us fucking education and jobs, they gave us prison. But they gave your woman all the benefits.
Prison.
Generation.
Regular black people are criminals. Who went to prison?
Excuse
Regular black people like you or criminals?
I'll be 40 in April, so
You know there's a difference, right?
You do the back date of how old I was during 94. So regular black people and criminals, what happens if you got a whole goddamn department that sees you as both and can't tell the difference? You know,
I don't give a fuck how they see me. I don't give a fuck.
You do.
Of course they see me as a criminal, but I was never arrested. Wait.
You don't care how they see you how they see you is half the reason why they're doing the stop and frisk in the first place.
I don't have to be liked by white people. That's the difference between me and you. I don't have to be liked by white people.
I don't care about being everything about me is blackity, blackity, black.
I don't have to be liked.
It's stop and frisk.
You can hate me. It's okay for you as a white man to hate me.
Oh boy.
I'm okay.
All right, here we go.
That's the difference between me and you. I'm okay with white people hating me. Okay.
Because here it is, man. Here it is, man. I don't know how come we get all these uncle, grandpa, drunken motherfuckers on these panels thinking that they're the only nigga that exists. Because you got some weird fucking ways of seeing.
He said he was born
I don't
in
have
79.
victimhood in my blood. That's
that bullshit about
I'm not worried about
So wait a minute.
White
Wait a
man
minute.
doesn't
You
like
wanna talk
me.
about?
I don't
So
talk
wait
like
a minute.
that.
Wait a minute, motherfucker. So if a woman told you she was raped, are you gonna blame her?
Did she have anything to do with it?
No.
Yep. I said that. I said that.
Get him off your panel now.
Wait, I missed the question. Wait, Charles, what did you ask? Who asked what?
That was coming up.
That is coming up.
I asked him this one question, Z. I said, if a woman got raped, are you gonna blame her?
It depends on the situation.
Bro, but I can't.
It could be her fault.
Hey, I disagree with this 100. No, there is no fault for rape, bro. Never.
Here we go. Okay.
I don't care if she walking in front of you naked.
The woman is God. I know. The woman is God.
Oh, you hear how he conflate these shit? Ain't nobody say that. Ain't nobody say that.
Boy,
do y'all hear this, people?
Believe her. Hashtag believe her.
Nobody agrees with believe her. Nobody here believes. Nobody agrees with that bullshit.
Believe her, but you should follow the investigation. So in other words, if
it could be her fault. Do you believe that it could be her fault, Mr. Fault?
How can rape be her fault?
It could be.
So let me ask you this question.
I don't get that.
So if a guy was beat up in jail and he was sexually assaulted and raped, would it be his fault?
Depends on the situation. What happened? I need details.
So let me ask you something. So somebody
it's not automatically the perpetrator's fault.
In other words,
he wants me to email it. Okay, I'll email it.
So let me ask you this question, right? Somebody
he got to be trolling trolls.
He has to be.
I'm not trolling.
So somebody has a right to violate your body.
No.
So somebody has a right to violate somebody else's body.
No.
Then why the fuck would you say you have to see if somebody? Oh my God!
They don't have a right, but we still need to know the
Charles, your brain cells are hurting right now, huh?
We still need to know the marriage.
I don't think he's serious, y'all. I'm just listening.
I am serious. I'm
hey,
serious.
my brother Ed up
I'm
here.
the only nigga cammed
please,
up.
Bro.
That's how serious I am. I'm the only one cammed up.
Bro,
all right, that's how serious I am.
Olympics trying to remember all the side fuckery that you in the reverse, the Uno reverse, and
Hey,
I didn't reverse nothing, man.
this nigga done put the skip and the Uno reverse on.
This motherfucker. This motherfucker. I mean, this fucking.
Hey, we gotta hit him with a draw four, bro.
You know, you got to put about 12,
Oh, I forgot to
12,
give.
Give me
I
the
forgot to
no, you
give
got
his
to put like 12 draw
intro.
twos on his ass.
Well, I ain't trying to be up here for a long time. Y'all been up this motherfucker like 9 hours now. This is like, what do I need to donate? What's the infomercial? Because this is
Bro, this brother said.
You know,
this
Ed is
brother-
never long.
Remember,
Ed is never
remember back
long.
on the, remember
Ed,
when
Ed never talks for a long time.
remember when they had those commercials back in the 90s? This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs.
This is, and then they show the eggs.
well, here's my
This
thing.
is your brain off of victimhood.
Oh, bro,
This
here
your
we go
brain
with the
off
bullshit.
Hold on.
Hey,
Let me ask you
it's
this
not
one
victimhood
question.
if you're actually a victim.
When did I ever talk about being a victim?
You've been talking about it the entire panel, Faulkner.
So wait a minute. I've actually took breaks off the damn panel. So we gonna get your neo-Nazi fucking forehead out of here with that bullshit.
Well,
Right.
all right, yeah, because a lot of times when he discuss, and I get it, it gets into roasting and trolling, and I know y'all been. I ain't been listening to this the whole time. I've been jumping back around. So shout out to y'all because I know you had the Radical Latino BJ's been on here. You know how it goes. That's why we need to start clipping some of this stuff up. But what I will say, as far as the crime bill thing, because this is my thing, I have no problem locking people up that are doing crime, black people or whatever. But the issue is the crime bill was not designed to lock. The crime bill wasn't designed for crime. That's the thing. Like the problem is crime. Black people are not the only people that do. So let me ask you this question, Clue. Do you believe black men are the only people that do crime?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you believe that they lock people up according to the crime that they do? Like the policing is basically spread out based on where the crime is actually happening.
I think the sentences are determined by the past offenses.
Okay, so like for example, you got white boys that are blowing other white people away to the point where they're blowing children away. Yet you got the Rittenhouse situation. Like they so the thing is, the FBI will tell you that homegrown terrorism is the most dangerous thing to the United States, but you don't see them really paying extra attention to them like they were paying attention to like Muslims and shit like that. Let's take the black people out of it.
But Rittenhouse was self-defense, though, sir.
Get completely the fuck out of here.
He didn't just blow. He didn't just blow a couple of dudes away.
Yeah, that was a self-defense.
Yes, it was.
But anyway.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you about the police officer in Minnesota that he got locked up for shooting a white chick. He said it was self-defense too.
No.
The police officer.
Do you even know the story that he's speaking of? Wait, do you Clue? Do you know the story that Ed is speaking of?
Hold on, now he knows. He said he knew.
Okay.
So my question is, I mean, that's a police officer. That's not a civilian. So I thought, so all I see is it's a white bitch, and she ain't even in the United States. She was from.
She's not even from the U.S. Yep,
hold on, Mr. Z. My thing is, all I see is that's a white bitch, and so it doesn't matter if you're a cop. Then you shot a white bitch. The end. Versus Rittenhouse, it's self-defense just because they're black.
No. You stuck on this color thing, Ed.
But my point is, when have you seen really cops really get hung up on a situation like that? It's an honest mistake, unless it's like caught on film, because that one wasn't. It's not about color. I mean, a pattern is a pattern, but that's not even my point. Going back to the crime bill, the reality of the situation is there's more black men in prison in the United States than there are women in prison. Let me ask you this: do you believe that men commit more crime than women do?
Oh, what kind of crime?
Let's take the color. I'll give you the color. Do you believe any crime in general? Well, violent crime.
I don't think men create more crime than women.
Okay, great. Do you believe black men commit more crime than black women do? It's okay if you think they
Honestly, I
do.
don't know. I
You
don't
don't
know.
know.
I
Okay,
don't know.
so let me say this. There's more. Let me give you this stat. There's more black men in prison in the United States of America than there's women in prison on the planet.
I believe that.
On the planet.
I believe that
You know,
because
we're
we
talking
let
about
women
communist
slide.
China. Yeah,
We
and
let women
even
slide.
exactly, and even Ruth Bader Ginsburg said that the laws are
Fucking
not
bitch.
designed cool, but she's still a Supreme Court justice. She
I know.
said, and she said the laws are not designed to really deal with women. They're designed to control men because at the end of the day, women are not a threat. Not like a
Yep.
governmental turnover
She did
threat,
say that, but we know that's false.
huh?
She did say that, but we know that's false.
Well, hold on. What is false? What part?
That women are not a threat. We know that's false.
They're not a
Well,
threat.
women can't turn over societies.
Women are not a threat.
Women can
Who
because
said that?
I said that.
well hold on women what society has women ever turned over now when you look at feminism, understand feminism is sanctioned. Feminism is sanctioned. They want to really eliminate. Take perfect example, abortion. Like feminism is not going to stop them changing the abortion laws. It's just they decided there's a need for them to change it, so they do it. Women can't physically stop that. They can bitch, but that's all they can do. They don't have the guns. You
I
know.
actually have a question for him too, Ed.
Hold
Rick.
on, Mr. T. Because I get what you're saying. I just want to. So my
Mhm.
point is, people tend to always focus on the color aspect. Like it becomes just either you're pro black men getting away with shit. Ain't nobody on here on some,
Nope.
thuggo niggas getting away with shit. I'm one constantly saying you niggas think y'all gonna play GTA 3 stars plus because y'all think y'all fucking up and y'all gonna get your ass like fuck up. Here's another thing you said earlier on that you're a taxpayer.
Yeah.
And I understand that. I can respect that. Do you realize that the government literally, this goes back to what Charles said with education. If the
Mhm.
goal is to minimize how much you're spending money, now isn't like a lot of the it's on the states who have to
Mhm.
balance the budget when it comes to prisons. You have federal prisons, obviously, but most of the Charles, is this incorrect? Isn't most black men in state prison?
Most black men are in state
So
pens
it's state prison, jail. So
Mhm.
that's the state and the local municipalities where they can't
because you
balance
got
the.
to
Mhm.
remember there's local jails or bookings, more like central bookings or city jails, and usually those are holding cells until the court dates. Then you're
Okay,
sent to a penitentiary, and if it's a heinous enough crime or you did something on a federal level or you're like El Chapo or something, you go to
okay.
the Fed
So we
pen.
know.
Ed, before
So
you go,
we know.
please, Ed, let me before you go
Well,
because I got to get this out. Most black men are in prison for non-violent drug offenses. On top of that, so it's not even
but
no murder shit
okay,
and all of that other foolishness.
yeah, which is what we all agree is what motherfuckers
Mhm.
should be on. Now
Mhm.
these bitches can be out. Even if we're gonna keep it black, can be out here doing crazy shit, getting let out. Bitches and white
Exactly.
men are the ones where they like to play pitch
Like
and
let's
catch.
but let's
But
let's also speak on this one, how I forget the state, but one judge had a black guy in front of him for armed robbery and a white guy in front of him the next day for armed robbery. The black guy got 25 years and the white guy got 5. How do you explain that?
well, we know what it is. But I wanted to no, and we'll jump back on that. But I want to deal with the financial aspect of it because that was another thing that wasn't addressed. And BGS has talked about this, and we've talked about this back in the Coliseum days. They literally spend, and they do it because this is a way of keeping black people out, black men. It's really about black men. It's not about black women.
Mhm.
Black women
Keeping
get
you out of the
locked up.
competition.
Black women get locked up more than other races of women, but the reality
Mhm.
is women don't get locked up like that. So the numbers are really bullshit when they do it that way.
Mhm.
But it's really it's a stimulus package as a measure of keeping black men out of the workforce.
Mhm.
That's what they're spending because they're actually overspending the money. It costs more money to do that, and then we're not even counting them, even if they had low wage jobs or jobs where they're spending in the economy. The opportunity cost with that, we're not even counting the fact that they could be taxed even at a low level. The opportunity cost that you lose with dudes in there, they do that as a measure of job creation too. This is what they used to do when they built prisons in local areas. So
Mm.
the point is they're literally spending and this is not just the Democrats, the Republicans are doing it too because they are big
Mhm.
on prison shit. So my point is they are actually taking your tax money and fucking it up to do something is not really in your best interest in the fucking first place. So
Mhm.
now the problem with the Democrats is the Democrats really don't spend the money the right way. This is where the corruption angle comes in. And this is where we black men, your Kwame Kilpatricks and all that bullshit. This is where that stuff is completely legitimate. But the Republicans kind of let that shit happen too. It's this back and forth game. But my overall point is when you look at the states and the local municipalities where they have to balance the budget, they didn't be like the feds where they can just charge it to their credit card, which is you're more likely gonna be on a tax hook with that when it comes to state taxes and shit. I don't know what state you're in. I'm assuming you're not in Texas or Florida, but
I'm in Texas.
okay, so you don't have this problem, but you understand what I'm because they state income tax, but you understand
Yeah,
what I'm talking about
Georgia's income
from a
tax.
cool. So
Mhm.
so you understand what I'm talking about from a national level though, because only Texas and Florida, maybe one other state don't have state income taxes. So my point is I don't give a fuck about letting black men that do bullshit, violent crime, robbery, stuff like that, like this petty crime bullshit, whatever. Another thing, let's take it off of black Hispanics. When you look at gangs like MS-13 and all this other crazy shit, they're like you in Texas border shit. And I'm not gonna act like Texas don't deal with that the way it needs to be dealt with. But then this is where you can get in the
But they
Democrats.
don't.
But okay, fine. But this is what we can get in the Democrats too. When you look at the immigration shit, but it's also the Republicans when it comes to the labor force bullshit. So my
Mhm.
point, is when the crime is not distributed evenly. When they give all these
People pay.
Latins all this stuff off the hook when it comes to being able to vote, all this other bull, it's not distributed evenly. Now, I'm not here to blame the Republicans or the Democrats because they both have their own things they're at fault. But my problem is we gotta stop looking at this where it's like black people talk about handouts and shit. Black people don't care about enforcing crime. It's just that shit doesn't need to only be enforced to us. That shit needs to be enforced. We ain't even talk about the white collar crime that has a whole bunch of impact that
Uh-oh.
motherfuckers get let go off of. The only reason why Bernie Madoff got is because he stole from other small hat people. So he needed an
Mhm.
example to be made out of him. But we're
And
talking
because
about
of the housing recession, they needed a
yeah,
face to fall.
exactly. But we're talking
Mhm.
about liquidating whole stuff. So anyway, turning it back to what Charles was talking about as far as the police the judge. That's another thing too. We know that these judges, and even when a white judge want to give, but we did a video where a white judge wanted to give a young black man mercy on something, and then the black chick was basically cussing the white judge out, the prosecutor. So
Yep.
we know that this stuff is not, well, we're big on
Yeah,
crime.
the
We
DA.
know that means big on, but the women, they're big on niggas. Cause they be, and then you said stop it, frisk. Yeah, I don't have a gun. That shit affects me though, cause I ain't trying to have nobody pat my nuts down and shit like that. Another
I
thing too,
understand
and
that, man.
hold
But
on, last thing, and I'm gonna pass it, I'm gonna hop off. But you had what's the dude out of Boston that was trying to get in his own fucking house? The
Oh,
professor.
the professor,
He don't do
Obama's homeboy.
he a lame.
It's
He don't do
Yeah,
It's
shit.
Henry
And
Louis Gates.
Chris Rock and
Henry
any
Louis Gates.
Henry
yeah,
Louis Gates. Yeah,
and
yeah,
any
yeah.
black celebrity that is not in the rap game, like Chris
Mhm.
Rock or somebody that will tell you they got to worry about the cops too. I'm not saying everybody is, because Glendon will tell you he ain't never had a problem with the police in Georgia.
Hey,
And
Ed, how many times did Chris Rock get stopped in his own car in Jersey?
Isaiah Washington has said the same
Hmm.
thing. So my
Isaiah
point,
Washington got a
I
damn
never
Prius.
said
He
the
used to drive a
system was.
G-Wagon or a Rover or
so
something.
all
He
I'm
bought a
saying
Prius
is
because of the shit.
Perfect.
okay, cool, but we
I
are
never said it was
cool with
perfect.
violent, and we're cool with violent motherfuckers getting fucked with regardless of race. But what needs to start to happen is this stuff needs to be focused. I'm not saying about equal, but it ain't just the
Shit,
reason
I'm
why
saying equal.
the crime looks bad in the black community is because that's what they focus on, because that's the group that's not the most
Facts.
united. Like if you see this even in the drug game, when you look at fentanyl and when you look in at heroin, it's completely fucking white people up. But they turn that shit into a fucking health crisis. Now that's fucking up white people genetically and everything, 'cause, physically. But because they don't want to lock white people up, and they're damn sure not going to pay to lock white people up, they turn it into a health crisis. That's all I'm saying. If you're gonna do a war on, if you're gonna do a crack, because the crime bill was designed to deal with the drug game. So let's do a new updated crime bill so we can deal with this fentanyl and this heroin shit because this is hurting a lot of white folks.
You know
But
they
they're
ain't
not
gonna
going
do
to
it.
do that because, well, they're not going to do that because they don't look at fentanyl or the opioid epidemic as crime. They look at it as mental illness.
Meanwhile, you got white boys all over the Midwest leaning in your 7-Elevens, walking like zombies.
Or they look at it as the corporations basically are hurting white people by the pharma, and so
Shout out to the Sackler family.
they're finding them money that they already have to pay. Again, dude, I get what you're saying, but at the same time,
Hey, but
please
look,
don't
that
troll us
fentanyl
like
affecting
we're just
black people
on some
too
democratic
because they
kiss ass
lacing.
shit.
Look, they lacing all the street drugs with fentanyl. It's affecting black people too. It's affecting all people because
Yeah, but you know,
they
but the
lacing
white,
that drug. Anything you think that's real drugs, it's got fentanyl in it. I'm telling you.
but
You breaking
yeah,
up a
that's
little
right.
bit, Shatter.
That's actually true what Shannon said because them white boys are pitching like Nolan Ryan. When you actually have to deal with it, you don't get fentanyl in the inner cities. That's the little fucking lie they don't tell you. You got to go out there to the counties or bumfuck West Virginia somewhere or the Midwest to get your fucking fentanyl
You're right,
hits.
because in North Carolina, it's the same way. It's well known, even though North Carolina will be one of the last states to probably legalize marijuana because of what their Bible Belt bullshit. But it's well known that the white boys already over in the East already grow it with the farms and stuff. And my thing is, I'm all for legalizing marijuana, not because I do drugs, because I don't, because I want to get like Texas and be no income state income tax, and that's a way to balance it out. As well as attract, because we have a lot of older people here too. There's a lot of way to attract more older people and attract more investment than we already have.
I thought they were. Hey, Edward,
No,
I thought North Carolina was legalized. Or was
no,
it South Carolina?
it might be south, but it ain't
It's
north.
South. Oh, okay.
My point is, and my bigger, and I'll end with this. I won't even ask you a question, but I'm not on some slick shit, but I want to let y'all talk and let me hop off. My thing is, when it comes to black men that are locked up for like marijuana possession in particular, they need not selling marijuana, but just the possession. That's a lot of the black men that's locked up. We're not going to talk about the fact they can't
Non-violent
vote
drug
felony.
offenses.
So my point is, if you're going to legalize marijuana, now we got white boys making money off of shit that black men were being locked up for. Now, dudes that want to rob people's houses, dudes that want to play kiss kiss bang bang on the gang bang shit, dudes that want to sell dope and fuck up our communities, fuck them. But dudes that are in there for violent drug offenses, when I know they're going out of their way not to lock white folks up or giving them these little programs, so like you get caught a couple of times, you gonna pretend it didn't happen. That's the bullshit I'm talking about. But trust me, niggas that want to play gangbang and all this bullshit, fuck them. They not my people anyway. But that's not the majority who's locked up, and that's what we get lost in these conversations. That's all. Anyway,
That's why I said earlier the majority of
now
black
I'm
men
going
that
to
are in
sleep.
prison are in prison because of nonviolent drug offenses. Yeah, I'm about to drop too. I got work in like 5 hours, so less than that. But yeah, so no, yeah, the majority of black men that are locked up are in there for nonviolent drug offenses, and that is a big issue when you see the disproportionate amount of black men in prison compared to every other demographic in America, quite frankly, on this planet, outside of maybe the Uyghurs in those re-education camps. Shout out to China.
And all these bitches that are lawyers that are black, but they most of them are fucking prosecutors or on that
Uh-oh.
side of the fence. So that's what I focus on, because
Kamala
we
Harris
talk
and
we
them.
talk about black people. It ain't black people getting locked up or were, it's black men. And by the way, it's black men are the most getting exonerated too,
Yeah,
which is
with the
another.
Innocence Project. No, that's
So
right.
yeah, so I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm not on some
Shout out to
Democrats right, because
Waukesha.
me and Mike V always go at it. But what I'm saying is we got to start being honest about these things a little bit more about it, because I get it. Democrats want to be like, yeah, vote Democrat, do this, do that, but yeah, this shit is serious, man, because a lot of these motherfuckers are getting away with bullshit. But anyway.
And essentially, black men are the face of violent crimes and crimes in general, especially violent crimes. But everybody's out here playing kiss kiss bang bang, like Ed was saying. Ask Art about them Asians and them Latinos in California. Thank you.
Dog. No,
Thank you.
but
Go ahead.
we covered the Asian. We covered the Haitian question for you, Edward. earlier in
What was
the
it? So what was the
conversation.
verdict?
Yeah, we put the maps up and
I
everything.
mean,
Yeah,
are they
Haiti
Spanish
is
or are they Caribbean?
no
No, Latin,
Haiti.
not Spanish, Latin.
Haiti is Latin America.
Yeah, it is. I've been told you that, Ed.
Anybody Haitian? I'm yet to hear a
I'm
Haitian person
Haitian.
tell me
But
that.
Edward, look
Me?
at the map though.
Yeah.
Edward, look at the Latin American map. It's weird
Hmm.
because if you look at how it's structured, they
Hmm.
skip over Jamaica just to call other countries Latino.
Hmm.
But yet, even if you look at Belize, Belize is supposed to been it's the same. Belize and Honduras has the same story as Haiti and DR,
Hmm.
where they used to be one and they split and they wind up having different languages, but it's the same people.
Yeah.
So if you look at the
All
map,
right, well that's up to y'all. I mean,
no, it's right there. It's on record, man.
no, I'm not
It's not
saying
an
that. I'm
opinion.
saying between the Latin Umbrella Corporation. That's a struggle for y'all. That's not. I mean, that's
Latin
so. I'm
Umbrella
sorry to
Corporation.
Ados. That ain't my problem. Yeah,
Look,
so I call
we
it the Latin
with
Umbrella
Haitians.
Corporation.
Haitians are Latino, but yes, Ed got a point. They don't really want to claim us because first we're blackity blackity black black. Secondly, because we don't actually well, the majority of Haitians don't speak Spanish. They
French.
barely the majority of Haitians don't even speak French, funny enough. But because we share the same island, because we're on Hispaniola with the same island with Dominican Republic, by default they gotta say we're Latino, but they really don't want to.
Like I said,
So
I'm
Yeah,
A.
they trying hard
yeah,
That's
not to.
I'm Ados. So
exactly.
yeah, I guess if I should have asked Radical Latino to see what his knee
Hmm.
jerk reaction would be. Like,
Hmm.
no, no, no.
Oh, he
Oh,
explained it.
he
Yeah.
did. He explained it.
Hmm.
I didn't
Yeah,
even
he
hear
explained
that. So
all
I
of
don't
it,
even
didn't
know
he?
who that was. But yeah, man, this bullshit. Like these immigrants coming in here committing crimes and shit, but they always focusing on niggas. I mean, it's to the point where they lock so many niggas up. It's a law of diminishing returns at this point. And then you start to realize you're paying more taxes for them to lock dudes up just so they can provide jobs, and not to mention so they could give a stimulus package to corporations for free labor.
Hmm.
That's another thing. I mean, and we're
Edward,
paying
Why
for
you
that.
think they not?
Edward, let me
Why
ask
you
you a
think? Yeah.
question.
Why do you think?
Edward, let
I
me
said, what
ask
do
you a
you think?
question.
Why do you think that the abortion thing is so big right now? Because they need these what the sisters to spit out some more babies to lock up.
Well,
You
they
think
need
I'm
women in
playing?
general in America because the birth rate in America is at what 1.8 something
Well,
like
Yeah,
black,
that,
because
but
that's
black
what.
men,
1.7.
yeah, black. Like honestly, the numbers been trending down. On black men are starting to get
Hmm.
out of jail. So and so
Yeah, they're getting
more and
too
more.
old for them for what they want. They want a different type of black man in jail. That's what they're looking for.
Well, they gonna have them with
Mm.
these niggas that can't read. So black women are doing their part. So anyway, Clue, what are
Uh
you talking about?
oh.
Yeah, Edward. Um, what's wrong? Shit, my phone. What's wrong with voting for the politician that stays out of your way?
I didn't say anything,
Negative liberty shit.
No,
but
you didn't
like,
say it, but the panel had a problem with me saying I want to vote for the
yeah, I
politician that
heard you
stays out
when
of
you
my
said
way.
that.
Hmm.
But that, I mean, that's some shit. It sounds good, but
Thank you.
people are always in somebody's way in some way. But again, you in Texas, so this is where you gotta start looking at where somebody is. That's a very
Hmm.
Texas thing to say.
Hmm.
It really, and I'm not saying that's good or
No,
bad.
that's a
I'm
good.
just
That's a
saying.
compliment. I take that as a
Yeah, I
compliment.
mean, that's something I could definitely hear somebody out of Texas saying. But at the end of the day, you living where it is, because you got to remember there's a difference between voting federally, state. Those are different calculations. Now,
Right.
there's people that may vote for the same thing all throughout the board, but and I get that. Like for instance, I'm technically a Democrat, but then you got to
Hmm.
understand I'm in North Carolina, and our state has a veto-proof majority. Pretty much a veto-proof
Republican
majority
as
in the
shit.
Republicans. Yeah, so it don't even matter what a governor is.
Right.
So when a lot of people say, "Well, why am I Democrat?" It's because when I vote for local stuff, I want to
Hmm.
vote in the primaries. And
Hmm.
so, and by the way, in Raleigh, we've had an independent mayor for like
Mm.
years. We've also
Hmm.
had a bitch running it for like 15 years. Like,
Hmm.
one chick or another. So
Hmm.
whatever. But the point is it's different calculations with different stuff. So people always look at just party lines. It's not always that way because it depends on how the state is run. But like for instance, it's liberal to want marijuana be legal, but I gave you very Republican reasons as to why I would want that. No
Hmm.
state income taxes, attract more investment. So
Right.
but as far as being, and by the way, the government's in the way of legalizing that.
Yeah.
because them younger folks want it for different reasons. But so I get what you're saying, but it's nothing wrong with that. But I just want to hear the details of what that is, not just the sloganeering of it. And it's cool to do that because there's something to be said about sloganeering. But I'm just gonna ask, what do you mean? Like, give me like an example of them being in your way. And it ain't got to be Texas; it could be nationally.
I feel I ain't gonna use that F word. I feel.
You already starting
I
off.
Yeah, no,
think.
yeah, it's too late. Yeah, I was about. Yeah,
Hold
too
on,
late.
You
hold
doing that
on.
We
all
all
night.
do it.
You doing that all night,
I
fam.
think. I think. I think that the mask mandates and all that was considered in my way.
Wait, what mandates? The mandates for the
The
vaccine and stuff?
mask mandates, the beer
So the
bug.
mask.
But was there mask mandates in Texas?
It was before they got rid of it.
Well,
So you had to enter every establishment with a mask.
man, look.
For about a couple of weeks, yeah.
Like
A couple of weeks.
like okay. So one
Mm.
example that I'll give you that Erica said is a good example nationally. And I'm gonna just circle back to what you said
Mhm.
is people that own property and they were renting, how they made it so people didn't the moratorium, but at the same time they didn't like get the money out to the property owners in time to compensate for them giving a moratorium for renters, and shit like that is what you even got black folks that own property that they don't have the kind of disposable. A lot of people, not black, white, a lot of people ain't got all this money to where if you don't pay your rent, they good for like 6 months, let alone a year. So that's a part of and the banks are gonna want their money regardless. But that's a part of getting in the way. But going back to what you said with the mask mandates, man, we didn't have people. We had Donovan Sharp talk that same shit until he got COVID. Obviously Charles was
I
on
got
here.
COVID and I still talk to shit.
Okay, well, kudos for standing on your square, but
But
but we've even had David Carroll. I mean, so the reality is, this is my personal opinion on the COVID thing because I'm not vaccinated.
me
I
neither. Go
work.
I'm
ahead.
not
Hold on.
either.
Hold
Not
on.
either.
But here, understand something. I
Pure
work from.
blood.
Hold on. Well, I work from home, and when I say work from home, I have a couple of businesses, but also my 9 to 5 is actually from home. So legit work
Mhm.
from home. And the thing
Congratulations.
about it is,
Wish I could do that.
I have an aunt that has mental illness that my mom takes care of, and I assist her in doing that. I have
Mhm.
older people around me. Now, I'm not saying what you should do, but I know how I would personally feel if my mom died or my aunt died because
Mhm.
I wanted to be around motherfuckers all the time. Now, here's the thing:
Mhm.
I'm introverted by nature, so that's easy for me to say that versus somebody that's extroverted that's got to be around people all the time. And then you
Right.
got to add in the fact I also have an online community I can lean on too. So I
Mhm.
get that that's harder for people than others. My thing is everybody needs to make their own decision and own the decision that you make. You clearly are cool with the decision and the situations that you doing, and that's cool. But I don't want to hear no niggas talk about, oh Lord, my grandma got it, and I didn't know. I didn't know. You know what I'm
Hey.
saying? Because I do wear a mask. I'm not vaccinated, but I do wear a mask. I actually went to go see Spider Man, and I did wear a mask. And I don't and I'm
That
I
shit was
still
Somebody's
good, wasn't it?
background
I
is
believe
horrible
what I
That
right
shit
now.
said.
I
was
don't know who
good,
it
But
wasn't
is.
it,
I
man?
almost
Spider
didn't
Man was really
go.
That
good.
shit
I
was
saw it.
good,
But I
wasn't it?
Yeah, I saw it
almost
with my
didn't
lady.
go. I almost and I waited a week. I waited
BMT,
a
is
week.
that you or Ed? Is that you? Somebody background
No,
is
I'm sorry.
horrible right now.
I, I waited a week. Hold on, it might be.
That's BMT,
I
man. Yeah,
waited a
there you
week
go.
because I didn't want to see it with everything being packed, although it was still kind of packed. My point is, I'm making decisions to minimize the risk this according to what I want to do. Because I already knew I didn't take the vaccine because I already knew motherfuckers were still gonna get the shit for the most. Now I'm not telling other people not to take it. I'm telling other people it's up to them. Now if your state makes you or your job makes you, if you get fired because you want to be an asshole, well that's on you. I hope you got other employment.
Well,
But
Ed, I have
yeah.
an angle when it comes to the vaccine and even the mask, right? So, and it's this was a test to me to see how much people cared about something bigger than them and how they feel, right? So I can understand the vaccine, but when it comes to mask, to see people reaction to the government being like, could you please put on a mask? It's really not about you because the mask is not about protecting you. Actually, it's about protecting other people because the way when we speak and when we and how we breathe, obviously, right? And to see people say, no, I'm perfectly okay with having it and then spreading it. Yeah, fuck everybody else. That's essentially what you're saying, right? So, like you said, I'm not vaccinated also. So I always keep my mask on my wrist And if anything, if I'm walking to an establishment, I put it on, right? Out of respect for other people. And it was
Yeah.
interesting to see how many people were like, yeah, fuck everybody else. Right?
But
That's
yeah,
just
so
crazy to
anyway,
me.
I know BMT trying to
Mhm.
get in, but at the
My
end of the
bad. Yeah,
day,
yeah.
I mean
I'm about to drop too.
that's a personal thing, with folks. So I mean, at the end of the day, the government is doing
Mhm.
what they're supposed. In my opinion, on the government side of it, they're doing what they're supposed to do. Now, if y'all want a whole bunch of people dying and putting that at risk, I mean, that's a choice for the people. But I mean, because the government is undercounting these deaths, I do believe that. But
Mm.
honestly, it
They
don't
So you
matter.
counting
think
it
we might be at
wrong.
1 million already or
They
something?
counting that wrong. It's no. Ain't nobody died of no fucking COVID-19.
Well,
They died of the
Oh
flu.
boy.
But here, hold
These
on.
niggas
Here's the
died of
thing.
the flu.
But hold on, fuck the COVID.
Oh boy.
No. Fuck the COVID. Fuck the government. Look at what the insurance companies are doing because they got a financial interest. They ain't trying to pay motherfuckers out. So if they're reporting shit, what
Mm.
they're reporting is based on what it is. So people can believe what I'll give. Oh, fine. The government has an incentive to lie to get you to do something. Well, these insurance companies have incentive not to pay your ass. So when it's
True.
something that's making them have to pay more money, you best believe they gonna fucking track the shit. So if it was just a fucking flu, like
It's a flu. I've been
well,
saying it was a
well,
flu
well,
since March
that, but I
2020, and I'm
get
right.
that, but what I'm saying is the deaths have spiked. So even whether it's
Mm.
COVID, fuck it.
The flu
Let's say it's
deaths.
the flu, where the flu is killing people more. So
Second that.
shit, so whatever you want to call it, it's because these insurance companies like I gotta pay this shit, so I don't get what name. It's called dollars and cents. It all counts the same to them. So you see the spikes on the insurance company side, just like with disaster insurance. We can call it whatever hurricane name. At the end of the day, they still got to cough up the damn cash. So my point is, when people are saying, "Well, it's just the flu," people are dying from the flu. The deaths that are going up are real. So are we really saying that the normal flu all of a sudden every shit? Let's say it's fentanyl then. Shit, But at the end of the day, the deaths are still real. Now the government, I mean, this is where people start to spin off into some of the conspiracy talk. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's up to your state decide to do what they did. You live where they decide to do it. My state has always been a little bit more, well, not my state, but you get North Carolina's always been a lot more balanced about it. Fair to businesses, but at the same time, they've had a more people are more on the same page with it when it comes to business stuff. The biggest thing is the rent moratorium that they're pissed off here with. But anyway, go ahead, BMC.
I'm about to drop y'all. Thanks for
Yeah,
having me up, Art. I'm still listening until I fall asleep. But thanks for
yeah,
having me up. That was a good interview with Radical Latino. I was listening to it. Yeah, man, and I fell asleep.
Appreciate
But
it.
yeah, man, I'll holler at y'all later. It was a good conversation, Clue.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming up,
he's
Ed, with
he's
your
gonna
loud
be a
talking ass.
regular. We're gonna have
And I'll
more. We're
holler
gonna
at
have
y'all.
more interviews. We'll have more interviews with him. But go ahead.
Yeah, that was good. All
Yeah,
right,
I
y'all. I'm
still
out.
need to check that Zoe interview out from way
Oh
yeah.
back.
yeah, I'm gonna bring Zoe back up too.
So yeah, peace to the chat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
don't
bring
put
him up.
Zoe in front of us. He'll cuss our ass out. Go ahead.
Yeah, peace to the chat. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm vaccinated. I am. So I mean, I listened. A good portion of Charleston and blacks are getting vaccinated. And, that was something that we all agreed on. We had meetings about that. I mean, to each is their own, you know. But I guess probably because I'm around the older population of central based blacks, we agreed on that. Like, we definitely need that. And we find it interesting when people bring up Tuskegee experiment on like, y'all, were some of y'all niggas even alive? Like, or even have family that was here for that. So it's very interesting when people bring up black people or use the examples of blacks.
Yeah,
And
my
and
people in
then
Mississippi, my people was part of that.
right. So it's interesting. So talk to the blacks that were actually around then, and they're like, hold up, how dare you use us as your talking point for why you do what you do? Don't use us. You go off of stand 10 toes down on what you do. Yeah, that's one, and I'm telling you what my father said. Don't use me as an excuse, little nigga, of your incompetence. You stand 10 toes down. You wasn't even there for that. So it's very interesting when I hear other people, or I see the memes, or I see the talking point, and then sometimes you know what I always say to people: do you even live around black people to even know what we talk about? You know what I'm saying? Because um, I enjoyed watching the conversation with. Uh, there was a lot of stuff happening, and some people were picking up on it, some people weren't. Um, y'all got to understand when people have a certain code of conduct of how they speak when it's me, myself, by myself, or if I'm speaking representing my group, or if I'm with somebody and we're talking to an outsider of our group, people have different talking points on what they speak on or how they carry themselves. Um, and that's what y'all were watching. You were watching that from the radical guy to the young brother who's up here, to when the woman came up here and her man was like, whoa, 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 whoa. You're going too far out. If you're going to talk about these things, better time for you to come off because you might say something that might impact our home, put us in a situation. And he did right as a man to tell his woman to get off the panel when she's speaking with men and she's a conservative woman about their culture or their lifestyle. That's not even her place. She actually for her to step down and say, yo, if y'all gonna talk about that, talk to me, the man, before you act question my woman. And then he did right. And I can
That's
understand
right.
I can understand that emphasis of why he would say that. Because he was like, yo, you might when we started bringing in about the Haitians and the Dominican intermingling, he was like, okay, come on down, come on down. This is getting in out of your depth. And some conversations are supposed to be like that, where if it's out of your pay scale, Grant, I know you said, whoa, 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 she wasn't running. Her culture called her back because that's what it's supposed to do. When you start getting into a certain type of level, you're either supposed to go, oh, let me go get my mom, let me go get my dad, let me go get my elder, let them speak about it. Not me. That's not for me. And that's the problem. A lot of black people don't understand that because they wasn't raised like that to understand that you have a certain depth scale on what you can speak on what you talk about. So I understand that very well, especially when the two were up here talking. They stopped it. Now, granted, Art understood, and I guess well, BMP, you need to understand Espanol. I got a lot of people around me Espanol. I speak Espanol, but they understood. It's like when I get around another Geechee Gullah, we might do certain things around each other. We understand because when other people start speaking around us, that could be black. And then what y'all laughing about? Or what y'all start speaking fast? Or when y'all start speaking, hey boy, look at y'all. He over y'all talking about y'all. And then when we start going at it, and y'all say, hey, English motherfuckers. Oh, my bad. We actually were talking around you, putting each other on code on how to handle speaking to you. So that's how I said it's system versus culture. And some people don't understand that because they wasn't raised to recognize that. Now, and coming about this of the layout of the land, yes, the '94 crime bill. Listen, I was born into the crack era, raised up around in the crack era. It was something that was very much so needed. Maybe probably when I was in New England when there was a funeral almost every other goddamn day for black people. They weren't even killing the proper people that were supposed to get shot. It's just random people. I don't think people ever seen a man come up into their own church with a pistol and pointing at a body. I've seen that. That was real. You're not going to tell me my experience in the '90s on how it was. That's why some black families left from the north and came down south because it wasn't easy and was pretty rough, or they started divesting to other areas. Yeah, the '94 crime bill that did happen because guess what? Black people were tired of watching. If y'all ever know the mantra, be thankful, young black men. If you make it 18 and it's 21, you made it. That's how bad it was. That's how bad it was for a lot of people. I don't know why people say, "Oh, they were going after them." No, man, it was pretty bad out there, man. It was pretty bad out there. I don't know why
It
people.
still is. It still is, bro.
Well,
It's
well,
getting worse.
the thing about it, yeah, I get that. It is getting worse because some people don't understand that is history. But then we also have it where some people are like, "Yo, we're leaving out," or the blacks that are going elsewhere or trying to, they're still black, but they just like, I'm just not. I got to take mine and what I can go and just leave Sodom and Gomorrah. And you'll get shamed for that, or you'll get said something about that. But you're making a logical choice of decision of, hey, better for me to save mine and what I can. If you're gonna come with me, it's no different if you remember in Boys to Men, not Boys in the Hood, excuse me. If you remember Boys in the Hood, where after a while, after his friend died, there was no need for him to stay there. The black girl said, "Listen, I applied for college. I'm leaving. You, you ain't the smartest. You ain't the smartest nigga, Cuba, but your ass you have a fighting chance. Get with me in this car, and let's pack up and just go." A lot of young black brothers and sisters made that decision, and they're like, "Yo, I'm not going back. I'm not going back." That's not a shame or a slight. It just means that, yo, the environment is not conducive. I don't know why people don't like to talk about black people that live in the suburbs. They like talking more about the hood. But I'm gonna be for real. A lot of y'all don't even live in the goddamn hood. Hood niggas aren't sitting on your on Art's panel for the most part. A lot of y'all are in the middle class. So y'all not hood people, because y'all just said y'all go to work. I don't know hood niggas that be talking this much about shit like this.
Well, I
If
mean,
anything,
what I'm trying to understand is what, because
Shit.
we
I mean,
didn't.
it just depends on what you talking about, like the hood. Like
Well,
me,
I'm.
I know what you saying about the suburb, but I can't divest like that because me, number one, I don't have that type of money. So the people that I live around, the people I do business with every day. So
right?
when I go out and I do business with them, guess what? They know where I live
Mhm.
at. Yeah, some of them know where I stay. They know my real name. They know everything about me. So I can't go out there and do no false shit and just expect to live or do business in that area. And if you're
Mhm.
dealing with people that look like me, it's gonna be people that look like me area that I'm living in.
Well,
You know
that's
what I mean?
that's not necessarily. So I get that's the rub he has. That's not the rub I have. The crime we're not. I didn't say that the crime bill should not have been passed. I was talking about how it was administered after the fact. Once you get all the niggas locked up that are doing the crazy shit, because remember, today, and it has been the case for a minute, the majority of black men in jail are for non-violent drug offenses. Not even the stuff that you're talking about when it comes to the dealers. And this, so the dealers are going to be in trouble because A, they're dealing. Two, they can create violence they're creating violence indirectly because they're potential to be robbed. And a couple other stuff, as well as the dudes that were like the killers and stuff like that. Cool. What about all these people that are in there for nonviolent? That's what my problem is how it kept on going. And then it became all in prisons are not packed full of dudes that are killed folks. That's not the majority who's in there because they wouldn't have enough. That
Okay.
was the point that I was, and then the other point I was making a clue was the fact that the way he makes it sound like is, well, what they're doing when it comes to them admitting, because you can look at MS-13 and a lot of folks that are doing violent stuff. And I'm not saying that these people aren't doing anything. The law's not doing nothing to get them. But the it's always over focused, and it ain't even about the hood because the shit doesn't always stop at the hood. Because I'm going and stuff. Let's talk about suburban problem, which is them always stopping black folks in order to do fines and shit, like tickets and bullshit in order to
Revenue generation.
yeah. So I know I hear what you're saying. So I'm not. I just want to be clear about that. I'm not sitting
No,
there
no,
saying there was no need.
so let me say that. Okay, so because I just now did a talk about a man who got dropped like early this weekend. Like I was there for all that. We just watched a man get his face blown in, 2 bullets to the face. So I'm very acute with death and all this other stuff. That's what I'm saying. Like uh, it depends on the level of the scale. Versus some people, um, I'm just hey little nigga, you want to make some quick money? You want to upgrade your fashion? How many songs we heard on damn, me and my brother used to have to wear the same jeans. Now all of a sudden, yo, I pick up this bag and my whole life changed. Now all of a sudden, mind you, you ain't trying to pick up no gun. I don't that's what people understand what the weight is of carrying a pistol versus actually, hey, I'm just trying to
Which
show
is
these
why I
niggas.
put dealers in that category of
No, no, no,
motherfuckers
no,
that
no,
need
no.
to be locked up.
I hear
Go
you. I
ahead.
hear you. I hear you. And so you just you're just the easy pickings. You're just trying to work your way up
Yeah.
the ladder until you can get until you can actually get into that type of skill. And and I met plenty of dudes who are like, hey man, like, hey, I'm just doing this trying to make some money, but with the work, I'm not getting paid like that. And I know people gonna say that's not an excuse. You're just not. Hey, I'm
I'm
not.
one of them.
You know what I'm saying? So I get that. And I understand that, but I'm never going to not cop and say, hey, I never not had that one time where somebody said, hey, you move this for me or you do that, hey man, I'll give you, hey, you know that damn Sonic paycheck ain't making a little nigga, but I can promise you, in one night you can get this done. Guess what? I'll let God decide that. I don't want to hear this moral high ground shit all the time, because guess what? This country wasn't built on no moral ground.
Well, I'm not saying that, but
No,
you
no,
came
no, I
over
know.
here talking about the need for the crime bill. I'm
No,
telling
no,
you
no,
what
no. Listen,
it's up
I
to.
get that, Edward.
Oh, okay.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not playing. No, I'm not playing it. I was like, I'm not even coming at your points. I'm not. I'm literally on here
All right,
talking.
I'll let you finish.
So the thing about it is, we do have a problem. I think we even had. I think that's why I had the discussion on my show talking about, hey man, if there were better jobs or different types of stuff in our community, probably young brothers and sisters wouldn't have to run to the illicit side. If there was better chances other than the Popeyes or fast food places, maybe if there's some actually skills like, hey y'all, we got some actual factories or stuff like that. Because there used to be at a time, blacks used to be heavy. Hey y'all want to come work here into this industry? We can get y'all right into this plant. So we got a place out here called we got a few dams and industries out here. They come to the career day. They come out to career day. I think if you're in 10th grade and you can get a guardian to sign you up, they'll let you come work for them for the summer. Mind you, they'll pay you $15 to $20 an hour. Now, that was an older brother that started that program that actually paved the way for a lot of brothers and sisters to actually get off the ground. And you know what I'm saying? Like say, hey man, y'all, I get it, y'all need some money, and my son died from this. So what if we can get y'all boys off the street? Now that was pretty dope. You know what I'm saying? I wish that it was there when I was coming up. But it wasn't. Now, go ahead.
My
Go.
thing with a couple of things with that. Number one, I hear all of that, but you have things like the military, you have HVAC. There are things because I've seen what a lot of and look, you're in South Carolina, so it's a different environment. But I will say I've because I'm definitely you got people that have seen that South Carolina is more of a rural environment, and I get Charleston and stuff like that, or cities. I get that, but like you have no matter what city. Like, let's take it out of South Carolina versus North Carolina. Well, no matter what city, that story that same song will be sung. And certain people have more of a legit. That's more legit for some people than others. Because I know there's a lot of folks
in Texas right now, man, local 86 plumbing or union, you know what I'm saying? I see brothers come, on felony coming out of basically straight coming out of TDC. And came up there, they say, look, first year apprentice, you getting paid $17.50 with the union, your pension get taken out, all this different stuff. And the man finna walk out because he was like, well, look here, I got felonies. I don't even want to even go no further with the test. The woman say, nah, this is what we're here for. The union actually hires felons. Sit down, brother. He got the job.
Yeah, so but and so that goes into my point. So a lot of what you see, and remember that a lot of that stuff when like let's be clear here, the job like back then, a lot of them dudes were being locked out the market. That was more true then back then. Like the Xers dealt with that a little bit more. But when you look at like a lot of the millennials, a lot of them deal what they try to do is they try to pretend to be that because they wanted to fuck up in school early. And then what they want to do is they want to kind of climb their way up and say, because it ain't easy to do that, then I'm just going to do it the easy way. And then when I'm going to talk about what the sexual part of it, where you have a culture that sexually drives a lot of black men to do the wrong thing. And I'm not making an excuse, but that is there. Because what happens is the women will want to wipe their hands on it and be victims when they sexually drive a lot of the shit that they complain about. And you even hear it today on social media and shit, where they talking about, I don't want a 9 to 5, and I need a nigga that's a killer like that. Ari Flat, I'm gonna do a video upload today, and I'll give Rihanna.
That ain't the mass. That's not the mass or female, bro. Like I gotta be
You said,
for like.
what did you say? That's not the mass.
I won't even talk about me living in South Carolina. Let me talk about me living in Florida. Let me talk about living in Florida. So in Florida, there's the north part of Florida, then there's the south part of Florida. Now the south part of Florida, that's the heavily minority based versus the north part. That's where you hear all those crazy ass stories with the white boy doing meth and goddamn having whole shootouts with goddamn Coast Guard shit. The shit wild. So unless you live in the city. So now granted, a lot of these young people, they're out there, young girls and them, they'll try to get into the fast food or the CNA gig or whatever type of come up off of the medical field. Young brothers, they either, hey, if you ain't trying to join up with some of them goddamn street life, nigga, you better go ahead and try to get on to a merchant marine or some type of shit. I get what the other dude was talking about, like about the dudes, because we got a lot of brothers who are joining to Amtrak, the bus depots and shit, the union based things that will take you, even if you got a fucked up background. Like, so these people out here, they're just trying to make their buck. It's a survival of the fittest type of thing.
I mean, I get it. You got hold on, but you got
pressed about pussy too much like that.
But you got bitches that are literally in the middle class, lawyers fucking with niggas they ain't got no business fucking with. So this ain't even just like class on class. You literally, all right.
That is their choice. I mean, no offense, but I mean, you got niggas that go after broads that listen, hey, like, bitch, I could put you on. Like, that's the thing. Like, people been doing that for a while.
I'm telling you what. I'm not saying it's the number one element, but it's definitely a driving force. And we're just gonna be like, well, it just ain't no thing.
Man.
It's kind of gonna be what we gonna be where we gonna be, which is why a lot of I hear what you're saying, but this is why a lot of dudes they just wash their hands of all of it because it's like, okay, so we just gonna. Because here's the thing: a lot of black men are not on this. But we need to save the boys and save the youth, especially if they. Here's the problem: a lot of people have. I'm not. Hold on. I'm just throwing that in there. Sub-Zero for one, but that's not a shot at you. But I'm talking about like what I've heard. When you got dudes that don't have kids, they're not gonna have the same kind of mentality. And even if some that do have kids, but they're not gonna have the same kind of. When we say, well, these people need this. They're like, look, you have the military, you have this, and you all have acknowledged that. You all have acknowledged that there's things out there. So we're on the same accord with that. But what I'm saying is, I'm telling you why a lot of these dudes do what they do. And that's a big part of it. Money is the fast money is either for the bitch or the allure of potentially getting fast money before they even get to the point where they can get the fast money. This is why you have, and again, I'm just saying, you have bitches like Chrissy on you. She was on YouTube for years still. Oh, I date D-boys. I date D. Like, I'm like, bitch, you want me to consider you a wife, but this is what you dealing with, and you make it sound, and I'm not even saying you got to regret it, but I'm saying you say it like it ain't nothing. And again, I want to get this out here. Ari Fletcher, one of these bitches out here, she's a brand ambassador for that Whitney, that brand that Rihanna does, and she may open stores in the mall. This is a black woman now. She literally had to drop her because Ari said some shit saying that I need a man that's gonna point a gun at me and act like he gonna shoot me. And then the women, this is how off the chain she was. Even the black women was trying to tell her to fall back on that. So that's that code stuff.
Yeah, I saw that.
And then what did she say?
I just saw that. I didn't know who she was, and then they told me who she was. I'm like, hold on, she was actually advocating.
Yeah, because she was on something. This is what I'm sexually attracted to. And even the women tried to tell her for black women. I could tell it was black women that said it because the way she responded was mind your business, not some just, flagrant, fuck you, blah, blah. And then Rihanna had to drop her. And that's not the first time. She dropped that Drea Michelle bitch, that Dominican chick too, a while ago. But my point is, that's how comfortable you got certain women acting with saying some of this flagrant off the chain stuff that influences these other females, that city girl culture, that 304 culture. Even somebody like B Simone is not necessarily like on some straight thuggo shit, is on some anti 9 to 5. And this is where, and by the way, BMT, because you've talked about this is where that you got to be a high value man and make $100,000. Even Jason Black will be on that. You got to be a producer. And I'm like, mathematically, that shit don't work. So you're creating a culture. I get individually telling a dude he needs to be on a certain level to design his life. I'm on board with that. But at a macro level, what you're doing is what the message that you're giving is fast money. Not you, but I'm saying when people put that out there, is you got to get it how you get it. Because the truth is, these females don't care about how you get it. They really care about that you have it. And a lot of dudes are going to cheat code and get it the way they need to get it. And I'm not blaming the women for dudes making decisions. This is where the law and getting locked up comes into play. But what I'm saying is, when women sit there and cry about the shit, they're actively in their own way driving the very shit they bitch about. That's the only thing. I'm not saying it's the thing, but I'm saying it's a thing. There's definitely in like the triangle of bullshit that creates this environment. Because if women stop fucking with dudes that are participating in criminal activity because they think it's fucking cool, you better believe a lot of these niggas wouldn't do it.
I hear you, but that's something that's never gonna happen. Like they're gonna always. It's like a woman. It's like the women. It's like the whores that wait at the pier for the pirate. Like it's gonna always be a thing since the dawn of time.
Well, which is a lot of people are bouncing out. You're right.
The thing about it is, yeah, when I was when you're in that type of mentality, you know, you'll chase that type of mentality of behavior because you think it's cool. Just like I hear when I hear women, they chase those type of drastic culture of men, and I hear men and I watch men that say, "Well, I want a bad bitch," and I'm like, "All right, you be careful when you ask for that bad bitch because you're gonna get that dog that has no problem fighting you."
Well, when people say bad bitch, like I hear what you're saying, and I tell them too, but understand a bad bitch could be just an attractive woman. But I get what you're saying. And them niggas that want crazy bitches, yes, they deserve
But
it.
see, that attractive broad is going to come with something. It's just like having that nice fancy car. You attract don't act surprised when you're looking at the taxes, or when you're looking at the insurance, or you're looking at how police officers have no problem pulling your ass over when they see you driving that kind of car in a certain area. And like, yo, nigga, where'd you get that car from? Like, accept those are the consequences that come with that of the car. So, these right. Exactly.
I mean, it's too binary. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I get it, but it's too binary. It's like either get an ugly bitch or get a bitch that's like normal.
Nobody's telling you to nobody's telling you, hey y'all, I gotta go get ugly bitches.
And black man's definition of attractive is not necessary, but I get what you're saying.
But the thing about it is this: it's like I told my cousin. Like I said, he has a beautiful girl. Like I said, but he has his own little things about his securities. When he goes out and sometimes she can stop the room. He feels a certain type of way about that. But I'm like, hold up, bro. You can't feel some type of way. You don't think that you ain't the only one that ain't checking for her. So it's not like she can help that because that's her. You chased after her because that's how she was. Now you gotta understand. Now that you in that throne room, best believe there are gonna be other people trying to take down your castle. So you gotta always be on guard.
Yeah.
Now he understands. He's like, you're right, because yeah, I did go after her and she was that room stopper. So now fellas see you stepping by her and she's walking hand in hand with you, looking at you. So you best believe, always be ready about your shit. So these are the things of the world that I can't tell y'all how to be men because y'all men at the end of the day. This is just a conversation. I'm just telling y'all. That's why I tell them. I say, yo, get your job, get your stability, and start making wise choices. I made choices that I have to live with, but I understand them. So when I tell people, hey man, get your agency together, it's not a shot. It's not something that's over circumference because nowadays the market is changing. It is changing, but you got to shop for what's affordable in your aspect. Don't take on more than you can handle.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but the thing about it is, we're not like, I get it, but you're talking about in a culture that you were born most likely without a strong masculine influences at this point. Then, so you're raised by a female, and like I'm talking about first 7 years socialized. Then you add in what I'm talking about because I'm talking more about the anti-intellectualism part of it too. Like it's not just always just street shit because it's not just we don't even have classes in the black community like that. So this is why you have I call it the Angela Simmons protocol. You even got women like Angela Simmons and Crystalline Carrison was like this too until she wasn't. Like Crystalline Carrison was fucking like she was fucking with dude she had no business fucking with. Then she got with the dude that wasn't trying to claim her, and she tried to have a baby on him, and then he held it square. Then that's when she went to white folks. But what you have too with Angela Simmons is you have women, even Sierra, because she come from a 2-parent household. You have women that come from a 2-parent household. They don't even come from these classes. And I'm not complaining. I'm just telling you the dynamic that what drives the outcome, the inputs, process, outputs. I could care less about what people should do. And this is why I really, and I know you're not advocating for women. I'm the one that brought it up, but this is why I have no fucks to give about when they cry about whatever they cry about. Because at the end of the day, like I said, they drive it. I mean, that's not really your problem. That's more their problem. But what I'm saying is, it's not even just a class thing. It's something that permeates all classes unless you're like in the top 10% where you got something really to lose playing with that, you know. So it's bigger than just because it'd be different if these dudes were socialized the right way and they understood it. This is another big reason why you see so many dudes talk about SYSBM too, because when they think like you, they think the solution is I got to get away from everything. And this is why I say it's more of a cultural thing. So look at intercultural dating. But again, there's no one size fits all solution. Intercultural dating is not a universal solution for everything because everything has its trade-offs, like you said, just like interracial dating has its trade-offs. Out that's an elite situation. Staying in the community has its trade-offs. So it depends on what it gets to the point though that a lot of this bullshit is so strong that the trade-offs of leaving is literally not even a big deal because that's how crazy this shit has gotten. And it's really starting to get to the point where even other black women are starting to check black women low key. Like even with the divester thing, you know, you got so many black women getting basically fucked over by these white men or killed and all this. Even other black females that promoted this shit are starting to fall back on it a little bit. I've seen people sending me videos of shit like that. And and so like I said, what you're saying is not wrong. This is more of an add-on more than a rebuttal. But yeah, the anti-intellectualism, the anti-9 to 5, this thing about you need to be an absolute economic, you need to be rich to get a bitch's respect. Like, but then these are the same motherfuckers that complain about motherfuckers going to other groups to get the respect that they can get because their value is more appreciated. Anyway, I go on.
Okay, so like, you know, I didn't know people think I tell them they gotta get rich. No, y'all don't have to be rich. I want y'all to understand you don't have to be rich. But you do need stability. I think that's a big issue that a lot
I agree with that, yes.
You don't have to be rich, but you do need some format of stability and competence to like, you know, maneuver in this type of market. That's just common sense. And I hope some of y'all do understand that when they talk about value or, you know, value system, the people look for like, are you stable? Like, what do you got going on for you? Like, I know a lot of people say, well, I need a woman to follow me, follow my program, which I'm seeing some people say in the chat like, programs don't work. Bullshit. All cultures, most cultures that are functional have programs that literally people follow by or understand the rules. It was perfectly understood like that. Even in John Wick, when they had there was a program that even the assassins had to follow. That's why they said the table. No one is above the table. You know what I'm saying? You follow the rules of the table, or else your ass get got. So that's when you break the rule of the program, your ass get got. And so depending on how the programs are placed, just like we can look at different areas, you know what I'm saying? It depends on if the people are properly utilizing those things that are put before them. I don't focus that, like I said, I don't focus too much on the nuances of women or Pookie or any of that shit because that shit is yeah, it's one of those it's one of those factors in our nuance. Everybody got that, got their own kind of version of their Pookies. But the people that are actually respectively doing shit, they like, yo, man, like that's not your fight right now. Let those people that are doing the crime fighting and all that shit, let them do that. If you the 9 to 5 guy, be the best 9 to 5 guy and find the 9 to 5 woman or the career woman. Be that career woman. Granted, yeah, you got those women that want to chase after those type of dudes. Let them. I don't even know why people
Well,
change them.
yeah, exactly. You said it right there. The problem is dudes want to change. Here's the truth that nobody wants to talk about. Dudes want to change bad bitches, or dudes want to change the bitch they want into the value system. And it's like, no, that you're not understanding what that is. The point of even this is why I hate really talk about value systems with black men, because black men get so subjective with it. The reality is you're supposed to have a quote unquote code, whatever you want to call it, so you can basically compare it to vet the females against it. So the reality of the situation is if women are on what they're on, that's what they're on. You either meet them where they are, use them for what, like, let's say you try to deal with recreation, meet them where they are for that without investing too much, or if you can't, you move on. And you don't, this is why when I say black women can pick whatever they want to pick for whatever reason they want to pick it, and then it's up to you to create the law of what I call the law of favorable numbers in your and put it in your favor. And but then when you're dealing with dudes, and some people are in environments where they're around a certain type of thing, but if you're dealing with dudes where, because first of all, if you're in an environment where you are around just one thing and you can't leave, well, that's an economic problem in my opinion as well, because folks have moved across this country for different reasons and blah, 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 blah. You know, if you're in the North and that's what it is, then maybe you need to think about moving somewhere where the cost of living ain't that bad. If you're in the cost of living ain't that bad, you still got this problem. Maybe you need to economically get your money up, whatever. But what people really, a lot of this stuff only gets complicated when people are trying to change people. When that's really where a lot of the complaints is coming from black men, is that I need this woman to do. I'm a good, Grinch talked about this. I'm a good man, so this woman I'm attracted to should want this. They're not on what they're on. That doesn't mean you wait for them to be ran through and have kids for them, for you to lean on nostalgia. But the reality is you're supposed to move on. And even if it's and that's another thing I'm gonna do a video on too. There's a difference between date, like only exclusively not dating black women and not being exclusive to black women. I've never advocated for black men to just not date black women. What I'm saying is I'm not saying you said that, but I'm just saying what I'm saying is, and what I think a lot of black men are asking is, should they be only exclusive to them? That argument never really gets presented that way. It's presented as either you deal with them or you don't. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is you augment your numbers based on things that are important, like, you know, values, what you're trying to get done. Hell, even sexual access, because just because you deal with women in your 20s while you're trying to get up in the world doesn't necessarily mean you have kids in your 20s with a group that you may not like what your grandkids look like. It's just about black men thinking more dynamically about it. And I think black men can be too binary about these things because they're still looking for their validation and shit. And I think that's a problem. And that's really why I even talk about this stuff, because a lot of people think, oh, well, there's no point. It is a point because people have to kind of be worked through these things. Or even if they understand what you're talking about, they need to kind of be reminded as to that they are on the right track. Because ultimately, this sexual access shit, black people lean on this shit a little bit too much. Anger makes you an old little nigga now laughing. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. I'm not paying too much attention.
Programs get hacked. Programs only get hacked if you don't really understand why you're doing what you're doing. And like, there's a difference between having a program and being on. There's a difference between creating a template and you using a template. There's a difference between you really intrinsically understanding what you're doing and why you're doing it, and you just doing it because somebody told you to do. So yeah, if you're doing what somebody told you to do, you may not believe in it as much unless you respect the person that told you to do it, because it's really not your idea. Versus once you understand, like, you know how if you grow up with a religion versus you challenge the religion and then you grow into accept the religion, it's kind of like that.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, like you have a program that you run by in your home, and y'all understand it because that's the program y'all run by, and that's how you maneuver for your best agency. Somebody outside of your program comes to you and you can be like, listen, you're not part of my program anyway, so bounce.
Yeah.
That and there's nothing wrong with that. Men, there's nothing wrong with having your own program or agency. Um, like I said, I talk about this about, hey, y'all form your own program, form your own subculture in your household or in your apartment or whatever. That, hey, when y'all come in my house, take off your shoes. Hey, when we at the dinner table, no cell phones. That's something that you're setting a standard that you go by. I know one guy, he told me, he said, hey, when we're talking to somebody, I don't want people dealing with their cell phones. I think that's disrespectful. I can respect that. So whenever I sit down and we're having discussions, I put my phone on silent out of respect of when I'm dealing with him. And I think I tell a lot of men, like, don't make your maneuverability based off that of women, because then you're setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah, I've said that.
Make it off of your agency of, hey man, I'm getting this job not to get bitches, or I get my clothes or my gear, not so that way I can be fresh or fly. I'm doing this because this is what I like. This is what I want to represent. And so, like I said, I know like I said, one of my good friends, he runs a pier out here in Charleston. This motherfucker don't dress like a millionaire. This man wears ripped jeans, smells like goddamn paint, and goddamn, you know what I'm saying? His wife shops at TJ Maxx and Ross. But the motherfuckers got money. They got money. But they don't need to prove who they are because they know their own agency. I think that's the thing about it, that a lot of men, and I've listened to you talk about that, about the marketing and on sponsor. Yeah. Women will go by the market because they're engineered off of survival. They're engineered off of survival. Whatever best fits them of their agency of power, they're gonna run to it. So if it looks like, hey, this is a power I can get behind because it has a winning track record, they're gonna follow that, even if it means destruction of you. A perfect example of it's like bringing up a mammy in the white man's house versus you think she'll be loyal to that Negro out there working. Now I know y'all gonna say, "Oh, you use slavery." No, I'm just using the easy interpretation. She's gonna follow the power that best fits her, because then she's gonna be like, "Well, shit, I'm surviving, I'm thriving." You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
then
and they have every right to do that. The problem with I tell black men is y'all need to stop being bleeding hearts and making excuses. It's not about being. Here's the thing. It's not about. I'm not on the revenge tip, and I don't like it. That's too much emotional energy. But it's business. It's like you did what you did. You made a bet, and you got. It's not even about Here's the thing. It's not about well, you need to lie in your shit and blah blah blah. No, it's that you're gonna have to. It's about penance. You're gonna have to climb your way out of that. I'm not about to bail. I don't believe in bailouts. Not for grown ass adults that made decisions over
I
a lot of
agree. I
time.
agree.
Especially like there's got to be some reciprocation. And me bailing you out is only gonna make you you're just gonna be addicted to doing this. It's just like the gambling shit, where if you make your money back, but you just make your money back, then you're gonna take big risk again because it's literally a chemical thing in your brain that you get a thrill from playing that game. And women are more susceptible to that even than men, because men deal with real consequences. And when men kind of skirt away from something, like what you was talking about, doing that deal and making a whole bunch of money, dudes understand the risk. They're not gonna play this game like there is no risk because they've seen what happens too much to people that do that. Women actually believe there's no risk. So that's why I say they're more susceptible. So when people, and this is what pookies do, we call people pookies, whatever. There's a difference between somebody that's saying, I have this to offer in exchange for this, versus somebody that they're trying to guilt you into doing something, or they're trying to tell you the right thing to do is what they tell you the right thing to do is because it's beneficial to them at that time. And you have a lot of dudes that they're bleeding heart types. Like men have a harder time pulling that because men are going to look at men on some personal responsibility, accountability type shit. But when it comes to the women, you got a lot of dudes that they get in their feelings because then they stay looking at these chicks through the eyes of what they supposed that mama struggled with when they were a boy. This is whether your mama black comes from. So you have dudes that are doing what's not in their best interest for females. We ain't talking about women in your family. We're talking about bitches that they could give less than a fuck about you, and they're just gonna move on to the next power thing or the next lick, so to speak. And it's a lot of black men that are like that. It's a lot of black men, and then they try to lash out at us and say, well, we should be doing more. The women are in this situation because of what some niggas did. And I'm like, these motherfuckers, I got respect for women enough to know these women are grown adults, and I've seen too many black women in particular. When they want to do the right thing, they can do it. When black women, they either get smart before they get fucked, or when they want to climb their way out, they climb their way out. They can do it. We just got to stop playing this game where a lot of dudes want to get their manhood off of playing Captain Save a Bitch, and then a lot of women are able to lean on that. That's why I say a lot of what these women do is on you because you buy into it. But anyway.
Right. So and I haven't talked about it yet, but I really need to get. I probably want to talk about it tomorrow. It was no different than the Jim Jones conversation, and
oh God, I'm staying away from that. Somebody needs to talk about that.
I will talk about it. I will talk about it. And a lot of people were like, "Oh my God, I can't believe this," and I'm like, "Why? Why? Y'all got a lot of men. Y'all got a lot of men. He's not an abnormality in the community. He's not. He's actually almost a normal notion of just how far he went, even though the whole goddamn studio was shocked. Like, what? Did you just say that out loud, nigga? Like, did you really just say that out loud? That's not something that you should openly be proud of. And he's like, yeah, like my mom tongue kissed me in my mouth when, she was young and I was young, and it wasn't
Hold
like
on. When he said that when she was did he really say that?
Like I said, like there's so much context of you're dealing with an ideology of a mindset of men that were engineered and raised off of this is not what I'm doing is right. I am engineered to believe this ideology is right. Like this, listen, so I didn't get mad when Jim Jones said that, because I know young men that have that. I know men that have that sentiment even today. And so the fact that
these would be the same niggas that Glenn and Cameron say what he said, they want to lose their minds. And I'm not saying you can't have an opinion on it. My thing is, don't have selective smoke. Go ahead.
Right. So, right. And I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. Like that was very, very, very disturbing to what would be outside of of nigga logic. And I gotta separate nigga logic.
She was young. Did he say that quote? She was young.
Yeah,
that's the go-to. That's that go. Go ahead, though.
You know what? I promise you, I will send it to you, Edward. Because Angela Yee asked him like, wait, what? You got to break this down. And he was like, well, yeah, like she was like my sister. And see, you got to understand the husband or this kind of ideology of programming,
because that makes it better. She was like my sister.
But see, so this is why a lot of black men are engineered onto that sexual market base of, if I don't have a bitch, I don't have power. If I don't have a woman of a certain type of thing like that can equal or equate up to my mama or something like that, then shit, I'm failing.
No, you already know me. My channel's a gynocracy channel, but I keep the incestuous shit. I kind of that shit is like some shit. If I speak on it, it's going straight to Patreon. I may speak on it, but like I'll wait for people to say something and probably speak on it in like later next week. But that's going straight to Patreon. I may do a video and then not upload it, but record something on my phone and then upload on Patreon. Because I've always said that there's a lot in the manosphere we don't say. Partially because we know YouTube. These chicks will definitely be on some intense flagging campaigns if we do it. But because we're not really trying to air black, most of the shit we air black women out on, or we air black people out on, is already public anyway. Like it's stuff they already do, or they actively say themselves. We just say, do you realize like what you said? Let me play it back to you through male logic. But we're not out here like pulling the carpet up. You know how you had an old car, when you young, you had an old car, old Cadillac, you found all this change and shit and a whole bunch of crazy shit because these cars are so old. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Shit like that. We ain't doing that with sisters. We ain't really saying that. We're not really saying nothing that's not already known. Single motherhood, nothing they're already actively promoting, trying to make it cool anyway. But when it comes to that incestuous shit, that shit I stay away from, not because I just don't want to speak on it, but because like what you said with the culture earlier on, and it ain't even that's part of it is a bad part of the culture. I won't say it's like that widespread, but it's a way more widespread than people want to admit. But even when you look, the point is, and even Jason Black talked about this, and it's actually interesting. It's actually interesting we brought this part up because Jason Black said the same thing about Lala Anthony, who is Afro-Latina. Lala Anthony was talking about, how she's going to bring in a new year, how she's going to spend some time with her son. And like me and mine, and Jason Black was talking about the son husbandry of it. And when you don't have a masculine like spouse or figure, like if you don't have a dude there, then you're gonna start looking for that masculine energy, and you're gonna start basically leeching it off of the next thing, which is in this case like your son. And this stuff happens a lot, and you see it happen all the time a lot. This is where you remember earlier on, like early in the 2.0 days, where you had them reality show bitches. They would oil their bodies up and have some panties on, and then do the kind of like the Wakanda Forever symbol, or cover their breasts, and then their kids right there. Like I still got those photos, and that wasn't just one or two. That happened a couple of times. The same thing with what's that chick, Jess Hilarious, taking a bath with her son, saying it's too old, and Corey Holcomb called that out. And recently, Corey Holcomb has had to apologize to her because she's gotten bigger since then. But this shit is not okay, and it's not just black women that don't say shit. Black men don't say shit, but these will be the niggas that when you talk when there's some shit with. I'm not saying to let dudes off the hook for nothing. But I'm saying is they do just like this fresh and fit shit. You can disagree with what they said, but when I see all these dudes doing the utmost, think about it. Some of these niggas, they got more smoke for fresh and fit said than white men that have actively killed black women. They got more smoke for what fresh and fit said than what Chad Johnson, football player, did to that black female.
Yeah, like I didn't for like the fresh or fit thing. I don't really get too caught up in that. Like that's something that they choose to deal with. Like I can't. I don't do the penis policing, the vagina policing. That shit gets old. That's an ongoing fight.
But when I hear dudes that don't date black women in damn selves, here's my thing. I'm not here to say, yeah, man, you don't date black, they don't date black women, blah, blah. But I'm like, when you niggas don't date black women, it's one thing for Umar to say some shit like that. It's another thing for like, you got all these dudes that like, they've literally been called out for that. And yet they want to do the most. And they have an obvious financial incentive to it. That's what I was talking about, but yeah.
No. Like, see, the thing about it is, like I said, that's why I don't. That's why I ain't too cut. That's why I didn't even say nothing about the fresh. If he's like, I don't date. He said my family knows my dating choices, and if they ain't bitching about it, why are we? Like that's something like that's an in-house thing for him to deal with. There ain't no shit for really us to give a fuck about. You know what I'm saying? That man, He's doing well in his life, just like him and Myron, and they all right. So leave him be. Ain't like they killing y'all.
Well,
Just like I don't see nobody.
when they start getting in the shade room and all that, that's another thing, man. It's interesting seeing the Donald Trump School of Marketing as well, because that's really what they're doing. But
It's no different than it's no different than when I watch YouTube shorts and I see a woman say, "Hey, I found." Since you don't have to go through it in a way, find yourself an Asian or a white man or a Latino. I'm like, all right, best of luck to you. But I just want you to know, don't come back with that pro-black shit when it don't pan out. Like, oh, we all the same. No, nigga, you made your choice, nigga. So just don't come back. And that's the thing about me. I think black people be too damn forgiving when niggas be doing stupid shit, and then we be like, oh yeah, come on back in mama's. No, nigga, stay out.
my philosophy on that is, how much money you coughing up for the cause. Like, you got it. Like, you take a dude like Don Peebles, where he's coughed up money, raised money, created job opportunities with his real estate. Legit contractor and job opportunities. But there's a tax. There's a tax that's going. You don't get to just talk the talk. There's a tax on that. And then I asked, what
respect that if you're saying that. I can respect it if you're saying like I'm not gonna challenge like if a guy like Robert F. Smith come back around us, it's not like he ever left us. But you get what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say, oh shit, fuck you, Robert F. Smith. Hell no, dude, that's a whole billionaire that we trying. Y'all crazy to try to.
Yeah, because it's an economic. No, I hear what you're saying. I know because see, some people they act like because there's an economic element to it, and so. And it's not to say you can buy your way out, but there's tangible value add for that. Just like when you look at, and that's even somebody like Michael Jordan, where it's like, okay, well, at the very least, he may be cheap as hell, but you can't say he don't be, because he has the car dealerships, but he also hires a lot of executives, black executives in his damn thing, in his damn, like in the Hornets organization. So, but people don't look at that because, see, the women don't look at that. What the women look at is the sexual validation bullshit. They don't even look at the economic part of it. Because even with that, Shea Moisture thing, what they did, and I brought that as an example. It's like black women actually lost their minds more on that than what Fresh and Fit did. And all he did, and it's funny, the same females people call biracial, now they're called women of color. Like, this is the game, and black women actively promote that. So it's like, which is it? Because all this dude was trying to do was expand his business, and then y'all want to lose your goddamn mind. But it's just a hypocrisy, all that. But at the end of the day, going back to that Jim Jones shit, yeah, I probably check out. That I. And the thing is, that's gonna blow. That's not gonna be as big as you would think it is, because it makes the black women look bad. Because here's the problem. The problem is Jim Jones, that's never going to blow up like that. It'll get some views for like a week. I'm not talking about whether you should do it or not, speak on it. I'm just talking about you're not going to see that like turn into a huge thing. Black women will try to act like that never happened, because that makes them look hella bad. Because Jim Jones is not the type of dude you would even think would be like that. That sounds like some shit like Lil Nas X might say. So that tells you how widespread that shit actually could be. And it's like that, please, that shit, that nigga. I wonder what that nigga thought about that. Like, why did I wonder how that conversation even came up? Anyway, I mean, like, how did that nigga just? Yeah, I would be interested in hearing that, but
there was a sense of pride. See, this is the thing about
it. Was it little boozy bullshit? But go ahead.
Yeah, right. There's a sense of pride in how he felt about that. Like, he will, like, some men and women will die for the dysfunction. Mainly, a lot of these men that will die to protect that. Like, hold it, that's my mom. That's my mom. That's my mom. And so they won't never call that shit out. It takes a lot. You have to have a rewiring or ingenuity to want to say, that was fucked up what just happened to me. But in his eyes, nah, You know, that's his friend. That's his mate. His mom is his mate. No matter how much money he get, how many bitches come in, like if his mom says something, she's gonna override that.
And well, that's the same shit. That's the same shit where a lot of these dudes, and that's like a step past that. But a step before that is when a lot of these dudes be fucking these older women. I keep telling y'all about these motherfuckers fucking these older women. Like when you look at when Lala, and obviously this isn't that bad at all. But when you look at Lala Anthony when she got with Carmelo, when you look at Sierra with Russell, even though they were older, I get that. But my point is, fucking Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade, a lot of these motherfuckers in their mind, they have that mommy aspect to it. Like
Right.
especially Dwayne Wade, Usher are really bad with it. Carmelo and Russell not so much. Although Sierra is running Russell. Carmelo not so much, but those age gaps is a lot more normal in the black community. Those wider gaps, even with Keisha Cole, and they start getting. We're not even gonna talk about like Mary J. Blige, you know, Jada Pinkett. Like, what's the rumors are? Some of the people they were dealing with, when they're young. See, that's never gonna be a problem. This is why I said there is no age of consent for black boys. It is when you are physically there. You could be 9 years old. If you're 5'8" and that dick work, you ready. That it is no age of consent for black boys. It's not just recognized in the black community, and people don't like for me to say that, but y'all know it's true. Because the truth is, if you found out, like real talk, if a dude, let's say he fucking a bitch and he likes this chick, and he found out that this chick told him that when I dealt with a dude that I fucked a dude when he was like 5'8", you know, first let's say she said the first time she had sex with a dude was 5'8", blah blah, and he was like, let's say he was 11. It was some crazy thing like that. This nigga ain't gonna stop fucking a bitch because of that. He's not. And then to be fair, a lot of black women, if they like you, I mean, you see Nicki Minaj, so it's not to say it's in reverse, but you get what I'm saying. It's not gonna be that same stigma. It's just not. People are gonna say, "Oh," and then act like they never said it. But with black men, they're gonna lose their minds. I'm not saying they shouldn't, but my point is, this goes back to even with the R. Kelly situation. R. Kelly was molested, but that doesn't matter. I'm not saying you let R. Kelly off the hook, but don't act like that all that stuff comes from her. You like so, and it's just like what we just the bitch that was with Jeffrey Epstein just got they had to get her. She just got convicted. So the women get let off the hook. And the problem is, and here's why this matters. This matters because women have control over sex. Sexual selection is their domain. So you're letting them do a lot of cultural and mental damage. They, by the way, comes back to hurt other women at the end of the day. Because when you set these dudes off, and these dudes, not even like Jim Jones, but like dudes that are like they're the right height, it's like throwing a missile out there that turns into multiple missiles. Because if you get a dude, let's say he's like just Negro buck status, the women like him, get put like these dudes that pump it up. Like when these dudes want to talk about you create the women you complain about. Well, a lot of times when dudes are pumping it up and doing all that sex like that, there's something in them that they grew up with that's caused them to do that. Just like when a bitch is hoeing like that. But see, with the women, you got empathy for that. For the dude, you just look at him like a predator. And I'm not talking like, listen, we ain't talking about little girls. I'm talking about dudes that are just pumping and dumping bitches. When you got married niggas talking about they out there, you know, turning women's out. You know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping it there. Them dudes, a lot of times, they got started early because they developed early. But see, you can't talk about that. This is why they can fuck the way they can, because this is what they've been doing, you know? But see, people want to have these little blind spots, and this is why I always say you're not interested in solving the problem because you don't want to get to where it starts. And it's not about blaming the women. It's not what it's about. But at the end of the day, we got to go to the origin of whatever something is. Y'all just want to say, tell the dude, don't do this, the end. Can't work like that. And that's why nothing gets fixed.
I think, you know, when it comes to that you know, looking at, well, we got to stop the missile or stop the bomb. You know, you got to ask who's the person that makes the bomb. Stop the factory where they make it.
Oh, they
You
know they don't
So,
want to do because that's mama,
so
so we can't do that.
well, see, and that's a problem. That's why I'm not too quick to jump on a panel that where just because like it's like when a woman and I'm saying this, and this is like no shot at anybody. It's like when women do a panel saying that they're going to stop the Terminator or stop or call out other women, right? And I'm like, well, y'all think about it. You're using a Terminator to stop another Terminator, but literally at the end of the day, it was that same Terminator that they used to make the other Terminators. So you're really actually you're actually sitting with Skynet right now, not knowing it. At the end of the day, Skynet's only going to get bigger, and so it's like sometimes this is why you just like, you know what? Let me just back out of the factory and just actually just blow it up from the outside, or just do something variously different, from that, and so a lot of people say, well, there's nothing we can do. Yeah, there are things you can do, and that you're only stuck when you're dead. You know what I'm saying? I try to tell. I told men to. I'm a huge component of just lobbying, local lobbying, and right now I think they had that going on in Australia, where even their women, they got men trying to fight against child support, and the women, it actually is a white woman. She's running a coalition to stop it for men to get 50-50 custody. Like that's in Australia. Now it was very interesting. I was like, damn, like she don't want this. They don't want these men to get it. And you gotta start saying like, brothers, like I get y'all, you're fighting the wrong fight. You're not putting your funds properly where they need to go. You're not.
Well, it's worse with black men. They can't even think past that, because the thing
No,
about
no,
it is
no,
that
I get it, Ed. I get it, and that's why now I don't. That's why I don't talk no more about certain shit like that. Like I said, the talking points are so drastically different from how it was in 2.0, where we were talking about, okay, guys, I need to go get some jobs and go get these things. Now it's on the dating market, and I'm gotta be for real. Y'all dudes are not running the fucking dating market, dude. Not running it. So you're literally, it's like y'all are all a bunch of goddamn, what's those motherfuckers that be selling perfume and jewelry door to door? Goddamn, what's that place? It used to be called people that run around. That's what y'all pretty much are doing. Y'all pretty much are goddamn Jehovah Witnesses for the dating market right now. When y'all keep on jumping into those talking points, because at the end of the day, if shit were to go wrong, you're the problem. You're the person that gets furloughed. If they gotta fire your ass or they gotta reprogram you, then they're going to do that. That's why I said some stuff y'all gotta learn. That's why I said some stuff y'all gotta understand when y'all are properly being pimped out. Now a lot of people don't want to say that, well, hey, that's not true. But at the end of the day, local government does not talk to you, black man. They go to that pastor and they go to that black woman. They don't talk to you. Only time they want to talk to you is when you a goddamn pastor or shit. If you do got money and you in a proper circle, they might talk to you, but they don't naturally talk to black men about anything about your agency, unless you're a goddamn convicted criminal
no,
or
because
some
they
shit.
know, if they get that bitch to do it, if they get that, they know they just got to go to the chick to get you to do it. That's really what it is. And you see that even in politics. Then you're starting to see that change a little bit. But for the most part, you saw that with the Biden thing. They overwhelmingly push the women to push them, because and dudes don't even pay attention to that. And so at the end of the day, I mean, I'm about to hop off because this shit can go on, and either have these motherfuckers sleep anyway. But yeah, it is what it is. But I'll be looking forward to that video, see what you're gonna do. Because it needs to be known that nigga from New York. Like, cause and I'm from
Hmm.
Chicago myself, but you know how to sell, you know how they try to throw that reputation, like that shit only happens in the South. Like, nah, I'm gonna say it. If it ain't said, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it in the video I do, cause I'll probably do it on as a Patreon exclusive and then do
Yeah,
that
I'm
later.
gonna get to that. That shit was wild. That shit was wild as hell. I was like, Jim Jones. Like they're giving you time to, rethink your words, man. Like maybe you had a mic malfunction. Nah, man. Like, and see, the thing about it is, a lot of men have a zeal of pride in that type of dysfunction of behavior of that type of like I remember the picture. Uh, my mama didn't get to go to prom, so I took her to prom. And I remember the comments. Oh my God, there were so many goddamn comments. Or how many men are incarcerated because they were used as an attack dog for a woman that wasn't even your goddamn fight. Or hell, you were told to go check that boyfriend or whatever shit in that house, and that call the police, bitch. Like, not don't fuck me up. Like, you gonna call the police. But you ain't gonna protect your no. Listen, call. And I've had to, and I even done that to my own. I've even done it to my own. So I'm not throwing no stones at you. I'm trying to tell you. I say, yo, man, like if I go to jail, what then? That this goes on my record. If I go to jail, what then? That this goes on my record. Well, I'm gonna get you out, but it stays on my record for life. For life, you're not the system. So either you going to stop fucking with these type of people, or I cannot come around you no more. And yeah, that hurt. See, a lot of people don't have the gusto to actually tell their family or certain people, your bad behavior is affecting my stability of agency. Black men, you don't have a clean name. And I know a lot of you say, well, I don't know about you. No, dude. Because when the vast majority of people outside of our community look at you, they don't look at you as the individual. They look at you as the whole unit. Like, shit. What that nigga Edward just did over there robbing that grocery store, the next nigga that walk in the grocery store, oh, we got another one. Watch yourselves. Y'all they don't think, all right, okay. Y'all must not know how it works in the market field of life. But when they say they don't look at when they say if one immigrant fucks up, they're looking at all the goddamn immigrants, and they say we need to get all of them out of here. But it was only that one immigrant. When one black person fuck up, hey, all you niggas, y'all need to check y'all people. How? Shit, we've been trying to do that for goddamn ever. We still ain't can't do that. So these kind of nuances of shit happening, man. Yeah, it's an uphill battle. I done threw my sword to the ground and walked off the battlefield, man.
And with that said, I'm out. Yeah, peace out, man.
All right.
I'll
Peace,
finish
y'all.
it.
So we're gonna close it out.
Yeah,
And glad you guys came through and hope you guys enjoyed. Um, you
I
know.
thoroughly did. Art. I thoroughly did. I think that was definitely a different pace. Um, that was definitely a different pace. Talking to um, hearing people of a different diaspora, of the minority diaspora, speak. And I hope I didn't throw it off when I was talking about my dealings with them. And I think, hell, you in the same boat. I think, isn't your family also? Does you also have relatives or people in South America also? So,
Oh yeah, we all got them in our family. So
right. So that's why I be trying to figure out with black people. Well, other black people be trying to tell y'all about their relationships with the Caribbean, which I gotta understand. Black people and Caribbeans, we kind of are on the same. We're just on different parts of the boat, but we're in the same boat. Damn it, we are
yeah,
literally.
we just separated by social norms. That's all. So I'm gonna go ahead and get my little sleep, man, and get ready for. I mean, go to work. I guess today, huh? So it's just how it is, man. So hopefully these other people that wanted to express their disagreements, I hope they got it out of their system.
Huh.
You know.
We'll see. We'll see. All right.
All right, good brother. So appreciate everybody coming through. And I guess I'll see you guys I guess Tuesday on the Black artists on the spot. So you guys be safe out there. Peace and hair grease.